Chapter 1, Becoming the Clan Leader from Today. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The year 3145 of Great Qian Longqing, the 9th of April. In the Ping and Wang family, the former family head Wang Dinayu passed away in his prime. After a 7-day mourning period, Wang Shao's, a legitimate descendant of the direct bloodline, assumed the role of the new family head according to national and clan regulations. This occurred under the supervision of Madame Gongsun Hui, alongside the other elders, after reporting to the old ancestor Wang Longyin and the extended lineage of ancestors. The Wang family was rated by the Great Qian land as a 9th-rank profound martial family, with influence limited to the Ping and town area of Chengning defense, belonging to a lesser-known prominent family lineage. However, their ancestors were once prosperous, tracing their roots back to a branch of the Great Qian Wang clan. 1,000 years ago, for unknown reasons, our ancestor separated from the Great Qian Wang clan and traveled thousands of miles to Longzhuo County. There, they opened up the land to establish the Wang family of Longzhuo, laying the foundation of the family. At that time, the Longzhuo Wang family was considered a prestigious and unparalleled prominent family. Unfortunately, flowers do not bloom for 100 days, nor can a person stay well for 1,000 days. After the glory days, the family's fortunes gradually declined. Later, in the year 3000 of Longqing, the talented Wang Zuxuan of the Longzhuo Wang family carried the expansion order southward to the Chengning defense, founded a settlement at the confluence of the Liuping mountain range and Peace River, broke new ground for human habitation, and established the merits of building the Ping and Wang family, taking root and thriving there. Ancestor Zhuan, at the peak of his power, once reached the advanced stage of the spirit platform realm and was peerless within Ping and town. What made Ancestor Zuxuan proudest was his granddaughter Wang Longyin, who was exceptionally talented. By the age of 18, she had reached the high segment of level 7 in the Qi refinement realm and was admitted to the prestigious Purple Abode Academic Palace. By 30, she broke through to the spirit platform realm, and before 60, she advanced to the mid-stage of the spirit platform realm, receiving significant cultivation and trust from the Academic Palace. Wang Longyin, along with Liu Xuanfu of the Liu clan, were known as the two beauties of Chengning, with their fame spreading far and wide. In addition, the prodigious great-grandson Wang Qianyuan of the ancestors' direct lineage also showed exceptional talent. With the ancestors' nurturing, he reached the spirit platform realm at the age of 40 and took over the position of the family head. At that time, with 3 members of the family in the spirit platform realm, the Wang family's influence even extended over the entire Chengning defense region. It wasn't until the year 3095 of Longqing, when Ancestor Zuxuan was 145 years old, that the long-calm fierce beasts deep within Liuping Mountain suddenly went berserk, with Ping and town bearing the brunt and becoming the disaster zone. To protect the Wang family's centennial foundation, Ancestor Zuxuan personally held back a level 5 fierce beast, the golden-winged sun-eating tiger, waiting for reinforcement to arrive. The battle was extremely brutal. 2 elders from vassal families also went missing in battle with the beast tide, their fates unknown. Although the golden-winged sun-eating tiger and the beast calamity were eventually killed by the reinforcements from Chengning defense who arrived later, the Ping and Wang family had already suffered immense damage. Not only did Ancestor Zuxuan fall in this battle, but the highly anticipated 4th-generation spirit platform realm beginning stage family head Wang Qianyuan and the 5th-generation successor Wang Xiadong also died in the beast calamity. The fall of 2 generations in the spirit platform realm greatly diminished the strength of the Ping and Wang family, and the 2 vassal clans, Liu and Zhao, had long harbored ill intentions. During the beast calamity, they preserved their strength in secret, with their elders faking their deaths to escape. When the Wang family began to wane, they joined forces in an attempt to take over the Wang family's base. At the crucial moment, Wang Longyin of the 3rd generation of the Wang family resolutely went against the rules of the Purple Abode Academic Palace, abandoning her promising future to return to her family, and took the initiative to confront a total of 3 spirit platform realm opponents from the enemy side. In a 1-against-3 situation, Wang Longyun bravely killed the spirit platform realm allies of the enemy, deterring the spirit platform realm elders of the Liu and Zhao families. Unfortunately, Wang Longyun was severely injured in the battle. Her strength fell to the beginning stage of the spirit platform realm, and her lifespan was greatly reduced. Even so, Wang Longyun still bore the burden alone, barely maintaining the Ping and Wang family. The Liu and Zhao families did not dare to provoke Wang Longyun excessively and thus employed a strategy of eroding the Wang family's strength. Time flew by, and another 4 to 5 decades passed. No one from the successive generations had reached the spirit platform realm, and now even the first clan leader Wang Dinayu had died. All the burdens seemed to have fallen on the shoulders of Wang Xiao's, the new generation family head. Inside an antique wing of the Wang family's main residence, family head, the deceased has passed away. Please have something to eat. If you keep this up, your body won't hold up. These meals were personally prepared for you by Madame Gongsun. Wang Gui, the close attendant, carefully held a box made of purple sandalwood, his face full of deep concern. Wang Xiao's let out a sigh, put down the Wang's ancestral inheritance chronicles, and regained some clarity in his eyes, a thought emerging in his heart. Who would have thought that a car accident would transport me to a mysterious magical world, and I'd randomly become the head of a declining prominent martial family. It seems like the burden is heavy indeed. It turned out that 3 days ago, the original Wang Xiao's collapsed onto his late father's coffin from excessive grief. When he faintly awoke, he found himself as a transmigrator. Over the past 3 days, the merging of memories made Wang Xiao seem somewhat bewildered. People thought he was distressed and somewhat dispirited, but they didn't know the whole story. They simply followed the clan rules and the heritage, pushing him into the position of clan leader. After finishing the Wang's ancestral inheritance chronicles, Wang Xiao's roughly understood the family and the world where he was. This world he found himself in is called Great Qian Land, in which the country was established by profound martial families, with the imperial household being the largest profound martial family. Other larger and smaller profound martial families are spread throughout like stars in the night sky. Intertwined with each other, they influence the politics, economy, and even the fate of the entire Great Qian, directly or indirectly. Although the Wang family is merely a lesser-known level 9 family, it is already one of the dominant forces in the Chengning-Pingan area, and it also occupies a significant speaking right within the local government organization Town Defense Guard. Even earlier, during the era of Wang Xiao's great-grandfather, the Wang family was the unquestioned prominent family of Pingan Town, with its power extending its influence even to the surrounding areas of Chengning. But following the 2 earth-shattering pivotal battles mentioned in the Wang's ancestral inheritance chronicles, which led to the fall of the family's experts, the family's fortunes had been declining year by year. Even with Wang Longyun, the old ancestor's strenuous support, it was difficult to withstand the combined encroachment of the Liu clan and the Zhao clan. Wang Xiao's always felt there was something odd about that battle. Why did the Liu and Zhao families dare to hold back their strength and ultimately rebel? And why did the reinforcements arrive so late? The chronicles were vague on details, leaving much unexplained. However, Wang Xiao's kept his suspicions in mind for the time being. Subsequently, the former family head Wang Dinayu, in an attempt to reach the spirit platform realm to save the family from disaster, ventured into the dangerous frontier in search of a breakthrough opportunity. However, Wang Dinayu's efforts ended in tragedy with his untimely death, adding misery to the declining Ping and Wang family. If nothing unexpected happened, according to this trend, within the next few decades the Wang family's land and properties in Ping'an town would be gradually encroached upon and replaced by the town's other 2 families. The once vast and glorious family would fall into decline, and the family bloodline would be reduced to commoners. However, it is an interesting world. Wang Xiao's narrowed his eyes, quietly reflecting as he assimilated the memories. It seems that although the previous Wang Xiao's was young, he was not a simple character. His memories told him that Wang Xiao's had been hailed as a prodigy since childhood. His natural talent and gifts only slightly behind Wang Longyun, according to the ranking by old ancestors Xu An among the bloodline of the 7 generations of his descendants. With the family's concentrated resources, Wang Xiao's achieved the high level 6 of the vital energy refining realm at the age of 18 and was not far from level 7. This was good news. At least he hadn't transmigrated into the body of a worthless person. The young servant Wang Gui, observing the changing expressions of Wang Xiao's, grew more worried. Family head, please rest. I will go and call for the doctor immediately. It's all right, I'm not seriously hindered. Wang Xiao stopped him. Wang Gui, leave me. I have some matters to ponder. Yes. Wang Gui put down the food box, briskly left the room, and carefully closed the door behind him. Once Wang Gui had left and he was alone, Wang Xiao truly relaxed, letting his guard down. After days of vigil beside the spirit tablet and merging with his new consciousness, he hadn't eaten properly and his stomach was growling with hunger. Before he could tackle the overwhelming task of revitalizing his family, he needed to satisfy his hunger first. Opening the exquisite sandalwood food box, a tantalizing aroma wafted out. Inside, compartments held rice, vegetables, meat, and a piece of steamed fish. Driven by hunger, he quickly picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. The seasoning was mediocre, but the texture was exceptionally rich. As he chewed, the meat's fragrance filled his mouth. Swallowing it, he could faintly feel a warm current flowing within him. This tasty. What kind of meat was this? Pork? No, pork didn't have such a fine texture. Lamb? That wasn't right either. This meat lacked any gamey taste and was rich in flavor, juicy, and tender, much like an expensive imported beef he had once tried before transmigrating. However, soon his amalgamated memories told him that this was the meat of the spirit-horned yaks, a precious food source. Regular consumption could strengthen the body and promote cultivation. As a young clan leader with exceptional talent, he was the top priority for the family's resources, naturally entitling him to such benefits. Wang Xiao savored the warm current in his body and the quick restoration of his energy, silently exclaiming to himself that it was indeed excellent meat. He couldn't resist the temptation and quickly finished the little yak meat that was there. Still not satisfied, he turned his attention to the steamed fish. His merged memories informed him that it was the red-tailed spirit bream, a rare spirit fish from Peace River nearby. It was a level 2 fierce beast that could grow to hundreds of pounds in weight, strong enough to capsize boats and extremely ferocious. Ordinary fishermen encountering such a beast would flee in sheer terror, with any delay resulting in capsized boats and loss of life. This particular red-tailed spirit bream had been caught last year by the former clan leader Wang Dinayu, along with several of the clan's experts, who fortuitously captured it using their skills. It had been preserved and stored in the family's ice cellar as a supplement of spirit food for the younger generation of the clan. The cook had carefully removed the fish bones, presenting a steamed meat that was savory and tender, giving a refreshingly cool sensation as it traveled through his body, offering comfort and an exquisitely delicious taste. Even the rice was not ordinary, each grain was plump, translucent, and chewed with a nice texture, giving off a strong fragrance akin to orchids. This was, indeed, the famous spirit food known as white jade rice. Wang Xiao enjoyed his meal immensely. The weakness in his body and flagging spirits vanished, replaced by vibrant energy and a clear mind. If he could eat like this at every meal, his cultivation would surely progress at an extraordinary pace. But that was obviously impossible. The family was no longer as prosperous as in the past. Even someone with his standing could not indulge in such luxury, let alone other family members. Now that he had become the family head, he couldn't neglect the welfare of other family members by endlessly encroaching upon their resources for his own benefit. If he did so, it wouldn't be long before the family became divided, and it would hasten its downfall. Even if just for the sake of enjoying various delicious meals at every turn, he had to help the Wang family grow stronger and more powerful. System. Wang Xiao lay on the bed to digest, closed his eyes and called out with his thoughts in a calm manner. But after a while, there was no response. Could it be? Wang Xiao felt his heart sink. A transmigration without a golden finger could be challenging. He tried calling out several times more, but still no golden finger appeared. His heart grew colder as he realized the predicament he was in, a mysterious magical world populated with numerous experts and rampant where did the system go? This How was he to cope without a golden finger? PL. It looks like we can only take it one step at a time. Wang Xiao's expression was somewhat solemn, but he quickly came to terms with it, realizing that, even without a golden finger, he still had some advantages. At least after the fusion of memories, he found that although there were many strong masters in this world, the development of people's livelihood and the degree of advanced thinking were inferior to those of earthlings, even though he was just an ordinary university graduate and employee. Just as Wang Xiao was preparing to summarize his advantages, suddenly, the young servant Wang Gui rushed in frantically from outside. Family head, something terrible has happened. Sixth Master Wang has been beaten. He has sent someone back asking for help. Sixth Master Wang. Wang Xiao frowned slightly, memories flooding in. It's sixth uncle Wang Dinghai. Wang Dinghai was Wang Xiao's paternal uncle, the sixth among the male members of the generation named Ding. Although his talents and cultivation base were mediocre, he was relatively proficient in water skills and thus in charge of one of the family's industries, the fishing fleet. Now that Wang Dinghai had been beaten, it meant that there must have been a change in the fishing fleet's situation related to the clan's property. This was a good opportunity to observe this world for himself. Stay calm. What dignity is there in such a panic? Wang Xiao calmed himself down with this thought and sternly reprimanded, then said composedly, "Prepare the carriage. Let's go and take a look." "Yes, family head," Wang Gui hurriedly responded and ran to prepare for the journey. Wang Xiao, following his memories, left his room and strolled leisurely towards the main gate of the main residence, observing each building facility and structure along the way to validate them against his memories. On his way, he happened to meet his father's first wife, Gongsun Hui, with a grave expression, leading several of the head of household's guards, hurrying towards the main gate. Wang Xiao greeted Gongsun Hui with proper respect. "Greetings to you, madam." Wang Xiao, now with merged memories, knew that since he had lost his mother at a young age, Gongsun Hui was his father Wang Dinayu's late legally married wife. She had given birth to a rightful daughter named Wang Liu Miao, who was 8 years old this year. Therefore, although Gongsun Hui was Wang Xiao's stepmother, she was not his biological mother. However, her nature was kind and honest, and she had always treated Wang Xiao as her own, taking good care of him in every respect. This was quite different from the usual tropes in fantasy novels. Upon seeing Wang Xiao, Gongsun Hui immediately came forward and took his hand, her face full of concern. Why have you come out? Have you eaten yet? Are you feeling any better?" The rest of the household guards also hurriedly saluted Wang Xiao. "Madam, I have no issues, and I finished the spirit meal you had prepared for me. We will talk more about it later." Wang Xiao discreetly pulled his hand free, his face earnest as he spoke. "Madam, you are leading the household guards. Are you going to support sixth uncle? Allow me to accompany you." Gongsun Hui's expression darkened, and after a moment's hesitation, she replied, Since you have inherited the clan leader's position, you will inevitably face these things. Since you are well now, let's go and take a look together." "Yes, madam." Together, they left the main gate of the main residence, which bore a plaque inscribed with the spirited characters Ping and Wang family, an impressive testament to their presence. Yet, combined with the mottled lacquer of the corridors and the white lanterns inscribed with the character Ding swinging in the wind, it underscored the decline and desolation of the Wang family's faltering fortunes. "Family head, Madame Gongsun, the carriage is ready." The close attendant Wang Gui came running. Swords and bows have been placed on the carriage. After a brief discussion, Wang Xiao and Gongsun Hui shared a carriage, while the remaining 4 household guards each rode a yellow steed, escorting on both sides, heading towards Dingpo Ferry at Peace River. On the journey, Gongsun Hui recounted the whole incident, detailing the causes and consequences. Armed with the thinking of both his past and present lives, Wang Xiao quickly clarified the actual circumstances. Peace River was a large river stretching hundreds of jang in width, rich in aquatic products with distinctive characteristics. The fishing fleets could generate long-term economic benefits through catching these products. But where there were benefits, conflicts were often inevitable. The three prominent families of Ping An Town were naturally unwilling to give up such a lucrative resource. After various struggles and compromises, the families each marked their own territory where they would not cross into another's realm. From Dingpo Ferry towards the right, stretching for 30 li up to chaotic Stone Beach, that was the waters of the Ping and Wang families' territory. However, in recent years, two other prominent families had continuously risen with an abundance of talented individuals, growing bolder by the day. Limited by the overall size of their holdings, it became increasingly tempting for them to reach into others' pots. Bit by bit, their encroachment scheme played out, with the family's territory and assets shrinking year after year. The smaller the territory, the scarcer the resources, and the harder it became for clan members to grow, thus plunging them into a vicious cycle. What made the situation even worse was that the Wang family's protector, the elder Longyin of the Sea Stabilizing Needle, appeared to be weakening with each passing year. Recently she had been in seclusion, not even showing her face when such a big incident occurred in the family, inevitably leading to outside speculation about her ability to fight. The situation was far from optimistic. Wang Xiao's brow furrowed. Speaking of which, the Wang family's main residence was built near the mountains and by the water, no more than 10 miles from Dingpo Ferry, on a well-maintained road that was solid and frequently repaired. With family guards clearing the way, their journey was smooth, and the carriage arrived in less than half an hour. The ferry had already been one of Chengning Guard's outposts at the founding of Ping An Town. With over 100 years of development, Dingpo Ferry had become a crucial thoroughfare connecting the north and the south. All three major families of Ping An had docks, ferries, shops, and other infrastructure there. The ferry had some simple defensive structures. The walls were rather unsophisticated, only 5 to 6 meters tall, just sufficient to fend off small-scale beast attacks. After entering the ferry, Wang Xiao and his entourage headed straight for the deep-water dock. Under the lengthy wooden pier were giant timber pillars thick enough for 2 people to embrace, extending the pier to water depths of about 3 or 4 jiang, with lateral extensions forming individual berths. At the berths there were various boats stocked, including ferries, merchant ships, and fishing vessels. From a distance, one could see 2 groups of people facing off at the end of the pier. Both were holding sticks and weaponized forks, their emotions running high. "Sixth Master Wang, you sure have some nerve. Still daring to block your young lord Liu Yongzu's way. Are you asking for another beating?" taunted a young man's voice. "You little cur from the Liu clan," hollered another man, voice thick with anger and excitement. "What's your skill other than sneaking attacks under the water? If you're a real man, let's fight fair and square inches the water with real knives and spears. I, Sixth Master Wang, will teach you how to be a proper human being." "Sixth Master Wang, don't blame me for looking down on you. You've wasted your years on nothing, not an ounce of sense," the young man retorted with a sneer. "Ambush tactics are part of warfare. Should we make a prior announcement forbidding the use of tactics before fighting?" "Oh, really? Going back to the old ways?" "Better roll out of Ping An Town sooner rather than later and stop wasting food." The young man's group burst into laughter, echoing his mockery, shouting, "Roll out of Ping An Town, roll out of Ping An Town." Dingpo Ferry was bustling with a diverse crowd, including many passing travelers and merchants who had now gathered round to watch the excitement, their comments unceasing. Today's conflict would inevitably spread far and wide with the legs and tongues of these onlookers. The Ping and Wang family, having been on the losing end of this conflict, would become the talk of the town and a jest for some time, damaging the might of the Wang name. "You Liu clan whelp," the man's face turned beet red as he reached the brink of rage. "You've gone too far. I, your sixth master, will take you on." Wang family's old dog, "Come on if you dare." A fight between the two sides was about to erupt with the tension of a bowstring on the verge of snapping. "Stop it." Seeing the urgency of the situation, Gongsun Hui quickly stepped between them. "Wang Dinghai, Liu Yongzu, both of you calm down, let's talk this through." Wang Xiao's, afraid that Madame Gongsun might be at a disadvantage, waved his hand, and 4 Wang family guards surged forward to protect her, while he followed closely, continuing to observe everything with a cool eye. His observations and memories told him that the young man dressed in fitted aquatic gear with a short blade at his waist, who seemed somewhat frivolous, was called Liu Yongzhu, a member of the Liu clan's young generation. It was said that this young man excelled in aquatic warfare, particularly in the water escape technique. He had once slain a level 1 fierce beast, the red-scaled eel, weighing over 200 pounds with just a short blade. Liu Yongzhi had risen to fame at the age of merely 23 or 24, becoming the Liu clan's 1,000-mile colt in Ping'an. The other man was lean and dark-skinned, clearly someone accustomed to making a living on the water. His head and arms were bruised, wrapped in linen, making him look quite disheveled. That was none other than Wang Shao's uncle, Wang Dinghai, specifically in charge of the family's fishing operations within their territorial waters. He too was proficient in aquatic combat and fishing, and the main hunter of the red-tailed spirit bream that Wang Shao's had eaten earlier. "Oh, if it isn't Madame Gongsun from the Wang family," young Liu Yongzhi greeted her carelessly with a grin. Then he sneered at Wang Dinghai, "Sixth Master Wang, to think you'd bring out your sister-in-law to back you against a junior like me. Yongzhu is impressed, truly unmatched. You." Wang Dinghai's dark face flushed and even darker shade of red. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Enough. Gongsun Hui's lovely voice ordered, before she added, "Uncle Six, don't be impulsive, let's calmly solve this matter." Gongsun Hui was the legitimate daughter of the Gongsun clan of Shanyang, the rightful wife of the Wang family's previous clan leader, and the birth mother of the new clan leader of the Wang family. That was enough to mediate this affair. Wang Dinghai exclaimed excitedly, "Sister-in-law, it's not that I, old Six, am impetuous. It's just that this Liu brat has stepped way out of line. Everyone in Ping'an town knows that the Peace River from Dingpo Ferry to Chaotic Stone Beach, spanning 30 miles on the right, is our Wang family's territory. But Liu Yongzhi has repeatedly overstepped his bounds by fishing here. This time, he shamelessly trespassed by 10 miles. If I do not defend our territory, will there be any place for our Wang family on Peace River?" Oh, old Six Wang, you're jumping the gun here." Liu Yongzhi looked very aggrieved. The Peace River has a swift current and strong wind, and my Liu family's territory is upstream of the Peace River. There are inevitably times when a ship cannot be anchored properly. Yet, you charge at us with your fishing boats as soon as any conflict arises. It's unjust to cry foul after losing. Are you taking advantage of the fact that the Liu clan lacks older generations? Wang Shao's had been quietly observing and speculating. He now confirmed that the Liu clan had instigated this dispute on purpose, probably to test him, the newly inaugurated clan leader, and to assess his abilities. If he, the clan leader, proved to be incompetent and unassertive, a series of cover and covert schemes would soon follow, most likely in alliance with the Zhao clan. Ahem. Wang Shao's coughed twice and calmly stepped forward. "Nephew Shao's, you're here?" Wang Dinghai's face lit up, then he angrily said, "Quickly pass judgment for your Uncle Six. This boy cheated in a sneak attack. I, your Uncle Six, won't admit defeat and wish to confront him in a fair rematch." So, the young clan leader of the Wang family, no, the current clan leader, has arrived. Liu Yongzhi narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of fear and jealousy towards Wang Shao's. Without a doubt, Wang Shao's surpassed Liu Yongzhi in terms of overall strength. At just 18 years old, Wang Shao's had already reached the high level 6 of the vital energy refining realm, which suggested great potential for future growth. The Liu family was very wary of Wang Shao's. If given the chance, and if he reached the spirit platform realm, the balance of power in Ping'an town would drastically shift. Some of the people watching began to whisper among themselves. They seemed quite interested in the young, newly appointed clan leader of the Wang family. The discussions hinted that if the previous clan leader, Wang Dinghai, had lived a little longer and allowed the younger clan leader, Wang Shao's, to fully mature, the situation for the Wang family in Ping'an would have been different. Uncle Six, victory and defeat is commonplace for warriors. Wang Xiao's slightly narrowed his eyes and testingly said in a low voice, "But, Uncle Six, are you sure you can certainly beat him? It would damage our Wang family's reputation if you lost again in public." "Well." Wang Dinghai hesitated, then said quietly, "I have had several disputes with this Liu youth, and we've been evenly matched, each with our own advantages. I don't know why today, he seemed rather off. His water escape technique has improved significantly. He was as slippery as an eel in the water, and he caught me off guard. But don't worry, nephew, even if it costs me my life, I will win this fight. The water escape technique has improved significantly." "Well, this is interesting." Wang Xiao's touched his nose. He figured out the opponent's strategy, to provoke a conflict, to incite discontent within Wang Dinghai, and then to have Liu Yongzhu, the promising youth of the Liu family, defeat Wang Dinghai publicly, thereby undermining the Wang family's prestige. If the situation could be further inflamed and the wager could be agreed upon between the two parties, it would be even better. In such a case, they could bite a big chunk out of the Wang family's resources. Having made a definite judgment, Wang Xiao said, "Uncle Six, let me handle this." Wang Dinghai hesitated a little, but when he saw the calm expression on Wang Xiao's face, he quickly cooled down and stepped back. "Xiao's, be careful. The Liu family is best at playing dirty tricks. Rest assured, Uncle Six, we won't be wronged." After reassuring Wang Dinghai, Wang Xiao scanned the surroundings and loudly declared in front of everyone, "The Wang family, being a profound martial lineage, has always upheld our status through martial power. The so-called ancestral territory naturally falls to the capable. Should the younger generation lack the ability to guard it, yielding a portion is expected. Liu Yongzhu, you of the Liu clan have planned to encroach upon my Wang clan's fishing and hunting grounds. Starting conflicts is merely trivial. Why not be more candid? Let's have a life and death match. Just like our ancestors, whoever wins will take control of the other's fishing grounds. How about it?" "What?" a gasp echoed around the crowd. A life and death match? Was the young clan leader of the Wang family being too aggressive? Wang Xiao's was a full 5 years younger than Liu Yongzhu, but this direct challenge for a life and death match left Liu Yongzhu white-lipped and pale-faced. This was something he dared not, and could not, accept. He replied awkwardly, "You're joking, Mr. Wang clan leader. You're the clan leader. How could you participate in a life and death match?" It was clear that although Liu Yongzhu was not inferior amongst his peers, he fell far short of Wang Xiao's, who had always been groomed to be the young clan leader. Wang Xiao sneered derisively. "If you are cowardly, just admit it. There's no need to be so pretentious. I, Wang Xiao, am here today. I'll accept any challenge from anyone of the young generation of your Liu clan." "Good. Well said. The new clan leader of the Wang family sure is spirited. The Xuan Wu family is a martial arts family. It's interesting to see how the Liu clan will respond. As far as I know, the elders of the Liu clan are already in their mid to late 30s. And the younger ones are still learning to talk. I can't think of anyone who could fight the new leader of the Wang family." "Brother, how strong is this young man? Can he really defeat all members of the Liu clan's elder generation?" "Are you from out of town?" "That's the new leader of our Ping and Wang family, Wang Xiao's. At only 18. He's close to cultivating to the advanced stage of the Qi refinement realm. It's rumored that his talent in sword Dao is extraordinary. His sword techniques have already reached an impeccable stage." The local bragged. "Moreover, he's passed the entrance exam of the Purple Abode Academy. He's supposed to go off to school soon. It's a pity such a big incident happened in the Wang family, causing him to give up his studies." "The Purple Abode Academy? The one known for transforming students into spirit platform experts once they get in? That's impressive. It's really a pity." Scattered discussions around Wang Xiao's reminded him that he indeed passed the Purple Abode Academy's early selection not too long ago. The Purple Abode Academy in Longzhuo County enrolls a new class every 3 years, but their requirements are very strict. Only 1 to 3 individuals in the whole Qingning area pass the primary selection each time, gaining the opportunity to participate in the secondary examination, and this year, Wang Xiao's was among them. But the talk about him going off to the academy was exaggerated. The jurisdiction area of Chengning City wouldn't produce a purple abode student once in 8 or 10 years. Although Wang Xiaos considered himself exceptional, he also knew that the probability of passing the second round of selection was less than 30%. The public opinion started to tilt in favor of the Wang family. In the previous conflict, the improper handling could have damaged the Wang family's reputation. At this moment, it instead boosted the prestigious image of Wang family. "Well done, nephew," Wang Dinghai said with a pleased expression. "Look, if those brats from the Liu family still dare to be arrogant." Gong Sunhui was also surprised. She didn't expect that Wang Xiao's very utterance had turned a bad situation which would harm the family's prestige into a predicament for the Liu clan's reputation. Prior to this, her oldest son only focused on his own cultivation with very little concern for other matters. She didn't expect him to demonstrate such capability as soon as he took the role of clan leader. "Excellent." Suddenly, a voice of approval rang out. The words of the Wang clan leader really opened my ears. "I'm impressed. I'm impressed." The Xuan Wu family is a martial arts family. If you can't hold on to your ancestral property, why not retire to a corner? While speaking, a middle-aged man, appearing extraordinary in his brocade robe, strode out, surrounded by several fierce family guards. He looked at Wang Xiaos with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. As soon as this man appeared, both Gong Sunhui and Wang Dinghai's expressions changed. "It's Liu Shengai." Especially Gong Sunhui. Her face awkwardly whispered a warning to Wang Xiaos. Be careful." The Liu clan leader appearing at this time is suspicious. Liu Shengai. Wang Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. The present clan leader of Liu clan in Ping'an. He heard that his personal martial power is not the strongest in Liu clan, having not broken through to level 8 of Qi refinement realm despite being 40 years old. In Wang Xiao's memory, this person was famous for his cunning and deceitful tactics, a smiling tiger. He had taken advantage of the former clan leader, Wang Dinyu, several times. He was very good at managing family properties, making the power of Liu clan grow stronger day by day. "I see, it's the Liu clan leader." Wang Xiaos responded calmly. "Since the Liu clan leader agrees with my words, does that mean you agree to my duel with Liu Yongzhu?" Without further ado, he threw a loop to Liu Shengai. "Where is this coming from? Though your words make sense, as the head of a clan, how can you bully the weak?" Liu Shengai smoothly rode the momentum. For the duel, it should be fair and equal. His intention was naturally to shift the duel back onto Liu Yongzhu and Wang Dinghai. Clan leader Liu's words make sense. Wang Xiaos nodded seriously in agreement. Our Wang and Liu clans usually have many disagreements and misunderstandings. Since we have to duel, why don't we, two clan leaders, fight personally? That could also be considered equal. What? Liu Shengai's face twitched. The clan leaders personally duel? Was Wang Xiaos crazy? He first bit on Liu Yongzhu, and now he is directly biting on him. Liu Shengai. Was he going to bite everyone? Is that what he meant? The surrounding business travelers and other people at the ferry crossing were also taken aback, going straight for a death match between two prominent family clan leaders. The clan leader is a bit ferocious. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Nephew, you mustn't. Wang Dinghai desperately tried to dissuade him. The Liu clan's family head is already 40 years old, very experienced. You're too impulsive. Gong Sunhui was also somewhat flustered. As a clan leader, he is the stabilizing needle of the family. They'd be willing to see a fight with Liu Yongzhu as there is a significant gap in strength between them. But challenging Liu Shengai would be too risky without knowing what the situation was. On the side, Liu Shengai secretly wiped off a cold sweat. Good thing there are some sensible elders in the Wang family. They should advise the young clan leader. What kind of thing was that? Since when do the main generals of the two armies have a death match as soon as they meet? It's chaotic. Moreover, he, Liu Shengai, had been living comfortably for many years, and had not fought with anyone for a long time. A death match was no joke. Aunt, Uncle Six, Wang Xiaos interrupted them directly. A clan leader is just a member of the family, and every member has the right and duty to shed blood and make sacrifices for the survival of the family. Even more so when it comes to Elder Longyan. As he spoke, Wang Xiao's got increasingly emotional and outraged, as if he was about to explode from repression, and he choked back the last 3 words he wanted to say. Shows. Wang Dinghai was taken aback and quickly asked in a low voice, Elder Longyin, she won't. Rest assured, she's fine. Wang Xiao's looked a bit pale. It's just heartbreaking how much Elder Longyin has sacrificed for the family in her life. It's about time we, the younger generation, stepped forward and shed some blood. However, what he said seemed more like an excuse. With that, Wang Xiao's turned his gaze to Liu Shenghai, family head Liu. Since our 2 families have such significant conflicts, why not take this opportunity to settle it once and for all? Let's sign a death duel contract. The loser will withdraw from the Peace River fishing grounds, and their family won't hold a grudge. His words were filled with a sense of finality. Good. Young clan leader Wang really has courage. Since the 2 families have conflicts, why not let Wang fight Wang, and settle it all? The onlookers naturally enjoyed the spectacle and called for this to happen. After all, a rare opportunity to watch the 2 clan leaders in a death match was far too intriguing. Immediately, they all started to stir up trouble and instigate this event. God damn it. Why is this kid so hungry for blood? Looking at his evasive words, could the rumors be true? If so, that changes everything. Liu Shenghai shuddered, his eyebrows furrowed. After a brief pondering, he changed his tactics, revealing a benevolent look. My dear nephew, your father and I have been old friends for many years. It's not too much to call you my nephew. Our 3 prominent families in Ping'an Town have been established for many years, and we should support and take care of each other. Why should it come to this over such trivial conflicts? So, according to family head Liu, are you prepared to compensate for my Uncle Six's medical expenses? Wang Xiao squinted, a cold smile hanging on his lips. Compensate for medical expenses? Liu Shenghai's face darkened, but he was good at hiding his knives in smiles, and his smile became even more amiable at that moment. It's inevitable for neighbors to have conflicts. But since this time it's Yongzu's fault, we naturally have to admit it. Here are 30 Qian gold as compensation for brother Dinghai. With that, Liu Shenghai took out 3 certificates of 10 Qian gold each, and handed them to Wang Xiao with a smile. It's said that you, dear nephew, are a dragon and a phoenix among people, with potential no less than Elder Longyin back then. You're sure to be the pillar of our Ping'an Town in the future. 30 Qian gold? Wang Xiao's, who had integrated his memories, knew this was a fortune. He saw the opportunity and took it with a smile. Family head Liu, you're the sea stabilizing needle of Ping'an. I've just taken over as clan leader, and I'll be relying on your guidance in the future. Absolutely. Absolutely. After Liu Shenghai laughed twice, he left the deep-water dock area with his head of household and Liu Yongzu. When the onlookers realized there wouldn't be a fight, they sighed in dismay. It seemed they had missed out on some excitement, and they dispersed in disappointment. Nephew, you really know how to handle things. Wang Dinghai seemed to have let off a burst of steam, his face lighting up with joy. With just a few words, you turned the situation around and even made that old fox Liu Shenghai willingly apologize and make amends. But Gongsun Hua looked anything but happy, showing clear worry between his brows. 6th uncle, aunt, seeing as we're all here, why not take a tour on 6th uncle's boat? Wang Xiao smirked. I grew up without ever having the chance to go out on a boat with 6th uncle. Very well, let 6th uncle show you a good time. Wang Dinghai was delighted. Later on, I'll show you my unique fishing skills. As they were about to board the boat, Wang Xiao called over a few household guards. After whispering some instructions to them, they scattered to fulfill their tasks. Only then did Wang Xiao and Gongsun Hua, following Wang Dinghai, head towards the deep-water dock. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of Dingpo Ferry, a youthful Liu Yongzu appeared upset. Family head, we planned to take a bite out of the Wang's flesh. How did we unintentionally end up apologizing? Yongzu, you are still too young, Liu Shenghai casually commented with a grin, hands behind his back. As the saying goes, one man's meat is another man's poison. At present, not only should we avoid provoking the Wang family, but we should also tread carefully so as not to come into conflict with them. Family head. Liu Yongzhi was both irritated and puzzled. Based on my speculation, Wang Longyan, that damned hag, is on her deathbed, Liu Sheng'ai cunningly whispered. The Wang family is akin to a dying tiger, and hence, at their most dangerous. If we push too hard, we might provoke a vicious counterattack. Although we of the Liu clan are not afraid, we certainly do not wish to give the opportunistic Zhao clan any benefits. Wang Longyan. This name was like a thorn in the throat of Liu clan. As long as she lived, they dared not sever ties with the Wang family. Family head, is this true? Liu Yongzhi excitedly inquired. When Wang Longyan closed herself off, not even appearing for such significant occasions as heir announcements, I already had strong suspicions. Liu Sheng'ai chuckled coldly, seeing the immature actions of Wang Shao's, the new clan leader. I'm more than convinced. Ha! Why would I let him have his way? Whether she dies in 2 or 3 years, or perhaps 4 or 5, once Wang Longyan passes. Family head? We have to wait that long? Liu Yongzhi was somewhat stunned. What do you know? The rise and fall of a family can't be expected to happen overnight. The Liu clan has waited all these years. What would a few more matter? Liu Sheng'ai waved his sleeve as he was helped onto a carriage by his household guards. Moreover, before Wang Longyan's death, we the Liu clan have much to prepare. Yongzhi, remember this, don't clash with the Wang family without my order, or you'll face familial punishment. Yes, family head. Liu Yongzhi repressed his anger, feeling helpless. He could only respectfully watch as clan leader Liu Sheng'ai's carriage departed. After leaving a few of his household guards behind to carry out their tasks at the dock, Wang Shao's joined Aunt Gongsun Hui aboard Wang Dinghai's medium-sized fishing vessel, Define the Sea. The medium-sized boat, constructed entirely of wood, measured about 25 to 30 feet long and over 6 feet wide. The towering mast and lowered sail indicated that this was a sailing vessel. As Wang Dinghai was enthusiastically showing Wang Shao's around the ship, Gongsun Hui sternly said, Sixth uncle, let's have a word on the stern deck. The two followed her to the stern of the boat. With a slight tremor, the vessel began to set sail out of the deep-water harbor. Sizer, you went a bit too far today. Gongsun Hui sighed. The old ancestor, Longyan, sacrificed her entire life for our family. Her hardships are countless. You can't disrespect her by spreading rumors about her, especially not in public. Besides, you even had the Guardians spread false information. Your behavior today will surely reach the ears of the elders, and they will undoubtedly admonish you. Wang Dinghai also seemed flustered. Aunt, what can we do? Won't the elders press charges against Shao's? The old ancestor not only stabilizes our family like the sea stabilizing needle but is also like a mountain in our hearts. Naturally, I have extreme reverence for her. Sixth uncle, stay calm, just stay calm. Wang Shao's calmly smiled. The elders are family, I believe that they'll understand once we reason it out with them. Aunt, let me ask you, how long can old ancestor Longyan hang on? How dare you speak of old ancestor Longyan that way? We should not discuss. Aunt, as the clan leader, I must consider the welfare and development of the entire clan. Wang Shao's interrupted Gongsun Hui. If I can't even ask or find out about the old ancestor's health, how can I plan for the clan's future development? If that's the case, I, Wang Shao's, am probably ill-suited to bear the mantle of leadership. Perhaps it's best to find a replacement. Chapter 5. Longyan Old Ancestor. Our ace in the hole. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. You. How can you say such things? Gongsun Hui had not expected the always obedient Wang Shao's to make such a shocking statement. Fifth sister-in-law, I think what Xiao said makes sense, Wang Dinghai admitted, somewhat impressed with Wang Shao's today, and immediately added, knowing how long old ancestor Longyan can uphold our family would help everyone be mentally prepared. The expression on Gongsun Hui's face changed several times before she finally said, this is a family secret. When I went to report to old ancestor Longyan a few days ago, she told me herself that if she doesn't take action, she can maintain control for another 20 years. If she does, it's hard to say. 20 years. Wang Shao's thought to himself, It was far longer than he had imagined, and perhaps this meant there could be a chance for a turnaround. "Sir, you are the family's only hope," Gongsun Hui said with a grave expression. "For the time being, our Wang family should continue to keep a low profile and endure in silence, focusing all of our efforts on helping you break through to the spirit platform realm within 20 years. We mustn't create any troubles." "Yes, yes. Sixth uncle will find ways to catch more spirit fish to sell and gather resources for you," Wang Dinghai agreed enthusiastically. "Only if you can break through to the spirit platform realm can our Wang family truly be saved." "Me, break through to the spirit platform realm? Then what?" Wang Shao said with a cold sneer and a sniff of disdain. "Let's not even discuss whether I can make the breakthrough. Even if there's a chance, do you think the Liu clan and Zhao clan will just watch me do it? Will they give me 20 years? Moreover, even if I'm lucky enough to make it, I'll just be another old ancestor Longyan." As a transmigrator, Wang Shao's naturally was able to step outside the box of the Wang family's usual way of thinking. His words chilled Gongsun Hui and Wang Dinghai to the bone, realizing that they had been living under the protection of old ancestor Longyan, believing that the Liu and Zhao clans would not truly turn against them. But if the very Wang Shaos they had pinned all their hopes on truly had the potential to attack the spirit platform, would the Liu clan and Zhao clan just sit idly by? Enough. I deliberately gave the impression that our old ancestor doesn't have long left. I believe that with Liu Shengai's cunning, he will definitely not choose to be the vanguard and come into conflict with our Wang family at this time. Therefore, I've instructed the head of household to continue to secretly spread the word, giving the Liu clan and Zhao clan a countdown of about 5 years, said Wang Shaos with a grunt. "Anyone who dares to provoke us within these 5 years, we'll fight them desperately, taking on one family at a time. When push comes to shove, we can always invite or have old ancestor Longyan preside over the situation." In Wang Shao's view, old ancestor Longyan was like the ace up his sleeve, and the greatest value was not in playing it but in the deterrence it provided before being played. Brilliant. Wang Dinghai slapped his thigh in approval. The family head is quite the strategist. We're like a cornered beast at death's door. They all fear our last desperate counterattack. This way, not only will they dare not bully us, but they'll also want to curry favor and coax us. No wonder Liu Shengai, that old fox, obediently offered 30 Qian gold as an apology. Not only that, but now that our Wang family has a deadline in place, with such a tempting piece of fat right in front of them, how can the Liu clan and Zhao clan, who have united out of common hatred, refrain from having other thoughts while they bide their time? Wang Shao said with a sly smile, "Keep in mind that greed and dissatisfaction are fundamental aspects of human nature. The upcoming situation will certainly be interesting, and if we can further stoke the fire by sowing discord he." After hearing Wang Shao's analysis, Gongsun Hui and Wang Dinghai both gasped, looked at each other with trepidation, yet simultaneously a glimmer of hope emerged, a hope that the family might have the opportunity to turn the tide. "Great-aunt, sixth uncle, this matter is a vital secret concerning the life and death of the Wang family," Wang Shao said solemnly with a bow. "On one hand, I hope you can keep this secret, and on the other, I hope you can trust and support me unconditionally." This was Wang Shao's real intent. His body was too young and, even being the clan leader, he would inevitably be subject to others' interferences. He had to first throw out some shocking ideas to win over key figures and gain allies. Gongsun Hui was his father's first wife, and he was Gongsun Hui's future support, while sixth uncle Wang Dinghai had an open and straightforward nature, making him easy to win over. Gongsun Hui and Wang Dinghai both took a deep breath and made their oaths in all earnestness. As the three conversed, the medium-sized fishing boat, under the control of the boatman, had left the deep-water dock and entered the turbulent currents at the center of Peace River. The span of Peace River was much wider than Wang Shao's had imagined. Looking out, the misty waves were boundless and Dingpo Ferry gradually became smaller and unclear. As they moved farther into the depths of Peace River and the waves grew larger, the rocking of the boat grew more intense, and even Wang Shao's, with his peak level 6 vital energy refining realm physique, felt a bit nauseous. Gongsun Hui, equally unaccustomed to such rough conditions, also looked pale and uneasy. Ha ha, fifth sister-in-law, Xiao's, a fishing boat isn't as stable as a ferry. When the boat is rocking, don't try to fight the tilt with your body, instead, sway with the motion like a weather vane, Wang Dinghai explained patiently, teaching the two how to handle the rocking caused by wind and waves. Wang Xiao's and Gongsun Hui, both being profound martial practitioners, relied on their mysterious energy and physical fitness, and it didn't take long for them to get used to the rocking. Especially Wang Xiao's, who learned to nail his feet to the deck like Wang Dinghai, rhythmically swaying with the waves, gradually looked more relaxed and at ease. Ze has such a great talent. Sixth uncle will show you how I usually fish, Wang Dinghai said enthusiastically, eager to showcase his skills, since rarely did anyone from the family come to the fishing boat to watch him work. I believe sixth uncle's skills are certainly extraordinary, however, let's have the regular fisherman give it a try first, Wang Xiao suggested. Wang Dinghai was taken aback, but immediately smiled and said, so, Xiao's, you're here to assess the standard of the fishing boat. Very well, the fishermen on your sixth uncle's flagship are all skilled hands. Wang Gaodan, come and give the clan leader a demonstration. Yes, Sea Lord. A strapping young lad leapt down from the mast, agile as a monkey. He picked up a fishing net and, with a twist of his waist, flung it from the side of the ship. The net soared outwards, unfurling into a beautiful large circle in the air. Swoosh! The weighted net plunged into the water like an upside-down giant sea bowl and sank to the bottom within a few breaths. Good! The surrounding fishermen all voiced their praise. This was throwing the net, and the technique was strong. Wang Xiao's could tell immediately, before crossing over, he had been an ordinary office worker who occasionally fished with friends. Hence, he'd come across some fishing videos on apps like TikTok and Qazoo, which included some experts at net casting. Although Wang Xiao's himself wasn't skilled at it, he could still discern whether a cast was good or bad. He had to admit that this young man named Gaodan had impressive skills. As the net settled on the riverbed, Wang Gaodan carefully started to pull in the line, bringing the edges of the net together along the bottom before gradually lifting it. Finally, with a forceful tug, he hauled the entire fishing net aboard in an instant. Caught! The net enclosed a large fish with a white striped dorsal fin. Wang Gaodan extricated the fish from the net and, holding it triumphantly, approached to claim his credit. See brother, it's a 9-star base, weighing a good 5 jin. Not bad, lad, put it in the live well. Wang Dinghai patted him on the shoulder in approval and turned to explain to Wang Xiao's, although the 9-star base isn't a spirit fish, it's exquisite and tender, considered a top-notch fish. Even if we sold it to a fishmonger, it would fetch a whole copper coin. However, our family has a fish shop in Chengling City, we produce and sell our own, which earns us a few more shillings. Wang Xiao's nodded appreciatively. In the Great Qian land, currency was counted in shillings, copper coins, and Qian gold. Normally, a jin of rice would only cost 5 to 10 shillings. And 100 shillings could be exchanged for a copper coin, so the value of this fish was quite high. Wang Gaodan placed his catch in the live well in the center of the fishing boat, which was connected to the external water to maintain the vitality of the catch to the greatest extent. However, according to Wang Dinghai, only some of the more valuable catches received this treatment. The live well was also divided into several sections to store different types of catch. With Wang Gaodan's demonstration complete, the other fishermen were eager to show off their unique skills. Each one was experienced, casting large, round nets, though the results varied. Most nets came back empty, with only occasional surprises. Over an hour later, as various catches began to accumulate, with 3 9-star bases and even a more expensive mandarin fish with the leopard pattern, weighing a little more than 2 jin. Wang Dinghai claimed this fish alone was worth at least 1 copper coin and 60 shillings, with all the good catches reserved for the clan leader's enjoyment. Wang Xiao's smiled on the surface, but his mind was constantly calculating. This 30-leaf fishing ground was within the territorial waters of the Ping and Wang family, and the family attached great importance to this ancestral property, which was supposed to be one of the family's main sources of income. As time passed, Wang Xiao's grew increasingly impatient and finally said, "Sixth uncle, I think we've seen enough demonstrations. The fisherman's casting skills are very strong. Could we quickly move on to the main topic and demonstrate the real fishing operation? Wang Dinghai's conversationally radiant expression instantly froze, and he said, puzzled, Shows, aren't we already demonstrating real fishing? Could it be that you want to see the capture of spirit fish? Some of the smaller spirit fish are caught by luck, while the larger and fiercer ones need to be hunted with fishing arrows. Is this professional fishing? Wang Xiao's face darkened. In his past life, out of curiosity, he had gone out to experience professional fishing on a colleague's relative's commercial fishing boat, where one haul brought up more than 40,000 jin, and that was considered a poor catch. As for throwing nets, on Earth, it was purely a recreational fishing tool, just a bit more intense than normal fishing, for hobbyists to enjoy leisure and entertainment. If anyone seriously used net casting as a profession for their livelihood, Chapter 6
their whole family would
prohibited
starve to
fishing
death.
gear. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiaos, are you somehow displeased with our fishing team? Wang Dinghai asked, somewhat tentatively. Displeased? He was more than displeased. Wang Xiaos muttered to himself, then said solemnly, Sixth uncle, what's the annual output of our fishing and hunting team? What about the expenses, the profits? At this question, Wang Dinghai looked at him in surprise. How could he possibly answer that? Let me answer that. Gongsun Hui cut in. For the past few years, I've been managing the family's overall accounts. Our fishing and hunting team has a total of 9 small fishing boats and 1 medium-sized fishing boat. For the past 5 years, the average annual catch has been about 6,700 shi, a measure of volume, which brought in 486 kien gold. Each year, we catch an average of 400 jin of spirit fish, which brings in 120 kien gold. So, the average annual total profit is 606 kien gold. Now it was Wang Xiao's turn to be surprised. He looked at Gongsun Hui. He knew his mother was in charge of the bookkeeping, but he never imagined she knew the numbers so well. However, the amount of the catch seemed far too small. 10 boats together, on average, caught only 20 shay, or about 2,000 gin of fish each day. Why are you so surprised, Zed? Gongsun Hui asked calmly. Despite my profound martial talent not being particularly strong, as the direct descendant of the Gongsun clan of Shanyang, I am expected to be proficient in 9-chapter arithmetic. With your father being the clan leader, it's natural that I should help him manage the accounts. As she spoke, Gongsun Hui's eyes started to show a trace of melancholy. For all these years, she had painstakingly kept the accounts in pristine condition, knowing every single data by heart, only to find that her husband, Wang Dinghai, did not pay them any attention. Reminded by her words, Wang Xiaos remembered the customs of this profound martial world. Marriages in the major clans were always direct line to direct line, main branch to main branch. Since his mother Gongsun Hui was a direct descendant, she was expected to marry a young clan leader of another family. Just as when he, Wang Xiaos, would marry in future, it must be to a direct descendant of some other family. The conversation sidetracked a bit, but since Gongsun Hui was so knowledgeable about the subject, Wang Xiaos quickly picked up his spirits. Earlier, Sixth Uncle mentioned how valuable the fish we catch are, so why does an annual catch of around 6,700 shi worth only 486 kien gold? The fish your Sixth Uncle mentioned are high-value breeds, favored and enjoyed by people of esteemed clans. Not all of our catch are of such high value. Besides, our clan also runs fish stalls where the catch is categorized and processed for selling, including fresh, cured, smoked, etc. This part of the profit is considered within the income of the fish stalls. That is another matter altogether, Gongsun Hui explained clearly. The internal consumption of the Wang family will also be counted in the accounts with the amount of kien gold we used for purchases. Please continue, mother, Wang Xiao said respectfully, about expenses and net profit, for example. For the first time, somebody was taking interest in the accounts, and Gongsun Hui perked up. Speaking of expenses, currently we have 46 fishermen, and their annual salaries, considering the monthly stipend, cost 151 kien gold. the maintenance of the 10 fishing boats, including the repair and maintenance of various tools, cost 92 kien gold. In addition, the annual average tax is 72 kien gold and the average compensation fund is 60 kien gold. After deducting all expenses, the average annual net profit is 221 kien gold. This does not include the family tribute that your sixth uncle is entitled to, which is accounted for separately. Hearing this, Wang Dinghai's face reddened somewhat, and he said awkwardly, "Why is the net profit so little? I thought at least it would bring the family 400 to 500 kien gold profit each year." "If you have any doubts about the accounts, uncle, feel free to take a look at the books anytime," Gongsun Hui responded calmly. No, fifth sister-in-law, I didn't mean it that way." Wang Dinghai quickly waved his hands. "I'm just a crude man who knows only fishing." "Shows, there's no pleasure in listening to these dull accounts. Let your sixth uncle show you some real skills." "Sixth uncle, take it easy," Wang Xiao said, trying to calm him down. Then he frowned at Gongsun Hui. "Two questions. First, what are the taxes based on? And second, what exactly is the compensation fund?" "Shows, the Peace River has strong winds and stormy waves, and dangerous currents lurk under the water. Occasionally, there are some formidable aquatic fierce beasts as well," Wang Dinghai hurried to explain. "Even if your sixth uncle is very careful, it's inevitable that some crew and fishermen will be lost to the river. Without high monthly wages and a compensation fund, no one would take the risk to join our team. As for the taxes, they are calculated based on the size of fishing boats. Each small fishing boat pays 6 kien gold per year, and each medium-sized boat pays 18 kien gold per year," Gongsun Hu added. "A fixed quota tax, huh?" But Wang Xiao's could understand. In this world, where economic development was quite primitive, a fixed quota tax was the best method. Having gathered all the information, Wang Xiao's bowed to Wang Dinghai. "Sixth uncle, I didn't realize how dangerous the fishing industry in Peace River is. Thanks for your hard work and the contributions you've made to our family over the years." Wang Dinghai let out a sigh of relief and laughed awkwardly. "Xiaos, just don't blame our team for earning so little. To be honest, when my fifth brother was clan leader, I even suggested expanding the fishing fleet. I can manage 10 boats or even more than 20. I could recruit more fishermen, so we could earn more kien gold for the family. Plus, this 30-li section of Peace River could easily accommodate 20-something fishing boats. The Liu clan, for example, have over 20 boats. Another tens of boats." Wang Xiao's asked excitedly, "Could you elaborate?" To expand the family, kien gold was the most critical resource. "Let me explain." Gongsun Hui, knowing Wang Dinghai's poor calculation skills, took over. "I'm aware of the sixth uncle's plan. He wants to add 2 medium-sized fishing boats and 10 small ones, with each medium-sized boat costing 120 kien gold and each small boat costing 45 kien gold. The total investment would be 690 kien gold. As long as we could hire the required number of fishermen, the books would balance in 3 years. Bouncing back in 3 years seems doable." Wang Xiao's nodded in agreement. "Even if we stopped doing this in the future, selling off those fishing boats wouldn't mean a loss." Wang Dinghai's face lit up at the remark, revealing a certain look of finding someone who truly understood him. He slapped his thigh and said, "Fifth sister-in-law, I told you this idea was possible. I just don't get why, although I am willing to contribute more to the family, my fifth brother still doesn't agree." At this, Gongsun Hui's face turned somewhat awkward. "Sixth uncle, you need to know that the Wang family has been short of money in all aspects these years." She let out a soft sigh. She agreed with the plan of expanding the fleet, but Wang Dinghai was strongly opposed. Even her proposal to borrow money from her mother's family had been adamantly rejected by Wang Dinghai. "Xiaos, so you're agreeing to expand the fleet?" Wang Dinghai asked, tentatively. If you need to expand the fleet." Gongsun Hui hesitated a little, then said, "I can go back to Shanyang to raise some kien gold." It was embarrassing to borrow money from one's maternal family, but for the development of the clan, she had to put aside so much. "No, I disagree," Wang Xiao said after thinking about it. What? Wang Dinghai's face darkened a bit. Even Gongsun Hua looked at Wang Xiao's in confusion. Didn't he just say it was feasible? Could it be that, like his father, he insisted on saving face rather than allowing her to raise funds? Things change over time, Wang Xiao said, frowning. The clan's development can't be separated from Qian gold, but to get more Qian gold, we must expand the clan's output. Isn't that wrong? How can we increase the output without expanding the fleet? Wang Dinghai stared at Wang Xiao's, expectantly. Wang Xiao's chuckled mysteriously. Uncle, you know a lot about fishing. I have a few ideas to discuss with you. Have you ever thought of a method of fishing called trawl netting? This is a coordinated way of fishing that involves two boats. Then, Wang Xiao's squat down, pulled Wang Dinghai with him, and started to draw a sketch on the deck. Trawling was a very common fishing method on Earth where Xiao's was from. It was a professional method of fishing. Its efficiency was far beyond any recreational tool, such as throwing a net. Without the excellent natural environment in Peace River, Wang Dinghai's unprofessional fishing method would surely end up bankrupt. Of course, the severity of trawling, which was highly damaging to the natural environment, was a source of resistance for Xiao's. But with the survival of the clan at stake, he had to develop it, sooner rather than later. At worst, once the clan had developed and become powerful, they could give up this method of natural capture. Xiao's, your idea is very astonishing. Wang Dinghai, a pro in this field, quickly understood the principle but frowned and voiced out his concern. But such a huge net, not to mention how difficult it would be to make, our fishing boats can't pull it, can they? Unable to pull it, right? Wang Xiao suddenly realized where the problem lay. A sailing boat was incapable of the pulling power that oil-powered mechanical boats have. There was no way it could pull a giant net. We'll start with something smaller, mainly aiming for something that can be moved, Wang Xiao said. First, we'll try a small trawl net about 30 or 40 feet wide and 60 or 70 feet long. This will be in the shape of a large bag and will have bristles inside to prevent fish from escaping. That might be worth a try, said Wang Dinghai, his eyes shining. I'll go back and get 20 net weaving workers to start on it. It should be finished in about 2 months. 20 people, 2 months. Wang Xiao's couldn't help feeling helpless. The productivity of this profound martial world was indeed low. But it's precisely because of this that the natural resources of this world are so well preserved. In contrast, the nearby sea areas in Wang Xiao's world were being pounded flat by trawling, forcing the government to enact various fishing bans. The power of trawling was not something to be joked about. Don't rush, uncle. Take a look at this other fishing tool. Although it's not as effective as trawling, it's simple to operate, and even common people could operate it if it's deployed correctly. Afterwards, Wang Xiao sketched out another type of fishing tool for Wang Dinghai, called a lifting harp. It was somewhat similar to casting a net, but while casting involved trapping fish from above, the lifting harp scooped them up from below. Overall, the lifting harp was more complex than casting a net, but once fixed and leveraged, it was simpler and less labor-intensive. Its advantage is that, once set up, any common laborer, even miners, could operate it. Furthermore, the lifting harp had a stronger evolution form, which is the river barring gillnet. If this could be manufactured, its lethality would be as strong as a small trawler, if not stronger. Xiao's, where did you get all these wonderful ideas? Wang Dinghai was so excited that he began to tremble. If all these could be realized, we'd be rich. I came across them while reading an old book when I had free time, Wang Xiao said. Uncle, how about trying out the ground cage and soul confusing array? Both the ground cage and the soul confusing array were highly lethal fishing tools, so lethal that they had been banned by the government and placed on the illegal fishing gear list. Both of these were passive typeset fishing gear. Once set up and cast, they only needed regular checks, much like botting in a game. You didn't have to do anything, just collect the harvest at a set time. Wang Dinghai was about to go crazy. As a profound martial professional fisherman, Wang Xiao seemed to have opened a new world to him. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Uncle 6. All these are the secrets for the rise of our family. We must prioritize keeping them confidential. Wang Shao's temporarily gave up the idea of sharing with him the basics of luau angling, solemnly said, "I understand. I will be extra careful in doing all of these, and I hope the family can assign 2 head of households to assist me." Wang Dinghai was trembling with excitement. "Also, about the scoop net, I have some ideas. We can quickly modify a scoop net using cast nets. Let's try it first. If it can." His eyes were gleaming and he couldn't wait to experiment. The area from Dingpo Ferry to Chaotic Stone Beach was all Wang family's territory. Ordinary people would neither dare nor have the means to approach the river bank. After all, the river bank was underdeveloped and was only crudely cleaned up, filled with all sorts of unintentional dangers. Furthermore, this segment of the river was winding with many secluded places. Inspired by Wang Shao's, Wang Dinghai, who was familiar with the fishing industry, had many plans and ideas. After getting Wang Shao's approval, Wang Dinghai headed towards a concealed mini-dock on the river segment. Each dock here was a secret base, which had a variety of uses. Just like a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, this was even more so for the Wang family's fishing fleet. A hidden wooden cabin was built next to the mini-dock, serving as a shelter from wind and waves. Wang Dinghai arranged for Wang Shao's and Gong Sun Hu in this simple cabin. Leaving Wang Gaodan to serve the 2, he hurriedly left. "This is the first time that I've seen Uncle Six in such a hurry," Gong Sun Hu commented. "It seems that the fishing method you suggested, sir, will be very effective. The method was learned from some ancient books and is untested in practice, so I'm not sure. I just hope it will be useful for the family." Wang Shao's smiled indifferently, then turned to Wang Gaodan. "Gaodan, can you roast fish?" "Yes." Wang Gaodan nodded smartly. "Lord, I will go roast the fish now." As soon as he had finished speaking, he dashed out. When only Gong Sun Hu and Wang Shao's were left, Gong Sun Hu looked carefully at Wang Shao's. After she had stared at him for so long that he felt somewhat uneasy, she finally sighed and said, "Sir, you have changed, becoming more free-spirited and confident. When you were younger, you only focused on cultivation and ignored everything else. If my sister-in-law hadn't watched you grow up, I would really doubt you were switched at birth." "Sister-in-law, you're joking." "In the past, my father took care of everything, so I could just focus on my own affairs," Wang Shao said with a calm expression, sighing. "But now, father has passed away, and the family situation has deteriorated to such a degree. If I don't step up, where will the Wang family go?" "Sister-in-law, let's not talk about this for now. You have had a long journey, rest for a while. Let's look forward to Uncle Six's surprise later." Wang Shao's took control of the situation, actively ended the topic and began to rest. Around an hour later, Wang Gaodan brought back several golden roasted fish. The aroma was enticing. Wang Shao's took out 2 copper coins and threw them to him. "Here's a reward for you. Wait for us outside." "Thank you, Lord." "Thank you, Lord." Wang Gaodan happily ran out. Wang Shao's shared the roasted fish with Gong Sun Hu. Although Gaodan's cooking skills were average and he only added some coarse salt, the choice of fresh and high-quality seafood made Wang Shao's savor the dish and sing its praises. It was also the first time for Gong Sun Hu to eat such rustic food. After a few bites, her beautiful eyes kept shining, as if she found it very tasty. When they had finished eating the roasted fish, they heard the excited shout of Wang Dinghai from outside. "Shao's sister-in-law, please come out and see." Wang Shao's and Gong Sun Hu followed the sound and arrived at the dock. They saw that Wang Dinghai had already set up a simple portable fishing net according to his plan. That net made Wang Shao's raise his eyebrows. The 4 support poles were as thick as arms and the main pole was even bigger than one's thigh. This thing was too heavy, probably weighing about 200 or 300 pounds. Ordinary people on Earth would not be able to handle it. But there stood Wang Dinghai on the wooden dock, bending his waist and hardening his legs. With slight strength, he easily lifted the heavy net out of the water. Well, I forgot that he was a level 5 chi refiner in the profound martial realm. His strength was more than 10 times as strong as an ordinary person on Earth. Boom! A large fish had been caught by the net. The fish splashed water with a wave but was blocked by the net and lost its way. Before it could react a second time, it was lifted from the water, lying in the center of the net, ready to be slaughtered. Furthermore, A few small fish weighing 1 to 3 kilograms were quietly lying next to it. Excellent! The surrounding fishermen cheered enthusiastically as they hurriedly scooped up the catch with makeshift handles. Although it was an inexpensive red carp, it weighed about 6 to 7 kilograms and could sell for dozens of shillings, thus proving the effectiveness of the fishing net lift. Then, under the personal guidance of Wang Shao's, Wang Dinghai made further improvements to the fishing net lift, adding a reverse rod and additional weighting equipment. The principle is extremely simple, resembling a seesaw on Earth. However, this seesaw is triangular in shape, with the two ends connected by a rope. By positioning an appropriate weight on one side of the seesaw, slight pressure could lift the opposite end of the fishing net out of the water in a seesaw-like motion. Afterward, 4 hours passed before everything was set up and the sky had turned dark, but everyone's enthusiasm remained high. With just an hour's wait, they could pull up the net, and it was not labor-intensive. Of course, netting nothing could not be avoided. But as it was already dark, many fish started to come closer to the shore under the cover of darkness to look for food, as there were more food near the shore than in the center of the big river. Boom! Crash! After several empty nets, there were always occasions when a big fish was caught with a loud bang. Every so often, they even caught 2 or 3 fish in one throw, which excited those fishermen and Wang Dinghai. Shao's, we're rich. Wang Dinghai, holding a torch, reported gleefully, we just pulled up 30 nets in 2 hours, lost 5, but caught 9 large ones, and countless small and medium-sized ones. In just 2 hours, we caught over 100 kilograms of fish, which would be worth over 10 copper coins. The alarming amount of catches even baffled Wang Shao's. This was indeed the profound martial world, with more resources than Earth. However, Wang Dinghai also indicated that it was the salmon run season and night was the best time for fishing, so this kind of harvest could be considered reasonable. This tool is much better than a casting net. Wang Dinghai said excitedly, casting nets can also catch a lot of fish, but a physically robust fisherman can only cast about 100 nets in one day before getting exhausted. But this new tool doesn't require much physical effort or skill. We can arrange for 2 fishermen to work in shifts for 12 hours, and it's relatively safe. After all, fishing on the riverbank is much less dangerous than fishing in the center of the river. Good point, but you've overlooked one advantage, and that is replicability. Wang Shao's, also in high spirits, said, Uncle Six, find some skilled craftsman from the family tomorrow to refine this crude tool and gradually promote it. Let's seize the opportunity during this year's salmon run season and catch more fish. The most important thing is confidentiality, Gong Sun Hu added from the sidelines. Uncle Six, don't blindly increase manpower. Try to find reliable helpers from our peripheral family members. Everyone was chipping in ideas. Suddenly, a loud splash echoed. Sea Lord, hurry, come over quickly, Wang Gaodan roared from a distance. The 3 people looked over and saw a long serpent-like creature being caught in the fishing net lift. Despite being lifted out of the water by 2 adult fishermen holding the lift's frame, it was still furiously struggling in the net, causing the whole frame to shake. It's a red scale deal. Wang Dinghai shouted in excitement. But almost immediately, his face turned pale. No good, it's going to break the net. The red scale deal bit the net with its sharp teeth and wildly twisted its body, tearing a large hole in the fishing net in an instant. It tried to squeeze itself out through the hole. Without a second thought, Wang Dinghai immediately dived into the water, swimming rapidly towards the fishing net. Just as the red scale deal was about to escape, he reached out and grabbed its neck, pulling out his diving knife and ruthlessly stabbing it into its head and stirring it around with his other hand. Despite this, the red scale deal wrapped itself around him and struggled violently, showing an incredible vitality. Only after an hour did it finally succumb and died. Wang Dinghai dragged it to shore and laid its body on a makeshift dock. The creature was over 20 meters long and as thick as a thigh at some points, its entire body covered with red scales. A level 1 marine fierce beast, red scale eel. Uncle Six, this must be a mature one, right? It weighs about 100 kilograms. Wang Shao's and Gong Sun Hu also came to take a look curiously. Ha ha ha, even more than that, this one weighs at least 150 kilograms. and it's worth at least 30 to 50 Kian gold. Wang Dinghai, sitting on the ground while gasping for breath, had an excited gleam in his eyes. If this beast had escaped into the water, I might not be able to catch it. But this red scale deal is a treasure all over. Family head, today's catch is all thanks to your blessings. Haha, we'll show off this Wang family's fairy tomorrow technique. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. In such familiar waters, the red scale deals were firstly rare and hard to encounter, and secondly, even if one were lucky enough to find one, ordinary fishing nets would be torn apart. Catching one was a matter of both luck and strength. Of course, if one ventured into the dangerous regions of the wild marsh, red scale deals were not that rare. However, those wild, unclaimed lands held untold dangers, and even those who had reached the spirit platform realm could risk their lives in such a place. With the capture of Wang Dinghai's red scale deal, the atmosphere suddenly reached its peak, and the fishermen quickly repaired their nets, continuing their work with renewed vigor. Wang Dinghai then personally led Wang Shao's and Gong Sun Hui sailing back to Dingpo Ferry, where they met up with a few of the household guards and returned to the main residence. It was late, and after washing up, they went to bed to rest. That night, Wang Shao's began to explore the state of profound martial cultivation. With the integration of memories, he became somewhat familiar and soon entered the proper track of cultivation. The cultivation technique practiced by Wang Shao's was called the Qi refining chapter of the Wang family's Xuan Yuan technique, said to be a technique passed down from the very first ancestor of the family. This technique cultivated a Xuan Yuan energy that was balanced and even-tempered, with no outstanding strengths but also no fatal flaws. However, the more one cultivated into the advanced stages, the thicker the mysterious energy became, and they would discover its exquisite points. Qi refining realm. It was the process by which practitioners of profound martial refined mysterious energy and used it to temper and strengthen their bodies. Pure mysterious energy flowed through the meridians and acupoints, warming and nourishing them, stimulating each acupoint while generating invisible energy fluctuations in a wondrous rhythm. These fluctuations spread through the body, causing the surrounding blood and qi to vibrate. The more acupoints the mysterious energy flowed through within the body, the stronger the rhythm of blood and qi became, until 12 acupoints were connected by mysterious energy in a closed loop, bringing the consumption of mysterious energy to its limit and the blood and qi rhythm to its peak. Suddenly, a cool sensation spread from the tailbone throughout Wang Shao's entire body in an instant, making his scalp tingle, as if his soul were about to float away, while a misty aura rose from the top of his head. The process lasted for about 10 breaths. The intense rhythm of the internal blood and qi receded like a tide, transforming into an invisible energy that converged towards the lower abdomen. A breath of foul air was expelled from his mouth, and within the empty qi sea, a new stream of mysterious energy emerged like a bubbling spring, quickly filling the qi sea. At this moment, Wang Shao's could already vaguely feel that the newborn mysterious energy in his qi sea had grown slightly stronger than before, and the energy that had been slightly exhausted from the day's exertions seemed to have recovered somewhat and felt even more powerful. This completed one cycle of cultivation of the Xuan Yuan technique. The cultivation of a profound martial practitioner was a very long and gradual process, with every strong individual building their strength bit by bit. However, during this process, the consumption of blood and qi was enormous, and profound martial practitioners had to supplement their diet and consume Dan medicine to increase blood and qi. Otherwise, such cultivation would not only be detrimental to the body but could also lead to a deficit in blood and qi, causing the body to collapse. The deeper a profound martial practitioner delved into cultivation, the greater their demand for food and nutrition, which is why profound martial practitioners established prominent families to seize wealth and amass abundant resources for their own use. Fortunately, recently Wang Shao's had been well nourished, with robust blood and qi that had yet to be refined. Considering his condition, he immediately began the second cycle. By the time dawn broke, Wang Shao's had completed 4 cycles of cultivation in around 4 hours. At this point, he felt exceptionally spirited, as if he had boundless energy within him, and he could clearly sense some progress in his cultivation realm. Only the previously abundant blood and chi in his body had been greatly consumed, and he could feel a sensation of hunger emanating from within. This hunger was distinct from the usual feeling of an empty stomach. It was mysteriously and acutely different. At the same time, he also felt some soreness and discomfort in his acupoints and meridians. Experience told him that, under such circumstances, even if his chi and blood were still vigorous, he could not continue cultivation. He needed to let the overburdened acupoints and meridians recover naturally. However, progress was also pleasing. By combining the memories and experience of his previous life, Wang Xiaos was able to judge his current condition. He felt that if he could make such progress every day, he would have the chance to break through his limits and reach the 7th layer of the vital energy refining realm within 3 months. Unfortunately, achieving such an ideal state under normal circumstances was almost very difficult. After a considerable amount of chi and blood was consumed, supplementation and accumulation through ordinary food alone was incredibly slow, and a substantial amount of spirit rice and spirit food was necessary. Even though Wang Xiaos was ranked first in the family's cultivation resource allocation, he could only be allotted 5 pounds of white jade spiritual rice, 5 pounds of spirit fish meat, and 5 pounds of spirit horned yak meat per month. Such a large amount of high-energy premium ingredients would at most allow him to have 5 meals, averaging a replenishment only once every 6 or 7 days. In addition, as the first in line for the family's focus on cultivation, he also had a monthly share of 1 little Peyuan Dan. The little Peyuan Dan was a higher grade cultivation resource than spirit food. However, its price was 10 Kian gold per pill, which made it extremely expensive. For clan members further down the cultivation sequence, they could only apply for one from the family to assist in their breakthrough when they were about to advance to the next cultivation stage. If he could eat spirit food at every meal and have a little Peyuan Dan every day, Wang Xiaos estimated his cultivation speed would skyrocket. Family head, your breakfast has arrived. Wang Gui, a servant, knocked on the door from the outside. Coming. Wang Xiaos got up from the bed. Meanwhile, after entering, Wang Gui placed the breakfast to one side, first poured clean water for the family head to wash and brush his teeth, and then set up the meal boxes one by one. A large bowl of jade spirit rice porridge, steamed red scaled eel marinated fish pieces. Wang Xiaos looked at the sumptuous breakfast with a hint of surprise. In addition to the 2 precious spirit foods, there were various pastries, snacks, and side dishes for the porridge. He knew this was not an everyday meal setup. Having spirit food at every meal would indeed rapidly supplement chi and blood and maximize cultivation progress. However, there was a principle of diminishing marginal utility involved. Especially when consumed at every meal, it would inevitably lead to a lot of nutritional waste and decrease the ratio of cost to benefit. The Wang family was too poor to afford such a luxurious cultivation method, and the family had its rules. Even the clan leader couldn't arbitrarily suck the blood of other clan members. Family head, this came from Miss Xia He, who is next to Madame Gongsun. Wang Gui replied earnestly. She said that after Madame Gongsun rose early, she personally prepared this breakfast. She also asked me to convey a message from Madame Gongsun, that the family head is currently at a critical juncture for breaking through to the advanced stage of the vital energy refining realm and shouldn't be overly modest. Indeed, Wang Gui's words confirmed Wang Xiaos's guess. This was Madame Gongsun Hu economizing from her own rations to give to him. Especially the phrase not to be overly modest, which blocked any of Wang Xiaos's refusals. Let it be, let it be. He shouldn't let down Madame's kind intentions. Moreover, he believed that the future of the family would get better and better. At least with his efforts from yesterday, the future profits of Wang Dinghai's fishing and hunting squad would more than double, which would greatly ease the family's strained resource situation. After eating a meal of spirit food, his slightly deficient chi and blood immediately replenished a bit. Following that, with the digestion and conversion of those foods, his chi and blood would become even more abundant. After eating his fill, Wang Xiaos pondered a visit to the other family businesses. Whether he liked it or not, he was completely bound to the Ping and Wang family. And as the helmsman and clan leader, he naturally had to be fully aware of every facet of the family. Only in this way could he take into account the overall situation and find ways to revitalize this declining family. For other transmigrators, they all have a system cheat. Just by thinking about it, they can call up various data panels at a glance. But without the support of a system cheat, Wang Xiaos is no longer afraid now. With the experience of his sixth uncle Wang Dinghai, he has gradually discovered that he has a huge difference from the natives of this world in terms of his perspective and thinking. For example, in the realm of cultural knowledge, he was just an ordinary undergraduate before he transmigrated and attended a few ordinary classes. On Earth, he was nothing but a faceless person in the crowd. Leaving aside kindergarten, 6 years in primary school, 6 years in secondary school, and 4 years in university. The time of systematic learning of knowledge has amounted to 16 years, spanning literature, music, language, philosophy, astronomy, geography, history, politics, not to mention mathematics, chemistry, and computer science, etc. Most of the knowledge may have already settled into the deep parts of his memory, but this vast accumulation of information that he can't think of at the moment has formed Wang Xiao's unique perspective and logical thinking that is better than the natives. Moreover, before he transmigrated, all kinds of internet literature, short videos, information had proliferated to the extreme. Just a swipe on the mobile phone, and the day would turn into night, and then another swipe, and it would become day again. Every day there would be some strange knowledge points quietly increasing. Perhaps these are my system cheat. Wang Xiaos murmured, a gleam in his eyes. As for the system panel, it wouldn't be difficult to handle. I can just create a do-it-yourself panel that needs regular updates and maintenance. The panel mode can be based on some third-rate online construction game panels he used to play. Before setting up the panel, however, he needs to delve into the structure of the whole family as well as the specific details. Although he has integrated his predecessor's memory, the predecessor was only 18 years old. Most of his time was spent learning and cultivating, and his understanding of family affairs was very shallow. All he knew was that the most important pillars of the family industry were the 3 farms, namely Fengge Farm, Prosperous Farm, and Xinmao Silkworm Farm. The importance of these 3 farms to the family far exceeded that of industries like the fishing teams. The harvest of each farm is extremely important to the family, so the 3 farms are currently managed by 3 experienced elders of the Wang family. Today, Wang Xiaos decided to visit the nearby Fengge Farm, which is managed by Elder Wang Xiaosi. Wang Gui, prepare the carriage. Wang Xiaos made a decision and gave a command. Wang Gui replied, and quickly withdrew to prepare. Wang Xiaos walked leisurely towards the main gate, his mind continuously churning, considering things about Fengge Farm. As he was walking through the courtyard, he heard a crisp female voice call out, "Hello, 4th brother." Wang Xiaos glanced over and saw 2 girls standing not far away. The older one was of a charming age, dressed in a light blue outfit and looked very attractive. The younger one was only about 11 or 12 years old, her hair styled into pigtails, and she was also dressed quite prettily. But because of her timid nature, she hid behind the older girl while her curious eyes covertly observed Wang Xiaos. What was strange was that both girls had large, oddly shaped boxes on their backs, which looked rather weighty. They also each held a sword in their hands, appearing as if they were about to go out. "So, it's 4th sister Liu Otong and 5th sister Liu Jing." Wang Xiaos recognized them at a glance and greeted them with a smile. "You two look so gorgeous. Are you planning to go out?" The elder one was Wang Liu Otong, 17 years old. The younger one was Wang Liu Jing, just 12. Like Wang Xiaos, they were both from the 7th generation of descendants passed down by the old ancestors of Xuan. The women of the Xuan Wu family were different from those of ancient Huaxia. Although their ultimate fate was still to be married, before their marriage they had considerable autonomy. Like the males, they received quality education, cultivation, and could even participate in managing the family assets. 4th brother. Wang Liu Otong bowed slightly in greeting, a flash of surprise appearing in her eyes. "The farm is nearing harvest time and grandfather is too busy to come back, so I'm taking Luo Jing to visit him. In Wang Luo Tong's memory, fourth brother Wang Xiao's was always quite serious. When the siblings met, they would just exchange a few words before hurrying off. It was unlike the present when he praised them so warmly. Wang Xiao's remembered that Wang Luo Tong and Wang Luo Jing were granddaughters of elder Wang Xiaozi. Their father was the fourth member of the Ding generation, Wang Dingban. However, their fourth uncle Wang Dingban had passed away 5 years ago. The order of names among the men of the Wang family follows this pattern: Yu, Chen, Qian, Zhao, Ding, Xiu, Zong, Shay, regardless of whether one is from the main line or the collateral line. Wang Xiao's father, Wang Dinayu, was the fifth son of the sixth generation under the Ding name, while Wang Xiao's was the fourth son of the seventh generation under the Xiu name. However, both Wang Dinayu and Wang Xiao's are of the main bloodline, while others are only from the collateral line. As for the women in Wang family, their naming sequence follows the order of Zhu, Long, Ling, Zhen, Liu, Su, Li, Jing. For instance, the linchpin of the family Wang Longyin, the third-generation ancestor, is the only elder of the third generation still alive. Wang Luo Tong and Wang Luo Jing are the fourth and fifth daughters of the seventh-generation Luo name. The daughter of Lady Gongsun Hui, Wang Luo Miao, ranks seventh. However, Wang Luo Miao is a legitimate daughter, hence her status in the family is slightly different. As the family progresses, the age gap between different generations becomes wider. Take Wang Xiao's seventh generation. For example, the oldest male Wang Shuin is already 43 years old, older than Wang Dinayu. The youngest seventh generation member, Wang Liulan, is only 5 years old. Furthermore, there are already quite a few members of the eighth generation with the names Zong and Li. Among them, Wang Zongwei is the oldest at 20 years old. But when he saw Wang Luo Jing and Wang Liulan, the younger girls, he still had to respectfully address them as aunt. But let's put this aside for now. After a moment of consideration, Wang Xiao said, "Are you planning to walk there? I'm also going to Fenga Farm right now. Why don't you come with me in my carriage?" He knew that the family was increasingly experiencing tough times. It was impossible to provide a carriage and guards for the two young girls. The journey to Fenga Farm is about 20 miles away, so it would take them at least 2 hours to walk there. However, it's all Wang family's territory, long since developed, so there wouldn't be any danger. Moreover, the women of the Wang family were not helpless weaklings either. "Thank you, fourth brother," said Wang Luo Tong, in some astonishment. Wang Luo Jing also seemed happy, articulating in her crisp voice, "Fourth brother is so nice. Don't be too happy just yet. I plan to quiz you on your studies and cultivation." During our journey, Wang Xiao's laughed. Wang Luo Tong and Wang Luo Jing both seemed flustered at the prospect. Especially Wang Luo Jing, her pretty face fell a bit, looking slightly wronged, and she seemed to think that walking would have been a better idea. After a short while, protected by 4 guards on yellow steeds, Wang Xiao's carriage slowly left the main residence. Wang Luo Jing, being younger, felt particularly in awe of Wang Xiao's and was a bit restless in the carriage. Her eyes occasionally flicked toward some snacks on the small table. To make their journey more enjoyable, Wang Xiao's had asked Wang Gui to bring some candied fruit and put them on the small square table in the middle of the carriage. "Luo Tong, your cultivation seems to have stabilized at the peak of level 2 in the Qi refinement realm," said Wang Xiao's, handing over a washed melon. "How long has it been? Are you planning on breaking through?" Wang Luo Tong, a 17-year-old girl who has cultivated to this level, shows her talent and hard work. "Thank you, fourth brother." Wang Luo Tong took the melon and returned cautiously. "It's been a little over 2 months. I'm slowly grinding it down. Grandfather says it should take about 3 months to break through." Hearing this, Wang Xiao's furrowed his brows. "You're wasting too much time. Why don't you use a little cultivation pill to aid your breakthrough? According to our family rules, you have the right to apply for one." "Well," Wang Luo Tong frowned nervously, "Grandfather says that our family is currently strained for resources. It will be some time before we can get a little cultivation pill." "That's not true," interjected Wang Luo Jing. "Grandfather says that our brother needs the little cultivation pill more than sister, because he is already at the peak of level 3. Luo Jing, Don't speak nonsense." Wang Luotong hurriedly tried to shut her up. "Luo Jing, tell me," said Wang Shao's, his expression grim, "has Wang Xiaonuo been bullying you? If so, I, your fourth brother, will reprimand him." He knew that Wang Xiaonuo was their older brother from the same mother and is now about 20 years old. "That's not it. Grandpa said that my sister will be married off in less than 2 years. Wang Luojing pouted, "I'd rather help my brother increase his cultivation. Fourth brother, it was my willing choice to give resources to big brother. You must not blame him." Wang Luotong anxiously explained. According to the clan rules, anyone within the clan who forcefully takes resources from others would be severely punished. However, willingly giving up one's resources would not warrant any punishment. Sigh. Wang Xiao sighed heavily in his heart. It seemed that the fourth grand elder favored boys over girls. However, this was a common occurrence in the Wang family due to their poverty at the moment. Wang Xiaonuo, unlike Wang Xiao's, being the direct line's young clan leader with good talent, his received resources would naturally not match up. However, the cultivation of a profound martial practitioner is better the younger they are, allowing them to rise higher. The fourth grand elder probably had no other choice, hence he persuaded Wang Luotong to help Wang Xiaonuo. "It's nothing. In all reality, it's my fault." Wang Xiao sighed. "I'm taking up too many resources, leaving less for my brothers and sisters. Fourth brother is the direct line, has high talent and is the backbone of the family. He should receive more resources." Wang Luotong looked at him with admiration and anticipation. "Grandpa said that fourth brother's talent is only slightly less than old ancestor Longyin, and there's great hope for you to enter the spirit platform realm. Once fourth brother becomes a spiritual elder, our family's days will get better." Yeah. I also heard that fourth brother has passed the exams for the Purple Abode Academy." Wang Luojing excitedly added, "If it weren't for Uncle Five's incident, requiring fourth brother to step up as clan leader, you would have already gone to the Purple Abode Academy, right? I heard that there are beautiful sisters everywhere there. Fourth brother, if you go there, you can definitely marry one." Purple Abode Academy. To the youth of the entire Chengning region, this was a dreamy sacred land. An unreachable dream. "Stop talking nonsense. What's in your little brain, you yellow-haired brat?" Wang Xiao smiled and gave her a stare, stuffing her mouth with a few candied fruits. "I haven't passed the final examination yet. Maybe I'll be eliminated." Amid the laughter, Wang Xiao felt the heavy pressure of expectation from the entire clan. "Anyway, fourth brother is the strongest." Wang Luojing clearly idolized him blindly. The prosperity of a family cannot be achieved by one person alone. Wang Xiao smiled brightly, looking at Wang Luojing. "You're also a family member. You should strive too. Your talent seems quite good. You've already reached an advanced stage at the first level of chi refinement at such a young age. Work hard. Perhaps in the future, you'll be admitted to the Purple Abode Academy and be as excellent as old ancestor Longyin. Jinga will definitely work hard." Wang Luojing's eyes were full of hope. "I can't let sister Luoku overtake me again." "Luoku, is it Wang Luoku from third uncle's house?" Wang Xiao asked curiously. "Has she already reached the peak of the first level and is about to break through?" "She has already broken through." Wang Luojing pouted unhappily. "She even came to boast to me a while ago." "That's quite a good talent." Wang Xiao was somewhat surprised. "I remember she's only 11, right?" This talent didn't seem much worse than his own. As it turned out, the young generation of the Wang family was not inferior to the Liuozhou clans. It was merely resource distribution issues that hindered everyone's growth. He thought about this as he frowned in contemplation. Take Liu Yongzi from the Liu clan for example. When he was 23-24, he could already reach an advanced stage at level 5. Making him quite outstanding among the youth. If Wang Luotong were given abundant cultivation resources, her future achievements might not be inferior to Liu Yong's. Regrettably, for one, she was a girl. Secondly, the family was just too poor. Subsequently, Wang Xiao intentionally or unintentionally evaluated their knowledge in culture, only to find out that they were lackluster in this field. Especially in calculation skills, they were woefully deficient. Seeing this, Wang Xiao's was admittedly annoyed and recriminated sharply. This is embarrassing. Your beautiful heads are completely empty. Although profound martial clans need to establish themselves through martial arts, culture and a background of knowledge equally serve as the foundation of a family's heritage. Fourth brother, we promise, we won't slack off anymore. After you go back this time, you need to study hard. I'll test you all again in 3 months. Oh, Wang Luotong and Wang Luojing both hung their heads. The distance from the Wang family's main residence to Fenga Farm is only 20 miles, and the road is sturdy and hard, suitable for 2 intersecting carriages. On both sides of the road, wheat is planted, and the journey is very smooth. It is the early summer, with lush vegetation on both sides, full of vitality. Large swathes of green wheat sway with the wind, like the rolling sea. This season is the time for wheat ears to mature. The weather is fine, and the sunshine is abundant, obviously a good omen. Wang Xiao and his 2 younger sisters arrived at Fenga Farm in less than 2 hours while chatting. Most farms tend to be situated in fertile lands. This parcel of land is 7 or 8 miles from the main stream of Peace River. There is a small tributary that's tens of feet wide that meanders down, crossing through Fenga Farm. The ancestors intercepted the tributary and opened up several 3-foot-wide irrigation canals horizontally, making the waters here resemble the large character for Feng from a bird's eye view. Hence, the ancestors named it Fenga Farm. Scattered by the Feng-shaped water source, rows of orderly houses were built. Although the houses are simple, everyone has a small front and backyard. In the yard, some fruits and vegetables can be planted, and some chickens can be raised. The backyards all have simple stone steps leading to the irrigation canal, which can be used for washing clothes and cooking. In the main and minor canals, there are groups of ducks and old geese frolicking and hunting. They are quacking very lively. The farmland is cultivated well in front of the houses, with vast fields of wheat swaying in the wind, looking extraordinarily majestic and beautiful. What a picturesque rural scene. Wang Xiao's, who had been living in the city for a long time, was instantly attracted by this cozy and leisurely picture. Originally, when he went through the transition, his understanding of the mysterious magical world was all about fighting and killing. Never would he have thought that there would also be such beautiful rural scenery. While someone had already been dispatched to notify him of their receipt, after Wang Xiao and his 2 sisters waited in the Riviera front field for half an hour, Wang Xiaozi finally came out of the depths of the vast farmland. He was already in his 70s, his skin tanned from the sun, but his spirit was still spry. After removing his straw hat, he walked towards Wang Xiao and laughed. Xiao's, what brings you here today? Grandpa. Wang Xiao courteously greeted Grandpa. The 2 girls, Wang Luotong and Wang Luojing, dutifully greeted Wang Xiaozi. What are you 2 little girls doing here? Why aren't you at home studying and cultivating? Wang Xiaozi, the senior of the family, rebuked with a furrowed brow. There's nothing fun about the farmland. It's full of snakes, rats, and ants. The 2 girls' faces turned white as they chastised. They kept their heads down and didn't dare to speak. Grandpa. Wang Xiao's helped out. The 4th and 5th sisters miss you. I took upon myself to bring them to see you. It's not their fault. Xiao's, be careful not to spoil them too much. Otherwise, they might feel wronged after they get married. Wang Xiaozi's attitude towards Wang Xiao's became much gentler. You have come just in time today. Some pigs came to feed in the wheat fields last night. We hunted down the biggest one. We have been stewing it since morning. Come, Grandpa will treat you to wine and meat. I was thinking of visiting the farm on a whim this morning. It seems like it is really a stroke of luck. I smell the delicious food from afar. Wang Xiao said with a grin. It seems I am really lucky. You are the backbone of our family, of course you are lucky. Wang Xiaozi laughed and led Wang Xiao into the main yard of the farm, with the 2 girls trailing closely behind. The main yard of the farm is a combination of brick, tile, and wood structures. It is quite simple and unadorned. It is mainly for the residing clan members, house guards, household servants, etc. There are some farming tools against the garden walls, and some free-range chickens, which seems to embody the style of a farmhouse. Wang Xiaozi welcomed Wang Shao's in the courtyard. There was a stone round table and 5 or 6 stone round stools were placed around it. A few farm women laid out some melons and fruits and tea, and then started to get busy in the back kitchen. During this time, the 2 girls were also chased by the elder Wang Xiaozi to the kitchen to help. According to him, girls should get more exposure to the kitchen so they won't suffer in their husband's home in the future. Wang Shao's knew that this was a tradition in the profound martial world. Although profound martial prominent families would have dedicated cooks, cooking some food by oneself represents a kind of intention. Just like Lady Gongsun Hui, she often cooked delicacies personally for Wang Dinayu and Wang Shao's. This represented a close relationship between them. Chapter 11. The Hope of the Whole Family. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Wang Shao's came with a purpose today, but he was still calm and collected, casually chatting with Wang Xiaozi about strange and interesting things. When he mentioned that he and 6th uncle Wang Dinghai had caught a £150 red scale deal by chance last night, Wang Xiaozi excitedly smacked his thigh. That little rascal defying the sea wouldn't be able to catch one in 2 years. You two must have been lucky this time. Although the red-scaled deal is not as good as the red-tail spirit log, it is considered a highly nourishing food and is ranked among the spirit foods. Spirit food is a great way to quickly replenish the vital energy of a profound martial cultivator and is a necessity for every profound martial cultivator. Even people like Wang Xiaozi, who are over 70 years old and whose cultivation base has stagnated and even begun to regress, need to supplement with spirit food from time to time. Otherwise, their vital energy will be insufficient, and their physical decline and loss of cultivation base will accelerate. For the younger generation, spirit food is even more necessary for replenishing vital energy, which can help them grow faster and better. As the 2 of them chatted and laughed, within half an hour, the cooks and 2 maids had prepared some farm dishes, including fresh chicken, duck, fish and goose, as well as a large stone bowl of braised pork belly. Shao's, you come here early, and your elder uncle doesn't have anything else to entertain you with. Wang Xiaozi went into the bedroom and in a short while, brought out an antique wine pot, smiling and saying, "Taste my treasured wine, drink as much as you can and take the rest home." As they were talking, a tanned, mud-covered young man came in and said cheerfully, "Grandpa, you are showing favoritism. You always refuse to give me a sip of your white jade spiritual wine. But today, as soon as my 4th brother arrives, you bring out the whole jar. You little rascal, how do you compare yourself to Shao's?" Wang Xiaozi laughed and scolded as soon as he saw the young man. "I can't believe you actually made it back for dinner on time. Go wash up quickly, I'll count you in for a cup." 3rd brother. Wang Shao's greeted with a smile. He knew this was Wang Xiaonuo, the 3rd ranked among the Xu generation of the 7th generation of the Wang family. 4th brother. Wang Xiaonuo quickly returned the salute respectfully, then laughed and said, "I'll go wash up now, and take care of my 4th brother later." Then he quickly excused himself. By the time the table was set with bowls, chopsticks, wine cups and all, Wang Xiaonuo had already washed up and eagerly sat down to the right of Wang Shao's, smelling the food with a starving look in his eyes. He fervently eyed the pot of white jade spiritual rice wine, chuckling, "Thanks to brother's visit, we can have a great meal. It's been so long since we had a meal together. I'll toast you a few more cups later. You've worked hard enough for the family, 3rd brother. I should be the one toasting you." Wang Shao's laughed. "Liu Otong, go pour wine for your 4th brother." Wang Xiaozi was in a great mood, a glowing smile on his bronzed face. He casually instructed, "Yes, Grandpa." Wang Liu Otong picked up the jug and filled Wang Shao's cup, then Wang Xiaozi's, and finally Wang Xiaonuo's cup. The wine was pure white in color and gave off a rich, aromatic scent. Just one sniff was enough to invigorate the senses. As the 2 girls, Wang Liu Otong and Wang Liu Jing, prepared to return to their small table in the kitchen to eat, Wang Shao's took the initiative to speak. "4th uncle, I'm not a stranger here. Let the 4th and 5th sisters sit down and eat with us." Wang Xiaozi was taken aback, but didn't want to let Wang Shao's lose face, So he laughed and said, "Since your fourth brother asked, let's eat together." "Thank you, Grandpa." "Thank you, fourth brother." Wang Luotong and Wang Luojing both obediently sat down at the last place. After that, the table was full of liveliness as everyone clinked their cups in joyful toasts. The two girls ate quietly, refilling the cups when needed. Good wine. After downing half a cup, Wang Xiao's already felt a burning sensation in his belly. His vital energy was surging inside his body, and his energy levels were gradually increasing. The white jade spiritual rice wine was brewed from white jade spiritual rice and a lot of valuable medicinal herbs. Its effects of replenishing vital energy and blood were far superior to ordinary spirit foods. However, its price was also quite impressive. A pot of white jade spiritual rice wine weighing several jin easily cost several qian gold coins, so even Wang Xiao's could only afford to enjoy it once in a while. Moreover, spiritual wine like this could only be used as an auxiliary spirit food and should be consumed only occasionally. If one became addicted and spent all day in a drunken haze, it would not turn out well. At this moment, Wang Luojing, who was quietly eating her meal, looked at the wine jug from time to time, licking her lips as if she was craving a taste. Luotong can have half a glass, and Luojing, being too young, can only taste the bottom of it. Wang Xiao's picked up the jug and poured some for his two sisters. "Thank you, fourth brother," said the two girls gleefully expressing gratitude. It was clear they had been pining for spiritual wine for quite a while. At that moment, the older Wang Xiaozi's face twitched as if he felt some sort of pain. He muttered quietly, "Xiaoz, isn't it a waste to let these two girls sip on that spiritual wine?" Wang Xiaoz responded with a twitch of the eyelid. The unabashed gender bias of his great-uncle, valuing males over females, was indeed something to be reckoned with. "Great-uncle, they are our children all the same," Wang Xiaoz replied, smiling. "Not the same, not the same. Girls will get married sooner or later." Wang Xiaozi continued to grumble. "Xiaoz, you're at the crucial stage of attacking the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm. You should drink more, Xiao Nuo. You should sip less, and leave more for Xiaoz." Wang Xiaonuo quickly put down his cup with an embarrassed grin. In the eyes of old folk like Wang Xiaozi, Wang Xiaoz, the direct line clan leader, is the hope and future pillar of the family. His value is much higher than even his own grandson, Wang Xiaonuo, let alone two monetary loss granddaughters. Lucky for him, his grandchildren were used to this and managed to enjoy the meal. However, under Wang Xiaozi's guidance, plenty of spiritual wine remained, along with half a tenderloin. Preparations were made to send both back to Wang Xiaozi's courtyard for his private consumption. Witnessing Wang Xiaozi's blatant favoritism, Wang Xiaoz felt rather helpless and decided to let him be for now. After the meal, Wang Xiaoz proposed, "Great-uncle, the primary reason for my visit to Fenga Farm was to learn about agriculture from you." "Agriculture?" Wang Xiaozi asked, his forehead creasing into a frown. "Xiaoz, you are the clan leader. At present, the most important thing is to focus on your cultivation, striving to advance to the spirit platform realm. You must not let farming and other miscellaneous matters distract you. Great-uncle and your third brother will handle all of it." Wang Xiaozi's aim was to learn more about Fenga Farm and its operations. If possible, he wished to infuse some modern thinking into the farming practices. However, he realized after interacting with Wang Xiaozi that the old man, despite his loyalty to the family, held stubborn and outdated beliefs. Unlike sixth uncle Wang Dinghai, who was always obedient, Wang Xiaoz feared to upset Wang Xiaozi with even a casual mention of his plans. He decided to change the topic. "Great-uncle, you're mistaken. As clan leader, I should at least know a bit about our family's business operations. How about this? I'll take a tour around the farm accompanied by third brother to appreciate the pastoral scenery." All right, let Xiao Nuo keep you company for half a day. The wheat is in its grain-filling stage now and there are many tasks to be done in the field. I won't be able to accompany you. Saying this, Wang Xiaozi picked up his farming tools and rushed off to the field. Even though he was the clan leader, these old men in the family still treated him like a child. hoping that he would utilize his talents and cultivate to attain the spirit platform realm. It kind of felt like they saw him as a good luck charm or lucky pet, didn't it? Actually, if everything were comfortable and peaceful, Wang Shao's himself was quite keen to be a lucky pet. However, the weakening power of the Wang clan over the years left them vulnerable. If this trend continued, the Ping and Wang family might soon be wiped out, disappearing from the pages of history. While the Wang family still had its foundation, it was crucial to rise, even if it meant having the most basic self-protection ability. Fourth brother, I'll take you around. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Wang Xiaonuo stood up and bowed, showing courtesy and a bit of awe towards Wang Shao's. On one hand, Wang Shao's was the head of the direct line, and on the other, his personal strength was many times greater than his. Thank you, third brother, Wang Shao's replied politely. We're going to. Wang Luotong and Wang Luojing chimed in and they followed enthusiastically. Wang Gui came after them, carrying Wang Shao's sword and bow and arrows, followed by 4 armed household guards. The siblings strolled leisurely on the farm. It was early summer and quite hot. Humid wind blowing on the face made the air feel thick and heavy. Our Fenga farm was an industry personally opened by our ancestor, Zhang 100 years ago, Wang Xiaonuo said proudly. Our ancestor, at that time, organized the redirection of tributaries, dredged silt, reinforced the riverbank, and constructed a water sluice gate at the upper reaches of the Fenga tributary, thus forming the embryonic form of Fenga farm. In the following years, our people continued to rectify and cultivate the barren land, transforming this arable, semi-dry wasteland into fertile farmland. With their dedicated efforts over generations, today we have 3,567 acres of top-quality farmland insect and 200 this chapter is updated by novels.pl. With just Fenga farm alone offering so many fertile fields, there were a couple of hundred tenant farmers too. Wang Shao's looked across the patchwork of fields, crisscrossed with large and small irrigation ditches, and felt somewhat moved internally. This was indeed the family business that had been handed down for hundreds of years. Our Fenga farm adheres to traditional winter wheat and summer fallow crop rotations. Now is exactly when the winter wheat is about to mature, and it's a busy season for cultivating summer fallow seedlings, said Wang Xiaonuo, with a slight joy on his face. This spring, ample rainfall did not flood the field, while the abundant sunshine did not scorch the plants, which is very beneficial to the growth of winter wheat. It seems that it will be a bumper harvest season. At this, Wang Shao's was somewhat pleased. The difference between a good harvest and a poor one of grains was significant. More grain harvest meant the family had more funds for development. That's not right. Wang Luojing, who was like a little tail-following insect, began to pout. Third brother, you're wrong. I'm afraid it will be a poor harvest for this year's winter wheat. What? Wang Xiaonuo's smile became a bit rigid instantly, and he sternly said, Luo Jing, you little girl can't talk nonsense. Even Grandpa and some of the old experienced tenant farmers say that there is an 80 to 90% chance of a bumper harvest this year. You're so young. What do you understand? If Grandpa hears you predicting a poor harvest, I'm afraid he will scold you again. Frightened by his words, Wang Luojing instantly hid behind Wang Shao's. Third brother, our fifth sister is still young, children are innocent. Why are you fussing over her? Wang Shao's comforted her by rubbing her head a couple of times with a smile. Fourth brother, there's something you don't know. Wang Xiaonuo reluctantly chuckled. What you don't know is that though our fifth sister is young, she is quite eccentric. She loves to play with all kinds of insects all day. When she was 2 or 3 years old, she could sit in the yard and watch ants for days. Some time ago, she even begged me to catch a grass something king of the insects for her. She cried and threw tantrums when I wouldn't, forcing me to wander all over the mountains for 4 or 5 days to catch just 2. I was bitten all over by mosquitoes. It's the king of the grass bug, as recorded in the ancient insect scripture. Wang Luojing stuck out half of her head from behind Wang Shao's and corrected Wang Xiaonuo. Seriously, brother, it's shame you are so handsome but empty-headed. Even though the profound martial prominent family establishes itself with martial force, Cultural literacy and knowledge are also the foundation of a family's heritage. Especially the latter half. She mimicked the way Wang Xiao scolded them to mock Wang Xiaonuo. No doubt, Wang Xiaonuo's face turned dark and he grumbled, "Yes, yes, yes, I'm not knowledgeable. Next time you beg me, I won't help you catch bugs anymore. I'll ask fourth brother for help." "Fourth brother is 10,000 times more capable than you," Wang Luojing said, hugging Wang Xiao's clothes tightly, seemingly having found her backbone, and her tone was full of confidence. Wang Xiao's couldn't help but laugh seeing this. It seemed she was indeed quite peculiar, just a little reserved in front of him, so much so that she almost made Wang Xiaonuo faint due to frustration. All right, Luojing, tell me, how is it going to be a poor harvest this year with such favorable weather?" Wang Xiao's casually asked. "Don't be afraid, it's okay even if you are wrong." With the backing of Wang Xiao's, Wang Luojing emboldened herself. The winter last year was too warm, there was only a slight snowfall. Wang Xiaonuo immediately rolled his eyes. "It's true there's a saying that a timely snow promises a good harvest, but it's just an old saying." "Do you mean that if it does not snow, there will definitely be a poor harvest this year?" "It's different," Wang Luojing said earnestly. "The winter last year was warm, and indeed the rainfall this spring was good. But, it has not rained for more than 10 days now, and the weather is dry and hot." "Luojing," Wang Xiaonuo said nonchalantly, "we have already opened the sluice gate of the Fanga tributary for irrigation. The winter wheat won't lack water. Besides, the good sunlight helps the wheat grains grow fuller, but it also helps aphids grow," Wang Luojing countered, rolling her eyes. "Aphids?" Wang Xiaonuo shivered, hesitating. "The appearance of aphids is unavoidable. They crop up every year, causing some reduction in yield. Furthermore, last winter we did spread insecticide powder in the fields." However, as he spoke, he sounded somewhat unconvincing. "Aphids are the natural enemy of winter wheat. A small-scale outbreak is still manageable. It may result in a reduction of grain yield at most. But a massive outbreak would be a disaster." According to the Wang family's records, the most severe instance was an aphid disaster 73 years ago. This disaster spread across Longzhuo County, causing an 80% reduction in winter wheat yield that year. The grain prices soared in a short period. The prominent families could survive on their reserves, but many poor freemen had to resort to selling off their children. What's more terrifying is that this insect disaster lasted for 3 years. Even some of the prominent families couldn't withstand it. If the Purple Abode Academic Palace hadn't intervened by importing a large amount of grain into Longzhuo County and mass-producing traditional insecticide powder, Longzhuo County would have probably turned into a desolate land with corpses everywhere. Wang Xiao's frowned. "Luojing, do you have any evidence to support what you're saying?" Fanga Farm and Prosperous Farm are the Wang family's two main grain production bases. If there were really an outbreak of aphids, it would be worse for the present Wang family. "Brother, try examining a few wheat spikes that are in the filling stage." Wang Luojing also looked a bit serious. The words made Wang Xiaonuo a bit nervous. He walked into the field, randomly picked a wheat spike, flipped through, and noticed some tiny green spots on the wheat spike which had just started to fill. After turning a few more spikes, some had more, some less, but undeniably, these were all aphids. Wang Xiao's was at the high level 6 of the vital energy refining realm. His physical strength and eyesight far exceeded that of ordinary people. Looking around, he saw that the green spots were all chubby little insects. He was slightly taken aback. Aphids? Wang Xiao's had few accumulated knowledge about this. He could hardly guess that it was a kind of aphid. He was not interested in agriculture, hence powerful algorithm apps did not push this kind of content to him. It's true the number of aphids this year is more than usual, Wang Xiaonuo said, puzzledly, but that doesn't mean we're going to have a locust plague, right? They can be controlled with a mixture of wood ash juice and insecticide powder. At most, the production will slightly decrease compared to last year. Brother. Wang Luojing stopped in her tracks. I've already said that there's a big problem with the climate. Too many insect eggs were left in the soil last year. Soon, maybe tomorrow or the day after, a large number of aphids will emerge from the ground. In 7 or 8 days, it will likely trigger the second wave. You guys come over here. Wang Shao's called out to a few tenant farmers not far away who were working. Pull out the wheat in this small patch and turn the soil. This, young Master Xiao Nuo. The tenant farmers shrank back, looking at Wang Xiao Nuo with doubts. They dare not, and they were reluctant to do it. The wheat would be ready for harvest in another 10 or so days. It was precious food. Listen to the clan leader. Not wanting to offend Wang Xiao Nuo went forward and started to pull out the wheat. The tenant farmers also picked up their hoes and started turning the soil. In a short while, all the wheat in the small patch was pulled out, and the soil was turned over. This. Wang Xiao Nuo carefully inspected the roots of the pulled up wheat, his face gradually changing from serious to shocked. How could this be? How could this be? Many white spots on the roots were truly terrifying. Most of the wheat roots had them, the only difference was the number. There were also many white spots in the turned over soil. If you looked carefully, a shudder came over Wang Xiao Nuo. He had a bad feeling about this. Quick, go get grandfather. Quickly, notify grandfather, and tell all the tenant farmers to quickly soak the stored wood ash. Having studied agriculture with his grandfather for 2 years, Wang Xiao Nuo had learned some basics. The tenant farmers began to busy themselves. In a short while, Grand Elder Wang Xiaozi had arrived. His face was extremely distressed. How could this be? How could there be so many aphid eggs growing in the soil? After the autumn harvest last year, like always, we deep plowed and spread insecticide powder. Could there be something wrong with the insecticide powder? Grandfather, last year was a warm winter. Wang Luojing gently reminded him. You little girl, I've been farming all my life. Could I not understand as much as you? Wang Xiaozi scolded, as if his tail had been stepped on. 10 years ago, it was also a warm winter, and the climate was exactly the same as this year. Yet, Longzuo had a bumper harvest with grain abundantly stored. In my opinion, the problem lies with the insecticide powder. That damned Qian family's store, they must have sold fake insecticide, and I even stocked up on a large quantity of their insecticide when it was cheap. Listening to their discussions, Wang Xiao's remembered some fragmented knowledge and couldn't help but furrow his eyebrows. The Qian family's stores are all over Longzuo. They always pay attention to their reputation. If their fake insecticide led to a locust plague in Longzuo, they certainly wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Could there be a possibility that aphids, no, honey bugs, have survived through repeatedly resisting the insecticide, particularly the ones with strong drug resistance, and have gradually spread? Although his previous life Wang Xiao's did not deal with agriculture, he still knew that whether it was bacteria, viruses, or organisms, they would all constantly undergo genetic mutation and evolution. This evolution was almost unpredictable, but most of them would be eliminated by nature. Those honey bugs that evolved towards drug resistance, and survived and proliferated during the constant battles with the insecticide, were also reasonable. But Wang Xiaozi couldn't understand what biological evolution meant. He just frowned and said, Xiaozi, don't talk nonsense here. The previous insecticide worked fine, why doesn't it work this year? Grandfather, I think my fourth brother is right. Wang Luojing said, Grandfather, you forgot, you've been complaining these years. It seems like the insecticide is becoming less and less effective. Why are there aphids every year? Wang Xiaozi's face stiffened, and his expression became increasingly difficult to look at. In recent years, especially since the bumper harvest 10 years ago, there was a gradual increase in the number of aphids. However, because the overall impact was still within tolerance, he only found it a nuisance. Wang Xiao's was almost certain that resistant aphids had proliferated. The warm winter of the previous season allowed most of the insects' eggs to survive. So, the current situation arose due to this year's climate being suitable for aphids. This is a big problem. Even Wang Xiao's felt his scalp tingling. He's not capable of mixing up new pesticides. Indeed, misfortunes never come singly. With this disaster, the days of the Wang family will become even more difficult, won't they? Fourth brother. Wang Luojing pulled on Wang Xiao's and took him aside. She whispered, I have a way to solve the aphid problem. But I'm scared of grandfather, so I dare not say it. What? Wang Xiao's was taken aback. He looked at her in disbelief. Chapter 13, Talent. Insect Master. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Fourth brother, do you not believe me? Wang Luojing's little face slightly fell. Fourth brother, I suggest you listen to this little girl. An older Wang Luotong also came over. Although Luojing is young, she has always loved playing with bugs since she was a child. She's quite knowledgeable about them and has a knack for attracting them. Interesting. Wang Xiao suddenly livened up, his eyes gleaming. Firstly, slowly tell fourth brother how you intend to deal with the aphids. We have plenty of time. In recent years, grandfather has been complaining that the aphid infestation has been increasing, reducing the crop yield compared to previous years. Wang Luojing said faintly, so, I thought that if I could solve the aphid problem for grandfather, he would surely be pleased. Then, I could plead with him not to marry my sister off. I don't want sister to leave. Wang Luotong's face turned pale instantly, lowering her head, not daring to speak. This kind of matter was not something she could decide on. If you really can solve the aphid disaster, fourth brother promises to protect you both. Wang Xiao's firmly promised, if you don't want to get married, you won't have to. Thank you, fourth brother. Wang Luojing's eyes lit up. Actually, I have long seen in the insect scripture that ancient people used to control aphids with grasshopper insects. But in recent years, grasshopper insects have become scarce. Last year, I bred some aphids and grasshopper insects and it turned out to be effective. So this year, I asked brother to catch 2 grasshopper insect kings from the mountains. I have spent some effort to domesticate them. Wait. Wang Xiao's face changed. What is insect scripture? And you managed to domesticate the grasshopper insect king? The insect scripture is just an ancient book that I found in the family library. Wang Luojing said innocently, the insect scripture explains how to domesticate insects and it's not that hard. If fourth brother wants to learn, I can teach you. Not that hard. Wang Xiao's face blackened a bit. He was quite familiar with profound martial world after integrating the previous owner's memory. A small number of people in this world like to control spiritual insects for production or combat, essentially being referred to as insect masters. However, the status of an insect master is considered somewhat niche due to their high requirements for talent, even higher than that of an alchemist's. The reason is simple. Regular people who are slightly smart can barely learn alchemy, however the cost is enormous with limited achievements. But for a profession such as an insect master, if you don't possess the rare talent to communicate with spiritual insects, you can't even make a start in it. Therefore, insect masters are very niche and ordinary children from prominent families have not even heard of them. According to Wang Xiao's knowledge, only the Xi family of Chengning and the Liu family of Shanian secretly cultivated 2 insect masters. If Wang Luojing has the talent of an insect master. For a moment, Wang Xiao's heart was pounding. Fourth brother, what's wrong with you? Wang Luojing waved her hand in front of him, her mouth pouting in anger. Does fourth brother not believe me, too? Believe, I believe. Wang Xiao nodded vigorously. My little Luojing is the smartest. Fourth brother is very interested. Let's go somewhere far and you can demonstrate for fourth brother. Okay, those 2 grasshopper insect kings are in fourth brother's carriage. Wang Luojing seemed very pleased when agreed upon. Sister and I will get them. Wang Xiao suddenly remembered, when he saw the sisters this morning, they were each carrying a strange large box. He initially assumed they were their personal belongings. As they were the private property of the girls, it was inappropriate to intrude, so he simply asked them to put it in the carriage. Looking at it now, it seemed they had planned to try something on the farm. Let the house warrior do it. Wang Xiao's beckoned. The house warrior who was waiting in the distance ran over quickly and respectfully asked, "Clan leader, what's your order?" "Wang Wu, Wang Yong. Go to the carriage and bring the 2 boxes of Miss Luojing." "Yes, family head." The 2 house warriors ran away and returned in less than an hour, each holding a box. "Wang Gui, Wang Wu, you guys go to Grand Elder and see if there is anything to help with." Wang Xiao's dismissed them all. Anyway, he saw that Wang Xiao's either seemed to be thinking of using ash juice to control the aphids. It should be short of manpower. The heads of the household were all profound martial practitioners, which made them much more efficient than ordinary tenant farmers. More importantly, the matter wasn't yet settled, and he didn't want to make it public knowledge. After Wang Gui and the other 4 household heads had left, Wang Xiao's personally carried 2 large boxes, and together with Wang Luotong and Wang Luojing, they ran off to a remote wheat field. The 3,000-odd mu of land was like an ocean. This place was deserted and vacant, perfect for a demonstration. Wang Xiao's peeled back the wheat stalks and, as expected, there were some green aphids in the wheat field. The tiny bugs gave him chills. "Luojing, show your 4th brother what you can do." "The outbreak of honey bugs this time was earlier than I thought," said Wang Luojing, her expression heavy and uneasy. She carefully opened one of the boxes. Wang Xiao's peeked curiously into the box. Immediately his fear of clusters setting in, raising goosebumps all over his body. For the box was full of leaves, and from the leaves grew strands of string-like objects, densely covered in round dots. "4th brother, sister, could you lend a hand?" Wang Luojing took out the leaves one by one. "Place 1 leaf every 10 feet. Wang Xiao's mouth twitched a little. This girl had quite the nerve, bossing around even the clan leader. But he obediently followed Wang Luojing's instructions. With his high cultivation base, he grabbed a leaf and flung it casually, and the leaf landed perfectly on the spot. According to Wang Luojing's instructions, a few dozen leaves needed to be scattered for each mu of wheat field. She just opened one of the 2 boxes, filled with several hundred leaves, only enough to cover about 10 mu of land, a mere drop in the bucket for the vast wheat field. After about 15 minutes of scattering the leaves, Wang Xiao's and Wang Luotong stood by Wang Luojing, waiting patiently as she instructed. "4th brother, these grasshopper insect eggs are in their 3rd day," explained Wang Luojing. "They hatch slower in the dark box. Once they see sunlight, they'll hatch very quickly." "All right, you're the expert here, what you say goes." When it came to his blind spots in knowledge, Wang Xiao's was always humble, never presumptuous. Time trickled by, and in less than an hour, changes occurred in the first few leaves scattered. Small, peculiar-looking insects began breaking out of their shells with difficulty. The leaves were right before their eyes, allowing them to observe those tiny bugs closely. They were less than 2 millimeters in size, beetle-like in shape but with 2 large pincers protruding from their heads, making them quite ugly in appearance. After hatching, they remained motionless, quietly hanging on the strands. After a while, they finally began to move, slipping down the strands onto the leaves, leisurely spreading out in all directions. Seemingly innately able to sense the location of food, they effortlessly climbed the wheat stalks. Suddenly, one of them encountered an aphid and ferociously pounced on it. It clamped onto the aphid with its pincers and began to suck from it. Within a short period, the poor aphid was sucked dry, its empty shell scattering in the wind. The grasshopper insect larva then continued to climb forward in search of its next prey. "Impressive!" exclaimed Wang Xiao's, "these little bugs are fierce." "4th brother, when I was raising grasshopper larvae before, I calculated that it only takes them 10 days to pupate. During this time they can eat nearly 1,000 honey bugs. For the first 2 days after birth, when they are very small, they can only eat about 10 or so a day. Wang Luojing was used to playing with these creatures and thus felt no surprise at their behavior. If that's truly the case, while the yield of the wheat field on this 10-acre piece of land will be slightly reduced, it can still be saved, Wang Shao's remarked with admiration, but also worriedly added, but just our Fenga farm alone has several thousand mu of wheat. Fourth brother, don't worry, that was just a test. Wang Luojing opened the other box, which no longer held grasshopper insect larvae, but colorful little beetles instead. Isn't this? Wang Shao's was taken aback as he recognized those beetles, the 7-spotted ladybug. Fourth brother, you recognize it too? But the insect scripture calls it the 9-dot beetle, not the 7-spotted beetle. Wang Luojing took out a fist-sized beetle, dotted with 9 spots, and affectionately caressed it. I'll call you the 9-star bug king from now on. Chapter 14 Biological Legion. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. 9-star bug king. Wang Shao's mouth twitched a few times. His fifth sister was usually inconspicuous, but in private, she was somewhat hair-raising. Buzz buzz. The fist-sized 9-star bug king's carapace opened, and its membranous wings vibrated rapidly in response to her. At the same time, Wang Luojing took out a jade bamboo flute from her waist, put it to her lips, and began to play. It was a unique rhythm, sharp and high-pitched, grating on the ears. But the 9-star bug king was very familiar with the sound, and with a tremor of its wings, it emitted a constant buzz. The rest of the smaller 9-star insects in the box took flight, surrounding the 9-star bug king like a shifting cloud. Following Wang Luojing's command, the 9-star bug king led the charge towards the wheat field, followed by the insect swarm of thousands that rushed forward like a fierce wind. Despite being ladybugs, those in the profound martial world were apparently much more ferocious. They landed on the somewhat shriveled wheat spikes and feasted on the aphids they caught. Their combat power was incomparable to that of the grasshopper insect larvae. In just half a quarter of an hour, each 9-star insect had taken down at least 5 or 6 aphids. With such a biological legion deployed, they were truly invincible. Luojing, well done, well done. Wang Shao's can't help but offer his hearty praise. With skills like yours, our Wang family's grains can be saved. Fourth brother, it's not enough. Wang Luojing shook her head and said, from the grain filling stage to maturity, the wheat has only a dozen days left. The more we delay, the more yield loss we risk. Her grandfather, Wang Xiaozi, had dedicated his life to farming, and she had been deeply influenced by him since she was young. Without saying another word, she took out 2 large bugs, as thick as arms and withered in color, from the grasshopper insect box. Fourth brother, these 2 king of the grass bugs have laid too many eggs and might not live more than a month, Wang Luojing said with a mix of distress and guilt. I hope in their final days, they can make one last effort for the family. As she spoke, she played the jade bamboo flute again. This time the sound was completely different from when she directed the 9-star bug king, very low-pitched. The 2 withered and faded king of the grass bugs suddenly awakened and flew off into the distance. Their speed was incredibly fast, and they disappeared without a trace in a few breaths. As they flew, their mouthparts kept trembling, emitting a low-frequency sound. Fourth brother, the king of the grass bugs has the ability to summon companions, Wang Luojing remarked. I hope they can call back more companions. Now there are fewer and fewer grasshopper insects in the wild, only some left in the mountains. Upon hearing this, Wang Shao's also reflected on the matter. It was likely due to the insecticide powder introduced by the Purple Abode Academic Palace. The decline in aphids had led to a reduced population of grasshopper insects. Now, with the emergence of aphids resistant to pesticides, there was a crisis brewing for the grasshopper insects, signaling that a major event was likely to unfold. 2 hours later, one of the king of the grass bugs had returned, bringing back an army. They flew around the wheat field, voraciously preying on aphids, and what's more terrifying was that, while feasting, they began laying eggs on the blades of wheat spikes. As nighttime approached, another king of the grass bug returned, bringing even more of its kind. The vast army of grasshopper insects left Wang Shao's wondering if the aphids in thousands of acres of wheat fields would be enough to feed them. Moreover, the copious eggs they laid would hatch in just a matter of days, and even the tiny larvae should not be underestimated. This magnificent sight gradually caught the attention of the tenant farmers, who then reported it to Wang Xiaozi. When Wang Xiaozi arrived later and found out that it was his granddaughter Wang Luojing's doing, he was so astonished he was at a loss for words. In an instant, he was overtaken by emotions, muttering incessantly, "This time our Wang family is saved, saved indeed." Fourth grandfather, our other two farms also have a substantial amount of crops, Wang Xiaozi said. As for the specifics, I won't get involved. You can discuss it with Luojing yourself. Although the silkworm manor specialized in sericulture, it also cultivated quite a bit of wheat. This. Wang Xiaozi's face fell at the prospect of discussing matters with his youngest granddaughter. Fourth grandfather, if you feel that Luojing is superfluous, I can take her back with me, so she won't be in the way here, Wang Xiaozi said with a smile. She's not superfluous, not in the way. Wang Xiaozi quickly shook his head, his face contorting with a strained smile as he looked at Wang Luojing. Luojing, we still need to figure out a way to save the other two farms. Whatever you want to do, just let your grandfather do it. Wang Xiaozi laughed. Although old Wang Xiaozi was stubborn and sexist, his loyalty and sense of belonging to the Wang family was beyond question. If he could change his mindset, he could still be a pillar of the family. Seeing that Wang Xiaozi had changed his attitude, Wang Xiaozi pulled him aside and spoke with a grave expression. Fourth grandfather, it seems that this insect disaster is not exclusive to our Wang family. I dare not speak for Long Zuo, but in the vicinity of Qingling, I'm afraid there's at least a 40 to 50% decrease in production. Isn't that a good thing? Wang Xiaozi, taken aback, then let out a naive laugh. If other families have a poor harvest, only our family will have a good yield. In this world, good and bad often have no absolutes, Wang Xiaozi said coldly. Sometimes what seems like a very good thing can turn out to be bad. Wang Xiaozi shuddered and then realized, do you mean that other clans will be envious of us? If it were just a matter of envy, that might be tolerable, Wang Xiaozi said, looking extremely solemn. As the saying goes, people don't fear scarcity as much as they fear inequality. If everyone is affected by a disaster, that's one thing. But if the Wang family alone has a good harvest, not just enemy clans, but even those with a good relationship with us may become resentful. One wrong move, and our Ping and Wang family could become the target of all. What should we do? Our Wang family is already in a precarious situation. If we... Wang Xiaozi's anxiety flared, given his limited understanding of these matters as a clan elder who had long focused on farming. Don't panic. Fourth grandfather, sometimes a bad situation can turn into a good one, Wang Xiaozi said confidently with a smile. It depends on how we handle this and steer the situation to our advantage. Let's consider, starting with the Xia family from Qingling, the Gongsun clan from Shanyang, and the Liu family from Shanyin. These three clans, they have long established marital alliances with our Ping and Wang family, sharing naturally close ties, so we must find a way to assist them. In fact, Wang Xiaozi had the best impression of the Gongsun clan from Shanyang, and not just because his current father's first wife was from the Gongsun clan. The Gongsun clan had a generous and straightforward clan spirit, and they did not scorn the Wang family even though it had fallen on hard times. Of course, this also had to do with past marriages between the direct lines of both families. The grandmother of the current clan leader of the Gongsun clan, Gongsun Mo, was Wang Lingdi, a direct descendant from the fourth generation of the Wang family. The Xia family from Qingling was itself a very powerful, profound martial family, not much inferior to the Ping and Wang family even at its peak. At that time, the direct lines of both families were intermarried, and their relationship was close. Unfortunately, later on, Wang Xiaozi nodded with a complex and regretful expression. That's right, these three families are deeply intertwined with our Wang family through marriage. It's just a pity about Sister Zenmai. Wang Xiaozi knew what he was referring to. After the upheaval in the Wang family, to solidify the relationship with the Xia family from Qingling, under the arrangements of old ancestor Long Yin, Grand-aunt Wang Zenmai from the fifth generation of the Wang family was married to the firstborn heir of the Xia family. and Wang Zhenmai did not fail her mission, conceiving a child of the direct bloodline after several years, which brought the two families' relationship to its closest. Tragically, Grand Aunt Wang Zhenmai died inexplicably in childbirth, leading to a sorrowful outcome of 1 death and 2 lives. At that time the Wang family was inconsolable with grief. The brothers of the Xiao generation went to cause an uproar at the Xu family's estate in Chengning. Even old ancestor Long Yin was disturbed enough to personally examine the corpse and only gave up when no evidence of foul play was found. Since then, the intimate relationship between the Wang family and the Xu family became strained, with marriage alliances limited to only the direct descendants and no longer involving the direct line. Similarly, the relationship between the Liu family from Shanian and the Wang family was also somewhat intricate and complex, which is difficult to summarize in a few words. Complex as it may be, the bloodline ties between them cannot be erased, and in times of crisis, they still need to support each other. Chapter 15 So delicious. My dear granddaughter, this chapter is updated by novels.pl. Besides, families like the Lu clan of Yingxiu, Xi clan of Jinshaw, and Chen clan of Donggang also must be helped actively. Wang Xiao said seriously again, over the past 40 or 50 years, our Wang family has intermarried with them, and we have established deep relationships with each other. These 3 clans are not very powerful, but it's precisely because of this that they have intermarried with the now declined Ping and Wang family. The relationship with the Lu clan of Yingxiu is the closest, as Wang Xiao's biological mother comes from the Lu clan's direct line. Also, currently, Wang Liuling, the legitimate wife of the clan leader of Yingxiu Lu clan, is from the 6th generation of Wang family and is Wang Xiao's maternal aunt. This makes their relationships extremely intricate and close. That's right, these 3 families are quite close to us. So, Xiao's, what are you thinking? Wang Xiaozi nodded in agreement. He has 2 daughters, one of whom is married to the Gongsun clan of Shanyang, and another to Chen clan of Donggang. His promising son, who passed away at a young age, Wang Dingbing, married the direct descendant of Xi clan of Jinshaw. 4th grandfather, we need to quickly sort out the causes and impacts of the outbreak of the insect plague. I will send a messenger to notify these 6 families overnight. Wang Xiao spoke rapidly. The Yaniu family in Shanian and the Xi family in Chengning have already nurtured an insect master within their families. As long as we provide a proper solution, I believe they can handle this crisis on their own. Besides, the primary business of Jinshaw Xi clan and Donggang Chen clan isn't farming. After we've fulfilled our duty of informing them, it's enough to minimize their loss. After a pause, Wang Xiao's continued. Among all, the Lu clan of Yingxiu and Gongsun clan of Shanyang appear to be a bigger concern. First, we need to inform them as soon as possible. Furthermore, we must actively lend them our support and express our good intentions to the fullest. This way, even if they suffer massive losses from the plague of insects, their feelings toward us would be gratitude rather than resentment. This series of calculations and discussions left Wang Xiaozi slightly surprised. He never could have imagined that the sudden outbreak of an insect plague could lead to such a complicated situation. More importantly, Wang Xiaozi was able to arrange everything meticulously in such a short period, taking everything into consideration. Xiaozi, it seems I've underestimated both you and Liu Jing. Wang Xiaozi sighed with a bitter smile. Your generation is certainly more talented. We, the oldest generation, are truly getting old. 4th grandfather, you're being too modest. If it weren't for your generation holding down the fort, these junior generations wouldn't have had the chance to stand firm. After paying his respects, Wang Xiaozi jokingly added, besides those 6 families, particularly the Liu clan and Zhao clan. Wang Xiaozi's expression turned rigorous. Don't worry, Xiaozi. Over the next 10 days, we will make sure the information about the insect plague is blocked off from our 3 estate farms. Unexpectedly, Wang Xiaozi smiled slyly. It is impossible to hide the outbreak of an insect plague, since every family has a farming expert. In less than 3 days, the entire Chengning defense area will be in an uproar. By the way, 4th grandfather, didn't you stockpile some inexpensive insecticide powder? With the mention of it, a regretful expression filled Wang Xiaozi's face. Yes, The insecticide powder bought during the winter season last year were the cheapest in years, and we received a huge discount for our bulk purchase. I was considering that our 3 estates would need insecticide powder, so after discussing with the elders, we stockpiled a large amount, enough for us to use for 3 years. Now, we still have goods worth more than 300 kien gold left. It's a huge loss. After this insect plague, how could those insecticides be useful? The family is already hard-pressed as it is, and losing another 300 kien golds in an instant is enough to send Wang Xiaozi to his grave out of guilt. The insecticide powder should still be somewhat effective, right? Wang Xiaozi pondered for a moment, his mind racing at 1,000,000 miles per hour. That's not entirely true. Dealing with the mature honey bugs is actually more difficult than the bug eggs. Wang Xiaozi's face was very solemn. I just tried it. I needed to double the dose mixed with wood-ash juice to quickly eliminate the honey bugs, and that doesn't include the subsequent hatching of the honey bugs. Then, Wang Xiaozi began to fire off questions like a machine gun. Wang Xiaozi had been awed before, so he didn't dare to underestimate Wang Xiaozi again. He patiently answered all the questions. He was now 75, had been turning his hand to farming since the age of 15 under his father's guidance, with 60 years of experience. He was unquestionably seasoned. So it seems, under ordinary weather conditions, the value of wheat yields per acre in winter is about 15 copper coins. Wang Xiaozi sorted out the data quickly. After deducting taxes, tenant farmer wages, farming tools, cattle, seeds and insecticide powder etc. the amortization of insecticide powder is around 1 copper coin, leaving a total of 8 copper coins gross profit per acre. If this bug disaster is not handled properly and production reduced by 50%, the farm would suffer a slight loss. The more the reduction, the greater the loss. If we do nothing, I'm afraid the production will fall by about 70%. Wang Xiaozi shook, and he seemed to understand what Wang Xiaozi meant. Roughly estimated, during the outbreak of the bug disaster, if we increase the use of insecticide powder by 2 copper coins, we can keep the disaster within 20% less than usual. Currently, Dakian implements a unified grain reserve system, and any family or business is caught manipulating the grain price in good or bad harvest years, would be committing a serious offense. Wang Xiaozi continued to gather the ints. Therefore, on the basis of a 70% reduction, each 1% reduction in loss would be worth 1 copper coin 50 shillings. Reducing the loss by half would be worth 7 copper coins 50 shillings. So the question is, if there are no insect masters to deal with the honey bugs, is it worth putting 2 copper coins into the insecticide powder? Worth it? As soon as Wang Xiaozi heard Wang Xiaozi's analysis, he immediately nodded quickly. Even if it costs 4 copper coins, I would do it. At the same time, his eyes lit up, excitedly. From what you're saying, Xiaozi, does that mean the 300 kien gold's worth of insecticide powder we have stored is not only not a loss but could be worth 600 kien gold? Good, good, good. I was derided for stockpiling insecticide powder by those guys. At least worth 600 kien gold. Our family houses Liu Jing, the insect master specialized in handling honey bugs. Those insecticide powders are really superfluous. But compared with the entire Chengning defense region, insect masters are just a drop in the bucket, and most families will still have to rely on insecticide powder to resist the disaster. Wang Xiaozi's expression was calm. Congratulations, dear fourth grandpa, you've made a big profit for our family. Ha ha ha, awesome. Wang Xiaozi's face turned ruddy with laughter. My Liu Jing is really a treasure. She is truly worthy of being my Wang Xiaozi's granddaughter. The corner of Wang Xiaozi's mouth twitched. This fourth grandpa really had a thick face. Just a moment ago he was valuing boys over girls and constantly saying that girls were a burden. But now, Liu Jing became a treasure. However, when it comes to Liu Jing, the future insect master is really a treasure. Even if the insecticide powder continues to be effective in the future, she could save the family a whopping 100 or 200 kien gold's pesticide fee per year. Moreover, the money saved is all pure profit. However, all of this is thanks to your blessing, Xiaozi. Wang Xiaozi was grinning from ear to ear. The fourth grandpa understands your words. Sometimes bad things can turn into good things. Xiaos, you are a fortunate person. When you become the clan leader, our Wang family will surely get better and better. Even though superstition should not be encouraged, Wang Xiaos still quite appreciated Wang Xiaozi's faith in him. Moreover, with his advanced thinking, if he couldn't seize some business opportunities in this bug disaster, it would be a waste to be a transmigrator. The grain prices were under strong control by the Dacian officials to prevent speculation, but the Dacian officials haven't forbidden the speculation of insecticide powder, have they? A plan was gradually taking shape in his mind. Chapter 16 Qian Family's Business. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. That night, Wang Xiao's carriage returned to the main residence once to draft several letters entrusted to the household heads for delivery. He informed the closer related families first to avoid any resentment they might harbor against the unscathed Wang family after suffering from a disaster. Even if they had already discovered signs of the insect disaster, it wouldn't hinder the Wang family's friendly gesture. In addition to this, Wang Xiaos only brought 2 household heads with him. They rode on horses throughout the night. Upon arriving at Dingpu Ferry, they secretly crossed the Peace River using a family-owned fishing boat. By the time they reached Chenyingad City, the day had just barely dawned. In the sunlight, the city walls of Chenying City were majestic and radiant. The city walls were over 10 jang tall and the whole body was built from solid black stone bricks. There were fully armored soldiers with crossbows stationed on the battlements. Every few dozen jang, there was also a gigantic crossbow stationed for defense. Although Chenyingad City is only ranked as a county-level city, it was more formidable and domineering compared to the prestigious cities on Earth. There was no choice. This world was not the ancient Huaxia. In this dangerous foreign land, many powerful monsters and dangerous beasts roamed. Once a beast tide occurred, high walls and solid cities were mankind's only barriers. Ping'an Town also has city walls, but compared to Guard City, it was vastly inferior. Wang Xiaos and his 2 companions stopped their horses gradually before the city gate. They dismounted and joined the crowd of people hurrying into the city early in the morning. Although at this time, those entering the city were mostly farmers, petty merchants, manual workers, and other common people. Seeing Wang Xiaos and the household heads leading tall and large horses and dressed extravagantly, they instinctively gave way and showed reverence. In the Great Qian land, the profound martial prominent families were the privileged class. Even the most downtrodden small prominent family was not something that a commoner could compare with. At the East City Gate, 2 fully armored soldiers stepped forward to inspect Wang Xiao's family token, and then respectfully invited him into the city. After entering the city, he didn't dally and led his horse directly to the Qian Family Business Group. The Qian Family Business Group had businesses throughout Longzhuo County. Its strength was profound and it had excellent credibility. The insecticide powder, made by the Purple Abode Academic Palace, was handled mainly by the Qian Family Business Group. This alone made the Qian Family Business Group very wealthy, not to mention their business was not limited to just the insecticide powder. After pulling out the Wang family's token, the household heads waited outside. Wang Xiaos was led into one of the side halls in the business sector, and after the maidservant offered him fruits and tea, she withdrew. Wang Xiaos calmly sipped his tea and looked around. Even though it was just a side hall in one of the branches of the business group, it was still decorated luxuriously. The various precious wooden screens, furniture, antique ornaments simply placed here and there. Each one was highly valuable. Even with Wang Xiao's rather superficial knowledge, he could perceive the value of the decorative items in this side hall. They were worth at least hundreds, if not thousands, of Qian gold, showcasing the profound wealth of the Qian family business group. They were truly worthy of being the dominant wealthy clan in Longzhuo. As a transmigrator, Wang Xiaos understood, of course, the psychological tactics of the Qian family business group. After about a quarter of an hour, a kind-faced, chubby middle-aged man walked in. The family head of the Ping and Wang family has personally come. I, Qian Mu, have failed to receive you from a great distance. Please forgive my rudeness. Wang Xiao's eyes narrowed. The other party's seemingly casual polite remark revealed some colossal information. He had only been the clan leader for these 2 or 3 days, and given the current decline of the Ping and Wang family, even a change in clan leader wouldn't cause much attention. Unexpectedly, not only did the Qian family business group notice, but they also confirmed his identity within a quarter of an hour. They were truly worthy of being one of the commercial giants dominating Longzhuo. Their information-gathering ability was very strong. And the man's surname was Qian. He had an extraordinary temperament. He most likely was a bloodline member of the Qian family. Oh, come now, it's my intrusion that brought me here, so it's already a great honor to be greeted by Principal Qian himself. Wang Xiao's responded in a similarly humble and courteous manner. The person with the last name of Qian could hardly be the head of the shop. The Qian family business is enormous, even the shopkeeper of the Chengning branch is a big shot. They wouldn't be here to deal with him. The clan leader of a declined family who only reached the vital energy refining realm. The two exchanged pleasantries for a bit before sitting down. Once seated, without heading towards the main topic, Principal Qian and Wang Xiao's casually talked about everything from Elder Zhuan to Elder Longyin, then to the achievement of cultivating at the Purple Abode Academic Palace. Throughout these discussions, Xiao's showed outstanding knowledge. Wang Xiao's also had grand plans for this visit and naturally couldn't show any signs of fear. He played along by making small talk and subtly revealing his superior logical and cognitive skills. What a pity, Xiao's. With knowledge like yours, if you took part in the re-examination at the Purple Abode Academic Palace, it might secure your position as a disciple. Their focus is not merely on the cultivation base and talent, but also on the broad views and stature of the disciples. I think the Wang family in your hands will sooner or later regain its peak, or even exceed it. Principal Qian seemed to take Wang Xiao's more seriously and both praised and lamented him. Principal Qian, don't make fun of me. Wang Xiao shook his head with a bitter smile. Our Ping'an branch of the Wang family only wants to survive peacefully, nothing more. In the midst of their courteous exchange, the two started addressing each other as brothers. Xiao's, you rushing to the Qian family business late in the night, could it be you have a big business deal in mind? Principal Qian, who had been exchanging courtesies for a while, couldn't wait anymore and started segueing into the main subject. At these words, Wang Xiao gently put down his teacup. His eyes filled with calmness. I do need a favor, Brother Qian. I need 5,000 bags of insecticide powder. At these words, Principal Qian's hand trembled slightly. He glanced at Wang Xiao in disbelief, and after some time suppressed his anger. Brother Xiao, are you here to mock me? Why would Principal Qian say such a thing? Wang Xiao replied with utter calm. Surely the Grand Qian family business can't be out of 5,000 bags of insecticide powder. Do you realize how much 5,000 bags of insecticide powder is? One bag weighs about 100 catties. Once diluted it's enough for 100 acres of fertile land. 5,000 bags is enough for 500,000 acres. Principal Qian frowned. The total amount of fertile land owned by Chengning Guard City and the various towns under our command is only about 1,500,000 acres. I know. Wang Xiao's face remained undisturbed. His eyes were very serious. Principal Qian's expression gradually became intrigued. Brother, this isn't a joke. Of course it's not a joke. Wang Xiao said, although Ping'an branch of Wang family is just a bottom-tier rank 9 family, we would surely not treat this lightly. Well, brother, you've truly given me quite a surprise. This business deal is definitely mine. Principal Qian spoke with a joyful expression. However, the Chengning branch of Qian's business only has 2,000 bags of insecticide in stock. The other 3,000 bags have to be transferred from other branches, which will take at least 10 days. Why is the number in stock so small? Wang Xiao frowned slightly. That's already a lot. Last year's supplies were almost entirely cleared out. Principal Qian responded seriously. The production of the powder relies on the crops that are grown and harvested accordingly each year. Last year saw a bountiful harvest resulting in excess production by nearly 10%. The plan was to sell it to each family at a low price, but only a few were willing to stock up at that price. And so, at the end of last winter, our supply in Chengning Guard City was left with a surplus of 2,000 bags. Why didn't those families stock up when prices were low? asked Wang Xiao's casually. Well, all right, this isn't exactly a secret anymore. A lot of families already know. I'm not breaking any clan rules by telling you. Principal Qian hesitated a little, then reluctantly admitted, the medicinal materials used in the insecticide are planted by various prominent families. As this was proving to be profitable, more families started investing in these medicinal farms. As a result, the production in the past couple of years has been increasing. Also, we have been purchasing raw materials at a lower price. This winter's batch of insecticide powder has a lot of The larger families have quicker access to such information. Wang Xiao's understood, it was a case of overproduction, and market saturation. Though he wasn't an expert in economics, his awareness and consciousness was still above the inhabitants of this mysterious magical world. In that case, Wang Xiao's, after contemplating for a moment, said, I'll take the 2,000 bags of insecticide in stock of the shop as well as the 3,000 bags of future goods. Well, Brother Xiao's, what do you mean when you say future goods? Principal Qian completely didn't understand the term, his round face full of confusion. Chapter 17, Final Sale. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Spot goods refer to items that can be exchanged on the spot, while futures are items to be exchanged on a specified date. Old Brother Qian, didn't you mention that you need to adjust your inventory, and only able to have the exchange after 10 days? Wang Xiao's casually explained to him. Makes sense. With Brother Xiao's explanations, I can now understand the difference, responded Principal Qian. His spirits lifting. He gave his eyes a roll and said in a low voice, Brother Xiao's, if I'm not mistaken, these 5,000 bags of insecticide powder are not from your own inventory. Did you find a new business opportunity? Ha, well, if old Brother Qian called it a new business opportunity. Wang Xiao sipped his tea with a grin. I just help your company clear out its inventory, and I can even make a small profit from it. It's a win-win situation. Old Brother Qian, name your honest price. Ha, a win-win situation. Brother Xiao's suggestion is really interesting. I won't pry anymore. In this case, I'll give you a 10% discount for these 5,000 bags of insecticide powder, a total of 4,500 Qian gold. 4,200 is the lowest I can go, brother. 4,200 it is, but I intend to make the payment for these goods using the credibility of the Ping and Wang family. Wang Xiao said it calmly, I will pay the 4,200 Qian gold in full a month from now. Principal Qian was momentarily startled, but quickly smiled and said, this works, but we need to have a contract in place. If you're unable to make the payment, then our company will have the right to take any steps necessary to collect. Even though the Wang family had seen a decline, they were still a profound martial prominent family. They had some assets left. Just selling the Feng farm alone would bring in at least 10,000 Qian gold. As long as a contract was in place, the Qian family, with their vast resources, would have numerous ways to collect on this debt. Even if old Brother Qian hadn't mentioned a contract, I was planning to draft one. Wang Xiao said seriously. I've already been in contact with a freighter. I'll send someone to your warehouse to transport 2,000 bags of insecticide powder in 3 days, and the second batch will follow 10 days later. If the company refuses to deliver the goods or cannot deliver them, you have to compensate us 3 times the value of the goods. Please be reassured, brother. The credibility of Qian's line of business has been upheld for hundreds of years. Principal Qian responded solemnly, under all circumstances, we will deliver the goods on time and in full. I trust the credibility of your company, but this deal is of great importance to our little Ping and Wang family. Wang Xiao's continued solemnly, I'd feel secure if we write it in black and white in the contract. In that case, let's add it. Principal Qian didn't think his company had any reason to default, and this deal of just mere thousands of Qian gold didn't matter much to the entire Qian family. It took the two of them 2 hours to finalize all the terms of the contract under Wang Xiao's meticulous scrutiny. After both parties put their signatures on the contract, Principal Qian was covered in sweat. He wiped his brow and chuckled, I've been in the business for 20 years and this is the first time I've encountered such detailed contract clauses and careful wording. But having said that, these detailed clauses will indeed prevent needless disputes in the future. It's been enlightening. Wang Xiao's just smiled to him. This was nothing. The complexity of some business contracts on Earth far surpasses this rudimentary contract by hundreds of times. With the contract now in hand, a big stone in Wang Xiao's heart fell to the ground. Based on his understanding of the Qian family's business, they wouldn't breach their own credibility, even if the contract wasn't this detailed. After all, the credibility built up over hundreds of years is a business's most valuable asset. As for dispatching heavy hitters to exterminate him over such a small amount of money, even more impossible. Though his old ancestor Longyan was on the verge of death, he's still an old spiritual platform expert from the Purple Abode. No one knew what kind of tricks he had up his sleeve. If he decided to let loose regardless of his own well-being, he could very well take out a particular spiritual platform individual. It was with all these reasons in mind that Wang Xiao's made this risky decision. But he had no other choice. The Wang family was too poor, so poor they had to carefully calculate even for a single little cultivation pill. If things continued as they were, they would merely fall into a vicious cycle. The only one he potentially wronged was Principal Qian, a middle-aged man who was only a minor principal of a branch in a remote area. It was clear that he didn't hold much weight within the sprawling Qian family. This unprofitable business could likely make him bear the responsibility. "Old brother Qian, it was a pleasure doing business with you this time," said Wang Xiao as he got up to leave. Then he added in a low voice, "If all goes according to plan, I will be doing a great favor for you in the near future." Principal Qian was momentarily startled, but then he laughed heartily. "I look forward to your good words, brother. Let me escort you to the door." With a friendly chat and laughter, Principal Qian saw Wang Xiao out the door. After leaving the Qian family's business, Wang Xiao's mood instantly became joyful. In just 3 days, he would be able to greatly alleviate the financial crisis of the Wang family. Family head. 2 household heads who had been standing outside the door led the horse over and greeted him respectfully. "Wang Zong, Wang Yong." Wang Xiao laughed. "I haven't been out for a while, accompany me to stroll around Guard City." "Yes, family head." Both household heads respectfully responded, leading the horse and accompanying Wang Xiao on a leisurely stroll around Guard City. During the time of Elder Zhuan, the Wang family had a peak of 47 household heads, with the highest cultivation base reaching the vital energy refining realm level 9. However, the current Wang family only has 9 household heads, with the highest cultivation base only reaching the vital energy refining realm level 5. The household heads differed from servants. They were no longer slaves, but vassals. Yet, they also differed from visiting elders who are contracted outsiders. The vast majority of household heads are trusted followers cultivated within the family. They have a high status and treatment within the family, but they do not have the freedom to come and go as they please. To live as a household head is to die as a household head. Their fate and life and death are all tightly bound with their master's family. They prosper or decline together with the family. It is for this reason that some families often arrange a union between sideline or illegitimate children and very excellent household heads. One reason is to bind closer, and the second reason is to improve the family bloodline. The 9 household heads of the current Wang family are descendants of household heads personally cultivated by Elder Zhuan. Their loyalty is extremely high. "Wang Zong, remember your youngest son is about 7 or 8 years old, right?" Wang Xiao casually asked. "Did he pass the profound martial talent examination?" Wang Zong hurriedly caught up and replied, "The little one has participated in this year's spring talent examination, achieving a low-grade Class C attainment. He has started his cultivation initiation in the clan school and begun the stage of nurturing his meridians." As he spoke, a faint smile spread across his face. He was clearly very satisfied with his son's talent. The profound martial talent was divided into those who passed and those who didn't. The ability to pass is extremely important, representing potential for future cultivation. And among those who passed, it's subdivided into 4 grades, A, B, C, and D. being rated as low-grade Class C is already considered the second tier, worthy of significant investment in cultivation by the family. A chip off the old block indeed. Wang Xiao's praised, "Guide him well, he may exceed you someday." Thanks for family head's blessing. Wang Zong laughed until the wrinkles around his eyes piled up. This year he was 36 years old and had 2 sons. Both of them had passed the profound martial appraisal, with his eldest son just turning 15. In another year, he would reach adulthood and be able to become a household head serving the family. His younger son's talent had even reached low-grade Class C, entering the list for special cultivation. Wang Yong, the other household head, looked rather awkward in comparison. He was about the same age as Wang Zong, married to a sideline daughter of the Wang family, with a son and a daughter. His son failed to pass the profound martial talent examination and could only learn academics. He was currently 17 years old and worked in the silkworm manor. His 6-year-old daughter still had not undergone the profound martial talent examination, and even if she did pass, she would always be just a girl. Wang Yong, you must seize the last few years and work hard with your wife to have another child. Wang Zong jokingly suggested, maybe you will be lucky and produce a grade B son. Go away. Wang Yong waved his hand impatiently. Whenever this topic was brought up, he got a little sulky. The three of them casually strolled around Qingying City. As Wang Xiao's memories of Chengling City gradually became clearer, the city had a resident population of about 150 to 160,000 people, inhabited by several old profound martial families, among which the closest relationship with the Ping and Wang family was the Chengling family. But this was just a relatively close relationship after all. The gap between the two families was becoming larger and larger, and they were no longer on the same level. Therefore, Wang Xiao's had no intention of visiting the Xu family head. Apart from operating traditional farms, the unique business of Chengling family mainly revolved around silk and cotton mills. All the cotton, hemp and raw cocoons produced in Chengling area were supplied to several workshops of Chengling family. They produced fabric and silk, which was sold throughout the state, earning a considerable profit. At the same time, the raw cocoons produced by the Xinmao silkworm farm, one of the pillar industries of the Ping and Wang family, were supplied to the Chengling family. Chapter 18 Spirit Beehive. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Let's momentarily leave aside some irrelevant details. In Qingying Weiqing, the East Market and West Market are undoubtedly the liveliest. The East Market mainly consists of various street-side shops selling local specialties from the towns beneath the Weiqing, such as fruits and vegetables, meat and poultry from different animals, fuel, rice, oil and salt, and daily necessities, etc. The fish stall of the Ping and Wang family was also among them. Wang Xiao's and others, leading their horses and immersing themselves in the market, felt as if they had entered a large farmer's market. All kinds of agricultural products and handicrafts were available. There were not only large specialty shops belonging to wealthy merchants or prominent families, but also many scattered peddlers occupying corners of the marketplace. They were selling all sorts of odd items. These peddler spots were specifically set aside by the Chengling government office to prevent these independent cultivators from setting up stalls everywhere, which could be hard to manage. Independent cultivators didn't usually have high-quality items, but they often roamed all around. The items they sold were diverse and occasionally unique. Top-level 2 Fierce Beast, Black-backed Fierce Bear's Bile, only 1 pair left, priced at 15 Qian gold, no haggling. A scarred man, clad in an animal hide armor and an independent cultivator, at his stall. His stall was spread out on a sturdy bear hide, on top of which a pair of shadow-dried bear bile was hanging on a tree branch. There was a sign standing erect, giving the vibe of "Stay away, stranger." This bear hide is black on the back and white on the belly. The texture is thick. It indeed seems to be the hide of a black-backed fierce bear. The head of the household, Wang Zong, whispered on one side, "This pair of bear bile has a golden color and the quality seems good." 15 Qian gold is not expensive. If sold to Danfang, you can at least earn 4 or 5 Qian gold. Having studied the Fierce Beast Atlas since childhood, Wang Shao's could identify most common beasts and the materials on their bodies. He just smiled and said, "We can't be greedy about this kind of stuff." Then, he walked away without looking back. Does the family head think that it's a fraud? I think this bear bile's color and quality are excellent, it can't be wrong. Wang Zong was somewhat unwilling but obediently followed him. His eyes were somewhat reluctant to leave the stall. If the family head doesn't care about making a small profit. Maybe, idiot, the family head must have noticed something strange. Wang Yong gave him a harsh stare. The tip of the bear hide is dry and black. Obviously, it is quite old. That pair of bear bile, although shadow-dried, is still bright in color and must have been taken out within the past 3 months. Wang Shao's laughed. Wang Zong, if you want to buy it, I can lend you the money. You don't have to share the profit with me. He couldn't help but silently laugh. Compared to Earth, the stall fraudsters in our profound martial world seem so crude. They don't even make up a strange story or anything, not professional at all. No, number. Luckily, I came out with the family head today. After a cold sweat, Wang Zong was like a cat on hot bricks. He grumbled, "These independent cultivators are indeed untrustworthy. There are too many scam artists. We, the profound martial world prominent families, have homes and businesses, foundations, and bases. As long as we secure these bases, we will have incessant cultivation resources," said Wang Shao's leisurely. "Those independent cultivators are homeless drifters. They have to find everything by themselves, and their lives are inherently difficult, and they are also very likely to be deceived or cheat others. Once they commit something wrong, they can pack up and leave without hesitation. They might even disguise or change their identities. What's the point of our ancestors' hard work, sacrifices, and the establishment of a family business to guard the family's properties if independent cultivators could have resources easily?" What the family had said made perfect sense. Both Wang Zong and Wang Yong grew increasingly respectful of Wang Shao's. They had begun to notice the differences between the new family head and the previous one, and could clearly distinguish the situation of the independent cultivators and the prominent families in just a few words. From then on, they became increasingly cautious about those random, differently dressed independent cultivators who set up stalls with all kinds of junk along the sides of the road. As soon as they saw independent cultivators, they thought they were dealing with frauds. "How much for this beehive?" At this moment, Wang Shao suddenly squatted in front of a stall. The stall owner was a sloppily dressed man in his 40s and looked like he had reached the peak of the 3rd level in the realm of chi refinement. But this was also the normal state for most independent cultivators, having the inability to find systematic ways of cultivation, lacking guidance from elders, and an unstable supply of cultivation resources made it hard for most independent cultivators to get ahead. As soon as the stall owner saw Wang Shao's lavish attire and the 2 heavily armed guards behind him, it was clear that they weren't ordinary people. He immediately swallowed his exorbitant initial price and put on a pleasing smile. "This young master, this is a tiger head spirit beehive, which I obtained by risking my life in the mountains. As you can see, there is still plenty of spiritual honey and bee larvae in this hive. I want to trade it for 2 little Peiyuan Dan." When it came to little Peiyuan Dan, there was a rumbling sound in his throat. "Are you trying to rob us?" Wang Yong's face changed, and he put his hand on his knife handle. "This beehive is only the size of a head. At most it could yield 2 liangs of spiritual honey. The little bee pupu isn't even enough for a stir-fry dish. The most it could be sold for is a few kien gold." "Good sir, please don't be angry." The stall owner appeared slightly fearful and spoke. "This beehive is freshly harvested and many of the bee pupae inside are still alive. If your family possesses an insect master, it's likely you could cultivate a tiger head spirit bee colony." Many independent cultivators roam across the world. Their strength may not be impressive, but their knowledge is extensive. "You're overthinking. There is not a single insect master in the entire Chengning region. We purchased this rare item to spice up our meals." Wang Shao's took out 10 kien gold. "This is enough to buy a little Peiyuan Dan. Take it or leave it. If you add even a shilling more, I'm walking away." The stall owner, after much hesitation, reluctantly sold at a painful loss. "Young master, If this were in a bigger town or county, it would be worth 20 kien gold. Unfortunately, by the time I get it there, these BPP will all be dead. If the BPP could live for another few days, the stall owner would earnestly consider the wearisome trip to sell it at the county, given the difference of 10 kien gold. Once the BPP die off, the value of this tiger head spiritual beehive plummets. After finalizing the sale, Wang Shao's told Wang Yong to pack up the hive and carry it away, not bothering with any further haggling with the stall owner. While this purchase couldn't be considered a real bargain, it wasn't a loss either. If he gave it to his fifth younger sister, Wang Liu Jing, to play with, there was a slight chance that a wonder could happen. If they really managed to cultivate tiger head spirit bees, that would add a unique industry to the family assets. Sighting a tiger head spirit bee in the wild was practically impossible. One would only incidentally encounter them in extremely remote areas. Even with a concerted effort, finding one could take anywhere from 6 months to a year. Afterward, they casually strolled around other independent cultivator stalls, but didn't come across any other items of interest. Without realizing it, they ended up at the center of the East Market, near one of their own family businesses, the Chengning East Market Fishmonger Stall. Ping and Wang Family Fishmonger. The 6-character name spanned over 3 shops. Compared to the scruffy stalls, the tidiness and upscale ambience of the fishmonger were noticeably superior. Looking at this Wang Family Fishmonger, memories overwhelmed Wang Shao's, instigating a powerful emotional surge. These 3 storefronts, along with the private courtyard at the back, were the last remaining assets of the Wang family in Qingning City. Ever since those 2 major battles 50 years ago, the prestige of the Ping and Wang family plummeted. To support the family, and to raise a new spirit platform realm powerhouse as soon as possible, the Wang family resolutely sold many of their fixed assets in Qingning City. Unfortunately, the highly expected Wang Dingshan met a premature death at the young age of 20. Leaving no offspring behind. Wang Xian, the 6th grandfather, did manage to reach the peak of the vital energy refining realm in his 40s and attempted to impact the spirit platform realm. Unfortunately, after depleting a massive amount of resources, his attempt was unsuccessful. Today, the 65-year-old Wang Xian is still stalled at the vital energy refining realm. As for Wang Shao's father, Wang Dinayu, his fate was even more tragic. At a time when the family's resources were not sufficient to support him in impacting the spirit platform realm, he daringly ventured into the outer region in search of an opportunity. Regrettably, he ended up losing his life. If the family were to continue selling off their assets, such as selling all 3 of their farms, they would undoubtedly gather enough resources for Wang Dinayu to impact the spirit platform realm. But if they did so and failed, the Ping and Wang family would be instantly reduced to penury. Wang Shao's had a vague feeling that when he reached the peak of the vital energy refining realm, the family might indeed decide to sell off all their assets in a final gamble. However, if they had to resort to that desperate measure, it would surely signify the failure of Wang Shao's, the transmigrator. 4th brother, what brings you here? While Wang Shao's was deep in thought, a surprised voice called out. Chapter 19 The Legendary Fiancé. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It was a robust man wearing coarse hemp clothing and busy at work. He put down the box of salted fish he was carrying on his shoulder with a clang and walked over with great excitement. Wang Shao's composed himself and recognized that it was his elder brother, Wang Shui, the second of his generation with the character Shu in their names. He immediately gave a respectful bow and flashed a smile. Second brother, why are you dressed like this and even handling the chores yourself? Wang Shui grinned helplessly. You don't know, for some reason, 6th uncle has sent over the entire stock of salted fish from the Dingpo warehouse for me to sell urgently. Even with the help of porters, it's too hectic. See, we are still unloading the goods. As he spoke, he pointed at several horse carts loaded with goods that were lined up behind him, almost blocking the road entirely. Wang Shao's, of course, knew the reason. Due to his suggestions and plans, the amount of fish caught by the fishing team this year was unprecedented. If the stock of salted fish is not sold as soon as possible, once the large amount of freshly caught fish hits the market, the unsold salted fish would be left to waste. Wang Zong, Wang Yong, help with the unloading. Wang Shao's waved his hand. Yes, family head. The two house guards promptly put down their baggage to lend a hand. Both of them, one at the Qi refinement realm level 4 and the other at level 5, had physical strength much stronger than ordinary people. To top it off, Wang Shui was also at the Qi refinement realm level 5. With these three martial artists unloading together, the speed shot up rapidly. Of course, Wang Shao's was already at the high level 6 of the Qi refinement realm. If he were to help, it would be even faster. But him, the prominent head of the family, moving salted fish would surely tarnish the family's reputation if word got out, wouldn't it? In less than an hour, all the fish from the horse carts were moved into the warehouse, and the road was clear again. Afterwards, a freshly cleaned up Wang Shui originally planned to entertain Wang Shao's in the backyard. However, he was turned down, which led them to find a place in the fish stall to chat over tea. Fourth brother, our fish stall mainly sells salted and smoked dry fish, fresh fish, and live fish. Wang Shui personally poured the tea and explained, the dry goods such as salted fish are mostly bought by traveling merchants in bulk and sold towards the northwest. The fresh fish is primarily sold to the vendors inside Qingyangard City, who come to our stall to pick up the goods every day early in the morning. Secondly, we supply fresh and live fish to several restaurants in the city. For these, we provide the delivery service, but the price is slightly higher. Further, some prominent families and wealthy merchant houses also have a lot of fresh and live fish requirements daily. Therefore, every day from the early morning to noon is the busiest time for our fish stall. With this explanation, Wang Shao's understood how the Wang family's fish stall operated. The main idea was to sell the fish caught by the fishing team at the highest price possible. The net income it could bring to the family was about 200 Qian gold a year. It was precisely because the net profit wasn't high that the 7th generation clansman, Wang Shui, was assigned the responsibility here. Wang Shui's talents were not outstanding, merely grade D. Therefore, the resources he had enjoyed from the family since childhood could not compare with Wang Dinayu and Wang Shao's, which resulted in his cultivation being only in the early level 5 of Qi refinement realm at 33 years old. Fortunately, Wang Shui was calm, hardworking and had no complaints about the family's allocation of resources. Instead, he conscientiously took charge of one of the family businesses and contributed to the family. Second brother, you've worked hard over the years, Wang Shao said gravely as he bowed his hand. What are you talking about, fourth brother? Wang Shui hastily returned the formality. As a direct bloodline of the Wang family, it's my duty to manage the family's businesses. What's there to be hard about? As long as one day you can break through to the spirit platform realm, our Wang family will surely have better days. Spirit platform realm. Spirit platform realm. Wang Shao sighed inwardly. All of his clan members were placing their hopes on him. It was this hope that allowed them to work tirelessly. Don't worry, second brother. Our Wang family is bound to get better and better. Wang Shao confidently grinned. By the way, I heard that nephew Zongxing is quite gifted and has a grade C talent. Upon mention of Zongxing, a joyful smile appeared on Wang Shui's honest face. That boy is pretty good, better than his father. It looks like my bloodline is pretty decent. Hee, second brother, that's because your wife has good bloodlines, Wang Shao said, teasingly. I know, second sister-in-law was a famous beauty when she was at the Xia clan of Jingshaw waiting for marriage. Many families proposed marriage to her. Yet, unexpectedly, you managed to fight your way through and captured second sister-in-law's heart. You still remember that, fourth brother? Weren't you a child at that time? Hee, your second sister-in-law doesn't like those flashy young masters, and instead took a liking to your simple and honest second brother, Wang Shui said, recalling the past with evident pride. Marrying your second sister-in-law was the biggest victory of my life. By the way, you turned 18 this year, didn't you, fourth brother? When do you plan to bring home the Liu family's daughter? The Liu family's daughter? Wang Shao's was taken aback. Had Wang Shui not brought it up, he had forgotten that he was already engaged to the eldest legitimate daughter of the Liu family. Under normal circumstances, the now declining Wang family would not be able to forge a connection with the direct line of the Liu family. Their relationship only extended to occasional intermarriages between their direct lines. The last marriage between the direct lines of the Wang and Liu families was a few hundred years ago. At that time, Liu Xuanfu, the daughter of the Liu family's direct line, married Wang Yu, Zhuxiuan's second son, and Wang Zuwei, Zhuxiuan's second daughter, married into the Liu family's direct line. It should be noted that Grand Aunt Zuwei gave birth to 2 sons and a daughter in the Liu family, and the 2 living old ancestors of the Liu family at the spirit platform realm level. One was Grand Aunt Zuwei's son, and the other was her grandson. It also explained why the Liu family in Shanian always reciprocated the kindness owed to the Wang family. However, the most remarkable person in the Liu family was Liu Xuanfu, the daughter of Grand Aunt Zuwei. Liu Xuanfu and Wang Longyin of the Wang family were both regarded as heaven's spoiled girls and were concurrently admitted into the Purple Abode's academic palace, which caused a sensation in the entire region of Chengning Weiqing. They were known as the 2 beauties of Chengning, and their reputations surpassed that of many families' old ancestors at the spirit platform realm. Moreover, they both performed well at the Purple Abode's academic palace and had promising futures. Regrettably, following the Wang family's great tragedy, old ancestor Longyin had to abandon her position as an outstanding disciple in the academic palace and return to her family. Unfortunately, she suffered a severe injury and her lifespan significantly decreased. She has not left Chengning ever since. Liu Xuanfu, on the other hand, continued to develop in the Purple Abode's academic palace, and her recent status was unknown. However, the growing strength of the Shanian Liu family indicated that her progress in the Purple Abode's academic palace must be going well. Therefore, Wang Xiao's engagement to the legitimate daughter of the Liu family was proposed by old ancestor Longyin when she personally visited them. This was her way of leaving a final safeguard for the family. Perhaps old ancestor Longyin paid an unknown cost, or perhaps the Liu family still holds on to past sentiments. In any case, the engagement was set. Fourth brother, what are you thinking about? Wang Shui laughed. He. Could it be you're thinking about your unbetrothed wife, Liu Yulan, Miss Liu? Second brother, let's focus more on how to strengthen our family. Wang Xiao's diverted the topic. If Uncle Six's fishing fleet produces double the yield compared to previous years, can your fish stall handle it? What, double? Excitement colored Wang Shui's face as he exclaimed, Fourth brother, is the family willing to expand the fishing boats? This is a good thing for the family. If it really happens, I'll make sure not to drag us down. What about twice that? Wang Xiao said with a smile. Wang Shui inhaled deeply. Fourth brother, don't tease your second brother. Just as Wang Xiao's was about to explain, a sinister laughter echoed from outside. Is Wang family's second brother, Wang Shui, in? It's Ding Yaod, the second shopkeeper of the wealth casino. Your nephew owes our gambling house money. When will he pay it back? Wealth casino, gambling debt. Nephew? At the same time as Wang Shui's face changed drastically, Wang Xiao's smile also froze on his face, and his eyes became sharper. Chapter 20 Teaching the Younger Generation. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. All profound martial prominent families have diligent members who contribute to their clan. Just as well, they may also have rotten members. Luckily, the clan regulations in the Ping and Wang family are strict, and there's also the pressure of the family's hard fight for survival and ancestors' glory. Thus, the majority of the clan members usually behave in accordance with their roles. However, the 8th generation of the Zong generation has produced a layabout who doesn't strive to advance. Fourth brother, you're now the clan leader, so it's inappropriate to get involved, said Wang Shui with a cold face. Wait a bit, I'll be back soon. After saying this, he walked out in a rush. Before long, Wang Shui came back in, dragging a youth of about 20 into the room. The youth, with a swollen and bruised face, was sobbing uncontrollably. Second uncle, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please spare me this time and don't tell my father. You bloody wild creature. Wang Shui, consumed with anger, gave the youth a kick sending him rolling. You've fallen so low, but still refuse to reflect on your mistakes. You shamelessly beg for mercy, expecting me to cover for you. Oh no. After the youth howled a couple of times, he raised his head and saw an extraordinarily graceful youth sitting motionlessly, looking at him expressionlessly. The youth immediately shivered, like struck by lightning, his eyes reflecting the terror of doomsday. Fourth uncle. You. His body wobbled and he seemed to be about to faint. At this point, he would have preferred to confront his father, but definitely not his fourth uncle. His father would merely give him a sound beating, and after being locked up for a few months, he would be back on his feet. But this guy. How much did you lose? Asked Wang Shao's coldly. This bloody wild creature. He has only been here for a little over a month and owes 20 Qian gold to the gambling house, and with his mother's money and a cultivation pill that he secretly sold off, his total losses amount to 40 Qian gold. Wang Shui's anger flared up. Under normal circumstances, 20 or 30 people toiling day and night for a year, would be able to earn just over 200 Qian gold. This lad, on the other hand, managed to gamble away 40 Qian gold, an amount that could buy 4 cultivation pills. Fourth uncle, I was wrong, I was really wrong. The youth, collapsing onto the floor, began to repeatedly shout out to Wang Shao's, I beg fourth uncle to give me one more chance. Chance? I've given you far too many chances already, shouted Wang Shui. The family had originally assigned you to the Xinmao silkworm farm to work under your eldest brother and learn something useful. But you've spent all your time with bad company, even daring to harass good women. Subsequently, your grandfather and mother sought mercy for you and allowed you to work under your sixth uncle's ship team. But you found it too laborious, so you sneaked over here. I was wrong. I really shouldn't have taken you in. The charms of the outside world have completely blinded you. After pondering for a moment, Wang Shao slowly said, Zongwei, being the eldest among the Zong generation, you should be setting a good example for your younger siblings, but you turned out to be so disreputable. As your eldest brother's son, it's his responsibility to educate you. But since I, Wang Shao's, am of the direct line and presently the clan leader, I also have a right and duty to discipline wayward clan members. Fourth uncle, cried out Wang Zongwei, collapsing into a heap of mud in fear. For my father's sake, for my great-grandfather's sake, let's do this. Since you like to gamble, I'll gamble with you. Wang Shao said, his face devoid of any expression as he took out a Qian gold coin and squeezed it in his palm. Let's gamble to see which hand I have the Qian gold coin in. If you guess right, we'll consider today's matter as not having happened. If you lose, I won't be excessively harsh. I'll just take one of your hands. Out of respect for your great-grandfather, you can then live a peaceful life in the clan as a parasite. What? Wang Zongwei froze in fear, the tears in his eyes drying up. Fourth uncle, I don't want to gamble, I don't. The fourth. Wang Shui changed his countenance and was about to plead when Wang Shao waved his hand to cut him off. In a cold voice, Wang Shao said, even if Wang Xiaohui, your grandfather Wang Dingchuan, or your father Wang Shuin were present, it would make no difference. Wang Shui shivered and instinctively closed his mouth, not daring to plead any further. Although they were all members of the Wang clan and brothers of the Xu generation, Wang Shao's, as the direct line successor and currently the Wang clan leader who had been cherished by the old ancestor Longyin since he was young, naturally held a different status. For the Wang clan, even 10 of such worthless scoundrels like Wang Zongwei would not equal a single finger of Wang Shao's in importance. After intimidating Wang Shui, Wang Shao turned his gaze back to Wang Zongwei and said coldly, if you don't want to gamble, then I'll take it as your surrender. Hold out your hand. No, I'll bet. Wang Zongwei insisted frantically, I bet the Qian gold is in fourth uncle's right hand. Wang Shao's eyes flashed a cold glint as he slowly opened his empty right palm. Zongwei, you lost. No, fourth uncle, give me another chance, just one more. Wang Zongwei started to scream hysterically, it's in your left hand, the Qian gold is in fourth uncle's left hand. Are you sure? I'm sure. Wang Shao slowly opened his left palm, which was still empty. His gaze, sharp as a blade, fixed on Wang Zhongwei. Zhongwei, you should uphold your credibility. If you are willing to bet, you should be willing to accept loss. Wang Zong, Wang Yong. Yes, family head. The two head of households emerged, holding up a trembling Wang Zhongwei who had collapsed like a pile of mud, mumbling, "Fourth uncle, spare me, spare me." Glang. Wang Shao's sword was unsheathed, its cold glint flickering. Wang Shui could no longer bear to watch, turning his head away. Swoosh. Wang Shao's sword slashed, a flash of light and then back in the sheath. Artilda Wang Zhongwei screamed tragically, my hand is gone, is gone." The smell of urine filled the air. The faces of Wang Zong and Wang Yong, the two head of households, twisted in disgust as they dropped him. Pitying how drastically different this young Master Zhongwei is from the family head when they both come from the same bloodline of old ancestors Xuan. It's hard to believe Zhongwei is already 20, even 2 years older than the family head. Smack. Wang Shui stepped forward, slapping his wailing short, scolding angrily and disgustedly. Enough, stop howling, you disgraceful dog. Quickly thank your fourth uncle. My hand, it's still there, it's still there. Overjoyed, Wang Zhongwei began yelling amid tears and snot, quickly bowing down to Wang Shao's, thank you, fourth uncle. I will become a better person, start anew. Remember, you owe me a hand and I reserve the right to reclaim it at any time. In addition, your cultivation resources and salaries will be temporarily confiscated, and transferred to Wang Liu Otong. Wang Shao's, not wanting to see any more, turned and walked away, with the two head of households closely following behind. Thank you, fourth uncle, thank you, fourth uncle. Wang Zhongwei didn't dare argue and kept kowtowing. Wang Shui shot Zhongwei a fierce glance, quickly catching up to Shao's. With a sigh, he said, fourth brother, I understand that you want to teach Zhongwei a lesson, but what? Wang Shao scoffed, could it be that second uncle or big brother will win for him? I'm not worried about grandpa and big brother. Wang Shui said helplessly, as you know, sister-in-law Xu is of the direct bloodline from the Xu family of Chengning. Having lived a pampered life, her character is quite. You confiscating Zhongwei's resources is deserved. She cannot nitpick about that. However, you transferring the resources to Sister Liu Otong might give sister-in-law an opportunity to cause a fuss. Regardless if sister-in-law hails from the Xu or Liu family, she's now one of our Wang family. Wang Shao stated calmly, I believe being born in such a prominent family, sister-in-law is definitely a person who knows right from wrong. In due time, she will appreciate my good intentions. Wang Shui opened his mouth wanting to counter but decided against it. He understood that although sister-in-law Xu is bold, she doesn't necessarily dare to oppose Shao's, and that relieved him significantly. Chapter 21, Opening the Door to a New World for the Second Brother. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. In spite of these small interruptions, Wang Shao's didn't care too much. Instead, he steered the conversation back on track. Second brother, the live fish hold the highest value in your fish stall, right? Yes, apart from the spirit fish, some superior live fish have the highest value, like birch, herring, mandarin fish, eel, shad, snakehead, and others that are known for their freshness and are quite popular among prominent families and wealthy businessmen. The only requirement is that they remain alive. Wang Shaodi frowned. Auntie Liu's fishing team has live water cabins. After disembarking from the live water cabins, specific carriages have to be used to transport the fish to Chengning Guard City overnight. They also need to be delivered to the buyers in the shortest possible time. Even the shortest delays can lead to many errors. Out of 10 fish, 6 or 7 would die, and when they die, their value drops by half and can only be sold as fresh fish. Wang Shao's thought for a moment before speaking. So, the cost of transportation and the high death rate of live fish are the two critical issues here. If we can solve these problems, even without increasing the quantity of catch, we could earn quite a bit extra every year. The reason he was inspecting every aspect of the family business was that he wanted to see if he could implement some optimizations using his modern Earthman's mindset to increase the family's productivity. If fourth brother can find a way to reduce the death rate of the fish, we could confidently make an additional 70 or 80 kien gold. The loss hurts, Wang Shui said, all profit lost with the dead fish. I can't say anything now, I need to take a look at your existing approach. Come with me, fourth brother. Wang Shui led Wang Shao's to the courtyard where 2 horse-drawn carriages were parked. Unlike ordinary carriages, they didn't have passenger compartments but were fitted with large wooden barrels. He said, one carriage carries live water and fish, while the other carries live water alone. Every 2 hours, some water in the fish barrel needs to be replaced. However, even then, if there are slightly more live fish, some will die. I had been considering adding another carriage to carry live water, but this would significantly increase the costs. Upon seeing Wang Shui's method of transporting live fish, Wang Shao's eyelids twitched. The number of valuable live fish caught every day wasn't high. The highest was a couple of £1,000 in a day. Is such a shocking method necessary for transportation? The fish barrels were unexpectedly crude, with neither oxygen boosters nor filters, just a simple water change. To change the water, they astonishingly needed 1 carriage just for that. Moreover, was Wang Shui really considering adding another carriage? But then, Wang Shao's understood, it really wasn't Wang Shui's fault, because this was the profound martial world where everyone was focused on improving their cultivation realm and individual martial power. Not all human elites ignored the natural sciences. However, even if they achieved something in their research, they would selfishly hoard it. Knowledge was kept strictly confidential, making it difficult to disseminate. One couldn't blame them. Even if Wang Shao's came up with something, he would keep it for his clan's secret use. To think that he would share it with other families was ridiculous. In his past life, Wang Shao's was just a workaholic with no aspirations. During weekends and holidays, he often went fishing with his friends. When he caught too many fish, he once tried to use an oxygen pump to keep the fish alive for slow consumption. Still, the fish died quickly even with increased oxygenation. After some research, he learned some basic principles to keep fish alive for slow consumption. The aquarium has to meet 3 conditions. Firstly, it's the amount of dissolved oxygen in the water. Fish need oxygen to survive, and the oxygen in the water is limited. A bucket with more fish consumes oxygen faster. This can be alleviated by increasing the oxygen. Secondly, it's the cleanliness of the water. Fish excrement and food residues produce ammonia and nitrite. Respiration results in nitrogen. These could cause the death of fish, which can be solved by changing the water or filtering. Lastly, it's the temperature. The higher the temperature, the more active the fish, the more oxygen it consumes, and the more toxic ammonia it produces. Therefore, keeping the water relatively low temperature is also quite effective. Combining these 3 points, Wang Shao's and Wang Shui went into his study. After some thought, Wang Shao's drew a simple sketch on a piece of paper. The fish barrel had a filter at the top, and the filtered water rained down into the barrel. A simple drip oxygenation method was applied. Also, he explained the principle of oxygen and toxins to Wang Shui as simply as he could. Wang Shui had been working at the fish stall for more than 10 years and quickly understood the principle Wang Shao's was explaining. He exclaimed, after hearing fourth brother's explanation, I understand a lot more. The elders used to say we needed to change the live water because the fish needed the live qi in the water. When the live qi was insufficient, the water became dead water, and the fish would die. It never occurred to me that the rainwater drip method could increase the live qi in the water. This idea comes from ancient books. Whether it's effective or not is uncertain and requires more experiments for comparison. Wang Shao's nodded to himself. The term vital energy was easier to comprehend than the mouthful oxygen. Fish eat vital energy and exhale dead energy. The increasing excrement in the water generates poisonous gas. It can be filtered out through layers of cotton cloth, crushed charcoal, and gravel, making the water non-toxic and therefore, preventing the fish from dying. Why didn't I think of this before? Wang Shui grew more excited as he spoke. The points about temperature conditions my younger brother mentioned also make sense. Fewer live fish die in cold weather during transport, while more die in the summer. It turns out when the weather is hot, fish are more active. meaning they require more vital energy. No wonder transporting them during daytime is not as good as at night. If we added some ice to the water, the theory that Wang Xiao's imparted seemed to open a door to a new world for Wang Shui, as things that had been perplexing him were suddenly clear now. As long as you understand, brother, you can have craftsmen build a few small devices for testing. Wang Xiao's glanced at the sky. It's getting late and I have other matters to handle, so I need to take my leave. As the clan leader, Wang Xiao's wasn't here to invent and create. Besides, knowing is easier than doing. He might not be particularly good at manually handling such things. As long as Wang Shui understood the principles, he was capable enough to undertake the following work. Don't rush off, younger brother. Wang Shui grabbed his arm. You rarely come to the fish stall, and I, as your elder brother, have not yet properly hosted you. Let's take lunch at the 100 Taste Pavilion. The live fish they serve are supplied by us, and their dishes are all exceptionally good. There are still several things I haven't figured out. What is this siphon effect drainage you mentioned? And how does a manual pump increase the water tank's vital energy? How does the manual pump principle allow water to flow upwards? Enough already. Listening to his brother's endless string of questions made Wang Xiao's head spin a bit, but he acknowledged that it was a good thing. Wang Shui had been running the fish stall for many years, and if he could really master this knowledge, the business would definitely prosper. This would also mean making a significant contribution to the family. In Qingning Weiqing, the Wang family was not the only ones in the fish stall business. Over 10 prominent families were managing such businesses. In particular, the Liu clan and Zhao clan were even larger than the Wang family. If their fish stall could have better performance, they would squeeze the living space of their competitors while generating more wealth for themselves. Therefore, Wang Xiao's took some extra time to give Wang Shui a primer course. Both the siphon effect and manual pumps require pipes. The use of pipes in this world was relatively crude, limited to only bamboo, clay, and copper, but these would suffice. It was fine that they could not yet produce a manual pump. They could use the siphon principle to draw water from the bottom and manually pour water into the filtration layer. This way, the transport capacity of one cart was greatly increased and the survival rate of the fish was significantly boosted. Wang Shui was fascinated by the conversation and continued to barrage Wang Xiao's with questions even over lunch at the 100 Taste Pavilion. Elder brother, is the 100 Taste Pavilion really one of the best restaurants in Qingning Weiqing? Wang Xiao's found the food there average at best, though the ingredients were undoubtedly high quality. Of course, in terms of seasoning, it was superior to the cooks in the Wang family, but the flavor still lagged considerably behind those on Earth. Younger brother, this meal cost us 32 copper coins and 73 shillings. Wang Shui grumbled about the cost. These hard-earned savings of mine are spent on such delicious dishes, and you're still not satisfied? Wang Xiao stroked his chin, guessing that the disparity was due to monosodium glutamate message, which had been omnipresent in all corners of the food world on Earth, raising the bar for his taste buds. If he could figure out how to make message, could it become an industry as well? Chapter 22, Purple Crystal Spirit Beehive. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. However, this idea was fleeting because Wang Xiao knew only that the earliest sodium glutamate was extracted from kelp, but the content of sodium glutamate in kelp is very low, making it difficult for industrial operations. Modern processes all extract sodium glutamate from crops like soybeans through microbial fermentation. Yet, Wang Xiao had almost no understanding of the refining process and principles of sodium glutamate, and developing it himself would have been extremely time-consuming. Therefore, he had to set aside the notion of quick wealth and decided it was safer to start by improving and optimizing the family industry. Second brother, now that you understand the principle, I hope you'll expedite the experimentation and improvement, and make sure not to waste the hard work of Uncle Six's fishing brigade in catching the live fish. Of course, you also need to protect our Wang family's secrets. I trust you know better than I how to do that. After giving a few instructions, Wang Xiao led his household guards to take his leave. For Wang Shui, who had received the inheritance, he was eager to try it out. He was too impatient to even see Wang Xiao off, so he hurried to start his experiments. If successful, this traditional family industry of a fish stall could play to its strengths. At the eastern city gate of Chengning Defense, once out of the city, there was a straight and wide official road. Wang Shao's, accompanied by 2 household guards, rode his horse at a gallop, and after some time and a few stops, they reached the Chengning Ferry Terminal in Peace River within half an hour. The Chengning Ferry Terminal was a government-run ferry, actually controlled by the government officials of Chengning Defense, where the reach of the 3 prominent families of Ping'an Town also came to an abrupt halt, marking a clear boundary line. A guardian from the Wang family had already been waiting there, who came forward to greet them upon their arrival. Wang Wu greets the family head. Dispense with the formalities. Have grandmother and my 5th sister arrived? When Wang Shao's left the family late at night, he had left a letter for Gong Sun Hui instructing her to act according to the plan outlined in the letter. Reporting to the family head, Wang Wu said respectfully, Elder Madame Hu and the 5th young Mrs. carriage is waiting up ahead. Guided by Wang Wu, Wang Shao's quickly met up with Gong Sun Hui and the others. After boarding the carriage, Gong Sun Hui poured a cup of tea for Wang Shao's, her brows knit with worry. Is the matter as serious as your letter described? I'm afraid it's even more severe than we imagined, Wang Shao said after taking a sip of tea to settle his spirits and frowning. The Qian family's trading company has industries all over Longzhuo, yet they remain oblivious to the situation. This suggests that no significant power within Longzhuo County has issued a warning about the impending disaster. How could this be? Gong Sun Hu exclaimed with pale countenance. So many prominent families in the entire Longzhuo County are all unaware? If so, won't many of the common people suffer? Grandmother worries too much. If the sky were to fall, there would still be tall people to hold it up. What our little Wang family can do is to go with the flow and figure out how to survive and grow, which is the right path, Wang Shao said calmly. However, grandmother does have a point. In the vast Longzhuo County, it cannot be that we are the first to detect the insect calamity. Perhaps most people will overlook it. But surely some families have noticed the strangeness and made preparations in secret. Or perhaps someone has already issued a warning, but the news has yet to reach Chengning. Human nature is universal. After encountering this situation, Wang Shao's immediately kept it a strict secret and prepared to seize the opportunity for profit. And most of the other families that had discovered or stumbled upon the situation probably had the same thought. Moreover, Wang Shao's had discovered this issue quite late and merely managed to respond to the situation. Even publicizing it would only hasten the outbreak of chaos and be of no benefit to the overall situation. You're right. Our small family is already doing well if we can take care of ourselves now, Gong Sun Hui said, letting go of the worries. The Diaqian government, Purple Abode Academic Palace, and those prominent clans will surely step in to save the day in a critical moment. That you thought to help the Gongsun family at a time like this, Elder Madame Hui would like to thank you on behalf of the Gongsun clan of Shanyang. This is nonsense, Elder Madam, Wang Shao smiled. The Gongsun clan and our Wang family have intermarried for generations, already blending our bloodlines. It is our duty to help and look out for each other. Besides, I haven't visited my maternal grandfather in a long while. I should pay him my respects. As far as Wang Shao's was aware, the intermarriage between Gongsun clan and Wang family indeed ran deep. Take the current clan leader of the Gongsun clan, Gongsun Mo, for instance. His own grandmother was the direct descendant of the 4th generation of the Wang family Wang Lingdi. Even elder Madame Gongsun Hui had to address her as her great-grandmother. And in the 4th generation, the direct lineage of the Wang family also married a direct daughter from the Gongsun clan, who was Wang Shao's great-grandmother. Thus, one could see just how close the direct lineages of the Gongsun clan and the Wang family were to each other. As soon as the words maternal grandfather aired, Gongsun Hui paused slightly, then revealed a delighted expression, emotionally saying, you've truly grown up, becoming sensible. Although Gongsun Hui was not Wang Shao's birth mother, she was his father's first wife, making her father, Gongsun Mo, naturally Wang Shao's maternal grandfather. However, Wang Shao's predecessor had been somewhat reclusive since childhood, having visited Gongsun Mo a few times in a rather cold manner. with little warmth between them. For Gongsun Hui, having remarried Wang Dinayu and given birth to just one legitimate daughter without a son, she poured all her affection and attention into her stepson, Wang Shao's. According to the laws of Great Qian land and the rules commonly followed by all profound martial prominent families, the relationship between a father's first wife and the legitimate son must be regarded as that of a true mother and son, whether they are blood-related or not. While Gongsun Hui was chatting, the fifth sister, Wang Luojing, sat obediently all along, and even if she found it boring, she just blinked and dared not interrupt. Luojing, your fourth brother has brought you a gift, have a look and see if you like it. Wang Shao's offered her a wrapped package. Wang Luojing opened it and found a beehive. Instantly, she covered her mouth with delight, and murmured, "Is this beehive so round and smooth, with hexagonal openings, slightly crystalline and lustrous? Could it actually be the legendary purple crystal spirit beehive? Thank you fourth brother, this is wonderful. Wait a second. What in the world is a purple crystal spirit bee?" Wang Shao's face showed a hint of surprise. "Luojing, your learning is not yet thorough, this is clearly a tiger head spirit beehive." Wang Luojing paused, biting her lip. She said, "I understand, fourth brother, you're testing me again." The insect scripture records that tiger head spirit bees and purple crystal spirit bees look quite similar at level 1. With the subtle difference being the slightly more slender body of the purple crystal spirit bee. However, their hives are significantly different. Tiger head spirit bee hives are generally flatter and rougher around the openings, while those of purple crystal spirit bees are round and their hives appear crystalline. This suggests that this swarm of purple crystal spirit bees is still at the level 1 phase, just starting to crystallize. If they advance to level 2, the hive will be more than 10 times larger than this, and will gradually assume the form of purple crystal. As she spoke, Wang Luojing carefully turned out several bee pupae, immediately showing a pained expression on her small face. "The person who harvested this hive is foolish, many of the pupae and larvae are dead. Oh, this really is a purple crystal spirit beehive, and only a few dozen pupae are still alive. What a pity. Is it really a purple crystal spirit bee?" Wang Shao's expression also grew strange. Did I unintentionally pick up a treasure? Given his status as a young clan leader, he naturally had to learn a great deal, and tiger head spirit bees were relatively common and well known to him. However, he knew very little about purple crystal spirit bees, only that they were a rare species capable of growing to level 2 spirit bees. Gongsun Hui, listening from the side, was also startled. Covering her mouth, she teased, You didn't really buy this thinking it was a tiger head spirit beehive, did you? How much Qian gold did you pay?" "I was just strolling through the market when I found this hive. Thinking of fifth sister's potential as an insect master, I bought it for her to play with." Wang Shao's chuckled. After some haggling, it went for 10 Qian gold. "It seems both that independent cultivator and I were mistaken." Hey, it's more than a mistake. You were both blind," Gongsun Hui joked with a laugh. The purple crystal spirit bee, among level 2 spirit bees, once mature, produces purple crystal spirit honey, which has the effect of consolidating the foundation, nurturing the essence, and beautifying the complexion. It's a major ingredient in a variety of level 2 spirit pills. And if they can produce purple crystal bee king honey, that's a standard level 3 spiritual material, and a main ingredient in the well-known level 3 spirit pill, enlightenment pill. Hiss Wang Shao's gasped. The enlightenment pill, isn't that the fabled pill said to enhance profound martial attributes? Chapter 23, Young Clan Leader of the Gongsun Clan. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The enlightenment pill can improve one's talent, said to be specially developed by an alchemy great grandmaster to enhance human cultivation talent. That alchemy grandmaster had devoted his entire life to developing the enlightenment pill, but the result was still quite disappointing, as the enlightenment pill only offered a slight improvement for those with profound martial talent of lower class. Moreover, it could only slightly improve the profound martial talent, not significantly. Even so, for a 9-rank lowest tier prominent family like the Ping and Wang family, the enlightenment pill was already a very high level god level pill. Especially for someone like Wang Shao's, who was at the lower class A level of profound martial talent, it was extremely practical. He was touted as a young genius, only half a step behind the old ancestor Longyin in his younger days, bearing the hopes of the family's future. However, Wang Xiaos himself was well aware that his talent, while considered good within Chengling's sphere, had only a hopeful chance of impacting the spirit platform stage. By comparison, within the entirety of Longzhuo County, it was hardly worth mentioning. His overall conditions just barely met the enrollment requirements of the Purple Abode Academic Palace, and whether he would be accepted still depended on subsequent tests. Fortunately, even among those in the lower class A, Wang Xiaos was considered a standout, only a step away from the middle-grade talent. If he had the chance to take the enlightenment pill, he might very well make further progress by leaps and bounds, joining the ranks of those with middle-grade talent, which would be a completely different story. The old ancestor Longyin, Wang Longyin, had genuine middle-grade talent. In the population of tens of thousands in Chengning, the probability of middle-grade talent emerging was very low. Once it appeared, even the Purple Abode Academic Palace would actively vie for it, providing focused training upon admission. However, the Enlightenment Pill belonged to the category of Level 3 Spirit Pills and was very scarce in production. Even when Zhixuan, the old ancestor, was alive, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to obtain an Enlightenment Pill. Seeing the uncertainty in Wang Xiao's eyes, Wang Luojing, sitting beside him, said docilely, "Fourth brother, I will definitely work hard to get you the Enlightenment Pill." "Luojing, you must not spoil your fourth brother too much," Gongsun Hui said with a smile as she stroked her head. "You can try to revive the spirit bees, but don't worry too much if you can't. Cultivating a swarm from some purple crystal spirit bee pupae is no easy task. If you fail, consider it an experience gain and don't put too much pressure on yourself." "Madame Gongsun is right," Wang Xiaos hastily added. "Luojing, the bee nest was bought for you to play with anyway. It doesn't matter if it's spoiled. Accumulating experience as an insect master isn't an overnight feat." Wang Luojing was only 12 years old, which, on Earth, would have made her a 6th-grade elementary school student. Wang Xiao certainly didn't want to put too much pressure on her. "Auntie Li, fourth brother, I understand," Wang Luojing obediently responded, then carefully pondered over the purple crystal spirit beehive she was holding. Her gaze was incredibly focused and captivated, as if she had received her most beloved toy. Only then did Wang Xiao remember that his little sister seemed different from ordinary people, having an innate obsession with insects. Even her own brother, Wang Xiaonuo, had said that Luojing could squat in the yard watching ants for days and nights when she was 2 or 3 years old. Well, let her be. It's okay to let her tinker with it. Both Wang Xiao and Gongsun Hui knew how to be discreet, keeping their mouths shut and trying not to disturb her as much as possible. The carriage proceeded smoothly along the official road without any jolts, especially after entering Shanyang town, where the road was completely even. The Gongsun clan of Shanyang had been managing this stretch of land for over 200 years and had become firmly entrenched. They owned some special industries that required high-quality roads, so they spent a lot of money on road maintenance every year. Traveling on the smooth and solid road surface, one could lift the carriage curtain and see a mountain range with a high, arched back visible in the distance. That was a remnant of the 6-flat mountain chain, winding past the outskirts of Ping'an town and piercing through the Peace River before rising into the last high stretch of the remnant mountains. This segment, rising like the spine of a giant dragon, was steeper and more rugged than the rest of the 6-flat mountain range, hence it was named Longjai Mountain. The northwest side of Longjai Mountain was known as Shanyin, while its southeast side was called Shanyang. Shanyang was dominated by the Gongsun clan, while Shanyan was the undisputed territory of the Liu family. Wang Xiao and his companions purposely took the route through the Chengling ferry crossing from the northern side of the river to enter Shanyang in order to deliberately avoid the waters near Sheoying Gorge, which was the territorial water domain of another great prominent family of Ping'an town, the Zhao clan. Less than half an hour after entering the Shanyang territory, the sound of galloping horses approached rapidly as several knights rode swiftly up the main road. One of the knights was Wang An, one of the soldiers of the Wang family, who had been dispatched in advance as an envoy to the Gongsun clan in Shanyang to announce their itinerary. Before Wang Xiao's carriage, Wang Wu and Wang Yong, two of the family guards, spurred their horses forward, keeping a certain distance between the approaching knights and the carriage. This was the duty of the household guardians, even if among the group of knights were their own people. Wang Yong, report to the family head at once. As Wang Yin and the other knights came to a halt, each of them dismounted, he called out loudly, "The young clan leader of the Gongsun clan has personally come to welcome the family head and Madame Gongsun." The voice was so loud that it was heard inside Wang Xiao's carriage. "It's my brother." Gongsun Hui, who had always carried herself with dignity and grace, suddenly revealed the joyous expression of a young girl. However, realizing that Wang Xiao's and Wang Luojing, the two younger members, were also in the carriage, she quickly composed herself to display the demeanor of an elder, and spoke solemnly, Luojing. According to the customs, let us get off the carriage to meet our uncle." Wang Xiao's was extremely rare to see such a youthful demeanor from the matron, and he couldn't help but smile inwardly, realizing that although she was usually serious and dignified, she was actually only 19 when she remarried to Wang Dinayu and had given birth to her sister Liu Mei at the age of 22, just 8 years ago, making her actual age only 30. If she were in a major city on earth like Beijing or Shanghai, there would be plenty of 30-year-old unmarried women who typically referred to themselves as girls. But let's not digress. Following Gongsun Hui, the two of them got out of the carriage, and at this moment the young clan leader of the Gongsun family, also accompanied by two household guardians, came forward to meet them. Gongsun Qiang, the rightful eldest son of the current Gongsun clan, with a fair complexion and clean shaven, he had quite the heroic appearance, and his lean figure appeared even more handsome and imposing in his attire. However, Wang Xiao's knew that this uncle, the clan's young leader, was already 38 years old and his cultivation had reached the peak of level 8 in the vital energy refining realm. "Little sister," Gongsun Qiang strode forward quickly, smiling warmly, "You've finally come home after such a long time, and you didn't even notify your big brother in advance so that I could go out to Shanyang to welcome you." Gongsun Hui, being the youngest among her siblings, was the most doted upon in the family, and Gongsun Qiang was particularly fond of his little sister. "Brother," Gongsun Hui returned the greeting with a modest bow, her demeanor graceful and proper. "It's my duty to come back and visit father and brother. How could I trouble you to personally come and welcome me?" Don't you want to greet your uncle?" She subtly signaled Wang Xiao's with her eyes. Understanding her cue, Wang Xiao's immediately bowed with his hands clasped and said, "Xiao's greets uncle." Gongsun Qiang stared at him, scrutinizing Wang Xiao's for a good while before squeezing out, "Xiao's has grown up quite a bit, truly a young man of valor, surpassing your father by a lot." Although he was Gongsun Hui's elder brother, his impression of Wang Xiao's father was not favorable, and he even held some hostility towards him. The reason, of course, was that his cherished little sister ended up remarrying an older man than himself, which irked him greatly. Afterward, he had several altercations with Wang Dinayu due to personality clashes and simply stopped visiting the Wang family altogether. This time, when Wang Dinayu died, although he was the brother-in-law, he didn't visit and instead sent family elders and several direct relatives to help. Upon hearing these words, Wang Xiao's expression darkened. Even though he was a transmigrator, the memories of his predecessor had merged with his own, and he was also Wang Xiao's. How could he remain unresponsive to Gongsun Qiang's inappropriate remarks? "Brother, don't talk nonsense." Gongsun Hui's face turned stern with annoyance, and she said sharply, "Apologize. Otherwise, I'll return to the Wang family at once." All right, it was my mistake." Gongsun Qiang hastily chuckled and apologized, then turned to Wang Xiao's and said with a bow, "Your uncle also offers his apologies, and I hope you won't take offense. It's just that your father and I weren't compatible in nature, but on reflection, both his talent and achievements far surpass mine." He was not wrong, as by the age of 40, Wang Dinayu had already reached the peak of level 9 in the vital energy refining realm and was on the verge of glimpsing the spiritual platform realm. For Gongsun Qiang to reach that level, he still had a long way to go. Even though Gongsun Qiang was already 38, as a young clan leader, his mood was entirely transparent. Yet, his forthright nature meant he was not a difficult person to deal with. This was Wang Xiao's silent assessment of Gongsun Qiang. Chapter 24, The Child Follows the Mother. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. However, Wang Xiao would never readily express such evaluations. He had mingled in the workplace on Earth, and although his understanding of human relationships was not profound, it was passable. "Uncle, you give me too much credit," Wang Xiao said, neither arrogantly nor humbly. "The relationship between people depends on fate. Aunt has been as kind to me as if I were her own, and 1am as grateful as if reborn. Whether uncle jokes with me or even if you were to hit me or scold me, Xiao's would have no complaints whatsoever." These words carried a hidden message, suggesting to Gongsun Qiang that Xiao's respected him because of aunt's kindness. Otherwise, based on Gongsun Qiang's own merit, he probably wouldn't have earned Xiao's respect. "Indeed, my little sister has always been intelligent, virtuous, and kind-hearted." Gongsun Qiang nodded incessantly, praising Gongsun Hui casually. Wang Xiao was momentarily speechless. No wonder the elder clan leader Gongsun, despite his old age, had not yet stepped down. It turned out that this young clan leader really wasn't polished enough. It's no surprise that he and Xiao's late father, Wang Dinayu, didn't see eye to eye. Gongsun Hui, standing to the side, pressed her forehead with embarrassment, her cheeks flushing with shame. Her big brother was quite good in all aspects, except he lacked emotional intelligence. Was she supposed to be unkind and ostracize a young legitimate son who wasn't biologically her own? That would make her an immoral and sinister person. "Zer is my legitimate son. It is my duty to take care of him," she hastily added. "By the way, brother, how is father's health?" At the same time, Gongsun Hui couldn't help but feel emotional. She hadn't really noticed it before, but after watching Zer's performance since taking the position of clan leader, and compared to her own brother, she couldn't help but feel there was quite a gap. She began to worry about the Gongsun clan. It seemed her brother had eaten in vain for 38 years. "Father is doing well." Gongsun Qiang, aware of his slip of the tongue, chuckled twice before continuing more seriously. "It's just that lately, he has been upset and lost his appetite, always thinking of my little sister. As soon as he heard you were visiting your maternal home, he urged me to come to escort you back immediately." "Aunt, it's windy outside, it's best to return to the carriage and hurry on our way," Wang Xiao said with a salute. "I'm sure grandfather is already anxious. I'll accompany uncle on horseback." The black stallion Wang Xiao had been riding earlier was led by the head of the household the entire time, and now it came in handy. "Very well, Zer, have a good chat with your uncle," Gongsun Hui signaled with her eyes, and then, taking Wang Luojing with her, they returned to the carriage. Wang Xiao clearly understood Gongsun Hui's intention. With the Wang family in decline, they relied almost entirely on elder Longyan for deterrence and support. Strengthening the relationship with the Gongsun clan could be very beneficial for the Wang family. Therefore, Wang Xiao rode the black stallion, leading the way with Gongsun Qiang, engaging in sporadic small talk. His attitude towards Gongsun Qiang was polite, based on respect for Gongsun Hui's sake, and he would not fawn over the Gongsun clan without principles or limits. In any world, whether relationships with in-laws or alliances, they are based on mutual interests and equal strength. The strong would not respect you anymore for your groveling or sycophantic behavior. On the other hand, Gongsun Qiang, observing Wang Xiao's, realized that this inexpensive great-nephew was far superior in conversation and demeanor to his peers, and at such a young age, his cultivation base was about to reach the advanced vital energy refining realm, with immeasurable potential for the future. Such a young elite was nowhere to be found in the entire Gongsun clan of Shanyang, especially since Gongsun Qiang's own son, Gongsun Yan, was only a year younger than Wang Xiao's. He normally thought quite highly of that boy, but upon comparison, Gongsun Qiang suddenly felt stifled and, with a sense of suffocation, subconsciously grew a bit more affectionate towards Wang Xiao's. "Xiao's, it's not often you visit Shanyang. Stay a few more days this time. I'll have your cousin, young Yan, accompany you to hunt in the mountains." "Thank you for your kindness, uncle," Wang Xiao replied with a salute. But there are many matters to attend to in the clan, and as the head, Xiaos must leave after visiting grandfather. Gong Sun Qiang's heart felt even more blocked upon hearing this. His frustration growing. Indeed, his inexpensive nephew had become a clan leader at just 18. He was already 38 and still only a young clan leader. Moreover, until now, the elder clan leader had shown no sign of wanting to retire. All the way back, Gong Sun Qiang was brooding and had very little to say. The main residence of the Gong Sun clan of Shanyang was built against Longjai Mountain, with a steep and easily defensible position, surrounded by sturdy and towering walls and watchtowers, creating an imposing atmosphere. This time, Wang Xiaos arrived as the legitimate son of Gong Sun Hui, not in the capacity of a clan leader for an inter-family exchange. Hence, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, he was invited into the main hall. Inside the main hall, the current clan leader of the Gong Sun clan, Gong Sun Mo, and his first wife of the Gong Sun Chen clan were seated at the place of honor, both dressed formally, which underscored the importance they placed on Gong Sun Hui and Wang Xiaos's visit. Unfilial daughter pays respect to father and mother. Gong Sun Hui stepped forward to greet them, tears rolling down her cheeks. Huia. Gong Sun Chen moved forward to lift her daughter, looking her over with emotion. My child, it has been 3 years since you've visited your maternal home. Are you well taken care of in the Wang family? Mother, the Wang family has been extremely kind to your daughter, but Ding He. Upon mentioning this, Gong Sun Hui couldn't stop her tears from falling and was visibly heartbroken. That rascal Ding He really shouldn't have taken reckless risks. Can't he just live a good life with you? Chen clan's matriarch's face was a mix of annoyance and sorrow. It's truly hard on our child. That's enough, you old woman. If you don't understand then don't blather nonsense, said Gong Sun Mo with a stern face. We of the profound martial lineage should strive valiantly. As a clan leader, Ding must have had reasons he couldn't avoid. It was nothing more than misfortune. I don't understand. It's all because of you, you old coot, Gong Sun Chen retorted with a hint of agitation, talking about how that boy Wang Dinayu is talented and promising, destined for the spiritual platform, and you agreed to give away our precious daughter to continue his line. You. At this point, she seemed to remember Wang Xiaos was still present and abruptly stopped talking, showing an amiable and kind smile to Wang Xiaos. Xiaos, grandmother is just upset over Ding's death and got a bit emotional. Oh my, you've grown so strikingly commanding and handsome in the 3 years we haven't seen you. Come, let grandmother take a good look at you. Wang Xiaos couldn't help but smile inwardly. Now he understood the saying about a son picking up habits from his mother. His big uncle, Gong Sun Qiang's habit of speaking without a filter must have been inherited from old lady Chen. He wouldn't hold a grudge against an elderly lady, and immediately stepped forward to bow. Xiaos pays respect to grandmother. Very good, very good. The child has grown up quite handsome. Gong Sun Chen, holding Wang Xiaos's hands, looked him over with growing fondness, and asked with concern, Xiaos, are you betrothed? The girls from our Shanyang Gong Sun clan are all exceptional beauties. Would you like to? Gong Sun Hui's face darkened, and she hurriedly interrupted, Mother, Xiaos is my legitimate son, and it is against the rules for him to marry a legitimate daughter of the Gong Sun clan. Intermarriage within profound martial families usually requires tracing back to the 4th generation to ensure they do not descend from the same person. There can be exceptions under special circumstances. Although Gong Sun Hui is Wang Xiaos's legitimate mother and there is no blood relation, according to tradition and rules, this still has to be considered, especially in the current context of marriage within the family. If a legitimate daughter is not an option, there are a few girls in the direct lineage. Gong Sun Chen hadn't finished speaking when Gong Sun Mo couldn't help but roar again, Old woman, have you lost your mind? Xiaos is the legitimate son of the Wang family, and a clan leader no less. How can he marry a girl from the direct lineage? You're the one who's lost your mind, old man. Since the Gong Sun clan cannot find a suitable match, then let him marry a girl from the Chen clan instead, said Gong Sun Chen. The girls of our Dong'an Chen clan are also renowned for their beauty and brilliance. Mother, the Dong'an Chen clan doesn't have a suitable girl for Xiaos either. Gong Sun Hui explained helplessly. Besides, Luo Yi was betrothed to the young clan leader of the Chen clan several years ago. She was to be married this year, but with Ding's recent passing, she must observe a year of mourning before the wedding can take place. Oh, is that my great-nephew Chen Fangji? Gongsun Chen suddenly brightened up. I've met Fangji. He's reliable and talented. The Wang family has good judgment. It's just a pity for shows. I'll think it over. Her status within the Chen clan was rather significant. Mother, please don't speculate anymore. Gongsun Hui hurriedly stopped her from making random matchmaking. Xiao's marriage has been settled, and he is to wed the legitimate daughter of the Liu family of Shanyan. The Liu family of Shanyan? The color drained from Chen clan matriarch's face. Chapter 25. Shanyang Small Spirit Seed. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. What's so great about the Shanyan Liu family? The Chen clan grumbled. They're also arrogant, constantly engaging in sly tricks and plots. In my opinion, the Shanyan Liu family and the Shanyang Gongsun clan are only separated by a single Longjai mountain. This mountain is rich in resources and minerals, so there are often frictions between the two families. Naturally, they can't be said to have a harmonious relationship. Enough, you old hag. Do you think you can recklessly discuss the marriage alliance between the Wang and Liu families? Gongsun Mo couldn't sit still any longer and quickly stood up to roar. Gongsun Qiang, help your mother to rest. Xiao's and I have some matters to attend to. Gongsun Qiang quickly helped the still babbling elderly woman to leave, and Gongsun Hu also said, keep your great-grandfather company for a while. I'll go talk to my mother first. Gongsun Hu's goal today, to stir up matters, has already been achieved. As someone of her status, it would be inappropriate for her to participate in the conversation between Gongsun Mo and Wang Xiao's. Then, she leaves hand in hand with Wang Luojing. Once everyone else had left, Wang Xiao saluted Gongsun Mo and said, Xiao's greets his great-grandfather. There is no need for formalities. Come, taste this spiritual tea grown by your great-grandfather. Gongsun Mo was well prepared for Wang Xiao's arrival and immediately ordered his men to serve spiritual tea and spirit fruit. Spiritual tea and spirit fruit are considered luxuries in the profound martial clans as they must be grown in spirit fields, which are critical strategic resources for any family. Gongsun Mo just serves this spiritual tea and spiritual fruit, which are grown in his few acres of spirit fields, to entertain his honorable guests. As for the Ping and Wang family, they currently only have enough spirit fields to grow white jade spiritual rice, not even enough to meet the consumption needs of the clan. So naturally, they wouldn't use the fields to grow lesser economically beneficial plants like spiritual tea and spirit fruit. Thank you, great-grandfather. Wang Xiao's wouldn't play coy when offered spiritual tea and spirit fruit. After taking a seat, he started to enjoy the offerings. The glowing color in the teacup made of spirit jade was enchanting, with a fragrance that was enticing. A sip of it filled his mouth with a tinge of bitterness. But in the next instant, a sense of coolness surged up to his forehead, making Wang Xiao's feel refreshed. It swept away all the gloomy feelings and thoughts. Excellent tea. Wang Xiao's couldn't help but praise. This spiritual tea is robust and fragrant, leaving a lingering aftertaste. It also aids in calming down one's mind and clearing its unwanted thoughts. Ahaha, I didn't expect Sir to understand tea. Gongsun Mo felt comforted and introduced proudly, this tea is known as the Shanyang Small Spirit Seed. I found this wild spiritual tea seedling accidentally in Longjai Mountain's depths when I was young. After nurturing it for several decades, it now yields over a pound every year. The two old ancestors in the family also like it very much. Here, let me give you an ounce every year. When it came to giving away an ounce, a barely noticeable twitch appeared on the corner of Gongsun Mo's mouth, showing some reluctance. This, of course, was understandable. Growing spiritual tea was not like growing white jade spiritual rice, which can be grown intensively. In a spirit field of 1 acre, perhaps only a few spiritual tea plants can be cultivated, and daily elaborate cultivation and maintenance is essential. The processes of picking, kneading, and fermenting are particularly meticulous. Therefore, the cost of even an ounce of spiritual tea is extremely high. Thank you, great-grandfather. If you insist, then I won't hold back. Wang Xiaos knew that Gongsun Mo intended to support him, so he wouldn't refuse. In the current Wang family, only he, Wang Xiaos, is worthy of Gongsun Mo's investment, much like how Gongsun Mo once gave his daughter to Wang Ding as a continuation of the marriage. If one day Wang Xiaos were to ascend to the spiritual platform realm, he would undoubtedly remember this great kindness. More importantly, Gongsun Mo and his wife both adored Gongsun Hu, and Wang Xiaos is Gongsun Hu's biological son, which makes him her future support in the Wang family. Therefore, for the sake of his daughter, Gongsun Mo would try his best to allocate some resources to support his grandson-in-law, Wang Xiaos. Of course, all this is based on the fact that Wang Xiaos himself has good potential, and he has a loving relationship with Gongsun Hu. If Wang Xiaos were an ungrateful wretch, Gongsun Mo would naturally not bother. If the Wang family were to completely decline, he could simply bring his daughter and granddaughter back to the Gongsun clan. After a round of pleasantries, the two finally got down to business. After drinking a cup of tea, Gongsun Mo's expression gradually grew serious. "Sir, I initially had some doubts after receiving the message you sent this morning. After personally investigating the farm and conversing with the veteran farmers in our clan, I was finally convinced. Just as you said, there is indeed a possibility of an aphid plague, which may reduce the crop yield by more than 60% compared to last year. On behalf of the Gongsun clan." "Grandfather, let's not say such formalities," Wang Xiaos interrupted. "Even if I didn't issue a warning, each family will become aware of the rapid aphid outbreak either today or the day after tomorrow based on its progression over the past couple of days. The initial signs of an aphid infestation are not obvious, and crop yields are affected by aphids to some extent every year. Therefore, farmers would usually ignore the initial appearance of aphids. But once it breaks out, the aphid eggs buried in the soil will emerge in a very short time, catching people off guard." "Your statement is mistaken." Gongsun Mo shook his head. "Our Gongsun clan in Shanyang has a total of 16,000 acres of fertile land. The winter wheat yield this season is calculated at 15 copper coins per acre, which is a total of 240,000 copper coins, equivalent to 2,400 kien gold. This is just the onset of the aphid outbreak, and even if we reduce the crop yield by 20%, we can save the losses of 400 to 500 kien gold. Besides, I have already sent clan members and the head of the household to the mountains to catch grasshopper insects and the 9-star insects as per your arrangements. Grasshopper insects and 9-star insects, regardless of whether they are insect kings, are still ordinary creatures and cannot even be considered as level 1 spiritual insects. Normally, no one would pay attention to them. But they can still be found in the deep mountains of Shanyang." While the two were talking, a head of the household came to report that the first batch of caught grasshopper insects and 9-star insects has been delivered. "In that case, let's not delay. I kindly request that you send your trusted household head to accompany us." Wang Xiaos rose to his feet. In disaster relief, every moment counts. Soon, the maid went to summon Gongsun Hu and Wang Luojing. They rode horses together towards the largest farm of the Gongsun clan. This was a massive farm covering a total of 7,000 acres of fertile land. This obviously shows that the wealth of the Gongsun clan of Shanyang far surpasses that of the Ping and Wang family. The tenant farmers of the entire farm were all busily working. They used traditional life from plant ash and mixed it with a double dose of insecticide powder to exterminate the insects. This method was quite effective. If they had enough insecticide powder, it seemed that they could also control the outbreak of this insect disaster. Unfortunately, the Gongsun clan had only stockpiled a small amount of insecticide powder, which was insufficient to control the overall situation. Fourth brother Wang Luojing had spent over an hour taming 3 grasshopper insect kings and a 9-star insect king, and she appeared very fatigued. Due to the hasty preparations, these insect kings were only tamed in a basic way. They can barely be commanded to move. Let the heads of the household release all the wild grasshoppers and the 9-star insects. Luojing, you've worked hard. Wang Xiaos tenderly stroked her head, took out a spirit fruit he had grabbed previously from his pocket. You need to refresh yourself first, we can't delay the disaster relief. Fourth brother, don't worry. Wang Luojing obediently nodded. After eating the spirit fruit, her strength had recovered considerably. As long as we can control the insect kings, the grasshoppers and 9-star insects won't run around. But it's not possible for them to summon small insects on their own and then fly back here. Afterwards, Wang Luojing commanded the insect kings and insects into the thousands of acres of wheat field as best she could. After a lot of hustling, it was already dark. At this time, Gong Sunmo personally arrived at the scene, also bringing chefs and a lot of spirit food, cooking dinner on the spot. A room was cleaned up within the farm for the clan leader, the young clan leader, a clansman named Gong Sunzong, and his wife Wang Liu. Wang Liu is a member of the Wang family. She now seems to be just over 30 years old, although she should be 40. However, due to good maintenance, she looks much younger. Judging by her dress and demeanor, she seems to be living a comfortable life. I pay my respects to aunt and uncle. Wang Xiao's was the first one to greet them with cupped hands. Xiao's, you are too courteous. Gong Sunzong, who was rather dark and stout, reportedly worked in the Gongsun clan's mines. Although his status among the direct members of the clan was not low, he was a simple and blunt person, not good at social interaction. Wang Liu also quickly returned the courteous greeting, showing immense respect for Wang Xiao's. Although her generation was older than Wang Xiao's, Wang Xiao's was nevertheless from the main lineage and the clan leader of the Wang family. However, Wang Luojing instantly threw herself into Wang Liu's arms, calling out adoringly, "Aunt." Compared to the blood relationship, Wang Liu was the second daughter of the Grand Elder Wang Xiaoxi. Being Luojing's biological aunt, their relationship was naturally affectionate. Chapter 26, Dream Butterfly. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Wang Liu also fussed over Wang Luojing, clearly showing her sympathy for her niece who lost her father at a young age. She even specifically handed her a gold note worth 10 yen gold. "Auntie, Jing can't accept it. I heard that cousin Zuo is currently striving to reach the 3rd level of the vital energy refining realm. You should save it for him." Wang Luojing repeatedly waved her hands, refusing to accept it. Usually, the resources for the cultivation of young clan members mainly come from the family's supply. In addition, some relatives with closer blood relations, such as parents, often try to support the younger generation. However, Wang Luojing's father, Wang Dingbang, died 5 years ago, and therefore Luojing is disadvantaged in this aspect. "Jinga, if your aunt asks you to take it, just take it." Wang Liu said, slightly annoyed. "Your father is gone, can't I, your aunt, help you out?" "Luojing, just accept it." Wang Xiao said with a smile at his side, "Don't disappoint your third aunt's kindness." He of course knew that recently, both Wang Luojing and Wang Xiao's had shown great value. Gong Sunmo, their cheap maternal grandfather, deliberately pulled the third aunt and uncle to accompany them, trying to further intensify the intimacy between the two sides and play the family card. In addition, Luojing has the potential to become an insect master in the future. If not to win her over now, then when? Wang Xiao's is naturally also pleased to see the relationship between the two sides becoming increasingly close. After all, the comprehensive strength of the Gongsun clan is much stronger than the Ping and Wang family. "Yes, fourth brother, thank you, third aunt." Wang Luojing obediently took it. Then, the two families sat down and had a harmonious meal together. But this time, the main character being praised was not Wang Xiao's, but Wang Luojing. "Luojing." Gong Sunmo affectionately filled her bowl with a portion of white jade spiritual rice, a large piece of spirit horned yak meat, and a large piece of spirit fish meat. "You've worked so hard today, eat more, don't hold back." Wang Luojing was a bit confused, looking helplessly at Wang Xiao's. The resources of any family are evenly distributed. Luojing, being a girl from the direct line of the family, wasn't high in the family's cultivation queue. The spirit food she could get every month was very limited. Where would she have such a luxurious eating method? She pursed her lips. She wanted to eat, but she didn't dare. "Eat, don't disappoint your grandpa's kindness," Wang Xiao said, lovingly stroking her head. "In the future, brother will try harder to let our family live a better life." "Yes, thank you, fourth brother, thank you." Grandpa Gongsun. Wang Luojing obediently picked up her chopsticks and began eating the white jade spiritual rice in large mouthfuls, her expression very satisfied. Seeing her enjoying her meal so much, Wang Xiaos felt relieved, but also heavy, feeling the pressure of being the leader of the clan. We owe you a lot this time. Gongsun Mo poured some spiritual wine for Wang Xiaos and said, our people have assessed that this time, because of your support, we will reduce the loss by at most 20% compared to last year, saving a loss of more than 1,000 Qian gold. More than 1,000 Qian gold, both for the Gongsun clan and the Wang family, is a huge sum. What Gongsun Mo cared more about was the friendly signal Wang Xiao sent to the Gongsun clan. It was also for this reason that the Gongsun clan expressed their greatest sincerity in treating Wang Xiaos and company. They ensured there was enough spiritual wine and food. This dinner alone would cost at least tens of Qian gold. Grandpa is too polite to me. Wang Xiaos took a sip of the spiritual wine and said modestly, speaking of which, this is also because of our good luck. My sister has just gained some knowledge of the technique of insect control. Gongsun Qian, the young clan leader sitting next to him, commented with his eyes sparkling, speaking of which, Xiaos, you are really lucky. As soon as you became the clan leader, you discovered an insect master in our family. I don't know if Luojing has found a suitor yet. Should we consider our little Yan for her? Wang Luojing, who was gobbling up her food, had her eyes widen in surprise as if she had been startled. Uncle, Luojing is only 12 years old. Wang Xiao's tone also radiated a hint of dissatisfaction. Besides, our cousin is from the Gongsun clan's direct line, and our Luojing is just from the direct line. I'm afraid they don't match. No worries, no worries. Gongsun Qian seemed to ignore Wang Xiao's underlying dissatisfaction, and continued to argue, a good girl like Luojing, our family will never mind her bloodline. Wang Xiao slapped his forehead, you might not mind, but our family does, right? Lucidly at this time, Gongsun Hui came forward to shield them from the barrage. Brother, you're dreaming. Our Luojing is an insect master. Her future potential is infinite. For example, her ability to control the 9-star bug king alone means she's a popular figure in the whole of Chengning. After the insecticide powder incident from the Purple Abode Academy, which family would still want to use it? After a slight pause, Gongsun Hui continued, just take the 16,000 acres of fertile land in the Gongsun family for example. If medicine is applied once a season, twice a year, the annual consumption of insecticide powder would reach more than 300 Qian gold. If our Wang family only charges the Gongsun family 200 Qian gold, and the insect master personally goes to exterminate the insects, would we do this business? Gongsun Hui's words seemed to awaken everyone. Even Gongsun Mo was taken aback, and the look in his eyes as he looked at Wang Luojing was extremely serious, as though beholding a gold mine. The ability of an insect master to make money was indeed formidable. Regarding this business, Wang Xiaos had already considered it. However, solely relying on one insect master, Luojing, the number she could cover in a limited short time would inevitably be limited. At most, she might be able to cover 50 to 60,000 acres. Yet, even so, simply by helping each clan exterminate insects, it would earn them at least 700 to 800 Qian gold annually, and that was at a friendly discounted price. Not to mention, insect masters excel in raising spiritual insects. Among spiritual insects, there are quite a few economic types like the spiritual silkworm and spirit bee. Therefore, Aunt Gongsun Hui voiced Wang Xiao's thoughts. Gongsun Qian, you have beautiful dreams. Whoever has such a golden child would not willingly give her away in marriage. Xiaos, you really are blessed. Seeing Wang Xiao's through different A's, Gongsun Qian was filled with envy and jealousy. He wished his family could also produce an insect master. Unfortunately, producing an insect master is no simple feat. First, those who possess the talent of an insect master are extremely rare. One must have the talent to communicate with insects, which is a rather unique gift. Second, major clans themselves lack the heritage of an insect master, making it difficult to filter out people with the talent of an insect master from their clansmen. According to the information obtained by the Gongsun clan, there are only 3 insect masters in the entire Chengning region. They are from the Liu clan of Shanyin, the Xia clan of Qingling, and there is also an insect master serving in the city defense mansion. The information is more detailed than Wang Xiao's is. After all, the Gongsun clan of Shanyang is more prosperous in the spirit platform family. Because the Gongsun and Wang clans both have the intention to get along, they all had a good time during the dinner. The next day, Wang Luojing, who had rested, continued to tame the newly captured king of the grass bug and 9-star bug king. After many experiences, Wang Luojing seemed to have made considerable progress. She tamed several bug kings within half an hour. By the afternoon, she had already released the bug kings into the other 2 farms. Next, the head of the Gongsun clan's household needed to continue to capture wild grasshoppers and 9-star insects and replenish the wheat fields of the farm. With the restraint and leadership of the bug kings, these grasshoppers and 9-star insects will not leave. Big Brother 4, the taming level of these bug kings is too shallow, Wang Luojing said, looking a little tired. I'm afraid their wild nature will recover in a few days, so we'll have to do it again then. Big Brother 4, let's go to the Lu clan of Yingxiu first. Luojing, you look a little tired, Wang Xiao said with concern. Why don't you rest for the night before? Big Brother 4, I'm okay. Wang Luojing shook her head. The signs of a pest outbreak are becoming more and more apparent. If we wait until tomorrow to go, the Lu family will suffer huge loss. Big Brother 4, I know your relationship with the Lu family of Yingxiu. Relationship? Yes. Indeed, from the perspective of blood relations, the Lu family of Yingxiu and Wang Xiao's are very close. His mother, who passed away early due to illness, was a beautiful young lady from the Lu family of Yingxiu, as well as the sister of the present clan leader, Lu Zengcheng. Moreover, the wife of Lu Zengcheng was from the direct lineage of the 6th generation of the Wang family and therefore Wang Xiao's maternal aunt, Wang Liuling. This custom of intermarriage was often observed among the prominent families of profound martial world. Marriages between the direct members of 2 families brought them closer. The only unfortunate event was the early death of Wang Xiao's mother, Lu Mengxu, when he was 6 years old, leaving behind a young son and daughter. The memory of his birth mother was always the toughest to bear, causing him great pain whenever he remembered her. Fortunately, his stepmother Gongsun Hui treated him very well since childhood, as if he was her very own, which gradually helped him accept his stepmother and thus reduced much of his inner trauma. As his memories and feelings merged more and more deeply, Wang Xiao began to feel that he was more and more a part of this world, as if he had grown up here since childhood. The memories of Earth, on the other hand, gradually seemed like a dream. Chapter 27, Family Tradition and Education. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Thank you for your support, _1. Thank you for your hard work, Luojing. Wang Xiao didn't want to delay any longer and bring unnecessary losses to the Lu family. Moreover, Lu family's 2 uncles have always been good to him and his sister, Wang Luoyi. Even if they could only meet once in 1 or 2 years, the Lu family would often send their head of household to give gifts to Wang Xiao's, Wang Luoyi, and even to their aunt Gongsun Hui's daughter, Wang Luo Miao. I'm not troubled at all, I've been eating well these past few days. Wang Luojing replied with a faint smile, I feel energized. Saying that, she even especially made a gesture to show her strength. Oh, come off it. You scrawny little girl, stop showing off in front of me. We must set off soon. Wang Xiao said warmly with a smile. You should have a sip of the spiritual wine and then have a good sleep in the carriage. Big Brother 4, I will grow up. Wang Luojing pouting a bit in dissatisfaction. Big Brother 4 can't underestimate Jinga. I did not underestimate you. I dare not underestimate you. Wang Xiao helped her onto the carriage. My Luojing is the future great insect master. Maybe Big Brother 4 needs your protection. How dare I underestimate you? So it's settled. In the future if anyone bullies Big Brother 4, Luojing will let the insects bite them. Okay, you can say whatever you want. Now, go to sleep. The carriage slowly moved along a smooth road. Wang Xiao rode on a black horse, escorting the carriage alongside a few other household heads. There were two routes to the Lu clan of Yingxiu, one went through the sunny side of Longjai Mountain, while the other went around the dark side of the same mountain. Of course, now there was no way they would go around the Yinyu family's side of the mountain, so they chose the sunny route. This was one of the main reasons Wang Shao's prioritized helping their Gongsun clan of Shanyang to stabilize the crisis first. Originally, Gongsun Qiang wanted to accompany them, but Wang Shao's rejected him. Firstly, he couldn't bear Gongsun Qiang's low social skills, and secondly, the Gongsun clan was busy with disaster relief and didn't have enough people. Moreover, Aunt Gongsun Hui had voluntarily decided to stay in Shanyang for the time being, saying it was a good opportunity to accompany her parents. In fact, she knew her presence in the Lu family would be inappropriate. As the group moved on, they entered a dense forest and the road gradually became more rugged and bumpy. Wang Shao's frowned slightly. Wang Zong, this road is not very easy to navigate. How far is it to Yingxiu? Family head, this forest is the boundary between Shanyang and Yingxiu, about 7 or 8 miles wide, said Wang Zong, who was familiar with the route. After crossing the forest, we'll reach the famous Yingxiu Lake. You haven't been to Yingxiu for several years, and all the previous journeys took the major road on the shady side, so you may not be familiar with this part of the road. Everyone, the forest is usually more dangerous, so everyone needs to be vigilant. At his shout, each of the household heads perked up, becoming more alert. Wang Zong, is there something wrong with this forest? Wang Shao's also became more vigilant. Are there rumors of fierce beasts? In this world, it is no game. The appearance of a fierce beast may lead to casualties. Family head, in border areas like this, profound martial families from both Shanyang and Yingxiu take turns to patrol. Most of the slightly threatening wild animals were killed off long ago, let alone fierce beasts. Wang Zong shook his head. We, as the household heads, train for situations like this. In terrains where vision is poor, it's our duty to be extra cautious in case of any situation. The team continued onward without any surprises until they reached a small stream that crossed the road. Suddenly, Wang Zong's face changed. He raised his hand and called for a stop. The coachman, old Wang, quickly halted the carriage. The other household heads unsheathed their weapons. Being extremely vigilant, Wang Zong dismounted and walked over to the side of the stream. He picked up a small fragment of cloth. His face suddenly became serious, and he said to the following Wang Shao's family head, this piece of cloth was cut by a sharp blade and there are some blood stains on it. There are also some traces of poorly cleaned blood on the stones by the stream. There seemed to be some situation. The most feared thing when traveling in the wild is unexpected incidents. Wang Shao said with a serious expression. Wang Zong, tell me your judgment. Judging from the cloth, it's fine gray striped cotton fabric, quite pricey. Ordinary tenant farmers, civilians, hunters, and so forth wouldn't afford such an expensive piece of clothing, and if they did buy it, it would be worn on festive occasions. As a head of household, Wang Zong had been trained by his elder family members since childhood, so he was quite familiar with this. Therefore, this person is likely to be a profound martial practitioner of a higher status than a commoner. But he isn't of a very high status, as noble individuals like yourself, family head, would usually use more expensive brocade fabric. So he's either a household leader, or a common member of a profound martial prominent family. Wang Shao's nodded, or maybe a peddler. Peddlers usually travel in groups. Wang Zong shook his head. Family head, look at these footprints, they should all be from the same person, and he seems to have headed deep into the dense forest, as if he's avoiding pursuit. Therefore, there's a high chance this person is a fugitive independent cultivator, or a traitor from a certain family. He probably heard our voices and rushed into the depths of the forest without even having time to conceal his traces. Can we catch him? Wang Shao uttered solemnly. We came from the Shanyang side, and there weren't any rumors about fugitives or traitors, so it's highly probable that this person came from the Yingxiu side. Regardless of the situation, let's capture him first. Don't worry, family head. Wang Zong's eyes flickered with a cold glimmer. This person is already injured, and his hurried movements are hard to conceal. One will take a couple of brothers and bring him back. Wang Yong, Wang Wu, you follow them. Wang Shao's commanded, safety comes first. If things get tricky, call for backup immediately. Yes, family head. The three commanded agents then proceeded, spreading out a bit and tracking the traces in a triangular formation. And within the time it took to burn an incense stick, a miserable cry could be faintly heard from the depth of the forest. Soon, the three agents of the Wang family came back to the carriage with a heavily bound man. Family head, we have accomplished our mission. Wang Zong threw the captive to the ground and bowed. This felon seems to be around level 4 in the vital energy refining realm, and judging from his clothes, he appears to be an independent cultivator. The man's eyes were filled with fear. His mouth was stuffed and his entire body was tied up. All he could do was twist and turn to get Wang Shao's attention. Let's hear what he has to say. Wang Shao's ordered. Yes, family head. Wang Zong removed the rag from his mouth. My lord, no, sir. The middle-aged man, who looked somewhat wretched, instantly began to plead. I was just passing through your esteemed territory. I committed no crime. Please have mercy and spare me. I have Kian gold on me and a profound martial cultivation technique. It can serve as my ransom. Whether you committed a crime or not is not for you to decide. Wang Shao's made a gesture to Wang Zong. Wang Zong quickly searched the man and found a total of 5 Kian gold, 17 copper coins, 56 shillings and a worn-out profound martial cultivation technique in a package on him. Small circulation qi blood transport method. Wang Shao's frowned as he looked through it. It was an ordinary cultivation method. The Wang family had a copy in their archives. It was used to build foundational skills in the early stage of training for the household servants. However, this method had a few clear errors and omissions. But overall, it did fit the state of a destitute independent cultivator. Independent cultivators care the most about improving their cultivation base, so they would spend any money they got their hands on resources for cultivation. How did you get injured? Wang Shao's looked at the deep knife wound on his shoulder. I ran into some bandits. The independent cultivator said with an honest look on his face. I stumbled into the forest while fleeing, tried to treat the wound, and then ran into you. You're lying. This area is where the territories of the Gongsun clan of Shanyang and Lu clan of Yingxiu intersect. Who would dare commit a crime here? Wang Zong rebuked angrily. Confess honestly, or I'll chop off your head. I've been wronged, my lord. I've been wronged. The independent cultivator cried out in panic. Those bandits disguise themselves as peddlers and usually only bully independent cultivators passing by. They wouldn't dare to lay a hand on prominent profound martial families like yours. That seems to make sense. Wang Shao said unmoved. Take him to Yingxiu. Let the Lu clan investigate the matter. If what he said is true and he's not a criminal, we'll return his possessions and let him go. Every profound martial prominent family has their code of conduct. Regardless of how much Kian gold he has, be it tens or hundreds, or even more, Wang Shao's would never rob him or even resort to murder just for a small gam. It's a matter of family tradition. Once you cross that line, you'll bury a great menace within the family. How would the servants and members of the family who participated in this event feel? Would they develop bloody and brutal thinking? Would their values get distorted? The next time they encounter similar situations, would murdering and looting become second nature? A family or power that values interest above all else, enough to commit crimes, can be rampant for a while but will definitely not last. Any profound martial prominent family that has been passed down for hundreds, or even thousands of years, must have good family traditions and a highly reputable character. Its members must have strict behavioral norms and principles. However, as soon as Wang Shao's finished speaking, the independent cultivator's face turned ashen and he cried out, My lord, I was wrong. Don't take me to Yingxiu, I beg you. I have some hidden possessions. If you let me go, they are all yours. Chapter 28. Lu clan of Yingxiu. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The reaction of this independent cultivator took Wang Shao somewhat by surprise, and his face immediately darkened. It seems you have committed no small crime in Yingxiu. "Sir, I'm to blame. I was overtaken by greed." The independent cultivator confessed in tears, "We are a group of peddlers traveling together. We just passed by Yingxiu and saw a wealthy family marrying off a daughter. We had intended to leave immediately after a drink or two, but noticed that the wedding gifts were extremely substantial. There were hundreds of Qian gold pieces and 200-year-old ginseng plants that were worth a fortune. We had a terrible idea and sneaked into the wealthy family's house and committed robbery." Throughout his confession, Wang Xiao's face became darker. This group of independent cultivators had the audacity to silence anyone who discovered the theft and then seize the goods. Luckily, these cultivators started to quarrel due to their greed. In the end, the one who had been laughing last was this independent cultivator. It's just that he had some bad luck. While treating his wounds in a dense forest with few people around, he ran into Wang Xiao's group. "Sir, as long as you swear to spare my life," the independent cultivator pleaded, "I'm willing to reveal the location where the stolen goods are hidden, and offer everything to you." The independent cultivator seemed to know something about the way the profound martial prominent families operate. If Wang Xiao swore in front of his subordinates, he wouldn't break his word. Otherwise, how would a head of a household who could abandon his vows that will make his subordinates feel? Would they be able to trust the head of household's words in the future? Wang Zong and the other subordinates also turned their eyes on Wang Xiao's, with some anticipation in their eyes. The stolen goods were quite valuable. If they could get them, it would help alleviate the Wang family's financial strain. After a brief thought, Wang Xiao mounted his horse. "Take him with us. Hand him over to the Lu clan in Yingxiu for their disposal." "Yes, head of the household." Wang Zong was slightly stunned but carried out his order faithfully. He gagged the independent cultivator's mouth and threw him onto the back of the horse, ignoring his cries and struggles. "Go!" The coachman, honest Wang, cracked his whip, and the two sturdy horses pulled the carriage slowly along the rugged and muddy road. After a short while, Wang Zong rode up to Wang Xiao and asked in a low voice, "Head of the household, are we really giving up those goods? If you don't want to dirty your hands, I can take care of it. Just give me some time, and I assure you, he'll spit out the hidden location." "Our time is precious. We have no time to play treasure hunting games with an independent cultivator," Wang Xiao said lightly. "And remember, Wang Zong, as a member of the profound martial prominent families, we should take a long-term view. There is no wall that doesn't leak. If we upset the Lu family because of this, our loss will be 10, even 100 times this loot. Most importantly, if we undermine our conscience, embezzle the loot, and let the criminals go, how can we face our old ancestors Xuan, who expanded our territories and established our family? And how can we face our old ancestor Longvan, who protected our family single-handedly for several decades? This is an issue of family belief. And the greatest belief for most families is their founding ancestor." Wang Zong shuddered, full of shame. "I understand, sir. I let my judgment be clouded by personal gain. Greed is human nature, but how we restrain it is very important," said Wang Xiao calmly. "Take those independent cultivators for example. They couldn't control their greed and committed a crime together, and then they couldn't control their greed and started fighting amongst themselves. If they lack such self-discipline, can they escape a second, third time?" "Head of the household, if those independent cultivators commit a crime once and escape, won't they be fine if they don't commit a crime again in the future?" Wang Yong rode over on his horse and chimed in. "There may be such people, but they are very few." Wang Xiao smiled. "Imagine, if they couldn't resist the temptation for the first time, how could they resist the second time once they've tasted the sweetness? That kind of greed will eventually lead them to their doom." "I don't want the stolen money, not because I simply don't want it, but because I'm scared. I'm afraid I won't be able to control my own greed and gradually lead our family to decline." The subordinates all fell into deep thought, showing admiration in their eyes as they looked at Wang Xiao's. "Head of household, I have a feeling that our Wang family of Ping'an will rise under your leadership," Wang Zong said with emotion. "Ha, your flattery might be a bit clumsy, but I do enjoy it." "Head of household, I'm not trying to flatter you. I sincerely believe so." Yes, we also believe so," agreed the other subordinates, chiming in one after another. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Wang Liuojing, who had already awakened and witnessed all of these, glowed with anticipation and deep thought. She felt safe and steady whenever she was with her fourth brother. For nothing else but for her fourth brother, she thought to herself, Liuojing, you must work hard to share the burden on the shoulders of your fourth brother. Less than an hour later, Wang Xiaos and his group emerged from the forest and walked onto the wide highway. First to meet my eyes is the expansive and boundless Yingxiu Lake, where the tall reflection of the Longjai Mountain falls into the water, staining it an inky green. The lake breeze bundles with mist, repeatedly blowing with a coolness amidst the start of summer season. Upon the vast lake, large fishes occasionally leap up, splashing a great spray of water. Various aquatic birds frolic in the thick reeds. Without any doubt, not only does Yingxiu Lake possess a beautiful landscape, but it also has abundant natural resources. In comparison to the rivers of Peace River that are in continuous torrent, the enchanting elegance of Yingxiu Lake is more subtle and refined. At this moment, a night team hastily gallops from afar, and halt their horses down in front of Wang Xiaos and his companions. Huff. The leading rider is a vigorous man in his 30s, carrying a strong bow on his back and a treasured blade at his waist. He radiates an extraordinary aura. Upon seeing Wang Xiaos, he first hesitates, quickly followed by hearty laughter. It hasn't been much time since we last met, yet you've already grown more heroic. It seems like becoming the clan leader has changed your temperament significantly. Uncle, why did you personally come to receive us? Wang Xiaos responded hurriedly with a salute. This man is Lu Zhengji, direct younger brother of Wang Xiaos's biological mother, Lu Mengxu. He is the pillar of strength amongst the young generation of the Lu clan of Yingxiu. At only a little over 30. He has already achieved level 8 of Qi Refinement Realm, making him a likely candidate to break through to Spiritual Platform Realm. Just a little while ago, he rushed to Ping'an Town to attend Wang Dinayu's funeral, hence his recent separation from Wang Xiaos. It's not specifically about receiving you. Lu Zhengji's smiling face instantly freezes. Recently, some bandits who disguised themselves as peddlers wiped out a rich merchant's family, killing 7 people. After investigating, we discovered they fled towards Shanyang. We are still tracking these culprits. I heard from the head of household about your arrival in Yingxiu. Go ahead to meet your elder uncle. I currently don't have time to accompany you back. This is quite a coincidence, laughed Wang Xiaos. I just came from Shanyang, and along the way, I happened to catch a criminal. After an initial interrogation, he seems to be part of the same gang of criminals uncle mentioned. What? Lu Zhengji is startled. Following this, Wang Xiaos hands the criminal over to Lu Zhengji and narrates the details of the events. I'll leave this criminal in your care, uncle. But he's already hidden the stolen goods. I don't think I should interfere with this matter. You can send your own people to interrogate him. Looks like it's going to save us some trouble then. Lu Yi, I entrust the handling of this matter to you. Try your best to recoup the stolen property and provide an explanation for the surviving members of the rich merchant's family, Lu Zhengji exclaimed gleefully, ordering the assigned man. The profound martial prominent family has many privileges locally, but they also bear the responsibility of protecting the common people under their rule. Yes, deputy leader, a man with a somewhat grim and fierce face stepped forward, grinning cruelly. This thief is really audacious, daring to commit crimes on our Lu family's territory. If he falls into my hands, I guarantee he'll be begging for death but won't receive it. This savage statement actually prompts Wang Xiaos to take an extra look at him. Lu Yi is quite adept at interrogations, Lu Zhengji says with a smile. You can send some qualified leaders from your household to learn from him. To that, Wang Xiaos gives a non-committal response. If it's purely about investigation, Wang Xiaos's knowledge is quite substantial. His understanding of different methodologies in this area is broad, accumulated from various modern crime dramas, spy dramas. Such avenues where the means are scientific. Not dwelling much on the topic, as soon as the task of capturing the fugitives had been accomplished, Lu Zhengji personally led Wang Xiaos back to the Lu family's main residence in Yingxiu. Contrary to the Gongsun clan of Shanyang, who has built their main residence halfway up the mountainside, Assuming an impenetrable fortress-like mentality, the Lu family's main residence in Yingxiu is somehow placed on a peninsula in the lake, with the waters forming a natural defensive moat on all three sides. Based purely on blood relations, Wang Xiao's connection to the Lu family is very deep, therefore, he is naturally provided with high-level hospitality. Before he even enters the door, a young girl dressed in red rushes out, flinging herself into Wang Xiao's arms. "Cousin Xiao's, Xiao missed you so much." Lu Xiao, the current clan leader Lu Zhengqing's beloved daughter, conceived in his old age. However, before Wang Xiao can respond, Wang Luojing, hidden behind him, suddenly clutches his hand. "Fourth brother, Jing'e is feeling a little unwell." "Unwell?" Wang Xiao is taken aback, quickly grasping her little hand out of concern. "Luojing, where do you feel unwell? Is it possible that you—" Before he can continue his sentence, he notices the glaring hostility between both girls as their eyes lock onto each other, their animosity completely unhidden and sparks flying. Chapter 29, Crystal Dew Drink. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. "Who are you?" Lu Xiao, holding on to Wang Xiao's arm, glared at Wang Luojing. "Let go of my cousin Xiao's hand already. You should feel ashamed as a girl." In Qingling, the region of defenders, most of the girls from prominent families do not rank their names in order. They are quite free and easy. However, because the Ping and Wang family has a long history, there's a Xiu, an old ancestor, personally set the form for naming girls, which is a tradition that has been followed till now. "I'm fourth brother's sister, and fourth brother is the one who dotes on me the most." Wang Luojing, without any concession, held onto the other arm and jeered, "I think it's you who should be ashamed, lunging into my brother's arms the moment you see him. You're lying." "Cousin Xiao's dotes on me the most," Lu Xiao said, puffing herself up. "Every time we meet, cousin Xiao's always brings me gifts. Fourth brother treats me the best. He even gave me a purple crystal spirit beehive to play with the day before yesterday, which is worth more than 200 kien gold." Wang Luojing raised her head in a boastful manner. "Cousin Xiao's, I want a purple crystal spirit beehive too." Lu Xiao felt somewhat inferior at once, and began to act coquettishly towards Wang Xiao's. She was usually pampered and spoiled, and probably had no idea what a purple crystal spirit bee was. Wang Xiao's was a bit speechless. How could these two little girls start fighting over him as soon as they met? Especially Luojing, who is actually a year younger than Lu Xiao and normally very well behaved, but at this moment was striving for favor. "Xiao's, did you really buy a purple crystal spirit beehive for the child to play with?" Lu Zhengji, a small uncle who was accompanying them, was also taken aback. "Isn't that too extravagant and wasteful? Now I'd like to see how you deal with your cousin." More than 200 kien gold. This was a large sum of money for both the Wang and Lu families. For example, the fishing team of 6th Uncle Wang Dinghai consists of 10 boats, which after working hard in the wind and rain for a year, would only profit around 200 kien gold. Being one of the staple industries of the Wang family, Fengge Farm consists of 200 tenant farmers and a few thousand acres of farmland. Operating on this scale for a year, the profit generated would be only 600 to 700 kien gold, and this is just the profit on paper. There were indeed some gifts prepared for this visit to the Lu family, but they were all small trinkets. "Little uncle, there's more than meets the eye with this." Wang Xiao bitterly smiled and said, "Why don't you try to coax your niece? Even if they sold me now, I still wouldn't be able to afford a purple crystal spirit beehive. I'm not capable of persuading her." Lu Zhengji hastily shook his head and said, "This girl is usually the most spoiled. Both the old ancestor and the elder brother can't do anything with her. Xiao's, you'll just have to fend for yourself. The old ancestor also spoils her." Wang Xiao was somewhat stunned. The old ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Mingxing, was the direct line of the Lu family's Ming generation. He was more than 100 years old now, right? In terms of lineage and bloodline, he was Wang Xiao's outer great-grandfather. Most of the old ancestors of the profound martial prominent families don't like to show their faces. They are usually absorbed in self-cultivation, focusing on advancing their skills. Only on major events would they emerge to take the stage. Wang Xiao's, now 18 years old, had final counts in remembrance of seeing the old ancestor Mingxing. He was only summoned once, when his potential was tested to be good at the age of 7. Old ancestor Mingxing praised him and rewarded him with some resources. Keep in mind, Wang Xiao's potential was almost at middle grade, but still only had such treatment. What merit or ability does this little girl Lu Xiao have, to be spoiled by the old ancestor? However, since things have come to this point, he could not afford a gift worth 200 Qian gold, and even if he could afford it, he would not be willing to give it. He could only perfunctorily say to Lu Xiao, that beehive happened to be something your cousin stumbled upon. Wow. Cousin Xiao's doesn't like me anymore. Cousin is mean. Upon finding out she couldn't have it, Lu Xiao immediately felt thoroughly outdone. She ran back to the house crying. Meanwhile, Wang Luojing clung to Wang Xiao's arm, wearing a pleased expression as if she had defeated a villain. This cheeky behavior led Wang Xiao to roll his eyes. She was such a little girl, even getting jealous over such things. However, such an incident was just a small hiccup, and Wang Xiao didn't mind. Subsequently, under the guidance of little Uncle Lu Zhengji, both Wang Xiao and Wang Luojing arrived at the main hall of the Lu family's main residence. Meanwhile, the clan leader of the Lu family, Lu Zhengji, and his legal wife from the Wang family, had already dressed formally and were waiting. Lu Zhengji was already in his 50s, with a square face and 3 strands of goatee, exuding an extraordinary aura. His legal wife, Lu Wang, was actually Wang Xiao's eldest maternal aunt, Wang Liuling. Her actual age was already over 50, but she was well preserved and elegantly dressed, sitting there like an attractive middle-aged woman. Uncle, auntie, Xiao's, along with my 5th sister, Wang Luojing, pay our respects to you. Wang Xiao stepped forward, following the ceremony of juniors greeting elders. He had already sent his steward ahead to inform them that this trip was to pay respects to elders, not to meet as the clan leader. Xiao's, please get up. Lu Zhengchen came forward to help Wang Xiao's up and looked him up and down. It's been a while since I've seen you, and you have grown so phenomenally. Wang Liuling also came forward to hold Wang Xiao's hand, showing great affection. You've just taken on the role of clan leader, and you're already so busy. I'm sorry for the hardship. Wang Liuling, his maternal aunt, had previously personally visited the Wang family to mourn. She had already grieved for the death of her younger brother. Now, she was more concerned about her nephew, Wang Xiao's. Uncle, auntie, it's nothing, said Wang Xiao's. Our Wang and Lu families are linked by blood. Helping each other is our inherent duty. Because his biological mother was a legitimate daughter of the Lu family, Wang Xiao's had a deep affection for the Lu family since childhood. The exchange of main lineages between the previous generations made the blood ties between the two families exceptionally close. After a short cordial conversation, Aunt Wang Liuling took Wang Luojing aside to chat. Meanwhile, Lu Zhengchen sat opposite Wang Xiao's for a discussion. But what he brought out to serve was not the usual spiritual tea, but a special crystal dew drink, a specialty of Yingxiu's Lu family. The Lu family had the advantage of occupying the Yingxiu lake. Not only did they achieve certain results in aquaculture, but they also fenced off a piece of spirit water to specifically grow a kind of underwater spirit plant, crystal dew grass. The crystal dew grass would produce a thumb-sized spirit fruit that looks like a grape, but transparent as cicada wings. The juice from it, chilled, makes an excellent drink. Drinking it, the cold and clear sensation travels down your throat and into your stomach, and then the coolness spreads throughout your body, making you tremble slightly, giving a feeling of comfort as if your marrow had been washed. Speaking of which, this was the 3rd time Wang Xiao's had tasted crystal dew drink. It was a rare spirit drink with a high cost. Even the direct descendants of the Lu family rarely had the chance to taste it. The Yingxiu Lu family was not a very powerful clan, having only one old ancestor holding the fort. But their crystal dew drink was a major specialty. Currently, most of the production is supplied to the Purple Abode Academic Palace, with a small part shared among the direct descendants of other powerful families. As for how much net profit they earned each year, Wang Shao's couldn't tell but estimated that it would not be less than 8 or 900 kien gold. Apart from the one for Wang Shao's, Wang Luojing also received a glass. It was her first time tasting such a fine drink. Her eyes were wide open. After the good drink, there was also a treat of spirit food, which made Wang Shao's and his sister full of vitality and vigor. Then, they naturally got down to business. Wang Luojing cooperated with the Lu family members to carry out the operation of exterminating insects. The mode was simple, just copying the approach of the Gongsun clan in Shanyang. Moreover, the Lu family in Yingxiu didn't have much farmland, only 6,000 to 7,000 acres, so it wasn't too difficult to handle. Originally, Wang Shao's also wanted to help, but before his departure, he received a message from old ancestor Mingxing, summoning him for a meeting. This left Wang Shao's filled with apprehension. Would it be possible that Lu Xiaoxiao had run to old ancestor Mingxing to slander him, causing him to hold a grudge against Wang Shao's? However, this absurd thought only flashed through his mind and then disappeared. Old ancestor Mingxing was the bulwark of the Yingxiu Lu family. He wouldn't get involved in the minor disputes between the younger generation. Chapter 30, Mingxing Old Ancestor. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Soon, guided by the maid, Wang Shao's had arrived at the backyard of the Lu family's main residence, where Elder Mingxing, the reclusive cultivator, resided. This place was close to the Yingxiu Lake, a towering and magnificent building, from where almost half of the lake's scenery could be seen. The lake breeze, the wave noise, the leaping fish, the singing birds, all these elements integrated this architecture into nature. Standing before a tower called Yingxiu Ascending Moon, Wang Shao's greeted. Wang Shao's from the Ping and Wang family is seeking an audience with Elder Mingxing. Coming. A gentle voice sounded directly into Wang Shao's ear. Following the instruction, Wang Shao's climbed up the solid wooden steps to the high floor of the tower. Outside the tower window, a grey-robed old man sat with his back to Wang Shao's, fishing in the Yingxiu lake from his chair. His posture seemed casual, but Wang Shao's couldn't see through him at all, as if he was an insurmountable mountain range, or a deep and unfathomable lake. Next to him was a 12 or 13-year-old girl in red clothes, which was Wang Shao's cousin, Lu Xiaoxiao. She was glaring at Wang Shao's, obviously still angry. "Grandpa, you know how annoying cousin Shao's is." Lu Xiaoxiao pouted. "Does that Wang girl get the purple crystal spirit beehive, and Xiaoxiao doesn't?" Wang Shao's found it funny and put his hand on his nose, realizing that this silly girl even ran here to tattle on him. "So how should I discipline your cousin?" The old man asked nonchalantly. "You said last time that you liked your cousin Shao's the most. Now you don't like him anymore." "I still like him, but my mother said that the Wang family is in a bad situation and they're lacking money everywhere." Lu Xiaoxiao answered earnestly, tilting her head. "I think cousin Shao's must be very short of money. How about you give cousin Shao's 500 kien gold so he can buy a purple crystal spirit beehive and give it to me? Then I won't be angry with cousin Shao's." "Why do you need 500 kien gold?" the elder asked surprisedly. "As far as I remember, a common purple crystal spirit beehive costs only 200 or 300 kien gold. Could it be that the prices have risen so much? It's hard for cousin Shao's to go buy the beehive, PFFT." Wang Shao's almost spat out blood upon hearing this. His cousin's logic was truly powerful. To get a beehive, she was even prepared to make Elder Mingxing pay. He couldn't listen to this anymore, and immediately interrupted, coughing twice. "Shao's meets Elder Mingxing." Unexpectedly, Elder Mingxing ignored Wang Shao's completely, and continued talking to Lu Xiaoxiao. "So, if your cousin Shao's bought you a purple crystal spirit beehive, would you listen to Grandpa?" "I would." Lu Xiaoxiao nodded firmly. And Elder Mingxing nodded slightly, turned around, smiled at Wang Shao's, and threw several gold tickets towards him. Wang Shao's hurriedly caught them, taking a closer look. They were actually 500 kien gold tickets. He was taken aback. What was going on? Could it be that, "Shao's, did you hear that?" Elder Mingxing's face, which appeared to be only 50 years old, showed a playful smile. Go and buy a purple crystal spirit beehive for your cousin Xiao on the way back. The rest is your running fee. Elder. A cold sweat was dropping from Wang Shao's. He quickly said, this really can't happen. If cousin Xiao really likes the purple crystal spirit beehive, I'll find a way to buy one. Enough. You don't know what situation your Wang family is in right now? Elder Mingxing waved his hand irritably. Take these Qian gold first, prepare more cultivation resources, and talk about the purple crystal spirit beehive when you have spare money. There was a little warmth in Wang Shao's heart. He bowed and said, thank you, Elder, for your support. It looked like Elder Mingxing intended to support him, and he naturally wouldn't be pretentious. He took the money for now. You should thank your cousin Xiao. Elder Mingxing laughed. If wasn't for her persistence, I wouldn't be willing to give up this Qian gold. For the Lu family, 500 Qian gold was quite a large amount of money. After various huge expenditures, a year might not even be able to save up this much. Thank you, cousin Xiao. Wang Shao's also bowed in thanks. HMPH. Lu Xiao turned her head away and snorted, seeming unwilling to pay any attention to him. Xiao, you must prove your worth. Don't be outshined by this little girl who's an insect master. Mingxing, the old ancestor on the side, stirred the pot and said, if you can successfully learn the skill of the array master and become a level 1 array master, I guarantee your cousin Shao's will be impressed. Array master? Wang Shao's was surprised to hear and said, old ancestor, could it be that cousin Xiao has the talent for formation learning? What? Does it mean that your Wang family can produce an insect master, but my Lu family can't produce an array master? Mingxing jokingly replied. Wang Shao's broke a cold sweat. Old ancestor, I meant no such thing. It's just a bit surprising. Congratulations to you, and to cousin Xiao. In his heart, he was actually marveling at the unpredictability of talent. He vaguely remembered that Lu Xiao did a poor job learning the 9-chapter arithmetic, and yet she possessed the talent for formations. Great-grandpa, from now on I will work hard, no more laziness. Lu Xiao obediently responded, once I become a level 1 array master, I'll show that insect master what I'm made of. I'll definitely not let cousin Shao's think less of me. That's the spirit. Now you are acting like a true descendant of Lu Mingxing. Let's lay a good foundation, and later, I'll take you to find a master. Mingxing was pleasing towards Lu Xiao. He casually waved his hand at Wang Shao's. Shao's, you can go about your business. Was he being treated as a handyman? Wang Shao's was speechless, but he would not mind it, for the reward was 500 Qian golds. The fact that Lu Xiao possessed the talent for formations was a great thing. She was his double cousin and they were very close in blood relation. However, since he had the rare chance to see Mingxing, Wang Shao's did not want to waste the opportunity, so he asked, old ancestor, I have a few obscure spots in my cultivation. I hope you can give me some pointers. You cheeky boy, don't push your luck, Mingxing retorted. Isn't your old ancestor Longyun already knowledgeable enough that you need guidance? More perspectives lead to better understanding, Wang Shao's replied with a grin. Multi-verification will greatly benefit my path to the spiritual platform. The environment here is great for practicing. I'm sure my progress will be quick. He put on a pestering posture as if he would not leave if Mingxing didn't guide him. As a junior, it was nothing wrong to act a bit cheeky towards his great-grandfather. All right, ask away. And once you are done, leave immediately. Don't disturb my cultivation, Mingxing helplessly replied. Wang Shao's quickly asked all the prepared questions he had. Mingxing, in fact, was merely pretending to be reluctant. And he of course took Wang Shao's questions seriously, carefully considering each of them before answering. But as the questions progressed, Wang Shao's inquiries became tougher and even Mingxing had to ponder before he could answer. Before he reincarnated, Wang Shao's was a quiet person who only knew how to practice by himself and dared not ask questions to his old ancestor Longyun. But the Wang Shao's of today was completely different. The modern Earthman's thinking had influenced him, causing him to ask many cultivation questions from different angles. This is one of the differences between a child of a prominent family and an independent cultivator. having elders to guide them in the family. You little rascal, that's enough. I also need to cultivate. After answering questions for over 2 hours, Mingxing was exhausted. Where on earth did this boy get so many strange questions? If he continues to ask questions like this, Mingxing feared he wouldn't be able to answer them all. For what he did not understand, he couldn't just pretend to know. If any problems occurred, wouldn't that harm the boy? He was now at his limits. At first, Lu Xiaoxiao was listening with interest, but as the conversation went on, she became more and more confused and bored. Eventually, she fell asleep. Thank you, old ancestor, for your guidance. I now have a better understanding, said Wang Shao's. He stood up and said, I wish old ancestor a swift completion of the profound achievement and hope you ascend to become a celestial being soon. Mingxing was quite pleased with these words. Being in the mid-stage of the spiritual platform realm, he was still struggling forward. But who among those who reached the spiritual platform realm didn't want to strive further? Everyone knew that under the spiritual platform realm all are mortals with a lifespan of no more than 100 years. Reaching the spiritual platform realm, one's lifespan would double to 200 years at its utmost limit. This is why those in the spiritual platform realm were called old ancestors, as they often outlive their descendants. Chapter 31, Beekeeping Notes. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Especially among those well versed in preserving health, some old ancestors at the spirit platform realm can live to nearly 200 years old, often witnessing the birth of their 8th, or even 9th, generation bloodline descendants. If they can further achieve the heavenly human realm, their lifespan could reach up to 400 years. The whole family would prosper accordingly, a scenario that can even be described as enjoying collective prosperity. Therefore, elated, old ancestor Mingxing took out a classic, ancient beast skin book and handed it to Wang Shao's. This is the Insect Master Notation. 1. Consider it my gift to celebrate a new Insect Master in the Wang family. It's the notes of an independent cultivator at the spirit platform realm, who excelled in controlling spirit bees hundreds of years ago. It records some techniques and key points for rearing various types of spirit bees. Nevertheless, this is only a reproduced copy. Inevitably there may be places where it falls short. It should be used as a reference only. Wang Shao's was startled, then overjoyed. Thank you, old ancestor, for your timely assistance. Although Liu Jing now has the talent to be an insect master, the single copy of the insect scripture present in the family is clearly inadequate. Without a doubt, this insect master notation, focused solely on spirit bees, benefits Liu Jing greatly, who is in possession of a purple crystal spirit bee nest. Having obtained such benefits, it's time to leave. Do not annoy this old man anymore. Old ancestor Mingxing impatiently dismissed the visitors. I take my leave then. I respectfully take my leave. Wang Shao's had reaped many benefits from this trip and quickly pocketed the insect master notation. He then respectfully left the pavilion. Ming of Yingxiu. Old ancestor Mingxing watched Wang Shao's retreating figure from afar, feeling somewhat ecstatic, yet a touch dejected. His ecstasy stemmed from the fact that this descendant sharing his bloodline displayed an extraordinary caliber with great potential. His dejection, however, was born from the fact that none of the young males from the 2 generations of the Lu family could compare to Shao's. Fortunately, there was still Xiaoxiao. Fondly stroking the head of the sleeping Lu Xiaoxiao, old ancestor Mingxing commented, this child, having awakened the departing fire body of our Lu ancestor, is already remarkable, despite its thin presence. Indeed, it appears the heavens are blessing our Yingxiu Lu family. The legacy of each profound martial prominent family is never as simple as it appears. And every founder who opened up a territory to establish a prominent family belongs to a generation of incredible talent. Having reaped numerous benefits and bidding farewell to old ancestor Mingxing, Wang Shao's was guided by a maid to his guest room. The honorable guest residence. This was a space designated by the Lu family for accommodating distinguished guests. An entire courtyard situated beside the lake was set aside for him, and adjacent to it were several additional rooms prepared for the attendance of the honorable guests. The members of Wang family who came along, as well as Wang Liu Jing, were all off assisting with the disaster relief. Taking advantage of the rare peace and quiet, Wang Shao's ordered the Lu maids to prepare a bath for him. After a relaxing soak where he washed away a day's worth of fatigue, he instructed others not to disturb him and went into cultivation mode. Be it the Gongsun clan of Shanyang or the Lu clan of Yingxiu, they all served the best spirit food to the party of Wang Shao's on their way, and he had been eating non-stop without having enough time to properly digest the qi and blood. Besides, he had just learned a great deal about cultivation from old ancestor Mingxing today, which provided him with many enlightening insights. Once he entered meditative concentration, he quickly fell into a state of cultivation. This session of cultivation continued until dawn the next day. His meridians and acupuncture points were all in a state of fatigue, and his vigorous qi and blood had been consumed a lot, but his eyes were filled with vibrancy. It was clear that he had made significant progress, taking another firm step closer to the 7th stage of the qi refinement realm. This filled Wang Shao's with delight. After combining some modern earth thinking and the guidance of old ancestor Mingxing, his understanding of the path of qi refinement had become much clearer. When he stepped out of his room, Wang Zong had been waiting outside, bowing and saying, "Family head, my uncle's visitor waited. He heard you were in reclusion for cultivation and did not dare to disturb you. He is waiting for you in the living room." Wang Shao's asked Wang Zong to lead the way to the living room and casually asked, "How did the disaster relief go yesterday?" "It all went well. After receiving our letter, the Lu family prepared many things in advance," Wang Zong said in admiration. Miss Liu Jing was truly outstanding. In a short period, she managed to contain several 9-star bug kings and suppress the signs of a bug disaster outbreak. When Wang Zong mentioned Liu Jing's name, his tone was clearly filled with heartfelt respect. Evidently, Liu Jing's performance impressed and won the admiration of the attendants of the family. It seems that Liu Jing indeed possesses the talent to be an accomplished insect master, and she has been making progress over a short period. Lost in thought, Wang Shao stepped into the guest living room of the private quarters and said to Lu Zhengji, "I apologize for my late arrival. I hope my uncle-in-law can forgive me." "No worries, no worries." Lu Zhengji rose with a jovial smile. "Shao's, our Lu family owes you a lot this time. You stepped in and curbed the insect plague right at its onset." A drastic drop in grain production would not only mean an economic loss, but it could also trigger a string of ripple effects. Dakian was founded on the basis of the profound martial prominent family, a family with various privileges locally, yet also bearing the responsibility of maintaining peace for its people. The power and entitlements of the profound martial prominent family clearly surpassed those of ancient earthly gentry, as did its obligations and responsibilities. "My uncle-in-law flatters me. The Wang family and Lu family are connected by blood. Assisting each other is only natural," Wang Shao's humbly responded with a smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Zhengji said, "We've also had a breakthrough in the case of the murdered wealthy merchant. The independent cultivator was not as tough as we initially thought. After only 4 hours of interrogation, he confessed everything. We've recovered all the hidden ill-gotten gains, and he will be executed publicly soon to serve as a warning to others." The unattached life led by an independent cultivator can be a hidden danger, Wang Shao's noted with a frown. "If we cannot control the ingress of these independent cultivators, eventual recurrence of such cases is inevitable." "That's a bit difficult. Most independent cultivators wander around taking on the identity of peddlers. The Dakian law has no provision against independent cultivators wandering around." After Lu Zhengji wrinkled his brows, he changed the subject. "By the way, we were able to quickly solve this case because of you, Shao's. The garrison office decided to award you 50 Qian gold as a bounty. Although not a significant amount, it's already the maximum reward we could muster." "Thank you, my uncle-in-law, for facilitating this from within." Wang Shao's was quite satisfied with this conclusion. 50 Qian gold was not a trivial sum. Some independent cultivators were ready to risk their lives for this quantity of gold. After receiving the bounty, Wang Shao's asked for leave. He left 2 household heads to aid Wang Liu Jing, entrusting his uncle-in-law to jointly protect her in the plague extermination. The insect plagues of the Lu family and the Gongsun clan have only been initially curbed. The tameability of the wild insect kings was still too low. There was a need for repeated strengthening. For the next more than 10 days, she would need to shuttle back and forth between the Lu family, Gongsun clan, and the Wang family. Wang Xiao's had a lot of affairs to handle himself. It was impossible for him to be involved throughout the whole process. He could only entrust Luo Jing's safety to the Lu family and Gongsun clan. After bidding farewell, he gave the beekeeping manual to Wang Luo Jing. Mounted on his black steed, leading 2 household heads at his side, Wang Xiao's made his way back to Chengningwei. With the absence of cumbersome carriages and traveling lightly on horseback, the group arrived at Chengningwei after only a few hours. Just as he settled down in the annex behind the Ping and Wang family's fish stall, preparing to rest and visit Qian Zushi from the Qian family's business the next morning, to his surprise, Qian Zushi of the Qian family's business had already arrived at the Wang family's annex. Evidently, he had his eyes and ears placed at the city gate. Once they met in the living room, before tea and fruit could be served, the plump Qian Zushi began to grumble. "Brother Wang, you really left me in a lurch this time. Brother Qian, what are you talking about?" Wang Xiao's personally poured tea for Qian Zushi and spoke calmly. "I kindly helped clear the inventory of insect repellent powder for your Qian family's business. Am I not supposed to do that?" Qian Zushi drank his tea in one gulp, not caring if it was hot, and replied angrily, "Brother Wang, we're at this point, let's not beat around the bush. You clearly used our Qian family business to gain considerable wealth without spending a dime. Bravo. You played your cards well. Brother, you flatter me. Profiting from information asymmetries is the way of the merchant." Wang Xiao's laughed. "If Brother Qian was in my position, I'm sure you would have done even better." Information asymmetry, information asymmetry. Qian Zushi murmured twice before sighing helplessly. "Brother, I admit you have a point. But you're about to make a fortune without putting in a penny, and that has indeed put me in a tricky spot. If I cannot successfully resolve this matter, it may not end well. Brother, please show mercy." "Brother Qian, there's no need to worry. Didn't I tell you before that I was going to render you a great service?" Wang Xiao spoke in a relaxed manner. "This service will not only allow you to offset your past mistakes but could also greatly increase your standing." "What?" Qian Zushi looked at him in disbelief. Chapter 32, Secret Alliance. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. He gaped at Wang Xiao's for a long while before saying, "Little brother, you wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would you? Or set me another trap to fall into? Given my current situation, is there any chance for me to redeem myself?" The cause of the insect plague and the reason why insecticide powder is gradually losing its effect, as well as the direction for the research on new bug-killing powder. Wang Xiao stated lightly, "If this information is not enough for old brother Qian to turn his fate around, then I have misjudged you. Is this true?" Qian Zushi suddenly stood up, a powerful aura erupting from him that equaled the peak of the vital energy refining realm. His eyes sparkled. "If this is a significant contribution, then you, Xiao's, are a true brother to me. Qian Xuan." What a powerful aura. Even Wang Xiao's was slightly surprised. Qian Zushi kept his abilities hidden, but he was at such a high level of cultivation. Truly impeccable for the affluent Qian family of Longzhuo County. Even a minor official within a branch was this powerful. With a glimpse into their power, it could be seen just how formidable the Qian family of Longzhuo County was. Is Principal Qian using this major achievement to seek a chance to break through to the spirit platform realm? Wang Xiao's narrowed his eyes slightly, noticing that Qian Zushi was demonstrating his aura not in a random manner, but to express his value and potential. "You understand me, little brother?" Qian Xuan returned to his harmless smile after showing off his strength. "To be honest, I am a side branch son of one of the Qian family bloodlines. My status and treatment can be imagined within the family, the difficulties I faced to get where I am today. If there is no major contribution, the chance of seeking family support to break through to spirit platform realm is very slim. No matter the result, I would be grateful if you provide me with support." "Old brother Qian, do you know why I did not submit this achievement to the academic palace myself?" Wang Xiao's laughed, as if testing Qian Xuan's wisdom. "The issue of insecticide powder is very significant, while your Ping and Wang family is weak," Qian Xuan said with the same cheerful smile. Even if you contributed your research findings to the academic palace, they might not be grateful given their condescending attitudes. But the Qian family of Longzhuo is different. With this information, we can negotiate with the academic palace. Even if we can get an additional tenth of the profits from selling the new bug-killing powder, that would be a huge amount of money. So, you chose to give me this big accomplishment. It is what you termed before maximizing benefits, Wang Xiao's filled in, sipping his tea. Exactly, that's the word, Qian Xuan reiterated solemnly. But there is a condition for this. I must show gratitude towards you, Xiaos. We can sign a secret pact about this, and if I betray it, you can make it public and ruin my reputation completely. As you know, our Qian family values trustworthiness. You know what would happen if one's personal reputation is ruined. This Qian Zushi is indeed a clear-headed friend. Wang Xiao's calmed his heart. In these times, the fear is casting pearls before swine, wasting efforts on a thankless person. Through previous interactions with Qian Xuan, he realized that Qian was a person who paid great attention to details and was sensitive at heart. Otherwise, how could he have come this far being a side son of a direct bloodline in the family? Old brother Qian, if we sign this secret pact, we will be on the same boat, Wang Xiao's asked one last time. Are you sure about this? Qian Xuan pondered for a moment before speaking. If the pact was with someone else, I would have needed to consider it. He paused, then looked intently at Wang Xiao's, saying earnestly, but forming a secret pact with you, Xiao's brother, is a desirable opportunity for me. You are discreet yet daring, and your ability to turn situations around impresses me greatly. I firmly believe that standing on the same side as you is my lifelong fortune. His words may seem exaggerated, but Wang Xiao's could feel Qian's genuine sincerity, and he decided immediately to draft the secret pact. Abiding by the principle of letting the wicked go first, Wang Xiao's painstakingly drafted the pact with comprehensive and unambiguous terms, specifying the mutual responsibilities and duties. When Qian Xuan finished reading the alliance contract, he found himself frozen in place, not because the terms were too complicated or demanding, but because they were overly simple and equal. In his mind, his own future either ended dismal or soared to incredible heights, but all of it was in the grasp of Wang Xiao's. Even if the terms were a bit harsher, it would have been normal, at least he had mentally braced himself for it. Brother Xiao's, this contract. Qian Xuan furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Perhaps more restricting clauses for me should be added. Old brother Qian, I am looking for allies not underlings, Wang Xiao said while leisurely sipping his tea. Since we are allies, naturally we should adhere to principles of fairness and justice, mutual respect and mutual assistance. If there comes a day when you feel the alliance has lost its meaning, you can refer to the last clause. With a compensation of 10,000 Qian gold, the alliance can be annulled. Qian Xuan took a deep breath, signed and stamped both contracts, then bowed deeply. The breadth of Xiao's mind is something I've rarely seen in my life. I swear, as long as you don't betray me, I will not betray you, or else may I be struck by lightning and die. Your words are too serious, brother. From today onward, we are brothers, sharing honor and disgrace together. Wang Xiao was very satisfied with this outcome. After collecting the contract, he handed the previously prepared documents to Qian Xuan. How to operate next? I believe you understand better than me. Qian Xuan concentrated on the documents. The more he read, the more fascinated he became. Incredible, incredible, yet it makes perfect sense. Brother Xiao's, this information is extremely precious. It can prevent future batches of insecticide powder from becoming ineffective again. This document was written by Wang Xiao himself, trying as much as possible to express in simple and clear language how the honeybugs developed resistance, and if one wants to kill the current drug-resistant honeybugs, the old formula of insecticide powder needs to be adjusted. As for how to adjust and how to experiment, Wang Xiao did not offer any advice, letting the academic palace find out on its own. Furthermore, Wang Xiao hadn't considered at all about developing a new insecticide powder. The interests involved in this were just too big. This was the equivalent of levying an insecticide tax on all the fertile lands in Longzhuo County. The astronomical interests involved could easily crush the Wang family. Okay. With this great contribution, Qian Xuan's eyes sparkled. If I can't make good use of this, then I've lived my 38 years in vain. He solemnly stored the contract, and said to Wang Shaos with a grin, Brother Shaos, I must admit, if it wasn't for this great contribution, I would truly hate you. You played your cards too well. But now, well, I can only say brother, you've done well. I just went with the flow. Wang Shaos smiled. How much are you shopkeepers planning to pay to redeem the contract? Originally, we shopkeepers had a psychological bottom line of twice the price of the contract. Of course, the best scenario would be to make you back off, and settle it with a few thousand Qian gold. Qian Xuan squinted his fat A's. However, this locust plague is very fierce. Various prominent families predict that without effective measures, the production could decrease by 60 to 70%. Which is equivalent to a loss of about 10 copper coins per acre. If disaster relief could be applied in time with a double dose of insecticide powder, the loss could be reduced to 1 or 2 copper coins. So according to Brother, the psychological bottom line of those prominent families is about 6 copper coins per acre for insecticide powder. Wang Shaos has also made calculations about this, and he laughed. Then won't the Qian family's trade firm not only not lose, but make a profit by buying back the contract at twice the price? Wrong. Qian Xuan squinted and smiled. The psychological bottom line of those prominent families is at least 12 copper coins, or even more. Furthermore, they would have to beg us, the Qian family, to sell to them, because the existing stock of insecticide powder is far from enough to save all the prominent families. Instead of making more losses, they might as well not invest, and just let the crops decrease. Wang Shaos frowned, not quite understanding. You should know, brother, that the Dacian law prohibits manipulating grain prices during years of surplus and disaster, which on the surface seems like an excellent policy to pacify the people. Qian Xuan sneered, shaking his head, but in fact during the years of disaster, it actually does more harm than good. Merchants don't get up early without profits. If the price of grain doesn't rise, how many merchants are willing to transport grain all the way to Longzhuo? Therefore, the overall shortage of food in Longzhuo has become a confirmed situation. Most of the prominent families have enough grain reserves to cope with the disaster, but there will inevitably be a considerable part of the population who even with money would find it difficult to buy grain. Just take our entire Chengling County for example. The total population is over 500,000, but the total number of fertile lands is only 1.5 million acres. Chapter 33, Turning Point of Fate. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Wang Shaos broke out in a cold sweat as he thought about the hungry civilians. In a situation where they couldn't buy grain even with Qian gold, what would they do to survive? Sell their children? Sell their homes and properties? This means that the more grain a prominent family has in its possession this time, the more they can control the situation. Through other means, they can make up for the losses and make the family even stronger. Qian Xuan, an excellent businessman, succinctly described the follow-up to this calamity. The Dacian officials and the Purple Abode Academic Palace will transport grain from other states and counties, right? Wang Shaos, who had traveled to this world from Earth, could not bear to see civilians suffering. They will. But the process of collecting, transporting and selling grain at a fair price in different counties will take time, Qian Xuan said seriously. Actually, the Academic Palace and the government office have started relief since today, but it is almost impossible to aid the entire Longzhuo County in a short time, especially our Chengning, located in a remote area. Seeing Wang Shao's frown, he said, "Younger brother, I know you have a kind heart. I also can't bear to see this scene. But we are not strong enough to help. At this critical moment, it is good enough for us to take care of ourselves." Brother Qian is right, I was being too sentimental. Wang Shaos knew this principle. He sighed and said, "So you mean that I should ask the merchant to repay me at triple the contract price?" Younger brother, you have to understand. Even if they compensate 3 times, it is a breach of contract by the Qian Merchant Company. If it is not necessary, the company absolutely does not want to damage its reputation by breaching the contract. Qian Xuan winked. I offer you a number. Hold out for 10,000 Qian gold and food worth 3,000 Qian gold to cancel the contract. What? Wang Xiao's eyelid twitched. Qian Xuan was even more ruthless than him. In his initial estimation, if the other party could buy back the contract at double the price, he would be satisfied. The price was already more than triple the compensation, and food worth 3,000 Qian gold was even more valuable. Anyway, you have already offended the current shopkeeper of the Qian Merchant Company. Why don't you offend him even more? Qian Xuan chuckled. Moreover, even at this price, the Qian Merchant Company won't suffer losses and will still make a profit. Everything Qian Xuan said sounded reasonable, but was it really good to trap his own family to death like this? As if he had seen through Wang Xiao's thoughts, Qian Xuan explained seriously. Firstly, the Qian family is so big that a compensation of 10 or 20,000 Qian gold is trivial. Secondly, I am just a common child. If you hadn't helped me, I would have had a hard time achieving anything in my life. This is a way to repay your kindness. Thirdly, I really hope you can become stronger. It is more beneficial for our alliance if you are stronger. All right, let's do this. Such a huge benefit made it impossible for Wang Xiao's to refuse. The Wang family was poor right now. If such a large amount of money could be pumped in, it would be a chance for the family to rise. In that case, let me handle this on your behalf. Qian Xuan seemed to have made up his mind. When I report to the shopkeeper, I'll push for a 30% increase, then haggle a little to give him some consolation. Besides, you need to swear not to publicize this. The Qian Merchant Company can't afford to lose face. Of course, he wasn't going to publicize it. Keeping it quiet while making a fortune was the best option. Wang Xiao rose to his feet and bowed. In that case, thank you, brother. One more condition needs to be added. The insecticide powder can't be sold to the two prominent families in Ping'an. There's our clan and the Liu clan. For Wang Xiao's, strengthening himself was a good thing, but weakening his enemies was even better. I would have taken this condition into account even if you hadn't mentioned it, Qian Xuan replied with a smile. Besides, there will likely be an imbalance and shortage of insecticide powder due to this disaster. There's our clan and the Liu clan are just small families in Ping'an. They already find it extremely difficult to secure a share of the insecticide powder. Congratulations, younger brother. From the perspective of the Wang family in Ping'an, the Liu clan and there's our clan were both troublesome and strong, but in the eyes of Qian Merchant Company, they were just two ordinary small families. Congratulations to both of us. The two of them broke into laughter. Their negotiations concluded. Without delay, Qian Xuan smashed his cup on the ground and stormed off, shouting, Wang Xiao's, you've gone too far. Do you think our Qian Merchant Company is easy to take advantage of? Just you wait. Then he strode out, flanked by two silent guards at the door. Wang Xiao was quite pleased with Qian Xuan's reactions and tactics. It seemed he had chosen the right ally. Just then, his second brother, Wang Shui, walked in anxiously. Xiao's, that Principal Qian has come to see you several times in the past few days. Is there a problem? The Wang family couldn't take any more hits right now. Don't worry, second brother, it's good news for our family. Wang Xiao replied with a smile, then changed the subject. By the way, how is the research going on the live fish equipment? Upon hearing this question, Wang Shui immediately perked up. In all honesty, Xiao's, your ideas are truly unique and ingenious. The mere implementation of showering and rotating water in barrels to introduce air could be enough to revolutionize the fish storage and transportation industry. The preliminary results have been quite promising. So the next step is to modify the buckets of water on the horse carts and the ponds in the shop. You must accelerate this process, brother, and build more farming ponds in this backyard. Wang Xiao laughed. Otherwise, our sixth uncle will certainly come to beat you. Indeed, these past few days, the number of live fish from our sixth uncle's supply has been rising. Wang Shui clasped his hands. Excuse me, fourth brother, I must get going. With that, Wang Shui hurried away. Wang Shui's initiative was becoming stronger by the day, which was an encouraging sign. It made sense. given the improving fortunes of our family that inevitably boosted everyone's morale. Wang Xiaos attached great importance to the fishery and fish stall, the two main family assets. Previously, the combined annual net profits from these two operations were just around 400 to 500 Qian gold. However, after implementing his recommendations and adjustments, it was a piece of cake for the profits to exceed 1,000. He was even confident that by next year, the profits from the fisheries and fish stalls would surpass the combined earnings of the three major farms. Making a good profit by seizing the opportunity to promote the insecticide powder was certainly a cause for delight. However, the development of the family business was the true foundation for a family's strength. Besides, the 3,000 Qian gold worth of grain mentioned by Qian Xuan also brought a slight headache to Wang Xiaos. Controlling food during a famine equaled seizing opportunity. There was indeed no doubt about that. But what did 3,000 Qian gold worth of grain look like? Estimating based on current grain prices, it was about 50 to 60,000 dan of grain, which would be enough to feed 20,000 people for a year. It should be noted that the total population of Ping'an town was less than 30,000. The transportation and storage of such a massive amount of grain was a major challenge. The Ping'an Wang family's major farms naturally had their own granaries. However, these granaries were already rather full with old grain from the previous year, and with the expected output of the current year, they might be able to cram in an additional 10,000 dan at most. But there's always a solution to a problem. When Zhuan, the founder of the main residence, was designing it, he considered the future development of the family. There were 50 houses solely for important family members and hundreds of other rooms. Most of these houses and rooms were vacant, so stacking tens of thousands dan of grain was a piece of cake. In times of disaster, the safest place was the main residence of a prominent family. Each prominent family's main residence was strategically located where it was easy to defend and hard to attack, and was the most fortified, making people feel safe to store food there. In addition, it had been mentioned before that the Wang's main residence was built against a mountain and near water. The mountain was Liuping Mountain and the water source was a small lake named Zuwai Lake. The lake was named by Zhuan after his favorite legitimate daughter, Wang Zuwai. Zuwai Lake was not very big. It occupied about 10,000 acres of water, but it was a natural barrier and backyard for the Wang's main residence. The most crucial factor was, it had a naturally formed yet artificially adjusted river channel. After going a few miles up the river, there was a bifurcation that led to two major farms, excluding Silkworm Manor. The main river channel of Fenga Farm was sinuously connected to Zuwai Lake, with a total distance of around 20 miles. On the upper stretch of the Fenga Farm channel, was a sluice constructed by Zhuan called Fenga Sluice. This sluice was built to regulate the water level in the river, but because it used a single gate winch pattern, it was impassable for ships. However, this wasn't a big issue, as regular maintenance was required to keep the Fenga Sluice clear, ensuring the water level remained deep. Wang Xiaos quickly sorted out his thoughts and immediately wrote 2 letters, summoning Wang Zong and Wang Yong. Family head. Both retainers seemed upbeat, clearly optimistic about the future development of the clan. Wang Xiaos handed over the letters to the 2 household head staff, Wang Zong and Wang Yong, instructing, after you deliver the letters, you don't need to return immediately. Stay there and lend a hand. After the retainers took their leave to carry out their tasks, Wang Xiaos sat alone, slowly sipping his tea. His eyes flickered, revealing his internal anxiety. If everything went smoothly, this insect plague could actually become the turning point in the declining fate of the Wang family. Chapter 34, A Slight Stir Can Affect the Whole. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Situation 1. Time passed quietly for 2 days. Wang Xiao spent these 2 days in the Chengning mansion, cultivating his mind and spirit, enjoying some spiritual tea, practicing cultivation. He was leading a rather comfortable life. However, outside the mansion, the world had changed within these 2 days. With the intensification of wheat irrigation, the first wave of insect disaster broke out with a thunderous momentum, spreading across the entire Chengning Guard city area. All the clans were in chaos. As a reduction in crop yield was inevitable, the prices of agricultural byproducts, other than the staple foods strictly controlled by the Dacian government office, started to rise. Even the business of salted and smoked fish from the Wang family's fish stalls improved greatly, with prices also significantly increased. In the scenario of a shortage of staple food, salted and smoked fish, which can be preserved for a long time, can also maintain life's continuity. All the rice merchants have stopped selling grain to the outside world. Meanwhile, the rice stores run by the Dacian government office have started to sell in limited quantities. Long queues have formed outside these shops and the city guards have intervened to maintain order. Drinking his tea, Wang Xiao's heard the news from all sides, causing ripples in his otherwise calm heart. If it weren't for the fact that his family had a gem like Wang Liu Jing, perhaps they would be fraught with worry and stress right now, wouldn't they? Instead, they rather leisurely watched the events unravel. Fourth brother, someone from Qian's merchants has delivered a letter. Wang Shui personally delivered the letter to the backyard, his eyebrows knitted in concern. Besides, half of the salted and smoked fish inventory sent by sixth uncle in the past 2 days has been sold already. Looking at the other clans' fish stalls, they have all started to limit purchases and significantly raise prices. Should we also raise our prices? Limit sales of salted fish too? Wang Xiao's frowned as he took the letter. It seemed the news of widespread grain shortage had triggered panic. The scene wasn't unfamiliar to him. He had seen too many panic-buying crowds triggered by disasters or rumors on Earth. As for the sale of salted and smoked fish going too fast, the inventory that had come over in batches amounted to about 800 or 900 dan. Before the price increase, the price of salted and smoked fish varied from 20 to 30 shillings per catty depending on the quality of the fish. Usually, 1 dan cost between 20 and 30 copper coins. The price has now risen to 30 to 40 copper coins per dan, but the demand seemed to be increasing even quicker. What about fresh fish and live fish? Wang Xiao's asked. The price of live fish hasn't risen, but the price of fresh fish has generally increased by 20%. Wang Shui reported, many people buy fresh fish and pickle or smoke them at home, or they reduce the consumption of staple food and eat more fish. Therefore, the prices of salt and firewood have also gone up. As expected, when one string is plucked, all are touched. The outbreak of the drug-resistant aphids immediately impacted all aspects. When the prices of basic necessities such as salt, firewood, coal and other materials rose, the prices of everything else would rise along with them. Second brother, you can follow the market price increase. Wang Xiao said, as for limiting sales, we can tell the public we are limiting salted and smoked fish to 20 dan per day, but in reality, we will sell up to 50 dan. 50 dan? That's a whopping 5,000 catties. Wang Shui said in astonishment. Can sixth uncle catch up? Even if sixth uncle can, the Dingpo warehouse wouldn't have the time to smoke and salt that much. It is currently the peak fishing season. If Wang Dinghai's fishing team operates as they usually do, a few thousand catties of fish can be secured by 10 boats working strenuously, each boat averaging a few hundred catties of ordinary fish. Most of it would be salted or smoked at the Dingpo warehouse. Normally, the capacity of the sun-dried and smoked fish that could just about cope with 800 dan a month. But sixth uncle, Wang Dinghai, has already fully replicated the fixed moving harp net fishing method, which even ordinary people can operate. The daily output will continue to increase, and during this peak fishing season, it is not unusual for the whole fishing team to catch up to 10,000 catties of fish. Increase the manpower and space for fish processing. You can use the vacant land and rooms of Fenga Farm and Prosperous Farm. Also, get our idle servants and clansmen to work. We need to ensure that the output of smoked fish and salted fish exceeds 2,000 dan this month. Wang Xiao's ordered, second brother, you will oversee this work. As long as sixth uncle can keep up, I won't have any problems. The fighting spirit ignited instantly in Wang Shui. 2,000 dan of smoked and salted fish in a month would require at least 3 to 4,000 dan of fresh fish for production, as the weight of the fish would significantly decrease after being butchered and smoked or sun-dried. If sixth uncle could really provide the supply, it would be a perfect opportunity to make money. How could he, Wang Shui, lag behind? During the fishing season in previous years, the catch was the cheapest. Therefore, a large portion of ordinary catches would be processed into smoked and salted fish and slowly sold over time. The annual production and sales of smoked and salted fish were only about 2,000 to 3,000 dan. Meanwhile, the total sales of fresh and live fish amounted to only about 2,000 dan a year. The total turnover is difficult to exceed 1,000 kien gold, about half of which has to be credited to the accounts of the fishing team. But now is different. If this month truly produces more than 2,000 loads, selling 1,500 loads of smoked and pickled fish, following the increase to 40 copper coins per load, that would equal 600 kien gold in turnover. This does not include the sale of fresh and live fish. This month could potentially equal the usual annual turnover. Therefore, Wang Shui feels as if his blood is burning. If not now, when would he fight so passionately? All right, then I'll leave the running around to you, second brother. Wang Shao's wrote an order from the clan leader, signed it, sealed it with the leader's seal, and handed it to him, saying, with this, you can mobilize the house servants and withdraw kien gold from the family treasury. No need for kien gold for the time being. Wang Shui took the order letter, emotionally saying, the salted fish in stock this time sold too quickly. I still have nearly 200 kien gold on my books, enough to operate. Second brother, busy is busy. But don't make mistakes in a rush, overlooking errors in the accounts. Wang Shao's casually warned. Wang Shui was startled, his eyes became serious and he quickly said, fourth brother, rest assured, as a member of the family, I will absolutely not violate the family rules. Every month I will hand over the accounts to the accounting room presided over by Aunt Five, and do not dare to overlook anything. You've worked hard, second brother. Wang Shao's formally saluted him. Such an opportunity is hard to come by in 1,000 years. Whether the Wang family can escape its fate of decline, it depends on the full efforts of everyone in the clan. Wang Shao's was still very satisfied. His second brother may have average cultivation talents, but he was very dedicated to the family business. Compared to sixth uncle Wang Dinghai, the old big farmer, he was far more careful and steady. Fourth brother, you are too kind, these are my duties. Wang Shui hurriedly returned the salute and said, so I will take my leave and handle various matters. After he left, Wang Shao settled his mind, before opening the letter from Qian Xuan, inviting him to meet at the Jukyui Manor outside Qingning Weiqing. The secret mark left on the letter showed that Qian Xuan had fulfilled his promise. However, even though he trusted Qian Xuan, he didn't dare to take any risks this time and preferred to be prudent in all things. Immediately, he dressed up slightly and directly left the city. Instead of going to Jukyui Manor first, he rode his black steed towards Shanyang. Not long after, he met Wang Zong at a small manor a few miles outside the city. Wang Zong, how are things going? Wang Shao's asked. Reporting to the family head, fortunately, I did not disgrace your commands. The young clan leader of Gongsun has come as promised and is waiting in the manor. Wang Zong said with slight excitement. He had been waiting outside the manor for 7 or 8 hours. Most of the power of the Wang family is located on the south bank of Peace River. If they want to find a large number of transport carriages, they can only rely on the Gongsun clan in Shanyang. Now his relationship with the Gongsun clan is in the honeymoon phase, and this small request should not be rejected. He entered this small manor of the Gongsun clan in Shanyang outside Qingling City, and met Gongsun King, and greeted him. I've kept my uncle waiting for a long time. I haven't been waiting for long, but what is your secret request for 20 horse-drawn carriages, heavy-duty carriages specifically for ore transportation? What do you intend to do? Gongsun Qiang, a man of low IQ and impatience, was curious as soon as he saw him. It's nothing special. Wang Shao said calmly, just transporting 50 to 60,000 loads of aged grain. Since he was involved, naturally he wouldn't be able to hide the quantity. IFL. At that moment, Gongsun Qiang's eyes almost popped out. Favorite nephew? Don't you know nowadays grain is hard to buy? And you want 50 to 60,000 loads. At that, he had an impulse to swear. Compared to this favorite nephew who is a clan leader, he felt that he, a 38-year-old young clan leader, seemed to have completely wasted his years. Chapter 35, Opening Transport Line. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Shows, where on earth did you get 50 to 60,000 dan of grain from? Gongsun Qian gasped, speaking in an almost disbelieving tone. The Gongsun clan of Shanyang is considered powerful, possessing tens of thousands of acres of fertile land. However, even so, the production of gram for a season does not reach 50 to 60,000 dan. Moreover, the gram produced by a prominent family's fertile lands must be shared with tenant farmers and annual taxes must be paid per acre. Additionally, there are also reserves for grain seeds and consumptions like insecticide powder. From this, you can see what an astronomical figure 50 to 60,000 dan of grain is. Even under normal circumstances, it would be extremely difficult to gather that much grain all at once, let alone under the current situation. I bought it from Qian's merchant house through a friend's connection, Wang Xiao said. Uncle, we should not delay any longer and set off to Jukyuai Manor first. The carriage will follow. The carriages of the Gongsun clan were specially reinforced for the transportation of minerals. The horses chosen to pull the carriages were robust and highly enduring heavy draft horses from the north. Each carriage was pulled by 4 to 5 of these horses, capable of carrying weights amounting to thousands to tens of thousands of jin. Bought it through a friend's connection? Gongsun Qian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, wondering where this kind of friend came from. Could he have one too? Filled with envy, jealousy, and a slight disbelief, he followed Wang Xiao's to Jukyuai Manor. Jukyuai Manor is one of Qian's properties, specially designated for the storage of various bulk goods. Many bulk goods range from tens to hundreds of thousands of dan. There is absolutely no need to transport these to Chengning Weiqing. As for the fear of being attacked and robbed, that's simply a joke. Not to mention the considerable armed force within Jukyuai Manor, but also the reputation of the Qian clan in Longzuo, no one would dare to harbor evil thoughts. After seeking a meeting through the doors of Jukyuai Manor, Qian Xuan, principal officer of Qian, came out with a gloomy face. He seemed unwilling to give Wang Xiao a pleasant look. Then, he represented the Qian family in handling the transfer. Both parties redrafted a contract, where the Qian family repurchased the contract of the insecticide powder from Wang Xiao's. The price was quite reasonable, 10,000 Qian gold in cash and 60,000 dan of aged grain in stock. After repurchasing the original 5,000 bags of insecticide powder, the Qian family could sell them for at least 15,000 to 20,000 Qian gold. Naturally, there would be no loss. About such disgraceful matters, the shopkeeper of Qian's Chengning branch didn't want to show his face, so he entrusted everything to Qian Xuan. The invisible shopkeeper had obviously planned to shift all the blame for the mistakes onto Qian Xuan. Therefore, Qian Xuan was so gloomy as to almost drip water during all the procedures. From beginning to end, he didn't want to say a word to Wang Xiao's. After all procedures were taken care of, he angrily handed Wang Xiao's a large stack of gold notes and a road pass for 60,000 dan of grain, then left with his sleeves flouncing. Such fraudulent acting left Wang Xiao astounded. He couldn't help thinking that once Qian Xuan successfully ascended to the spirit platform realm, he would undoubtedly become a prominent figure. After everything was settled, Wang Xiao found Gongsun Qian, who was waiting outside. Uncle, the procedures for obtaining 60,000 dan of aged grain have been completed. Once your people arrive, we can start transporting the grain. Gongsun Qian's body trembled, his mouth agape in shock. It was real, the nephew had really bought a total of 60,000 dan of grain. He was just astonishingly unbelievable. Soon, Gongsun Qian's 20-carriage convoy slowly arrived, accompanied by 80 robust miners. In the grain silos piled up like a mountain, the aged grain was packed in rice bags, with one bag weighing exactly 100 jin or equivalent to 1 dan. However, those miners easily carried 3 to 4 bags at once and started to load the carriages. Uncle, how much can one carriage hold? Wang Xiao, who had lived for 2 lifetimes, had never seen such an abundance of grain. Even though he had estimated in his mind, the volume and quantity still far exceeded his imagination. Load, just load, stack it up till 100 dan. Our carriages have been specially reinforced. and the North heavy draft horses are no vegetarians, they can pull it. Gongsun Qian's eyes were also turning red. He had lived a lifetime and had never seen so much grain piled up together. The powerful Gongsun clan of Shanyang usually stores about 20,000 dan of grain, which is enough to feed thousands of laborers for a year. The tenant farmers and miners of the Gongsun clan in Shanyang, including their families, add up to at most several thousand people. 100 dan? That's 10,000 gin of grain. Wang Xiao's was slightly taken aback. Somewhat beyond his expectation. This is indeed a mysterious magical world. Not only do ordinary people have much greater strength, but even such northern heavy type draft horses are so powerful. More so if they were spirit beast level war horses, they would be even more formidable. The miners obviously were accustomed to heavy labor. Every 4 people were assigned a wagon, and after 6 or 7 rounds, the cart was loaded. One by one, the special or pulling wagons were overloaded with grains. But even so, it was only about 2,000 loads. According to this mode, wouldn't they have to make 30 trips? Forget about it, they might as well take their time. After all, they didn't expect to transport this batch of grain in a short time. Fortunately, at this time, Qian Xuan appeared again. Still with a cold face, he said, "Our Qian's business prioritizes reputation, and we will never embarrass our customers. You can rent our heavy-duty cargo wagons, 20 copper coins a day for the wagon. The driver's salary, and feed for the heavy-duty draft horses is included. You have to take care of the loading and unloading." Obviously, Qian Xuan bravely decided to join in for assistance. However, Gongsun Qian, who was standing by, almost spat out old blood. Although the price offered by the other party was reasonable, it also undermined his hard work, didn't it? Originally, Gongsun Qian wanted to take this opportunity to help and with a thick face ask his older nephew Christian to give him some grain. "In that case, thank you, middleman Qian," said Wang Xiao's happily. "We will rent another 30 wagons." The number of wagons owned by the Qian merchant group far exceeded that of the Gongsun clan, and their business spread across Longzhuo. Therefore, the load of their wagons was naturally extremely high, not inferior to the wagons of the Gongsun clan by any means. After 50 wagons were fully loaded, they drove out of Jukyui Manor one after another. Jukyui Manor is only 10 miles away from the Qingling ferry crossing. Under normal circumstances, the wagon should be able to arrive in less than 2 hours. However, the Qingling ferry crossing was crowded and Wang Xiao's didn't want to make a big noise just yet, in case something unexpected would happen. After the wagons passed the 3-way junction, they took the road to Shanyang, but after 2 or 3 miles, it turned in the direction of Peace River and arrived at a dense forest entrance. From here, the wagons could no longer enter. However, just 100 steps or so into the dense forest, there was a vertical cliff 5 or 6 jang high, and there was a natural water bay 20 or 30 jang wide under the cliff. By this time, 6th Uncle Wang Dinghai had already received notice from the head of household and had led his team to wait here with the boats, including fishing boats and ferries. Basically, all the usable boats from home were brought here. This kind of transportation is laborious but very covered. From the wagons to the dense forest, then to the cliff and onto the boat, it requires about 250 steps. Wang Xiao's let the miners and the head of household all stand in position, every 3 steps one person, passing the grain in a relay manner. After everyone adapted a little, they realized the benefits of this simple manual transportation line. It was steady, orderly and efficiency gradually increased. The speed of loading the boats could reach 1 load in 1 or 2 breaths, while also greatly saving the time and physical strength of running back and forth. In just over 2 hours, all the grain from the 50 wagons was unloaded remarkably. Afterwards, the wagon team returned to Jukyui Manor to fetch the next batch, while Wang Xiao's followed the boats across the Peace River all the way to the Fenga Sluice. There were even more people at Fenga Farm, with a total of 200 tenant farming households. Providing 150 strong laborers was a piece of cake. Using the same method, the grain was transported across the Fenga Sluice and temporarily stored in Fenga Farm. The boats on the inland river were not enough. There were only about 5 or 6 of them, and they had to slowly transport on this last line. The successful opening of the difficult transportation line allowed Wang Xiao's to relax. while also making him greatly dissatisfied with his own transportation line. The first thing was the excessive dependence on public ferry crossings and the lack of privately constructed secretive small docks. The next was the inconvenience from Peace River to the inland rivers, as the water levels on both sides were inconsistent. The single sluice gate couldn't be opened at will for a long time, otherwise it would cause flooding. About this point, he must figure out a way to construct a ship lock that will allow ships to pass. Furthermore, the family was noticeably lacking in shipping and wagon transportation. Maybe with the current scale of the Wang family, this shortcoming was not very obvious, but as the family continues to grow and expand, this shortcoming would seriously impede the family's development. It appears that establishing a complete transportation channel of their own is an urgent matter. Chapter 36, Family Cohesion. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. However, these are systemic major projects, which will definitely not be completed overnight. Even if one is anxious, it cannot be rushed. Wang Xiaos simply boarded a relatively larger ship on Peace River, stepped on the tall rice bags, and went all the way through the waterway of Fengge Farm back to the Wang family's main residence. The ships on Peace River are all very small. The largest ship is only about 18 meters long. Just carrying 500 bundles of grain has reached its limit. Its loading capacity is far less than the river ship. Moreover, it is not wind and sail powered, only relying on the boatman's paddling and punting to move. Luckily, the water flow of Peace River is stable. With the help of paddling and punting, the ships can just manage to move. It's just that the winding and twisted riverway of 20 miles has taken more than an hour to travel. Converted to Earth's speed, it's just over 2 kilometers per hour. The fleet passed through the river's horn mouth and entered Zuwai Lake. On the not very wide Zuwai Lake, the house complexes of the Wang's main residence under the steep mountain wall can already be seen. But Wang Xiaos wasn't in a hurry to go back. Instead, he continued to observe the topography of Zuwai Lake on the ship. The lake is slightly elliptical, about 6 to 7 miles long and 4 to 5 miles wide, totaling over 10,000 mu in water area. The lake is clean and beautiful, surrounded by mudflats and reed ponds, making the scenery naturally beautiful. Perhaps the natives would find it desolate, but Wang Xiaos, who was used to big cities and traces of human everywhere, found this pristine scenery particularly pleasing, and as a result, his mood was much better. If such a large water area is used to raise spirit fish, it would be excellent, Wang Xiaos pondered silently. However, Zuwai Lake also has a major disadvantage. The lake is too shallow, generally less than 3 meters deep, and there is too much silt accumulated at the bottom. Not to mention raising spirit fish, even the farming of ordinary large fish deems the water level too low. Also, in this mysterious magical world, the large-scale farming of fish is not mainstream. At most, it is to throw some small fish into the pond after catching them and let them grow freely. The reason for this is firstly, there are a lot of fish in the wild. Even with crude fishing techniques, there will always be a good catch as long as one goes fishing. Secondly, due to the limitations of fishing technology, it is difficult to invest funds and manpower for farming in the vast lake. It's better to do wild fishing in the resource-rich Peace River. Take 6th Uncle Wang Ding Hai for example. It took 20 weavers 2 months to hardly weave a small trawl net. You can imagine the difficulty of large-scale surround fishing in the lake. The biggest difficulty of fish farming lies in the management of water quality, density, disease, scientific feeding, and other technologies. If not careful enough, fish can die in large numbers, leading to a total loss of capital. However, there are countless profound martial families in this vast world, and naturally, some families have achieved some results in fish farming. Just like the Lu clan of Yingxiu, they have mastered some fish farming techniques and have developed an industry. The profound martial families, however, cherish their production techniques very deeply and make great efforts to keep them secret. In some core industries, even the women of the family are not allowed to participate, for fear that they will spread the technology when they get married. Even with Wang Xiao's relationship with the Lu family, it is impossible to get their fish farming technology. The tight guard over each family's technology also results in the overall backwardness of production technology in the entire profound martial world. Although the patent technology strategy on Earth has many complaints, it has indeed caused a technology storm, with various scientific inventions flourishing in a short time. Having said that, Wang Xiaos felt that it was better for the profound martial world not to flourish, as his biggest advantage now was that he was experienced, having a forward-looking vision more than this world. He has a vague understanding of many technologies, but he knows that there is such a thing and generally the direction. For example, the well-known monosodium glutamate message, this wonderful product which changed the human taste system. If you let Wang Xiaos do it, he wouldn't be able to do it in 10 to 8 years. But if a group of clever people were asked to specifically study this area and carry out similar research, because the direction is relatively clear, they could probably do it in 20 to 30 years if they were lucky. If the luck wasn't so good, as long as the related technology continues to accumulate, surely it could be done in 100 years, right? There are also spinning and weaving equipment, such as the famous must-have for transmigrators, the Jenny loom. Even if Wang Xiaos is beaten to death, he couldn't draw the blueprint, but he also knows that there is such a thing and roughly some vague directions of the principle. If a group of craftsmen were asked to slowly work on it, one day it could be figured out. If this thing comes out, it will absolutely be more powerful than Wang Luojing, the insect master. Of course, all these are just speculations. Without the strength to sustain the family, promoting these things would be a clear invitation to the path of self-destruction. Take for instance the Qingling's family, whose main business is the textile industry. They will certainly turn against the Wang family the minute the Jenny loom comes into play, since it certainly destabilizes the fundamental survival of the Xu family. Leaving that aside for now, the fleet where Wang Xiaos is situated in, gradually picks speed across Zuwai Lake. Within an hour, they reached the backyard dock of the Wang family's main residence. Although this dock and the waterway are not frequently used, most of the food and crop supplies from the farms pass through this route. Though slower, shipping by water carries more loads. Additionally, it means fewer carriages and horses, which are way more expensive to maintain compared to humans. The usually deserted dock at the backyard of the Wang family's main residence was filled with bustling crowd. Leading the pack are two women, one of which happens to be Wang Xiaos's wife, Gong Sunhu. Standing at a distance behind her is a young girl, Wang Luotong. Following them are 4 heads of household, of whom 3 are female. It's worth noting that out of the 9 heads of household in Wang family, 3 are females. When the ship was about to dock, with the distance of about 20-odd feet, Wang Xiaos leapt into the air, flew over the crowd like a big bird and landed on the dock merely within 2 breath spans. This is Wang Xiaos's current ability to fly. While completely superior to any long jump or high jump champion on Earth, it's nothing compared to the mythical martial arts practitioners who can fly in the sky and shatter mountains with a single punch. Madam, why did you come back? Don't you want to spend more time with your maternal grandfather at your mother's place? Wang Xiaos saluted the Gong Sunhu. Earlier, you had asked my brother, Gong Sunqiang, to help you with some tasks in your letter, and I asked Wang Zong for details. I found out that someone is needed to assist you in managing the main family residence, Gong Sunhui responded. Although I don't know the exact details, I thought that I should return to the family and help out as soon as possible. As per your letter, only part of the backyard warehouse has been emptied out so far. Thank you for your hard work, madam. For now, part of it is sufficient. Wang Xiaos saluted again, feeling a warmth and gratitude in his heart. Madame Gong Sunhui had always been on the side of the Wang family, helping him manage it to the best of her abilities. 4th brother. Wang Luotong saluted Wang Xiaos. Her eyes were filled with excitement. After all, her 4th elder brother had entrusted her with some tasks in his letter. What did that represent? It indicated that her 4th elder brother held her in high regard. She, too, wanted to, like her younger sister Wang Luojing, devote her heart and mind to the family and her 4th brother. Luotong, you've worked hard. You've broken through to the 3rd level of the vital energy refining realm? Wang Xiaos squinted, and through the observation technique, he noticed that Wang Liuotong's aura was much more powerful than before, and she was having difficulty controlling the overflow of her aura. "Congratulations." "Thanks to you, fourth brother," Wang Liuotong replied, her cheek slightly flushed with joy. "If it was not because of you who had the family treasury send me a cultivation pill, I couldn't have made the breakthrough so quickly." "That's because you've been working hard. You've been honing your skills at the peak of the second level of the vital energy refining realm for a while," Wang Xiao said appreciatively. "Keep it up and set an example for your younger siblings and juniors." Having known her situation, of course, he wouldn't sit by and watch her slowly grinding at the peak of the second level of the vital energy refining realm. Hence, before he left, he had a cultivation pill sent to Wang Liuotong from the family treasury. She did manage to put in effort and make an immediate breakthrough. At least it's much better than that little rabbit Wang Zhongwei, who is still struggling at the high segment of level 2 vital energy refining realm even at the age of 20. "Yes, fourth brother, I will definitely do my best," replied Wang Liuotong, her smile radiant and nodding vigorously to her. Gaining her fourth elder brother's recognition was a joyful event. While the crowd was conversing, the grain ship stocked one after another. Madame Gongsun Hua directed the heads of household, servants, and slaves in transporting the grain to the empty rooms. Wang Liuotong joined in as well, teaming up with the other female heads of household in doing the majority of the grain transportation. Having broken through to the third level of the Qi refinement realm, her strength and stamina were far superior to those of ordinary servants and slaves. She was able to carry 4 to 5 bags of rice at a time, and still maintain a brisk pace. Although Madame Gongsun Hu initially wanted to stop her, she was deterred by Wang Xiao's signal. If Liuotong wanted to contribute to the family in this way, then she should be allowed to do it. Since even the fourth young mistress of the family had participated in the transportation of the grain, sweat dripping from her, the other heads of household, servants, and slaves put in more effort. They worked diligently without any sign of fatigue, demonstrating morale and teamwork. The unity and loyalty of a family is built up bit by bit like this. Chapter 37, Mother and Son Heart to Heart. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Of course, Wang Xiao and Gongsun Hua could not participate without discretion. Otherwise it would instill fear and unease instead of boosting the morale of the household staff and servants. With the logistic channel foundation in place, Wang Xiao was no longer involved in it. Such a large quantity of food transport wasn't something to be accomplished in a short while. This wasn't some game world where a mouse click completes the food transportation mission. Moreover, as a clan leader, he should focus on the bigger picture. If he were to get hands-on with everything, from beginning to end, then what use would the clan members and the household staff be? Even Gongsun Hua, the lady of the house, was asked to leave. Wang Liuotong, a female member of the family, was put in charge of the final stretch of the transportation line. The girls in the family also needed to shoulder responsibilities. As he walked and chatted with Gongsun Hua, they passed through the large backyard garden and entered the rear courtyard of the Wang family's main residence, slowly making their way to the young clan leader's courts where he grew up. The personal attendant, Wang Gui, leading 2 servants in tidying up the courtyard, immediately stepped forward to perform a salute when he saw Wang Xiao and Gongsun Hua. Respects to the family head and the madam. Wang Gui served Wang Xiao's. He hailed from the collateral line of the Wang family and had a clear background. Most importantly, he was a promising youth with Class C talent, a rarity among the collateral line. Despite being a mere personal attendant, serving the young clan leader from a young age, he was destined to become Wang Xiao's confidant. Once he was established, and gave birth to offspring with quality bloodline, he would have the opportunity to be reclassified into the main family line, and his name would be added to the family records. Wang Gui, this is a Shanyang spirit seed, brew a pot of its tea for Madam and me. Wang Xiao's passed the spiritual tea he brought back to Wang Gui. Spiritual tea? Wang Gui, who has been with Wang Xiao's for 10 years, looked dazed, having only seen spiritual tea once or twice before. Absolutely not. This is for you alone, given by your maternal grandfather. Gongsun Hua immediately declined. These are the crucial years for your growth. You should try your best to reach the level 8 or even level 9 of the vital energy refining realm. That would be more in line with your strength as a clan leader. Madam, please don't refuse. Weren't you curious where we got this batch of old grain from? Let's have some spiritual tea, and I'll tell you everything. Wang Xiao's invited unwaveringly, and scolded Wang Gui, why are you still shocked? Go and brew the tea. Yes, of course. Wang Gui shivered and quickly left. With her son so determined, Gongsun Hui had no good reasons to refuse. They sat opposite each other at a square table in the side hall of his courtyard. Before long, Wang Gui served a pot of spiritual tea along with some fruits and snacks, then bowed his head and withdrew. This courtyard of yours no longer suits your status as a clan leader. Gongsun Hui looked around and said, wait till I complete my year of mourning. I'll move out of the main yard and make room for you. This way it will be convenient for you to bring Miss Liu home. Madam, there's no need. Wang Xiao's casually smiled and poured a cup of tea for both of them. I like this courtyard, and I'm used to living here. You just live here comfortably with Sister Liu, oh my, and don't cause any unnecessary fuss. How can you call it a fuss? You are now the family head and should live in the main residence, said Gongsun Hui. Plus, just because you are comfortable here doesn't mean Miss Liu will be. Once she joins the Wang family, I have to hand over the household accounts and finances to her. This is the rule in prominent families. Wang Xiao shook his head. She's marrying in as your daughter-in-law. How could she suddenly take charge? Let's not talk about that now. Madam, have a cup of tea first. I'll tell you what happened on this trip in detail. There are many things that I need to discuss with you. For Wang Xiao's, Madame Gongsun Hui was mature and steady, and because of her status, she held great prestige within the family. Even the elder's prestige was not as high as hers. If the family could be revitalized by daily cultivation, he wouldn't mind doing so. However, his vision and goals far exceeded those of the clan elders. As a young clan leader, if he wanted to implement broad reforms in the family, he would inevitably face resistance from the conservatives. And Madame Gongsun Hui, as his strongest and most steadfast ally, was the legitimate daughter of the Gongsun clan of Shanyang. Gongsun Hui took a sip of the spiritual tea as instructed, her eyes filled with curiosity. Ever since her legitimate son took charge of the family affairs, he had matured rapidly and utilized strategies that even she couldn't comprehend. After a brief pause, Wang Xiao explained how he had procured a large sum of funds and food supplies from the Qian family's business. Of course, he kept his secret alliance with Qian Xuan undisclosed. Gongsun Hui's mouth opened wide in shock, her eyes gradually bulging in disbelief. This was simply too incredible, too audacious. Relying on early information about the outbreak of locust plagues, he had boldly manipulated the Qian family with such compelling force. This strategy was something Gongsun Hui couldn't have thought of, and she was still frightened. After all, Xiao's had pledged 4,200 Qian gold with the family's reputation as collateral. If his prediction failed, he would become the most extravagant spender in the history of the Ping and Wang family. Even though everything was successful, Gongsun Hui was still trembling, unable to calm herself. It was truly audacious. Please do not blame me, mother, for not consulting with you in advance. The timing of this matter was fleeting and it would have taken too long for the family to deliberate, Wang Xiao calmly said as he drank his tea. This funding can be entered into the family accounts. But for the several elders within the family, we simply announce that it was borrowed from the Gongsun clan of Shanyang and the Lu clan of Yingxiu. This is to prevent the elders from being unable to digest such news and causing a fuss. I understand. Gongsun Hui took 2 more sips of the spiritual tea to calm her nerves and eliminate her distracting thoughts. She finally understood why her legitimate son wanted her to hear the news while drinking spiritual tea. The impact of the news was too great, and he was afraid she wouldn't be able to handle it. Settling her mind, Gongsun Hui slowly said, the reason Zer invited me to drink spiritual tea couldn't be just to deliver the news, right? Hee, mother, your insight is sharp. Zer's little tricks could not be hidden from you. Wang Xiao laughed, just looking at the family's system, there are some defects, especially in terms of ranking by bloodline, talent, and gender etc. without any competitive mechanism, and overindulgence in nurturing the younger generation. Gongsun Hui frowned slightly. You're referring to the Zhongwei child, aren't you? I've heard about his affair, and now he's been brought back by Shui's men. I heard that Shuin was so furious after hearing that he rushed back from Silkworm Manor and almost broke Wang Zhongwei's legs. I heard he is still locked up in the firewood room. Mother, what is your opinion on this? Wang Shao's asked casually as he drank his tea. Gongsun Hui pondered for a moment. That child indeed messed things up bad, and as a clan leader and elder, openly reprimanding him is necessary. However, you must also consider the feelings of the second Grand Elder and Uncle Dingchuan, as well as your elder brother Shuin. After all, they have painstakingly managed the family for years. It's not possible to transfer all his resources and privileges to Liu Oton forever, right? You see, Mother, this is why Zer invited you for tea and consultation. Even you think in this manner, let alone others, Wang Shao said with a confident smile. Are you really going to strip Wang Zhongwei of his resources forever? Gongsun Hui asked in surprise. Wouldn't you damage the relationship with your elder brother Shuin then? I can't say forever, but if he wants to take back what is his, no one can decide, me included, Wang Shao's replied calmly. Gongsun Hui was taken aback. If even you can't make the decision, then who can? Just when he was about to answer, a female voice from outside the door interrupted. Fourth uncle, is Uncle Shao's home? Gongsun Hui's expression changed slightly. That's Wang Zhongwei's mother, Mrs. Xu. Born into the Xu family of Chengning, she has always been arrogant and difficult to deal with. Shao's, you need to be careful. Wang Shao's laughed confidently. Mother, you joke too much. Mrs. Xu is like a sister to me. After all, we are a family. What's there to talk about dealing with? Immediately, he went to greet her at the door. With a radiant smile on his face, he bowed and said, Sister-in-law, you should have informed me in advance of your visit, so I could have come out to greet you. Watching his seamless change of demeanor left even Gongsun Hui somewhat stunned. This legitimate child of hers was truly something. Comparing him to her brother Gongsun Qiang, and even her late husband Wang Dinayu, they both paled in comparison to him. Chapter 38, What sorcery has the fourth brother used? This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Standing before Wang Shao's was a middle-aged woman dressed with meticulous care. Her hair was adorned with a pearl hairpin, her wrist donned a jade bracelet, her feet in high-stepping cloud boots, and her body draped with an opulent multicolored cloud-patterned silk dress, making her appear like a noble woman from the city. Furthermore, she had taken great pains with her makeup before her arrival, her face painted and lips lightly tinted crimson. She didn't look like someone in her 40s at all, but rather like a mature beauty in her late 20s. A testament to her regular self-care. And her brother-in-law Wang Shuin must dote on her quite a bit, spoiling her for sure. It was just that her eyes were somewhat red, clearly having cried not long ago. What was extremely rare was that she was also carrying a large bamboo basket, covered with a red cloth on top. Upon seeing Wang Shao's polite demeanor, Xu family's initial tension and hostility in her heart dissolved somewhat, and she immediately returned the gesture with due reverence. Xu family pays respects to fourth uncle. Sister-in-law, you are too kind. Wang Shao smiled sincerely. Please come in, sister-in-law. Come in and rest in the side hall. My mother is also present. Saying so, he cordially guided Xu family into the side hall. Xu family's expression tightened as she saw Gongsun Hui and quickly paid her respects. Xu family pays respects to elder Madame Hui. She always carried herself with pride. Being from the direct line of the Qingning Xu family, she had married Wang Shuin with the mindset of marrying below her. But proud as she might be, she dared not put on airs in front of the direct daughter of the Shanyang Gongsun clan. Moreover, the Gongsun clan was the wife of the first clan leader and the father's first wife of the current clan leader, her elder. Oh, it's Shuin's wife who has come. What wind has blown you here? Gongsun Hui's words carried a hint of pressure, but she said with a smiling face, Come, have a seat and talk, just in time to taste the spirit seed from my father-in-law's personal cultivation. She took on the tone of an elder, and with Shuin's wife, She directly emphasized Xu family's status as Wang Shuin's spouse, clearly as a warning. No, 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 I wouldn't dare to sit in front of Elder Madam Hu, Xu family said with an awkward smile. She had not expected Madame Gongsun to be present, otherwise, she would not have dared to seek out Wang Shao's at this time. And the tea they were drinking, just by hearing it was spiritual tea from spirit seeds, was something she could not afford to drink given her position in the Chengning Xu family, not to mention after marrying Wang Shuin. It was even less likely. Fourth uncle, you are the pillar of the family. Xu family showed a slightly ingratiating smile and handed over the basket she was carrying. Sister-in-law sees you working so hard in your cultivation, and brought you some fresh ingredients to replenish your body. I won't disturb your conversation with your mother now. Having said that, she set down the basket and prepared to leave. Sister-in-law, hold on, Wang Shao's smiled and stopped her. It's not often you come to my place. Have a cup of tea before you go. Besides, I haven't seen my brother Shuin for a long time. I heard he has just gone back to the main residence. I will send someone to invite him over, and we can have a meal and chat together. This Xu family was quite flattered, yet looked toward Gongsun Hu apprehensively. Shao's is the head of the Wang family. If he asks you to sit, you sit down. Gongsun Hu's attitude softened somewhat. Xu family then sat down awkwardly. Though she was dressed lavishly, she displayed none of the distinguished air in front of the modestly dressed Gongsun Hu. Wang Shao's called in Wang Gui and instructed, tell the head chef to cook up a big chunk of pork sent over by Grand Elder, but not to stew the meat too soft. Moreover, find a skilled kitchen maid to set up a small stove in our courtyard, slice 2 pounds of spirit-horned yak meat, and bring the jar of spiritual wine too. As for the fresh fruit and vegetables, you see to it. Yes, family head. Oh, and sixth uncle has sent a fresh red scaled eel to the family ice cellar. Even the most precious spirit eel blood has been processed into blood tofu, saying that it is a catch personally made by the family head and belongs to your private stock, meant for your consumption alone. Wang Gui reminded on the side. Hey, never mind that. Wang Shao's laughed, take the best segment of the red scaled eel, and bring the blood tofu as well. The rest should be deposited into the public stock, distributed as needed. Let everyone have a taste of the fresh catch. Once you've arranged everything, go invite my brother Shuin over. Yes, family head. Wang Gui complied and left. Fourth uncle, this is too generous. And it must have cost you dearly. Xu family's body trembled as she spoke meekly. Keep it simple. A little simpler. What are you saying, sister-in-law? Wang Shuin is my brother, you are my sister-in-law. When our family gathers for a meal, how can we be casual? Wang Shao's personally took a teacup, poured a cup of spiritual tea for Xu family. Please taste this spirit seed from Shanyang, drink it while it's hot for the best effect. Madame Xu sipped the tea, trembling slightly. The bitterness and unique flavor of the spiritual tea flooded her senses, and suddenly, she felt an urge to cry. She had been a maiden in the Xu family of Chengning for 19 years and married into the Ping and Wang family for 21 years, yet never had the fortune to taste a cup of spiritual tea. That the first cup of spiritual tea in her life was offered by Wang Shao's was beyond her expectations. Originally, she came here prepared to plead with him. If it was utterly impossible, she was ready to create a scandal and curse in the street to stir up a commotion and alarm all the clan members. For the sake of her son, she had cast aside all her concerns and was willing to shed all her pride. Yet, she had never anticipated that Wang Shao's, esteemed as a direct line of the family and a clan leader, would treat her with such respect, kindly hosting her, his elder sister-in-law. Fourth uncle, that matter. In that instant, Madame Xu found herself at a loss for words. Wang Shao's friendly manner towards her and her husband made her hopeful that the situation might take a favorable turn. Elder sister-in-law, you're referring to Zhongwei's matter, aren't you? Wang Shao's had no intention of avoiding the subject. Instead, he smiled and said, I've already considered the issue. Let's wait for Big Brother to arrive, and we can discuss while we chat. For now, elder sister-in-law, please have some snacks to fill your stomach. Yes. Madame Xu quickly swallowed her words, seeing Wang Shao's attitude which did not seem to be holding on to the issue. yet she still felt some unease in her heart. Not much later, the family cook arrived. After paying her respects to Wang Xiao's, she was about to start a fire in the small kitchen in the yard when Wang Xiao's stopped her. No need to fuss too much, just prepare the fresh ingredients by thinly slicing the spirit yak meat and red scale deal into thin slices for plating. The thinner, the better. Also, prepare a brazier with high-quality charcoal, another clean copper basin with clear water, and some salt. Although the cook was perplexed, she dared not disobey the family head's command and went about the task as instructed. "Sir, what are you up to?" Gong Sun-hu asked curiously. "Why are you lighting a brazier in this scorching heat?" "You will know soon, elder madam," said Wang Xiao's with a smile. "It is a cooking method I saw in ancient texts, quite innovative and very delicious." I can never figure you out, just don't waste precious spirit food." Gong Sun-hu curbed her curiosity and began to tenderly comfort Madame Xu. She was very surprised at how Wang Xiao's handled the matter concerning Wang Zhongwei. At least he had not resorted to bullying tactics under the clan leader's authority. However, knowing Madame Xu, she likely wouldn't give up just like that. Therefore, Gong Sun-hu was all the more curious about how her son would handle what was to come. A while later, Wang Xuan rushed over led by Wang Gui. As soon as he entered the room, his face turned cold with anger, and he scolded Madame Xu, "You ignorant woman, how dare you come looking for shows?" At 43 this year, Wang Xuan had a square-shaped face and a beard. He looked dignified and commanding even without showing anger. Unexpectedly, Madame Xu was not intimidated at all. Her anger, previously suppressed by Wang Xiao's and Gong Sun-hu, suddenly erupted. "Wang Xuan, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhongwei is in such a state. How could I not come to ask your brother for leniency? Zhongwei is my son. Should I just watch him get beaten to death by you? Or should I stand by as his future is stolen by that compenser?" By Wang Liu Otong. Normally, the word loss would have already slipped out. But in front of Wang Xiao's and Gong Sun-hu, she dared not utter such words, and swallowed them back in her urgency. You, Xiao's is the clan leader, and besides, that little brute deserved to be beaten, to be punished. Wang Xuan bellowed with a red face, "If it wasn't for your coddling him, I would have." But this tactic clearly could not subdue Madame Xu, elder sister-in-law, big brother. To prevent their argument from escalating, Wang Xiao's immediately raised his hand to intervene. "We are all family, what does it look like to argue like this? Let's sit down and eat first, and talk things over slowly." "Yes, uncle." Madame Xu immediately put on a docile demeanor, sitting down obediently, then gently said, "I'll listen to uncle. We're all family, no fighting, let's talk reasonably." SSS. Taken aback, Wang Xuan gasped, his mind filled with doubt and wonder. Had his younger brother used some sort of technique? He had never seen Madame Xu be so compliant and rational, instantly suppressing her fiery temper and even starting to talk sense. Chapter 39, I'll listen to you, fourth uncle. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Eldest brother, please have a seat. Wang Xiao's rose to his feet and extended a hand in invitation. Fourth brother. Wang Xuan's face, weathered by time, held a complex mixture of emotions, the most prominent of which was embarrassment. He paused as if wanting to say something, but ultimately decided against it before taking a seat. "It's a rare occasion to feast together with my elder brother and sister-in-law." Wang Xiao's cordially beckoned. "Let's all give the clear water hot pot a try." The top-grade solid carbon fire basin with copper pot was boiling water, in which salt, cooking wine, and ginger had been added to remove the smell of meat. Slices of spirit-horned yak meat, so thin they were almost translucent, were dropped into the water, and they were cooked within seconds. Everyone hesitated, wondering if such a rudimentary method of cooking would yield something delicious and not ruin the precious spirit food. However, when they put a slice of the tender meat in their mouths, they were thrilled by its fresh and succulent taste, and a warm surge of vital energy spread throughout their bodies from their bellies. The best ingredients should be cooked in the simplest of ways. Wang Xiao's filled their cups with spiritual wine and leisurely said, Only in this way can one taste the original flavor of the food. Eldest brother, you started working at Silkworm Manor at the age of 18. In a blink of an eye, 25 years have passed. This is to honor your many years of dedicated efforts for our family. Here's a toast to you. Enjoying spirit meat with spiritual wine was a rare indulgence for Wang Shuin, even at his age of 43. Especially moved by Wang Shao's words, a warmth welled up in his heart, making him hurriedly raise his cup in reply. It's my duty to do so. It always has been. After they had downed their drinks, Wang Shao's turned to Mr. Xu and solemnly offered a toast. Sister-in-law, you've been with our Wang family for 21 years and have given the 8th generation of our Ping and Wang family 2 sons and 2 daughters. Your hard work and high merit are indeed great contributions to our family. This is a toast to you. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Xu's heart stirred. Yes, who could understand her hardships? Besides Shao's, no one had ever praised her so eloquently. Raising her cup, she responded with slight choking, "Thank you, fourth uncle, for sympathizing with me." This spiritual wine was truly sweet and restorative, making her feel as if she was floating. "Mother, you married my father in your prime. Not only do you manage our household, but you also treat my siblings and me as if we were your own, always taking care of us with all sincerity." Wang Shao's then offered a third toast. "I'll forever remember your kindness and benevolence in my heart." Gongsun Hui paused, his nose twitched faintly, and he glared with moist eyes. "Liu Yi is my biological daughter, you're my biological son. I'm supposed to take care of both of you. Why bring it up for no reason?" Despite his words, she drank the spiritual wine with joy. Shao's gratefulness validated that her hard work over the years was not in vain. As the conversation continued, everyone gradually opened up. After 3 rounds of drinking, the jug of spiritual wine was almost emptied. The spiritual wine, renowned for its intoxicating qualities, had already left everyone slightly tipsy. "Fourth uncle," Mrs. Xu gathered her courage, "I do recognize that Zhongwei deserves punishment. But could you find it in your heart to spare him this time for the sake of your brother and sister-in-law? Rest assured, I will educate him properly after we return." Upon hearing this, even Wang Shuin stopped drinking, his eyes glinting in expectation. Even though he wished nothing more than to beat that miscreant to death, the kid was still his son, after all. What parent doesn't wish for their child to excel? "Sister-in-law, brother, we're all family." Wang Shao's put down his cup and said seriously, "Zhongwei is my nephew and represents the future hope of our younger generation in the Ping and Wang family. You both want your son to excel. Would I, as his uncle, wish anything less than the same for my nephew?" "Yes indeed, fourth uncle, you're right." Mrs. Xu agreed with a beaming smile. "Whatever discipline method you suggest, we'll follow. It's quite simple. From now on, in our family, the young ones under 30 will be judged on their character and accomplishments." Wang Shao's explained his ultimate goal: "I will implement a ranking system with first, second, and so on, sequence categories, totaling 5 in all. Each rank will enjoy different familial stipends and resources. I will establish clear standards for assessment once a year." What? Even Gongsun Hui was taken aback at this. It's true that the family would rank the younger generation, but it was usually based on factors like bloodline, potential, and age, and once set, it would not change. Moreover, I'm going to introduce a comprehensive merit system to the entire family. As long as one contributes to the family, they can constantly earn contribution points, with which they can exchange for various cultivation resources from the family, even including spiritual tea, spiritual wine, cultivation techniques, and many other items found in the family treasure house. Wang Shao's explained seriously, "As long as you are capable, you can obtain more cultivation resources." Wang Shao's method, after all, originates from narratives in novels and games. It prevents a situation where all family members have an equal share regardless of their effort or merit. Though many family members currently bear their burdens willingly, this is not a sustainable plan in the long run. After all, when everyone is poor, they are equally committed to working hard. However, once the family becomes wealthy, people's attitudes will change. But this. Madame Xu stuttered, What does this have to do with Wang Zhongwei's situation? Dear sister-in-law, you do not understand, Wang Xiao said. Zhongwei may not have outstanding talent, but he surely doesn't lack it, right? Why is it that he is already 20 years old but still only at level 2 in the advanced vital energy refining realm, falling behind his younger siblings? It is because he was spoiled from a young age, with attention from his granduncles, elder uncles, and even from you and his elder brother. This environment has caused him to lose his competitive spirit, unwilling to endure hardship, which gradually led to various bad habits. Can Zhongwei still be redeemed? Madame Xu asked weakly. Truth be told, she was extremely disappointed with her son's behavior. But no matter how disappointed she was, he was still her son. Yes. Wang Xiao answered seriously, that would mean depriving him of all resources, forcing him to rely on himself to fight for cultivation resources. He will understand the meaning of humility and then strive harder. Depending on his own efforts to grow and progress, he will mature. Fourth brother is correct. Wang Xuan slapped the table, seemingly in complete agreement. That kid has been spoiled too much. How could he grow without experiencing any hardships? But if Zhongwei doesn't put in any effort. Madame Xi hesitated. Won't he miss the best time for cultivation? If he still doesn't want to work hard under such conditions, Wang Xiao scoffed. Do you still expect him to achieve anything meaningful in his life? Don't worry, even if the Wang family is not wealthy, we can still afford to raise a parasite. Sister-in-law, you don't just have one son, right? I think Wang Zongcheng is quite good. He's already at level 2 in the vital energy refining realm at the age of 13. If his potential can be properly nurtured, he will undoubtedly become the pillar of our Wang family in the future. Upon mentioning Wang Zongcheng, both Madame Xu and Wang Xuan revealed a look of gratification. Regardless of what had happened, their younger son was indeed quite promising, much better than his elder brother. Xiao's, you rewrite. Wang Xuan exclaimed as if he had finally made up his mind. We will give that kid one last chance. If he still doesn't improve, let him fend for himself. As for me, I'll just pretend I never had such a son. Just when Madame Xu was about to say something out of her anxiousness, Wang Xiao's reassured her, sister-in-law, don't be too worried. Will my elder brother and I harm Zhongwei? If he still doesn't improve, I will arrange it myself. There is no way we will not be able to handle that kid. At these words, Madame Xu's heart calmed down. She thanked Wang Xiao's gratefully. Fourth uncle, we will do as you say. Unconsciously, her gaze at Wang Xiao's was filled with more respect and trust. After the matter was settled, they ceased the discussion. Wang Xiao's and Wang Xuan, the two brothers, continued to banter and drink their spiritual wine, cherishing their brotherhood. The banquet was over. Wang Xuan, slightly drunk, was assisted home by Madame Xu. Gongsun Hui, who witnessed all of this, looked at Wang Xiao's with both relief and emotion. If the situation with Zhongwei was not handled well, it could have caused a rift between the brothers. However, not only did he handle it exceptionally well, but he also successfully united Madame Xu and Wang Xuan. Consider this, even Wang Zhongwei, considered the least promising in the family, was expected to earn his keep. How could anyone else still have reasons to object? Mother, concerning the establishment of the family merit point system, you will have to take on the task of keeping records and managing them, Wang Xiao suggested, believing Gongsun Hui was the best candidate for this task. Later, they proceeded to discuss the merit point system in detail. Meanwhile, under Madame Xu's support, Wang Xuan had also returned home. Madame Xu, slightly tipsy and blushing, said, Xuan, your fourth brother is indeed not a simple character. Of course, look who his brother is, Wang Xuan said with a smug. If it were not him having to manage the family business, my fourth brother could probably have already become a scholar at the Purple Abode Academy by now. Today's decisions made by Wang Xiao had boosted his self-esteem, filling him with pride in front of Madame Xu. Look at you bragging. What do you think you're doing, you old bastard? Madame Xu had only managed half of her sentence before being swept up by Wang Xuan. An immediate scowl forming on her face, her temper flaring. Didn't fourth brother praise you as a significant contributor? Wang Xuan carried Madame Xu towards the bedroom. as a couple, can't let fourth brother down. We must have more children to contribute more to the family. Wang Shuin, you bloody bastard, you think I'm... Chapter 40, Obsession with the Golden Finger. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The following 5 or 6 days passed peacefully. To the grain transportation line, Gong Sunqiang and 6th Uncle Wang Dinghai were the first to complete their tasks. As a reward, Wang Shao's promised Gong Sunqiang that the final wave of old grains could be transported back to the Gongsun clan. Of course, that would cost money and it would be sold to the Gongsun clan at the market price. As a result, this cheap uncle turned out to be a hard man. He squeezed 3,000 sacks back home with overloaded carts and miners carrying them on their shoulders. The next day, he hastily sent over 200 Qian gold for the gram purchase payment, looking as if he feared Wang Shao's would renege on his promise. It's no wonder he is so eager. The famine in the whole Chengning defense area is getting worse. The prominent families of profound martial, who can afford to hire an insect master or spend a lot of money to buy a massive insecticide, can still hold on. However, most minor families are not so lucky. Insect disasters are rampant in the fields. They can only rely on a large amount of ash juice to kill insects, but faced with more and more honey bugs, its effectiveness is limited. Large-scale reduction in yield is inevitable. Wang Shao's also heard some even worse news. This disaster is likely to spread beyond Longzhou County. In that case, having grain in hand becomes even more valuable. At the same time, Wang Shao's was not idle either. Daily cultivation was essential. Recently, due to his good diet, his bodily vigor was exuberant. Every day, he could clearly feel his cultivation base steadily progressing towards the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm. Of course, the path of cultivation is not easy. It is a process of gradual transformation and strengthening of the body, requiring persistent effort to make steady progress. He also wished he could be like the protagonists in those mythical novels, who consumed medicinal pills every day and casually broke through realms, or who simply killed a chicken or a dog and saw their experience points soar. However, in his world, all these were pure fantasies. No matter who it was, their cultivation realm was achieved through persistent cultivation. Besides cultivation, Wang Shao's was also tinkering with his system panel. If transmigration does not come with a system, then he had to create some Earth-based system panels himself. The first was the family expenses. Before understanding the panel, Wang Shao's idea of clan expenses was quite vague. But after comparing it with his wife's account book, he was really shocked to realize how huge a family's expenses were. Let's take the tributes and resources Wang Shao's enjoys as the clan leader as an example. The allocated ordinary materials every year include 300 catties of fine rice, 24 copper coins, 150 catties of fine noodles, 15 copper coins, 200 catties of various vegetables, 8 copper coins, 400 catties of fruits, 48 copper coins, 20 catties of candied fruit, 20 copper coins, 250 catties of pork, 75 copper coins, 150 catties of ordinary beef and mutton, 60 copper coins, 2 chickens and ducks, 60 copper coins, 30 geese, 45 copper coins, 100 catties of eggs, 20 copper coins, 20 catties of pork fat, 8 copper coins, 20 catties of premium bean oil, 12 copper coins, 10 catties of high-quality soy sauce, 20 copper coins, 5 catties of fine salt, 20 copper coins, 1 catty of snowflake salt, 10 copper coins, 10 catties of snowflake sugar, 20 copper coins, 1 catty of aromatic seasoning, 10 copper coins, 5 catties of incense, 25 copper coins, 500 catties of fine wood charcoal, 15 copper coins, 30 rations of firewood, 6 copper coins, expense for clothes and bedding, 100 copper coins, and other daily necessities, 20 copper coins. Just for the partial ordinary items Wang Shao's consumes, it adds up to a total cost of 6 Qian gold and 51 copper coins every year. He looked at the list and felt that he was a big eater. But indeed, his appetite is truly impressive. He is now almost at the 7th level of Qi refinement realm. His food intake is far beyond ordinary people. Moreover, Cultivation is not only about sitting in meditation and refining chi but also practicing profound martial techniques, movement techniques, swordsmanship, bow control, and horse riding. All of these consume a huge amount of physical energy. Those ordinary foods can just about satisfy him now. His wife, Gongsun Hui, often uses some of her salary to supplement Wang Shao's meals. Of course, that's just a small part of it. The big part is the annual allocation of cultivation resources for Wang Shao's 60 catties of spirit rice, 12 Qian gold, 60 catties of spirit fish, 20 Qian gold, 60 catties of spirit meat, 20 Qian gold, 12 little Peiyuan dan, 120 Qian gold. A total of 172 Qian gold of cultivation resources every year for him alone. And as his cultivation realm advances, this part will have to continue to increase. Otherwise, it won't keep up with his consumption. This is why Wang Shao's, at such a young age, is about to reach the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm. It's not just because of his outstanding talent for cultivation but also because of the resources the family has invested in him. Just think about it. The Wang family's output of spirit fish is only about 400 catties per year on average, and Wang Shao's alone takes up 60 catties. As for the spirit meat, the sources are more varied. They are usually obtained through hunting or purchasing, as the Wang family does not have the financial power or capability to breed spirit-horned yaks. As for hunting, after the autumn harvest each year, the family organizes an autumn and winter hunt with the primary goal being to train the younger generations of the family and also to supplement some meat. But because they dare not venture deep into the wilderness, they rarely catch any fierce beasts. At least, for the past 5 years, the Wang's autumn and winter hunts have not killed any fierce beasts. Therefore, the main source of spirit meat for the Wang family is purchased from outside, which is a huge expense. In addition, as the current clan leader, Wang Shao's also gets a monthly allowance of 5 Qian gold, which adds up to 60 Qian gold a year. This personal fund can be used at his discretion. As clan leader, there are many places where he needs personal money. Therefore, just Wang Shao's direct consumption in a year costs about 240 Qian gold. This does not include the maintenance of family houses, the cost of carriages and horses, the expenses of dedicated servants, because those are calculated under other family expenditures. So when you calculate all these expenses, it's a staggering sum. If he takes a formal wife, she certainly won't be allocated so many resources for cultivation, probably about 1/3. However, the consumption of clothing and food and the maintenance for the wife of the clan leader will be the same as that for the clan leader, which will result in an additional expense of 100 or so Qian gold. Furthermore, the rest of the family clan's expenses were also staggering. All bloodline family members, including Wang Shao's, had an annual average spending of around 1800 Qian gold. The total expenditure and benefits of the 9 clan generals along with their families also amounted to close to 350 Qian gold. Furthermore, there were 7 underage or child generals being nurtured. The cost of resources for this section was around 80 Qian gold. Additionally, there were over 100 family servants, divided into various rankings, with an annual total expenditure of around 170 Qian gold. Just the personnel in the main residence of the prominent family consumed 2,400 Qian gold per year. Of course, this 2,400 Qian gold was not entirely spent on Qian gold. A significant part of it was resource allocation, using Qian gold as a measure. For instance, the Baiyu spiritual rice produced in the spirit fields of the prosperous farm. When this batch of resources entered the family, it would be accounted for in the farm income accounts, and when it was distributed to someone as a resource, it would ultimately be reflected in the value of Qian gold. Similarly, the fish, fresh fish, spirit fish, etc., produced by 6th Uncle Wang Dinghai's fishing team were also recorded in the income account when they entered the family, and the clan would also record an expenditure account. Of course, such accounts only deal with the exchange of goods, and there would be no real Qian gold transaction on paper. Therefore, what the fishing team calls profit, usually refers to a paper profit. not actual tangible Kian gold earned. This part of the profit has already been converted into supplies for the family clan. However, it is unavoidable for such a large profound martial family to have a huge consumption of goods. In fact, because the Ping and Wang family is too poor, their total expenditure is already considered low. Long Yun old ancestor and those clan elders of the night generation have all been economizing and trying to save expenses. Fortunately, within the family's industries, there are still three major pillar industries. Among these, Fenga Farm, which is purely an agricultural industry, currently has the lowest income on paper, while other industries like the Prosperous Farm have a higher value due to having 20 spirit fields. Also, Xin Mao Silkworm Farm primarily produces raw silk and provides Chengxi family with a long-term stable supply. The overall income is mainly in Kian gold. Moreover, the other two family businesses, the Ping and Wang's fish stall and the fishing team, are managed by the younger generation. In the past, their income was far behind that of the three major pillar industries. However, this year, after Wang Xiao's turmoil, the fishing team and Wang's fish stall will inevitably take off. It wouldn't be surprising if their profits even surpass the pillar industries. Moreover, as the largest grain-producing farm this year, Fenga Farm will also have its glorious moment with the arrival of the pest disaster. Even more crucial is that, with a little information about the pest disaster, Wang Xiao's boldly made a big move. That one deal with a pure profit of over 10,000 Kian gold was enough to bring a qualitative change to the tight-living Wang family. Thinking of that large stack of DA Kian gold notes and the grains piled up in the backyard, Wang Xiao's felt a bit ambitious. The Ping and Wang family will definitely take off. He gathered his thoughts, and Wang Xiao's focused his attention on the self-built Earth system panel. The main interface appears first. Family name, Ping and Wang family of Longzuo Chengning. Family level, rank 9. Family reputation, township reputation, 75. Extremely famous county reputation, 21, somewhat famous. Prefectural reputation, 00, unknown. Family business, 5, click to view details. Family members, inside the clan, 35. Married out, 10, click to view details. Family in-laws, 6, click to view details. Family generals, adults, 9. Minors, 7, click to view details. Family servants, adults, U2. Minors, 32, click to view details. Balance sheet, click to view details. Even after finishing this, Wang Xiao's felt that he played too many games and read too many system novels in his previous life. He didn't feel comfortable unless he created a system panel. However, this system is relatively rudimentary. It is just composed of paper panels, and many templates need to be slowly added. Click to view details. Wang Xiao's pretended to touch the clan industries section, then jumped to the family industry details page. In actuality, he just took out the little notebook of the family industry, which he had punched holes in and assembled himself. Chapter 41, Paying Respects. Old Ancestor Longyun. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Family Industries. Fishing Fleet. Chengning Fish Market. Fenga Farm. Prosperous Farm. Xin Mao Silkworm Manor. There are altogether 5 sectors, each of which has an option to click to view details. Naturally, Wang Xiao's clicked on the fishing fleet. The page leaps to the detail page of the fishing fleet. Fishing fleet. Small fishing boats, 9. Medium fishing boats, 1. Fishing crew members, 46. Family manager, Wang Dinghai. Average annual income of the past 5 years, 606 Kian gold. Average annual expenditure of the past 5 years, 385 Kian gold. Average annual net profit of the past 5 years, 221 Kian gold. Average annual catch of spirit fish over the last 5 years, 400 catties. Suggested improvements, to develop a variety of fishing gear for efficient mixed fishing operations. This year's target, net profit target, 1000 Kian gold. Spirit fish target, 1000 catties. This is the simple panel of the fishing fleet, which records the financial data before Wang Xiao's took office. It also features directions on improvements to take, and the profit target for this year. According to Wang Xiao's estimation, this goal is easy to achieve. After all, it's the peak season now, and due to the shortage of food caused by an infestation, fish as a substitute for staple food will inevitably increase in price. For the fishing fleet and fish market sectors, Wang Xiao's total profit target is 2,000 Qian gold. The only issue is that with increased fishing efforts from the fishing fleet, it may gradually disrupt the ecological balance, although there won't be any major problems within a few years. However, this is not a long-term solution. For Xuanwu prominent family, only long-term and stable sources of income serve as the real pillar industries. In the short term, huge profits can only serve as a supplement to the family's industries. Just like their Fengge farm industry, it is a true century-old foundation that can continuously provide resources to Xuanwu family for hundreds of years. This point is very important. The Xuanwu world is not short of riches. All sorts of miracles, finding treasures by luck, encountering the legacy of a predecessor, or coming across two high-level fierce beasts that die together, these can all make you rich overnight. But what comes after the riches? No matter how much resources are available, they will be exhausted. Only the family's heritage can sustain prosperity in the long run. Take Wang Xiao himself for example. Now at the age of 18, he's at the high level 6 of the Qi refinement realm, consuming resources close to 200 Qian gold each year. According to the family's estimation, he can reach peak Qi refinement realm in about 20 years. By then, he will be 38, still in his prime. Given that the resource consumption of 200 Qian gold remains constant, a full 20 years would require the consumption of 4,000 Qian gold. Of course, it's impossible for it to stay constant. Once he reaches the Qi refinement realm level 7 or 8, his annual resource expenditure will skyrocket. To cultivate from his current level to the peak Qi refinement realm, he would have to consume at least 8,000 Qian gold of resources. Where do these resources come from? They are all squeezed out, bit by bit, from the annual outputs of each of the family's major industries. Those sectors that can bring long-term steady profit are the true family foundations. It's also for this reason that with the current situation of the Wang family, they lack the power to cultivate a second Wang Xiao's. Otherwise, even if the aptitude is slightly lower, as long as one is willing to invest resources, a young master could still be cultivated. In fact, if resources are increased by 1 or 2 times on Wang Xiao's, or even invested in without considering the cost, he won't have to use 20 years to reach the peak Qi refinement realm at all. Maybe it will only take 15 years, or even 10 years or less. This is also why it's hard for independent cultivators to achieve anything. Independent cultivators don't have a solid foundation. They may get their hands on resources if they're lucky, but might also starve if they're not. Independent cultivators who can cultivate to the spirit platform realm are either incredibly talented with luck or extraordinarily lucky. Therefore, although it seems like Wang Xiao's has a lot of resources with over 10,000 Qian gold, it's just the total expense of the family over several years when times are tough. Without proper planning, this would just fuel a fire for the Wang family, but wouldn't sustain them in the long run. Looking at the rudimentary system panel he created, Wang Xiao's MMD was also racing. How to spend money effectively was a problem he had been pondering over for the past few days. What does the family need most right now? Of course, it is the lack of a spirit platform realm expert. Such a person could replace the position held by old ancestor Longyin, serving as a long-term protective umbrella for the family. After all, old ancestor Longyin's injuries have never completely healed, and the situation is getting worse. But is over 10,000 Qian gold enough to cultivate a spirit platform realm master? Obviously, it is not. If spirit platform realm experts were that cheap, the overall financial capacity of the Ping and Wang family would have easily solved the problem. Even all the spirit platform realm ancestors of the Xuanwu prominent families would become commonplace. Therefore, this option is already ruled out and needs no consideration. The money can be spent entirely on developing more family estates. Wang Xiao's has carefully considered this issue. However, how many family estates can over 10,000 Qian gold develop? It is important to know that some of what are called the pillar estates are known for their large scale, long development cycle, and relatively low return on investment. Take Fengge farm of Wang family for example. How many elders have poured their heart and money into it? But how much profit does it actually make each year? If the weather is good, a net profit of 700 or 800 kien gold is already considered good. In the long run, it is inevitable to increase investment in pillar industries. But distant water cannot put out a nearby fire, so for now, Wang Xiaos has put a circle around this idea, leaving it undecided, or perhaps, by a large number of cultivation resources to supply himself and the potential family members. Wang Xiaos has certainly considered this point. But here there is still a problem of decreasing marginal utility. Can he, Wang Xiaos, consume little Peyuan Dan every day and cultivate to the spirit platform realm even after several years? Obviously not. And let alone the spirit platform realm. It might not even be possible to cultivate to the vital energy refining realm level 9. Even if he could brutally consume resources and manage to cultivate to the chi refining realm level 9 in just a few years, what then? Could he solve the fundamental survival problem of the family? If even he, one of the youngest with the best talent in the family, can't do it, what about the others? His sixth grandfather, Wang Xion, once failed in his attempt to reach the spirit platform realm. Although his current state is declining with age, and is only stuck at chi refining realm level 9, and no longer at his peak as before. If he were given abundant resources and confidence, he would also have the opportunity to return to the peak of chi refining and make another attempt at the spirit platform realm. This is the fastest method Wang Xiaos could think of to add a spirit platform realm ancestor to the family. But this amount of resources is far from enough to support the cost of reaching the spirit platform realm. Furthermore, in order for sixth grandfather Wang Xion to adjust to a state that could reach the spirit platform realm, it would by no means be accomplished overnight. Wang Xiaos thought about it. If he could find a way to cure old ancestor Longyun's injury and prolong her life with this money, that would really be the most pressing matter. But it's quite clear that it is absolutely impossible to cure old ancestor Longyun completely with this money. If spending over 10,000 kien gold could cure her, the family would have already done so long ago, even if it meant selling their woks and pans. So even if she could be cured, but the cost of curing her would inevitably far exceed the cost of cultivating one or even several spirit platform realm experts. Perhaps a large sum of money could simply alleviate her injuries and prolong her life a little bit. Just list it as a backup option for now, Wang Xiaos thought with a frown. He really envied those transmigrators who possessed a real golden finger system, where any problem could be solved with the golden finger, spending their days in leisure and fun, killing anyone in their way, living frivolously. Not like him, who had to use his little money sparingly, and had to spend several months slowly cultivating, just to advance from the high level 6 to level 7 in the chi refining realm, and this was because he had more resources, which made his speed much faster than others. But on second thought, he felt that this world was quite real. The path of the strong has always required steady and gradual progress. While he was lost in thought, Gongsun Hui sent her maid Xia He to call him, saying that old ancestor Longyun wanted to see him. Old ancestor Longyun wanted to see him? Wang Xiaos was stunned for a moment, then immediately gathered his spirits. The old ancestor had been in seclusion for a few years, and rarely summoned the family's descendants. She didn't even show her face at Wang Dinayu's funeral, which showed that her physical condition was not very good. Even Wang Xiaos, who was the most favored among the seventh generation, hadn't seen the old ancestor for more than a year. On usual days, it was Gongsun Hui who took care of the old ancestor. Thank you for your trouble, Miss Xia He. Wang Xiaos was quite polite to Xia He. Xia He hurriedly returned polite. Family head is too polite. If family head has no pressing matters, please come with me to see the old ancestor. She was a close person to Gongsun Hui and had been trained from the age of 9, and was now 19 years old. Although she lacked the talent to cultivate, she was quite intelligent and could both read and write, as well as proficient in 9 chapters arithmetic. A lot of accounting work by Gongsun Hui was done with her help. Soon after, Wang Xiaos followed Xia He towards the side residence. The side residence where old ancestor Longyun lived was quite close to Zuwai Lake. Not long after, Wang Shao's arrived at the side residence called the Longyan habitat. In order not to disturb old ancestor Longyan's cultivation, this surrounding area was a forbidden place for the family, and no one could trespass without being summoned by the old ancestor. Gong Sun Hui was already waiting at the entrance of Longyan habitat. After they met, she said in a clear voice, "Old ancestor, Shao's is here." "Shao's coming." A calm and serene voice gently sounded at the entrance. "Yes, old ancestor." Wang Shao's took a deep breath, slightly calming his emotions, and then walked into the Longyan habitat. This was a simple courtyard decorated in a minimalist and non-extravagant manner. In the yard, ordinary flowers and plants were simply planted, swaying slightly with the breeze. In the pavilion, a thin woman was leaning against the railing, back-facing Wang Shao's, looking at the scenery of the garden. Her long white hair was casually draped over her shoulders. The sight of that white hair gave Wang Shao's an inexplicable pang of pain. It came from the deep memories of his previous life, when Wang Shao's was young. He clearly remembered that half of old ancestor Longyan's hair was white. But in just over 10 years, it had all turned white. Wang Shao's felt a lump in his throat. He stepped forward to bow and said, "Shao's pays his respect to the old ancestor." Chapter 42 Old Ancestor Wants to Travel. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The feeling when facing old ancestor Longyan was entirely different from when he saw old ancestor Mingxing. Although old ancestor Mingxing appeared somewhat old, she exuded an aura of a man in his prime. Old ancestor Longyan, on the other hand, was not only thin but also seemed to carry a hint of melancholy. No wonder, considering her deteriorating condition in recent years. She had significantly reduced her consumption of spirit food in order to save for the younger generation in her family. As a cultivator in the spirit platform realm, her physical strength was far superior to those in the vital energy refining realm. However, according to the law of conservation of cosmic energy, energy cannot be created out of nothing, and the more robust the body, the greater the energy consumption. Ordinary food was simply too inefficient in terms of energy transformation for someone in the spirit platform realm. Hence, such a cultivator usually needed to sustain themselves on spirit food to maintain their physical strength, or even to enhance themselves. But ever since the 6th Grand Elder, Wang Xiaoan's failed attempt to reach the spirit platform realm, resources within the family became even scarcer. Consequently, old ancestor Longyan gradually reduced her spirit food intake. Today, she only consumes 80 catties of spirit rice, 2 jin of spirit fish and spirit meat, and 2 level 2 solid yuan pills each year. The total cost of the spirit food amounted to just 36 kian gold, while the 2 solid yuan pills were merely another 60 kian gold. A venerable spirit platform realm cultivator who consumed less than 100 kian gold resources a year was probably just enough to maintain her quiet cultivation state. In fact, she wasn't the only one doing so. The other old members of the family also only took insufficient spirit food and resources to maintain their bodies. Their cultivation levels had been stagnant for many years. They gave all their opportunities to the younger and more promising generation. "Shao's, are you sad?" Old ancestor Longyan did not turn around. Her voice was somewhat vague and ethereal, devoid of the raspy tone typically heard in older women. "I just feel a little bad for old ancestor," Wang Shao's replied honestly. In truth, old ancestor Longyan was only 115 years old, just a few years older than Lu clan's old ancestor Mingxing, still far from her life expectancy in the spirit platform realm. When she was 30 years old, she had advanced to the spirit platform realm. At 60, she reached the mid-stage of the spirit platform realm. Since then, she had maintained her wealth of youth and beauty at their peak. Back then, how proud and ambitious she was, aiming to reach the heavenly human realm, a higher level of cultivation. Alas, the beast catastrophe in the year 3095 of the Chenglong calendar had ruthlessly dragged the Ping and Wang family down from the clouds and into the mud, simultaneously clipping the wings of old ancestor Longyan. Tides rise and fall, flowers bloom and wither, these are just ordinary occurrences in the world, old ancestor Longyan said calmly. slowly turned around. "I heard about your recent exploits from Huaya. You've done well." Although her figure was slightly thin, coupled with common cotton clothes and cloth shoes, it gave her an ethereal aura, a common feature of celestial beings. Her star-like eyes were deep as a 100-foot pool, completely impervious. The only regret for Wang Xiao's was that old ancestor Longyan wore a veil over her face, obscuring her features. However, old ancestor had been wearing the veil since as long as Wang Xiao's could remember. He had never seen her true face. "Thank you for your praise, old ancestor," Wang Xiao's responded with a salute, "as long as old ancestor doesn't find me reckless." He paused before curiously asking, "Did old ancestor ask me to come over because you have instructions for me?" He was somewhat nervous, fearing that old ancestor Longyan might not agree with his implementation of the rank competition mechanism. The older generation in the family valued unity and harmony among family members. They might worry that competition for ranks might lead to internal strife and conflicts. "Xiao's, you are the family head," old ancestor Longyan said calmly. "I won't meddle in your affairs." Then old ancestor, this time. Wang Xiao's was a bit puzzled. Old ancestor Longyan wasn't the type to call him over for a casual chat and give compliments. "I need you to make arrangements and accompany me on a trip to the 100 Islands Guard," old ancestor Longyan said. 100 Islands Guard. Wang Xiao's was stunned. Only after quite a while did he remember that it was a guard city near the Eastern Sea. It was understandable for his delayed reaction since he never left guard city Qingning since he was born. How could he think of a place that far? Moreover, ever since the disaster, old ancestor Longyan had never stepped outside guard city Qingning. Suppressing his curiosity, Wang Xiao saluted and said, "I understand, please wait for 2 days, old ancestor, I'll make arrangements now." Regardless of old ancestor Longyan's intention, Wang Xiao could not refuse her request. After receiving the order from old ancestor Longyan, Wang Xiao returned to his courtyard, taking out the provincial map to inspect and to calculate the itinerary. Secrecy was the first concern when old ancestor Longyan decided to travel. Even though it was the peak period of the insect catastrophe, and both the Liu clan and Zhao clan were frazzled, they could still not let down their guard. Additionally, they must consider old ancestor Longyan's physical condition, saving her from any unnecessary bumps during the journey, which also brought with the need for someone to serve her along the way. The choice of the person to serve her would also require careful consideration. In just a short while, he had drafted the itinerary and plan for this trip. Wang Xiao's called in the servant boy, "Go invite my fourth aunt Xu, and Wang Liqui over." Wang Gui was confused. "Fourth aunt Xu? Which Xu?" "You boy, of course. It's from my fourth uncle's family. Can't you remember the few dozen people in our family, from the elderly to the young, and their families?" Wang Xiao's frowned, almost kicking him. Could it be that the family head wishes to meet Madame Ru? Wang Gui quickly nodded and ran out. "I'll go right away." However, it was not surprising that Wang Gui was confused. Firstly, there was more than one Xu in the family. Secondly, Wang Xiao's fourth aunt Xu Zairu had always kept a low profile, and had become even more secluded after fourth uncle Wang Dingbang died 5 years ago. Nonetheless, Wang Xiao's had a profound impression of fourth aunt Xu Zairu. She was from the direct lineage of the Xu clan of Jingshaw, and after Wang Xiao's biological mother passed away when he was young, it was Xu Zairu who took care of him. Even after his stepmother, Gongsun Hui, married into the family, Xu Zairu was there to lend a hand for a good while. After all, Gongsun Hui was then a young and pampered lady, and Xu Zairu had to guide her step by step. In his memory, Xu Zairu was gentle and meticulous, yet remarkably talented. She was good at cooking and skilled at creating little trinkets to please him. His confused and heartbroken younger self was cared for by his fourth aunt, helping him through the most difficult times. Unfortunately, after fourth aunt became pregnant with his fifth sister, Wang Liuojing, she returned to her maternal home for her confinement half a year later. Since then, Wang Xiao's had been living with his stepmother Gongsun Hui until he moved into his current courtyard when he was 14, to live on his own as the young clan leader. choosing fourth Aunt Xu was because Wang Xiao's highly regarded her gentleness and meticulous nature. During the ancestor's journey, it was necessary to have an experienced and mature woman by his side. After much thought, fourth aunt seemed the most suitable. Setting aside his random thoughts for now, Wang Xiao's continued to refine his travel plan. Not much later, fourth Aunt Xu Xiaoru and Wang Liqui were led into his side hall by Wang Gui. Wang Xiao's had last seen his fourth aunt during his father's funeral. As a female member of the family, she naturally busied herself with various tasks. Unfortunately, at the time, Wang Xiao's was in a haze and didn't talk much with her. Now, taking a closer look, he saw Xu Xiaoru dressed in a plain cotton dress with subtle patterns, without any extra jewelry, neat and clean. The only difference from his memory was that she now had signs of aging common to middle-aged women. It was not surprising. She had given birth to 3 children and her husband, fourth uncle, had passed away 5 years ago. Taking care of the children was already a handful for her. Xu pays her respects to the family head. Xu Xiaoru gently curtsied. Hastily bowing her head at the family head's side, Wang Liqui hurried to show her respect. Liqui pays her respects to fourth uncle. Fourth aunt, there's no need for formalities. As before, you may call me Xiao's. Wang Xiao's quickly returned Xu Xiaoru's bow. Come, sit and let's chat. Then he turned to Wang Liqui with a smile. Sit down as well, young lady. After expressing their gratitude, they sat down. Wang Gui busied himself with serving tea and fruits before leaving. Wang Xiao's first caught up with Xu Xiaoru for a bit, then turned his attention to Wang Liqui. Upon seeing her chewing on a piece of candied fruit, he couldn't help but laugh. What have you been so busy with recently, little girl? Wang Liqui quickly swallowed the half-chewed candied fruit and answered anxiously, fourth uncle, I haven't been up to much, just reading and practicing cultivation daily. This girl was the daughter of his eldest brother, Wang Xuan. She was 16 years old this year, the eldest among the girls of the family's 8th generation. Consequently, people in Xiao's generation affectionately called her the big girl. Well, sounds like you've been hardworking. Good, very good. Wang Xiao's was reassured. At least one of the girls in the family knew the importance of studying hard. Immediately, he said with a smile, in that case, fourth uncle will test your knowledge. If you pass, there will certainly be a reward. What? With that, Wang Liqui's pretty, slightly chubby face turned deathly pale, and her little legs began to shake. To her, fourth uncle was 10 times scarier than her father. Wang Xuan, her eldest brother, Wang Zhongwei's miserable situation was proof of fourth uncle's ruthlessness. Regret filled her heart and moistened her eyes. If she had known that she would be tested by fourth uncle today, she would have crammed and worked harder these past few days. But who could have known that this would happen? It was a buzzing chaos in her head. Truly, a disaster from the sky. Chapter 43, Legend. Jialonggangi. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Wang Xiao's face was almost turned black. Seeing such a guilty tale from this young lady, clearly she must have been neglecting her studies. Yet, she has the audacity to claim that she studies and cultivates every day in front of him. Xiao's, stop scaring the girl, look, she is about to cry. Seeing her reaction, Xu Xiaoru, a gentle-hearted woman, pulled her into her arms and laughed. Don't worry, child, your fourth uncle is just teasing you. Think about it, if he was really going to quiz you, would he only call you? So that's how it was. Wang Liqui breathed a sigh of relief, immediately relaxing. She was so scared, she quickly ate a piece of candied fruit to calm her nerves. Right away, she picked up a piece of candy fruit and started eating it contentedly. Seeing this, Wang Xiao's face grew even darker. This damsel's transition from surviving a calamity to becoming a foodie was too swift. Wasn't it? Didn't she have a care in the world? With her being so relaxed, could any quiz really help? He had originally planned to pick 2 female relatives from the family to accompany his journey, serving Master Longyun's daily needs. One of them should be older and steadier, while the other should be younger with more energy and vitality. Wang Xiao's was, of course, satisfied with his fourth Aunt Xu, but there was just the matter of this damsel. Wang Liqui. What a headache! Among the younger female relatives in the family, only his blood sister Wang Liuyi, his fourth younger sister Wang Liuotong, and his grandniece Wang Liqui were available. Since this journey was going to pass through Donggan, and his sister Wang Liuyi was already engaged to the young master of the Donggan Chen clan, bringing her along would certainly be inappropriate. As for Liuotong, she is busy attending to the last leg of the food transportation process. Once she finished this task, Wang Xiao's planned for her to follow their aunt Gong Sun Hu and handle the consequent affairs for the sake of training. Thus, he did not want to disrupt Wang Liuotong's original schedule. After thinking it over, the only candidate who was idle and suitable was Wang Liqui. Looking at her in her inept state, he felt an urge to replace her with a smart and nimble maid. However, this idea faded almost as soon as it came. Since the girl still refuses to study diligently, it would be better to take her along and discipline her properly. Let her experience a bit of the tight hoop spell. Moreover, the habit of the girls in the family not taking their studies seriously has become a common trend. Young ladies like Liu Otong and Liu Jing are no exceptions. Presumably, the other little ladies are no better. The boys might fare a little better, given the extra pressure from the elders. This unhealthy family trend needs to be rectified when he returns. With that thought in mind, Wang Xiao's temporarily returned to the main topic. Fourth aunt. This time I called you here because I need you to embark on a journey that might last about 10 days. You should go home and prepare. We will depart the day after next at dawn. Do you have any concerns? Although Xuziru was a little puzzled, she still rose to her feet and nodded. No problem, everything is up to shows. Wang Liqui's head was full of questions and excitement. Are they leaving on a long journey? Is fourth uncle taking her to Chengning? In her mind, Chengning was already far enough. After all, she hadn't been there more than twice during her entire life. As such, 2 days passed in a blink. In the early morning, just as the sky was getting light, a 4 or 5 jang long black-clothed boat sailed from the backyard dock of the Wang's main house into Zuwai Lake, then proceeded towards Fenga Farm. Wang Xiao's had plotted this route for Master Longyan, who wanted to travel discreetly. If they took the carriage towards Dingpo Ferry to board a ship, it would be too conspicuous. It was better to follow the food transportation line, go through the Fenga Sluice, and take the large ship. After all, that area was their own territory. There were not many people accompanying Master Longyan on this trip. Wang Xiao's took along the 2 heads of the household, Wang Zong and Wang Yong, plus his fourth aunt Xuziru and the young Wang Liqui. Counting the old ancestor, it was only 6 people. Wang Zong and Wang Yong were in charge of the boat. Although they were not professionals, it was quite simple for profound martial experts like them to control this type of medium-sized black-clothed boat. When both of them were at the oars, the boat moved quite swiftly. Inside the black-clothed boat, Wang Liqui's eyes were wide open, gripping her bundle tightly, and not daring to draw too much breath. Fourth uncle hadn't told her in advance that they would be traveling with Master Longyan. That's the old ancestor of the family, an existence even more frightening than fourth uncle. The surprise fourth uncle gave was too big to digest. Old ancestor, the itinerary and arrangements are as such. Fourth aunt and Liqui are responsible for taking care of your daily needs. Wang Xiao's respectfully introduced the various arrangements for this trip to Master Longyan. I have faith in Xiao's work. Longyan's old ancestor was quite pleased with Wang Xiao's arrangements. Then she turned to Xuziru and said, Ziru, I appreciate your efforts on this journey. Xuziru humbly responded, serving the old ancestor is both my duty and my honor. Afterward, old ancestor Longyan turned her gaze towards Wang Liqui, a rare softness appearing in her eyes. It's been 2 years since I last summoned you. You've grown into a young lady now. How are your studies progressing? Old ancestor Longyan was usually quite kind to the younger members of the family, especially considering she was the 3rd-generation granddaughter of old ancestors Xuan, while Wang Liqui was already the 8th generation of their line. Huh? Wang Liqui was taken aback for a moment. Another question about her studies? Luckily, thanks to the previous example set by her fourth uncle, she was prepared. Wang Liqui rolled her eyes and hurriedly said, I have been studying very hard lately. I can recite some articles for old ancestor to listen to." As she spoke, she eagerly began reciting an article observing the heavens on a night atop Danlan. This piece, composed by a powerful cultivator and literary master from 1,000 years ago, was grand and magnificent in expression, and deeply loved by later generations. Literature, in any civilization, holds important value as it shapes character and adds cultural depth. If humans only knew of fighting and killing, and didn't cultivate body and soul, spending their lives merely pursuing power and slaughter, then what distinguished them from barbaric beasts? Wang Shao's listened as she recited smoothly, even with a hint of dramatic flair. He couldn't help but feel amused. Her so-called recent hard work probably just referred to her cramming over the past few days, right? Most likely, she could only recite this one piece fluently, right? However, he didn't expose her. After all, it seemed old ancestor was quite pleased, praising and encouraging her with a few words. The canopy boat meandered towards Fenga Farm but did not stop there. It passed directly through the lock gate at Fenga Sluice. Everyone debarked the boat, walked over the lock gate where a medium-sized riverboat was already waiting. This mid-sized sailboat could steady even if loaded with horse carriages. It was unknown where Wang Dinghai had borrowed it from. Shao's, as per your instructions, sixth uncle Wang Dinghai greeted them. The cabin has been slightly remodeled to include a temporary lounge. All this secrecy. What are you planning, huh? Wang Dinghai suddenly noticed old ancestor Long Yin standing behind Wang Shao's. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Was this a joke? The old ancestor had actually come out. Sweating profusely with fear, he was about to bow when Wang Shao stopped him. Sixth uncle, stop, he ordered. Just navigate the boat to Donggang Well. Yes, yes, I will navigate. Well, Wang Dinghai paled, hurriedly invited Wang Shao's and the others into the temporary lounge in the cabin, then wordlessly headed off to pilot the ship. When the old ancestor traveled, it was always a major event. However, no matter how big the event, it would always be of less importance than the security of old ancestor Longyan. Therefore, under his command, the ship slowly left the deep waters outside Fenga Sluice and steadied in the middle of Peace River. Reaching the center of the river, the wind and waves became stronger. The sails unfolded neatly. The dense sailcloth billowing in the wind caused the speed of the ship to gradually increase. On Earth, a ship's speed was measured in knots. However, in Dakian of this world, they still calculated based on how many miles were traveled per 2 hours. With today's southeast wind and a rapid eastward water flow, their speed unknowingly increased to around 50-60 miles in 2 hours. Although it sounded fast, it only equated to a speed of around 10 kilometers per hour. Only 2 or 3 times the speed of a normal adult walking. Sixth uncle Wang Dinghai, a master who earned a living on Peace River year-round, was as skillful as flowing water in piloting the ship. Inside the rest cabin, Wang Shao's and the others did not feel much discomfort from the movement. However, Wang Shao's, being young and vigorous, found it boring to stay in the cabin. So after asking for old ancestors' permission, he went out to the deck to enjoy the scenery. Seeing sixth uncle Wang Dinghai steering the ship, he went to have a look. Sixth uncle, this seems like a good ship. It appears to be a merchant ship. Where did you borrow it from? Wang Shao surveyed the ship. The sailors on board were clearly not from the Wang family's fishing fleet. Wang Dinghai responded while steering the ship, you sent someone to tell me to find a good ship. So I borrowed one from a friend in Jialong Business Bank's Chengning branch. That guy owed me a favor after an accident happened in our territory to the ship team he was in charge of. It was I who risked my life to save him. Jialong Business Bank. Wang Shao's had heard of the bank. They operated along the entire Peace River, from Dawang County in the far west to Longzhou County, crossing several administrative districts. They had branches in every riverfront city. This was a business bank with overall strength not inferior to that of the Qian family. However, since they only operated water routes along the river, and didn't compete for local resources with local families, they were well separated, like wells and rivers. Shao's, Wang Dinghai warned solemnly, don't think about getting into a river shipping business. The Jialong Business Bank is not to be provoked. Remember, They were once known as the Jialonggang and are a society secretly supported by several powerful families. Only in the last few decades have their business operations increased significantly, leading them to change from a gang to a business bank. They have signed non-aggression pacts regarding their interests with every local family. God. It turned out that it was a business bank that whitewashed its previous reputation as a crime syndicate. No wonder they could occupy Peace River, a strategic waterway. However, Wang Xiao's didn't know whether to laugh or lament. When he read fantasy novels on Earth, Jialonggang was merely a minor force, a stepping stone for the protagonists to gain experience in the early stages. When it came to him, they were all of a sudden an intimidating behemoth not to be provoked. Chapter 44, Matrimonial Cliques. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. But on second thought, it made perfect sense. If Jialong Business Bank weren't strong enough, how could it monopolize the entire business along the Peace River? The annual revenue thus generated must surely reach astronomical figures. With such enormous revenue, recruiting and nurturing talents would naturally fall into place. This is the so-called principle that the stronger one is, the more money one has, and the more money one has, the stronger one is. This concept applies universally across all worlds. The boat made swift progress along the river. In small talk conversation between Wang Xiao's and sixth uncle Wang Dinghai, they soon left the exclusive territory of the Wang family. To their left was the chaotic stone beach and to their right, a steep cliff. The forthcoming water area was the territory of the Zhao clan in Ping'an town. In Wang Xiao's understanding, this was an exclusive economic zone divided up after protracted wrestling among various powers. After another 10 miles along the waterway, the right bank was the Shanyang area, where the Gongsun clan's stronghold resided. Compared to the small area of Ping'an town where 3 prominent families compete, only 2 prominent families resided in Shanyang town. Among them, the comprehensive strength of the Gongsun clan in Shanyang far exceeded that of the Cao family. Marriage alliances were very important among the profound martial families. Not only did they need to ensure the continuation of their bloodlines, but they also provided a means for alliances and diplomacy. As a rule, families from the same area didn't intermarry. Just like the Wang family, Liu clan and Zhao clan in Ping'an town, they didn't intermarry among each other. This signified an unspoken understanding that one hill cannot accommodate 2 tigers, and that they would eventually have to merge. Similarly, when forming an external marital alliance, one could not choose to form an alliance with 2 families in the same area. As the Wang family and the Gongsun family of Shanyang were in an alliance through marriage, they absolutely couldn't form an alliance with Shanyang. This is considered a big taboo. In return, the Gongsun clan of Shanyang naturally wouldn't form alliances with the Zhao clan or Liu clan in Ping'an. Thus, the dozens of prominent families in Qingling, though seemingly complicated, were actually divided into 5 or 6 factions through marriage alliances. Wang Xiao's admired the picturesque scenery along the way while sorting out his thoughts. The future development of his family necessitated consideration of factions formed through marital alliances. Take the Xi family of Chengning as an example. The Xi family currently had 3 members in the spirit platform realm. Their strongest old ancestor had already reached the advanced stage of the spirit platform realm, barely inferior to the peak strength of the Wang family. However, the 2 families, being in-laws, still maintained a direct marriage alliance. The main business of Xinmao silkworm farm was silkworm rearing, and it relied on the Xi family for survival. The Xi family, for example, bought silk cocoons at a price 20% higher than others, showing that they still regarded the Wang family with affection. If one day he, Wang Xiao's, attained the spirit platform realm, wouldn't he remember the kindness of the Gongsun clan, the Lu family, and others? Everyone could face adversity at some point. Remembering the once mighty Wang family, hadn't it also fallen from grace? Xiao's, look, that's the Zhao clan's fishing fleet. Wang Dinghai suddenly called out. Wang Xiao's glanced over the river surface and spotted a fishing fleet operating in the distance. Among them, 2 were medium-sized fishing boats. The dozen or so fishing boats spread out impressively, indicating that they were more advanced than the Wang family in terms of the scale of their fishing boats. No wonder, out of the 3 prominent families in the small Ping'an town, the Wang family was the weakest. Firstly, The Wang family had always had a tough fate. Secondly, the Zhao clan and Liu clan had deliberately joined hands to suppress them. However, both the Zhao clan and Liu clan knew that once the Wang family collapsed and disappeared, Ping'an town would become their battleground. From the fact that the Zhao clan and Liu clan did not intermarry, it was clear that there was an unspoken understanding between them. Haha, they are still using the outdated fishing method of casting the net from a fleet of boats. Wang Dinghai sneered as he steered the boat. A sense of superiority arose in his heart. It was no wonder. Since Wang Shao's had introduced the fixed lift net technology, Wang Dinghai had secretly erected 30 fixed lift nets at various hidden spots along both shores. At those fishing points, he had erected simple and crude huts for 2 fishermen to alternate between work and rest. Moreover, fishing with these fixed lift nets, which used a seesaw mechanism, was extremely simple and easy. Even an ordinary underage person could easily handle it without much effort. Fishing at night on the river was risky, and boats seldom went out unless necessary, usually returning to the port before nightfall. However, lift nets could be used to fish without light at night, and it was much safer on the shore than on the river. Fish tend to move closer to the shore as evening falls and night comes, as there's more opportunity for food near the shore, and the darkness gives them a sense of security. During this fishing season, a fixed lift net could catch up to 1,000 or 2,000 pounds in a single night, if luck was on their side. Even if not, they could easily get 400 or 500 pounds. With 30 lift nets, they've been catching an average of 20,000 pounds every day in the past 2 days. That's 200 loads of various types of fish. For the sake of secrecy, Wang Dinghai had already ceased daytime operation of the lift nets. He disassembled the nets during the day, flattened the frames, and covered them with grass. Then, quickly reassembled them as the evening fell, making the most of the night to fish. After all, daytime catch rates were much lower than nighttime, so it was better to increase the level of secrecy. During the day, to avoid attracting attention, the fishing fleets had to go out unless there was anything else important. The daily catch of tens of pounds during the fish season gradually didn't meet Wang Dinghai's expectations. He was contemplating catching more with a scoop net. When Wang Dinghai reported these matters in a soft voice to Wang Shao's felt deeply moved. The natural resources of this world are indeed abundant. Even the European and American countries known for their rich natural aquatic resources could not compare to this world. Sixth uncle, try to preserve the resources as much as possible, Wang Shao said with both joy and worry. In the future, we should release the small fish of the same species. How could we do that? Wang Dinghai widened his eyes. These are money. We make several tenfold daily. Besides, if we don't fish, other families will. After a pause, he couldn't stand Wang Shao's gaze, and had to say awkwardly, if you really object, let the boatmen gather the small fish and throw them all into the Peace River, as if we are breeding them ourselves. I will just have to add a few more scoop nets and catch more big fish. That works too. Wang Shao's knew that the older generation's thinking was strictly based around poverty. He understood that the progressive thinking of protecting natural resources wouldn't be accepted immediately. The boat quickly passed the Zhao clan's boats, keeping a distance of 2 miles, and gradually moved away from them. The journey from the entrance of Fengus Luce to Donggang is about 120 miles. With the current, it would only take 2.5 hours to reach Donggang. The river here was wider, shaped like a large trumpet mouth, and the current was slower. On the left side of the trumpet, the Liuping mountain range stretched without end. The Liuping mountain range and the areas behind it were dangerous and belonged to one of the uncultivated wild areas. The beasts became more formidable the deeper one went, and even ancestors of the spirit platform realm could perish randomly. On the right side of the river was a vast plain. From the maps and on the spot observations, Wang Shao's deduced that it was an alluvial plain. This fertile land was home to the prominent Donghai district of Longzhuo County. Donggang town was the furthest eastern extension of the Qingling district, bordering the Donghai district. Donggang's geographical location was excellent, with a natural deep water port providing shelter from the wind. Over time, it became a prosperous port with developed transportation and concentrated commercial trade. The Chen clan of Donggang, who were related to the Wang family by marriage, were one of the prominent families here. The Chen clan was a family that had primarily operated a shipping business for generations. Despite being established less than 100 years ago, the family was relatively young, and its pioneering ancestor had already passed away. Despite appearing to lack a strong background, in reality, the clan currently had two ancestors in the spirit platform realm. The elder ancestor was just over 100 years old, while the younger one was in his 70s. Besides, the Chen clan's current leader, Chen Duwei, had reached the peak of the Qi refinement at the young age of 42. He was now polishing his skills and preparing resources, ready to attempt to advance to the spirit platform realm in 6 months to a year, or 2 years at most. Once the clan leader Chen Duwei successfully advanced, the Chen clan of Donggan would become a 3-spirit platform family, which would further solidify the clan's foundation. Producing a spirit platform stage cultivator every 30 years showed the considerable wealth and destiny of the Chen clan of Donggan. As Wang Shao's looked at the thriving buildings of Donggan from a distance, he felt deeply moved. Compared to the Chen clan, the destiny of the Wang family of Ping'an had been quite poor. Fortunately, they now had him, Wang Shao's. Suddenly, a ship sailed out from the inner harbor. It was unique because it hoisted a large clan flag which depicted a golden flag bird flying over the sea. On the lookout tower, a flag signalman was waving the flag. Shao's, Wang Dinghai said joyfully, "That's the Chen clan of Donggan's ship. They're using flag signals to ask if we are visitors from the Wang family. It looks like they've sent someone to welcome us." Wang Shao's nodded. He had previously sent a steward to notify the Chen clan of their journey. It was accepted etiquette for the Chen clan to send someone to welcome visitors. Wang Shao's guessed that it was the young clan leader, Chen Fangji, because this person was soon to become his brother-in-law. Chapter 45 Donggan Chen Clan. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Unless Chen Fangji is not in Donggan, if he doesn't come to meet us, it would undoubtedly be a thorough disdain for the Wang family. Given the profound marital ties between the two sides, such rudeness would certainly not occur. Indeed, after Wang Dinghai responded in flag language, the other party's ship quickly got closer. Standing at the bow of the ship was a young man dressed in brocade, handsome and valiant. With Wang Shao's vision, he recognized the young man from afar. It was indeed Chen Fangji, the young clan leader of the Chen clan of Donggan. After arranging a marriage with Wang Shao's sister, Wang Liuoyi, he had come to visit the Wang family previously. Also, when Wang Dinyu passed away due to his injuries, he represented the Chen clan to pay condolences. However, because the two sides were not formally married yet, he could not wear mourning clothes according to traditional rules. Chen Fangji apparently also noticed Wang Shao's. He showed a smile on his face, gave a push on the ship's bulwarks with one foot and leapt over like an arrow off the string, even turned a roll in midair and landed steadily on the deck. Smiling, he cupped his hand and complained to Wang Shao's, "Shao's, you should have notified me a few days earlier that you were coming to Donggan, then I could have sent a ship to pick you up." "Nice to see you, brother Chen." Wang Shao's returned the courtesy. The decision to travel was made quite hastily. "Please forgive me." Yes, this Chen Fangji was to be his future brother-in-law. However, until the day the marriage is formally completed, it is not appropriate to address each other recklessly. While talking, Wang Shao's silently sized him up. Compared to last year, Chen Fangji, a year older, appeared more heroically charming. Even with Wang Shao's cultivation base, it was quietly hard for him to discern Chen's current state. Quite clearly, Chen Fangji had already reached the 7th level of the Qi refinement at a tender age, and not just at the beginning of it. This already counted as a very outstanding young genius. From the surface, he seemingly didn't seem inferior to Wang Shao's. However, Wang Shao's was very calm and confident at heart. Chen Fangji's overall level was at most equal to Wang Shao's before he crossed worlds. As for now, he had enough confidence that he would surpass Chen by a large margin when he reached Chen's age. At the same time, Chen Fangji was also secretly measuring Wang Shao's, and internally he was equally amazed. He had previously thought highly of Wang Shao's talent and dedication to cultivation, but felt that his overall temperament was a bit naive and in need of refinement. Unexpectedly, in such a short time, he found him transformed in terms of temperament and demeanor. More surprisingly, Wang Xiao's aura faintly exerted pressure on him. This suggested that Wang Xiao's was not far off from breaking through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. The 7th level of Qi refinement at 18, if put in the greater Chengning area, already would rank among the best and was quite rare. It was not until he reached the age of 19 that he entered the 7th level of Qi refinement. This future brother-in-law seemed to be no simple character. With this thought, Chen Fangji's sense of familiarity deepened. Xiao's, what are you talking about? What need for such formality between us? After seeing my father, I will take you around Chen Port to have a good time, as a distraction. Brother Chen, if it were usually, I would not refuse, said Wang Xiao's with a smile, but after paying a visit to uncle, I have to rush to the 100 Islands Guard. Although he held the status of a clan leader, but Chen Duwei, the clan leader of the Chen clan, was his sister's future father-in-law. A senior. On moral and practical grounds, he should make a visit when passing by 100 Islands Guard. Chen Fangji's expression slightly turned solemn. You did mention this matter in the previous letters you had sent. However, Xiao's, I must remind you, 100 Islands Guard is a remote island city. Longzhuo County's influence there is weak. It's filled with all sorts of people, unlike our orderly Chengning area. Brother Chen, I understand, Wang Xiao's replied seriously, but I will need the Chen clan to arrange the route for this trip. Following the Peace River further, it would be the East Sea area after exiting the Trumpet Mouth. The ship borrowed from 6th Uncle Wang Dinghai could navigate the Peace River without any major issues. But if they were to enter the sea, the ship was largely deficient. Seagoing ships not only need to be large and stable but also need to possess outstanding storm-resistant abilities and experienced sailors. In short, the mysterious and unpredictable sea is not so easy to venture into, especially in this mysterious magical world. Well, it's not exactly troublesome. Chen Fangji hesitated slightly. As you may know, our Chen clan's merchant ships set sail to the 100 Islands Guard once every month. However, most of the transportation is various goods. Aside from the crew cabin, there are only a dozen guest rooms reserved for guests, although the overall conditions are rather simple. If you really need to go, I can vacate some places. We could set off this afternoon and arrive at the 100 Islands Guard the day after tomorrow morning. But our ship can only dock at the 100 Islands Guard for 5 days. A sea ship is a massive investment, and the cost of each voyage is also very high. Back and forth routes, tides, and weather all require calculations and estimations. Wang Xiao's, of course, wouldn't be impolite to demand that the Chen clan provide a boat solely for him, and he promptly expressed that he was completely willing to share, asking Chen Fangji to arrange for 3 guest rooms. Once the itinerary was confirmed, Chen Fangji naturally didn't interfere any further, and agreed to the arrangements. Then, guided by a pilot boat, 6th Uncle Wang Dinghai's boat, Dr. Shaw, Elder Luo Yi and the others temporarily remained on board. Meanwhile, Wang Xiao's accompanied Chen Fangji to visit Chen Duwei, the current clan leader of the Chen family, according to the formalities. Chen Duwei naturally gave Wang Xiao's a corresponding courteous reception and expressed his gratitude to the Wang family for their early warning about the honeyworm plague. For the Chen clan, their primary business is not in agriculture, and the family only owns 2 small farms totaling 3,000 to 4,000 acres. With this early warning, the overall loss would not be too significant. Meanwhile, Chen Fangji rapidly helped Wang Xiao's arrange for the sea voyage and introduced several members of the Chen clan who would be joining them to Wang Xiao's, instructing them to take good care of Wang Xiao's and his party. As Wang Xiao's had rejected his offer to accompany them on board, he slipped Wang Xiao's a booklet before their departure. This booklet contained information about all the different influential powers within the 100 Islands Guard. Not long after, at the deep water port of Dongguan, Wang Xiao's party discreetly boarded a ship named the Jun Yao. Named after the Chen family's Jun Yao old ancestor, this ship could deter some petty ill intentions. Once on board, a Chen clan member named Chen Fangwu courteously led them to their rooms. Chen Fangwu is the elder cousin of the young clan leader Chen Fangji. He had reached the high level 5 of Qi refinement realm at just 25 and was considered an elite among the younger generation of the Chen clan. The 3 guest rooms were interconnected, with one serving as a special room for honorable guests. Being able to provide such a room in such a rush shows Chen Fangji's high esteem for Wang Xiao's, leaving no stone unturned in his efforts. "Thank you, Brother Chen," Wang Xiao said, giving a customary bow to Chen Fanghua. "I hope for your continued help during our upcoming journey." Of course, Chen Fanghua hastily responded. "You are honorable guests of our young clan leader, therefore you are honorable guests of the Chen clan. Please, make yourselves comfortable. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask me." With that said, he excused himself and left. The ship was about to sail, so it was the busiest time for him. To avoid unnecessary attention, Wang Xiao's had asked Chen Fangji to keep his identity secret. Thus, the members of the Chen clan on the ship simply knew them as the young clan leader's honored guests. Once they were alone, Wang Xiao's bowed to Elder Luo Yi, saying, "Elder, I apologize for the inconvenience of taking a cargo ship. To charter an entire ship would not only be expensive, but also would not be as straightforward." "No problem. Your arrangement is very appropriate," Luo Yi responded calmly with neither delight nor distress. "Traveling with the 100 Islands Guard is the most secure method to keep things quiet and efficient. Fourth aunt, can you help Elder have some rest?" Wang Xiao's then addressed Xuziru, "This trip is going to take more than 20 hours. We would not want the Elder to get tired. Rest assured, Xiao's. I'll make sure the Elder is well taken care of." Fourth aunt Xuziru answered seriously, then helped Elder Luo Yi into the superior room. The superior room was divided into two sections for the honored guest and their entourage to rest separately. Just as Wang Liqui was about to excitedly follow them into the room, she was stopped by Wang Xiao's, "Girl, come here first. I have something to talk with you about." "Yes, fourth uncle." Wang Liqui's heart fluttered. Had she done something wrong? She immediately followed him into the next room with a gloomy look on her face. Seeing her expression, Wang Xiao swatted her forehead in irritation. "What's with that face?" "I'm your fourth uncle, not a man-eating monster." Wang Liqui quickly switched expressions, forcing out a sheepish, nervous smile in an attempt to appear pleasant. Chapter 46 Gold of 100 Islands Jinshaw. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Seeing such a pitiful expression, Wang Xiao's mouth twitched a couple of times. He took several deep breaths to calm himself before saying, "Fine, you didn't do anything wrong. Come, take a seat." Immediately, Wang Liqui found a stool to sit on, perching at the very edge, posed as if she were ready to be chided by her fourth uncle. "I can tell. The old ancestor is quite fond of you," Wang Xiao said. "Spend more time with her on our journey, keep her company." "So it's about this. As long as I'm not getting chastised, it's all good." Wang Liqui loosened up slightly from her tense state, consistently nodding in agreement. She moved slightly back on the stool, took out a preserved sweet snack to calm herself, then began eating it with delight. Seeing her carefree manner, Wang Xiao's felt a twitch in his eye. From within his sleeves, he casually threw her two books. These are selected poetry and verses of Long's Yuo and Recluse's Pen Talks at Q Mountain. I just bought them in Donggan, supposedly with deep literary messages. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "During morning recitations, I heard you recite Observing the Sky at Night on Tanlin, brimming with emotion and rhythm. It seems you have a talent for literature. Why not familiarize yourself with these two books as quickly as you can, then recite them to the old ancestor for entertainment? She loves children who are diligent in their studies. Surely she will be pleased." "What?" Wang Liqui's eyes bulged out, candy stuck in her mouth. A look of shock filled her chubby cheeks. "Fourth uncle, are you a devil?" Your surprised yet excited expression pleases me, Wang Xiao said with a smile. "Do you like them?" Tears rolled down Wang Liqui's cheeks as she forced a grin and said through a sobbing voice, Thank you, fourth uncle, I love them." Liqui, seeing your tears of joy, reassures me that all my efforts have been worthwhile, Wang Xiao said, patting her head apologetically. "Sorry, in our haste, I only managed to buy 2 books. Upon our arrival at 100 Islands Guard, I'll get you more. Who knows, our family might produce a literary genius." Wang Liqui felt her world crumbling, the color of life stripped away, leaving nothing but bleakness. Thankfully, she still had her candies. The sweetness in her mouth seemed like the only vibrant hue in her life now, her only source of hope. Oh, one more thing. Wang Xiao's frowned. These candies are fine to have now and then, but too much can hurt your teeth and lead to weight gain. Look at your round face. Hand them over, I'll keep them safe for you. Boom. Those words struck Wang Liqui like a bolt of lightning. Tears welled up uncontrollably as she slowly took out a packet of candies. That's not all, is it? And then, she took out another one. Ha ha. And another one. After rummaging around to produce 5 packets in total, Wang Liqui clutched the 2 books, sobbing, "That's it, there's no more." "Fourth uncle, it's getting late. I wanna go study now." Then she ran off swiftly, as if escaping a blazing inferno. Once she was gone, Wang Xiao chuckled to himself, brewed a pot of tea and began drinking it in satisfaction. A helpless little girl like her was no challenge to him. Disciplining his niece was a mere interlude. After taking a moment of respite, Wang Xiao pulled out a booklet provided by his future brother-in-law Chen Fangji. He slowly began to flip through it. The Wang family had heard of the 100 Islands Guard but had little detailed information about them in their records, and whatever information they had was outdated. The Chen clan of Donggan had more dealings with the 100 Islands Guard, so their information was naturally more comprehensive. The booklet contained a list of forces, families, situational patterns, and individuals not to be try furiously within the 100 Islands Guard. Reading the booklet made Wang Xiao wide-eyed with shock. The power dynamics of the 100 Islands Guard were indeed much more complex than those of Chengning. Firstly, it was home to dozens of prominent families, big and small. Some of these families, while weaker in power, independently occupied an island. Others were stronger and powerful enough to rule over several, even over a dozen islands. The main island is called Golden Sand Island, which was said to have been rich in gold sand 1,000 years ago, provoking a bloody struggle among some profound martial families. The Dacian officials dispatched powerful forces to suppress the fighting and established the 100 Islands Guard on the island to stabilize the situation. However, several hundred years later, the gold sand had been completely depleted, and some residual profound martial families took control over the 100 Islands, gradually evolving into the current territorial layout. Because of the complex and remote geographical environment of the 100 Islands Guard and the depletion of gold sand, the control of the Dacian officials here has gradually weakened. Therefore, there are bound to be some independent cultivators who are wanted for crimes, sons and daughters expelled from prominent families, or pirates and bandits seeking to wash off their infamy who would venture into the 100 Islands Guard. Fortunately, the Chen clan of Donggan has been operating on the main island of Gold and Sand among the 100 Islands Guard for many years. They have extensive connections and a solid foundation, and any ordinary person would not dare to provoke them easily under their protection. As long as one does not recklessly stir up trouble, safety is not an issue. Otherwise, Chen Fangji would absolutely not dare to allow Wang Xiao to go to the 100 Islands Guard. If anything serious were to happen, how could Chen Fangji make up for it? However, amidst the chaos of the 100 Islands Guard, some unique industries have been born that don't exist elsewhere. For example, the black market. The Golden Sand Black Market is one of only 2 businesses run by the Danren family in the 100 Islands Guard and has a history of 200 years. In the black market, all identities can be disguised and hidden. If you have money, you can secretly buy what you want in the most confidential manner. You can sell your items secretly, even if they are banned goods or stolen property. The black market doesn't care who you are or where your money and goods came from, they only maintain order, credibility, and take a cut. Order and credibility are the foundation for a black market's survival, because those who go to the black market are often extremely sensitive to the exposure of their identity and origin. Any slight sign of trouble would deter them. Hence, it is clear that the Golden Sand Black Market, which has stood tall for 200 years and continues to grow in scale, must place a great emphasis on credibility and order. Upon seeing this news about the black market, Wang Xiao had a vague suspicion in his heart that the old ancestor Long Yin must have come for the black market, and with Wang Xiao's wisdom, he mostly guessed the purpose of her trip. Immediately his brow furrowed. This was something he didn't want to see. After disembarking, he needed to talk to the old ancestor Longyan. There were certain things that needn't be done to that extent. However, since she is the old ancestor, once she makes up her mind to do something, she must have thought about it for a long time. How could he persuade her to change her mind? Wang Xiao's face grew heavier, and his fingers drummed against the table as he thought rapidly. Time passed bit by bit. More than 20 hours flew by, and the massive seafaring vessel docked at the deep-sea harbor on Golden Sand Island of the 100 Islands Guard. Wang Xiao and his party disembarked from the ship Junyao, basking in the strong scent of the sea wind. As it turned out, the merchant ship Junyao was very stable at sea, having safely and uneventfully reached the 100 Islands Guard. Now, Chen Fanghua, a member of the Chen clan, stepped forward and greeted respectfully, "Young Master Wang, as instructed by the young clan leader before his departure, I am to arrange accommodation and guide for you and your party." Wang Xiao was amused. It seemed that his future brother-in-law was worried about him running into danger on the island, and had specifically arranged for his clan members to manage his accommodation and itinerary. In that case, I must thank you, Brother Chen. Wang Xiao was unfamiliar with Golden Sand Island, so having someone else arrange things was ideal. Besides, he needed to accept the kindness of his future brother-in-law, Chen Fangji. Knowing that young Master Wang has female family members, Chen Fangwu had arranged a carriage for them. Old ancestor Longyan, his fourth aunt, and their maid all got in the carriage. Wang Xiao and his two household heads, Wang Zong and Wang Yong, were temporarily assigned 3 purebred horses. After that, Chen Fanghua, accompanied by a household head, led Wang Xiao's party towards the inner city of Golden Sand Island. As they walked, Chen Fanghua chatted casually with Wang Xiao about the local customs of Golden Sand Island. For example, Golden Sand Island is the largest island among the 100 Islands Guard. However, due to the abundance of rock and other impurities in the soil, very little fertile land can be cultivated. That's why, among the cargo we carry, half are food crops and various kinds of meat, and the rest are daily necessities. These ordinary items actually yield good profits in the 100 Islands Guard. Chen Fanghua did not shy away from sharing this common business knowledge. It was evident that he wanted to build a good relationship with Wang Xiao. Doesn't the Dacian law stipulate that food cannot be speculated? Wang Xiao asked curiously. Young Master Wang, the Dacian law doesn't hold much sway in the 100 Islands Guard, Chen Fanghua explained with a smile. Besides, we are not speculating on food, we are bartering. Although the 100 Islands Guard doesn't produce much food, it is rich in various marine delicacies and oyster cement. When transported inland, they can still generate considerable profitability. Wang Xiao knew that maritime trade in this era must be highly profitable, but it was also risky and difficult. Building a merchant ship is not only costly but also requires deep professional knowledge. Besides, the training of seamen and professional sailors is extremely challenging. Even a slight mishap could result in the loss of a ship, leading to a total loss of investment. Therefore, it's practically impossible for ordinary families to venture into the maritime trade sector. No wonder the Chen clan of Donggan has become increasingly prosperous over the past century. Chapter 47, Turn the Tables. Old Ancestor Longyan. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. What is oyster cement? Wang Xiao put down his maritime merchant thoughts and asked curiously. Oyster cement is a building material made by objects like oysters, shells, and so on, processed by kiln burning and other methods. Chen Fanghua explained. Using oyster cement and river sand in a suitable ratio can ensure a good bond between bricks, tiles, and stones, making the stones as solid as a whole. It is often used in the walls of prominent families or government offices. Because it isn't mass-produced, its cost is relatively high. Since you come from a noble lineage, young Master Wang, it's completely normal for you to be unfamiliar with this basic building material. I see. Wang Xiao understood suddenly. Full of joy, reading 10,000 books is no better than traveling 10,000 miles. I did gain some new insights. It sounds like a type of cement. Wang Xiao began pondering, how had he never thought of something like cement? Even if it isn't sold, This product would be extremely beneficial to the basic construction of the clan. That being said, Wang Shao's only had a vague idea about how cement is produced. As long as there is a general direction and a willingness to put in some manpower and funds, it will eventually be produced. Moreover, buildings with concrete structures are very sturdy. Be it the construction of houses or the creation of water conservancy facilities, it is very beneficial in enhancing the overall safety of the clan. Immediately, Wang Shao's included the cement industry into his future research and development plans. Young Master Wang, the best thing about the 100 Islands Guard is the exquisite seafood. Chen Fangwa continued, fresh seafood is very difficult to store and transport, so most of the seafood transported to the mainland are usually salted and dried. If you want to eat seafood, it's best to consume it while it's still fresh. Today, I have arranged for you to have a taste. Thank you for your kind intentions, Brother Chen. Wang Shao's refused. However, the journey by sea is exhausting, and my family is a bit tired. After resting for a few days, I'll repay your kindness by being the host. He and old ancestor Longyan traveled all the way to the 100 Islands Guard, not just for a bite of delicious seafood. Besides, Wang Shao's had a lot of things to discuss with old ancestor Longyan. Then we'll do as young Master Wang wishes. But since the young clan leader commanded me to entertain the honorable guests well, I'll have to ask you not to put me in a difficult situation, and let our Chen clan be the host. Chen Fangwa said with a smile. Lingering along the way and chatting about this and that, after a short while, they entered Golden Sand City, the main city of the 100 Islands Guard. This city stood on an island, and every rock used for its construction was rugged and sourced locally. Wang Shao specifically noticed that between the rocks, there was a certain white lime filler, which must be the oyster cement that Chen Fangwu had mentioned earlier. If even the city wall uses oyster cement, it shows that the adhesives made by mixing oyster cement and sand are very strong. But, which is stronger, this material or concrete? This question will need to be corroborated once Wang Shao's develops cement, so for now, he sets it aside. Once they were in Golden Sand City, they stayed at a high-end inn. With the arrangements made by Chen Fangwa, the natives of these parts easily secured a large dwelling for Wang Shao's and his party to stay in. The dwelling had 7 or 8 rooms, and the environment was peaceful, enough space for everyone to comfortably stay. After everyone had retired to their rooms to rest, Wang Shao's had also taken a bath. After resting for over half an hour, he went next door to visit old ancestor Longyan. Standing at the door of the old ancestor's room, he knocked on the door, lowering his voice to call out, "Old ancestor, Xu's requests an audience." After a while, fourth Aunt Xuziru opened the door and said, "Xu's, the old ancestor invites you in." "For auntie, my dear girl, you must have been tired after the long journey, go back to your room to rest. I have something to discuss with old ancestor." Wang Shao said as he entered the door. "Yes, Xu's." Xuziru bowed slightly and, pulling the still confused Wang Liqui along, left, closing the door behind her. After they left, Wang Shao's walked to old ancestor Longyan with a bow. "Xu's invites old ancestor, sorry for the intrusion." The old ancestor Longyan's profound eyes swept over Wang Shao's, calmly saying, "Xu's, you look solemn and serious. Could it possibly be, you've come to advise me not to sell my personal spiritual treasures?" Wang Shao's couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Old ancestor Longyan has preemptively taken the lead. However, he has already weighed this matter in his heart. He immediately put on a serious face and said, "After skimming through the information about the 100 Islands Guard, I found that Golden Sand Island has a famous black market, so I dared to guess the purpose of old ancestor's visit. But Xu's has a slight doubt. Is old ancestor planning to sell the dragon smoke sword, or the turtle scale treasure shield?" Old ancestor Longyan's eyes remained unmoved, saying, "The turtle scale treasure shield is of no use to me anymore." Wang Shao's trembled slightly, bitterness in his heart. The confirmation was the worst among his various speculations. When the old ancestor said that the turtle scale treasure shield was useless, it meant that the dragon smoke sword was still useful. The precious shield for defense, the spirit sword for attack. She undoubtedly chose to abandon defense and switch to offense. Xiao's, dare to speculate about the old ancestor's intentions. If I'm wrong, please correct me. Wang Xiao's pondered. The old ancestor wants to sell the turtle scale treasure shield to gather resources for me to advance to the spirit platform realm. Once I reach the spirit platform realm, the old ancestor will take action and capture either the Zhao clan or Liu clan's old ancestor to secure future prospects for our family. By the end, Wang Xiao's voice was trembling. Long Yun's ancestor remained silent for a while, her ethereal eyes calm. After a moment, she slowly shook her head. Xiao's, your guess is wrong. His guess was wrong? Relief washed over Wang Xiao's, and joy filled his heart. Fortunately, Long Yun's ancestor was sensible. However, Long Yun's ancestor calmly said, if I wait until then, I'm afraid I won't have the strength to take action. Old ancestor. Wang Xiao's face changed, but before he could speak, he was interrupted by Long Yun's ancestor. Xiao's, I know you care for me, but I am aware of my injuries. I can't hold on for much longer. The fleeting pain in her face then returned to calm. Her voice was ethereal. Who do you think Wang Longyun is? Rather than lingering in pain and dying slowly, it is better to go out brilliantly like fireworks while I still have the strength. I will take both the Zhao and the Liu clan's traitors with me. Xiao's, you can rest assured. Rest assured? How on earth can I rest assured? Wang Xiao's trembled in his heart, wanting to swear. Long Yun's ancestor's plan was too crazy. It must be stopped. He took a deep breath and said, old ancestor, even if you succeed, the regular forces of the Zhao clan and Liu clan are stronger than our Wang family. We have the Liu family, Long Yun's ancestor calmly replied. The Liu family? Yes, Wang Xiao's remembered. The daughter of the Liu family was his betrothed. So that was it. When Long Yun's ancestor personally proposed to the Liu family in order to speed up the marriage, she had already planned this. If the two were married, the Liu family would definitely not sit idly by when the remnants of the Liu clan and Zhao clan retaliated. In that case, Wang Xiao said solemnly, my wedding night is the best time to take action. First, on my wedding night, the Zhao clan and Liu clan would never expect the old ancestor to suddenly take action. Secondly, at that time, our Wang family will have numerous guests. The Liu clan and Zhao clan wouldn't dare to fight back. Long Yun's ancestor's frail body shook slightly. Then she slowly shook her head and said, this plan is ominous for you. It's not conducive to your reputation. Do not mention it again. Wang Xiao started laughing. The old ancestor can sacrifice her life for the family. As a youngster, what's there for me to be concerned about? You are still young and the greatest hope for the future of our family. Long Yun's ancestor lightly said, when I die in battle, the dragon smoke sword will pass on to you. You must take my body to the Purple Abode Academic Palace, deliver it to my teacher, Master Binglan. Tell him that Wang Longyun, out of her capriciousness, has failed her teacher's expectations. Hope to return to the sect after death. She brought Wang Xiao's to the 100 Islands Guard and did not truly hide her plan from him, as this matter still required his cooperation. I understand. Wang Xiao's held his fist in salute respectfully. Aren't you going to argue anymore? Long Yun's ancestor was a bit surprised. According to her original plan, with Xiao's filial nature, he would definitely argue hard, and she was prepared to suppress him with her status as the ancestor. If there are no other variables, the old ancestor's plan is the only one that can assist the Wang family in quickly turning the tables. Wang Xiao's calmly replied. The old ancestor's injuries have clearly reached a stage where they are on the brink of losing control. As proud and unrivaled as you are, would you tolerate dying slowly in pain? Dying gloriously in battle while simultaneously resolving the family crisis and allowing the world to witness your world-renowned beauty would naturally be the best choice. Quite right. I, Wang Longyun, have always despised hesitation and procrastination. A touch of fervor passed through Longyun's ancestor's calm eyes. Xiao's, your understanding is the greatest comfort to me. Old ancestor, I spoke of a prerequisite. Without any other variables, your plan would be the best. Wang Xiao's wore a relaxed expression as he laughed. I too have a plan, with the ultimate goal being, Wang Xiao's taking hold of the spirit platform realm, becoming the pillar of our family, and you, Longyun's ancestor, dealing with your own affairs. If you feel guilty towards Master, Go and apologize to him yourself. What? No matter how well Longyun's ancestor could control her emotions, she was still shocked. Disbelief filled her eyes. Chapter 48, Old Ancestor Longyun's Injury. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. However, Elder Longyun, having been alive for over 100 years and having experienced many ups and downs, was not a person easily shaken. In just a few moments, she calmed down and her gaze cooled. Shows, I admit that you are admirable, able to profit greatly even in perilous situations. But this small amount of money is simply a drop in the ocean when it comes to healing my injuries. Upon hearing this, not only was Wang Shao's undeterred, he felt elated. From your words, Elder, it seems your injury can still be treated. It's difficult, as hard as ascending to the heavens. Elder Longyun said calmly, even if my Wang family exhausted all its resources, it would be far from enough. Therefore, Shaos, stop entertaining wild thoughts. It would be most prudent to use that money to hasten your pursuit of the peak of the vital energy refining realm. Naturally there were difficulties, otherwise the Wang family wouldn't have just stood by and let the elder be left untreated. The cost was certainly something the Wang family couldn't afford, even if they sold all their property and land. Wang Shao's expression turned serious. Then Elder, could you please elaborate on these difficulties, so that I can put these ideas to rest? Very well, if I don't explain clearly, I'm afraid you won't let go. Elder Longyun's expression softened considerably. She could see that Shaos truly cared for her. She continued, the individual who conspired with the Zhao clan and Liu clan to attack me was no ordinary practitioner of the spirit platform realm. He possessed the pure energy of Yinsha, and I suspect he had ties with the Yinsha sect from the extreme western land. I guess he committed some crime, evaded pursuit, and infiltrated the Zhao clan and Liu clan as an independent cultivator. Yinsha sect? Wang Shao's, despite his knowledge, had never heard of this name before. It's a nefarious sect, with overall strength not inferior to the Purple Abode Academic Palace. Elder Longyun explained, her eyes flickering with a touch of gravity. Everyone knew about the ambitions of the Zhao clan and Liu clan, but when I crossed blows with them, I realized that this individual was likely the puppeteer behind the scenes. Hence, despite the peril, I exploited my superior cultivation base and the 2 spiritual treasures I possessed to slay him on the spot. However, disciples of the Yinsha sect truly were formidable. His retaliation before his death cost me greatly. Even though this life and death battle took place 50 years ago, the memories were still fresh in Elder Longyun's mind. Wang Shao's was also secretly terrified. This mysterious magical world was considerably larger and more complex than he had imagined. Indeed, he had every reason to believe that what Elder Longyun had uncovered was merely the tip of the iceberg. At that time, I had already broken the turtle scale shield, and I was hit directly by his Yinsha palm with all his strength. Elder Longyun's eyes turned frigid as she spoke. This palm was extremely sinister. It not only gave me severe internal injuries, but the Yinsha energy even eroded my organs. No matter how hard I tried to dispel it, it clung to me like a maggot in the bone, making my injuries extremely difficult to heal. Wang Shao's was profoundly affected. He had previously looked down on this mysterious magical world a bit, but in actuality, this world was extremely dangerous. Battle was not like in the fantasy novels he had read before, where the protagonist had infinite lives to squander, would wage life or death battles over trivial disagreements, treating them as part of daily life. This was utterly ridiculous. Any battle had the potential for accidents. 50 years ago, that life and death battle, for the mysterious Yinsha sect, the accident meant paying the price of life. As for Elder Longyun, it meant enduring half a century of unspeakable torment and torture. Simultaneously, it left a profound psychological impact on the ancestors of both the Liu and Zhao clans towards Elder Longyun. Even to this day, they did not dare to force the Ping and Wang family excessively, fearing that in a fit of rage, the elder might take them down with her. Every combat-related decision must be made carefully, considering the likelihood of unexpected occurrences, and whether one could bear the consequences of those accidents. Elder Longyun had no choice but to fight at that time, otherwise the Wang family would have been wiped out. Elder, Wang Shao's took a deep breath. let's discuss how to treat you. After hearing about the battle from the past, Wang Xiaos was even more determined to help Elder Longyin, regardless of the cost. There are two major obstacles in treating my injuries. Elder Longyin stated, firstly, the yin sha poison that has been eroding and growing within me for 50 years is becoming increasingly tenacious. Under its persistent weakening, I'm slowly losing my ability to suppress it. Secondly, my organs have been severely damaged, and due to the entanglement of the yin sha poison, they've never completely healed. Over time, the damage has become critical. She paused for a moment before continuing. To dissolve such a severe yin sha poison, one must rely on the level 3 Dan medicine called Fire Yang Pill, which will suppress and eradicate the yin sha poison. If it's a level 3 Dan medicine, unless it's a rather rare one, although expensive, it should still be possible to obtain, right? Wang Xiaos furrowed his brow, feeling that it couldn't be that simple. Usually, the price of a level 1 Dan medicine is around 10 to 20 Kien gold. A level 2 Dan medicine is around several tens to over 100 Kien gold, and a level 3 Dan medicine ranges from several hundreds to thousands of Kien gold. Fire Yang Pill is a standard level 3 Dan medicine, produced by many alchemy masters. It is not hard to find. One can even buy a pill for about 300 Kien gold. A look of helplessness flashed in old ancestor Longyin's eyes. However, you need to take a pill every month and slowly suppress and grind down the yin sha poison. Also, you need to take this medicine for a long period of time. If you're lucky, you will be able to completely eradicate the yin sha poison in 10 years. Once a month. Doesn't that mean 3,600 Kien gold a year? Even Wang Xiaos couldn't help but gasp. In reality, before Wang Xiaos transmigrated, the total profits from all the family's businesses did not reach this figure. And this amount of profit could just barely cover the entire family's expenses, with no surplus at all. In fact, any family's income on record isn't small, but the expenses are massive. Even for a relatively prosperous clan like the Gongsun clan of Shanyang, after subtracting the large expenditures of the family, the surplus Kien gold rarely exceeds 1,000. That's not all. To resist the power of the yin sha, I need to maintain good health, need ample supply of spirit rice and spirit food every month, and long-term use of cultivation pills to strengthen myself. Old ancestor Longyin said, this cost alone is at least 600 Kien gold per year. Moreover, starting from the second year, I would need a level 3 healing holy medicine known as the creation pill to treat the damage of my internal organs. The creation pill is much harder to obtain than the Fire Yang pill, and more expensive, costing 1,000 Kien gold per piece. That's 12,000 Kien gold a year. Old ancestor Longyin said calmly, if I am lucky, my injury will be mostly healed in about 10 or 11 years. If the estimate is wrong, it might extend for another 2 or 3 years. Having said all of this, there was a sense of relief in old ancestor Longyin's eyes. She knew the affection her clansmen had for her. At the beginning, didn't the younger generation want to help cure her? But they simply couldn't afford the treatment. If they insisted on it, they would surely pull the Wang family down without curing her. Forget about the Wang family, even the Gongsun clan of Shanyang and the Liu family of Shanyang couldn't afford such a treatment. Perhaps the Xi family of Chenying could barely afford it, but the entire treatment process would certainly greatly weaken the Xi family. At that time, she saw despair, helplessness, and pain in the eyes of her family. If it hadn't been for Xiao's insistence, she really didn't want him to go through this too. So, ancestor, your injury does not need a mass investment of resources at once, but can be treated gradually. Wang Xiao's eyes lit up as he quickly calculated. The total cost for the first year is about 4,100 Kien gold, but from the second year, there will be an additional 12,000 Kien gold of expenses. The total cost of the treatment would come to around several tens of thousands of Kien gold. Good, 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 good. Old ancestor Longyin looked somewhat puzzled. The situation was bad to the point of hopelessness, and yet Xiao's was saying it was good. Ancestor, you must not misunderstand. Wang Xiao's calmed down and said, I said it was good because the actual situation is simpler than I estimated. But he also felt a touch of emotion. No matter which world, falling ill is always burdening. On Earth, Many families with decent financial conditions have been devastated because of a major illness in the family. Turns out, it's the same in a mystical and magical world. Simpler. Old ancestor Longyun's delicate body slightly trembled. Shouldn't he be feeling desperate? Chapter 49. Taking Revenge for Old Ancestor. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The simplicity to which Wang Xiao's was referring was only relatively simple. It was much easier than coming up with hundreds of thousands of Qian gold all at once. In reality, even if he were to make an extra 10 or 20,000 Qian gold in the second year, it would not be an easy task. It required careful planning and intelligence. But the old ancestor had to be saved. He didn't want to see the old ancestor who had fought to protect the family for half her life, die tragically. Moreover, the old ancestor, Longyun, was a strong fighter. If she recovered her strength, how could the old ancestors of the Liu clan and Zhao clan be her match? Thinking about this, Wang Xiao bowed and said, "Old ancestor, rest assured, I will take care of this." This time when he left, he had intended to buy some things from the 100 Islands Guard. Therefore, he brought along 10,000 Qian gold notes, making his pockets bulge. As for safety, there was no need to worry. If the old ancestor accompanied him, it would still be very safe. If a situation arose where even the old ancestor couldn't calm things down, there was nothing he could do about it. Shows. The old ancestor, Longyun, was full of doubts. In her view, it was due to the current situation and fortune that Wang Xiao's could make a big profit. Would such opportunities always be present? Let the old ancestor hold off on any plans for now, and wait for my decision a year later. Give me a chance to prove myself, and also give the old ancestor a chance to turn the tables. Wang Xiao's was very confident. With his transmigrator's vision and mindset, making money naturally wouldn't be slow. Only after a year would the old ancestor deeply understand. Seeing Wang Xiao's strong confidence, the old ancestor Longyun finally nodded slowly, as a sign of agreement. However, the turtle scale treasure shield is of no use to me. After selling it, it can provide you with some resources. Wang Xiao's didn't object to this decision. This was the old ancestor's spiritual artifact, and she had the right to dispose of it. Besides, Wang Xiao's didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to afford a spiritual artifact in the future. At most, he could buy an even better one for the old ancestor. Since he had persuaded the old ancestor, he briefly left. Everyone rested for the night. Early the next morning, Wang Xiao's invited Chen Fanghua over and asked him to take everyone for a stroll around Golden Sand City. Everyone could relax, and Wang Xiao's could use the chance to investigate the overall market of the 100 Islands Guard. Even if it just increased his knowledge, it would be good. Chen Fanghua knew Golden Sand City very well, and he was quite eloquent. He took everyone on a leisurely walk around, occasionally discussing the local conditions and customs. It actually opened Wang Xiao's eyes, improved his mood, and he even bought a few sun-dried snacks for Wang Liqui. That girl would forget all her worries when she had something to eat, and she seemed extremely grateful to Wang Xiao's. "Young Master Wang, going in here will lead us to Independent Cultivator Street," Chen Fanghua introduced. Most cities set up a dedicated street for independent cultivators, which not only earns some stall fees but also prevents them from setting up stalls all over the place. Wang Xiao's understood. Similar places were also found in Qingning Weiqing, where he had inadvertently picked up a beehive. However, picking up bargains at independent cultivator stalls was a low-chance event. In most cases, you would be scammed or end up buying items of little value for a high price. These so-called heaven and earth treasures and secret martial arts skills were sold up through flattery, each seemingly more superior than the last. Wang Xiao's was just casually looking and gaining some knowledge. With his current understanding, it was almost impossible to find bargains. However, there were more independent cultivators on Golden Sand Island compared to Qingning Weiqing, and their overall strength was stronger. Along the way, Wang Xiao's had already met 3 or 4 whose auras he could not discern. Clearly, their cultivation base was a lot higher than his. It seemed the opportunities around Golden Sand Island were no more than those in Qingning Weiqing, which attracted more powerful independent cultivators to try their luck. For those who were stronger than him, they would remain inscrutable unless they released their aura. Suddenly, Longyin, who had been silent, stopped abruptly. Her gaze swept over an independent cultivator at a stall, and her brows furrowed slightly. Unintentionally, her body seemed to shake slightly, showing signs that she was struggling to control her emotions. Wang Xiao's was puzzled. He quickly took a step forward to stand between Longyin and the independent cultivator, drawing the independent cultivator's attention. He smiled and said, "Your pearls are not bad. How much for the whole lot?" "Big spender." The independent cultivator's attention was immediately drawn to Wang Xiao's. He immediately introduced, "Sir, these spirit material pearls contain spiritual energy and were all taken from clams that I personally dived for in the sea. They are superior materials for the level 2 spirit pill, the beauty maintenance pill. There are 13 pearls of various sizes in total. It will be 30 Qian gold for you." Seeing that Wang Xiao's was well dressed and had an entourage, the independent cultivator didn't dare to neglect 10 Qian gold. Wang Xiao started to pretend to negotiate, bargaining the price. The stall owner held firm to his price. As the two of them haggled over the price, Wang Xiao's was puzzled. He saw that the old ancestor's mood had changed so significantly. It was clear that she had encountered something major. Could it be that she had discovered a big opportunity to pick up a bargain on this stall? Wang Xiao's found ways to distract while waiting for Longyin's instructions or action. As an immortal, Longyin soon calmed down. Her lips behind the veil moved slightly, conveying her intentions to Wang Xiao's. The message she delivered left even a transmigrator like Wang Xiao's taken aback. However, he contained his emotions. While bargaining the price, he started to ponder how to execute his plan. Bargaining is a very common affair, and for independent cultivators, a few dozen Qian golds is already a significant amount. Soon, Wang Xiao's came up with a plan. Standing up reluctantly, he said, "Never mind, this young master will look elsewhere." Regardless of the stall owner's attempts to coax him to stay, Wang Xiao's led his group away from the street of independent cultivators. "Brother Chen," Wang Xiao's greeted, "my great niece and fourth aunt are a bit tired. Could I trouble you to take them to a restaurant ahead for a meal?" "Wang Zong, Wang Yong, you two safeguard Miss Liqui and Madame Xiru." "Yes," the two household heads responded in unison. As a clever individual, Shen Fangwu immediately recognized that he was being sent away as Wang Xiao's didn't want him to see something. He replied, "Rest assured, young Master Wang, I will take good care of the young mistress and the lady." Xuziru's eyes flickered, but she ultimately remained silent. However, Wang Liqui, hearing about delicious food, drooled, and her regard for Wang Xiao's increased significantly. She thought in her heart, "I was wrong about fourth uncle. He really does care about me." After everyone had left, only Wang Xiao's and old ancestor Longyin remained. They moved to a quiet spot where Wang Xiao's asked in a serious tone, "Old ancestor, can you confirm this matter?" "There's no mistake." The voice of old ancestor Longyin was icy cold, pulsing with unspeakable hatred. "I have been tormented by this evil for 50 years, not a single trace of Yin Sha can escape my detection." Wang Xiao's was taken aback, now certain of the matter. In a low voice, he said, "Old ancestor, this other force from the extreme western land is beginning to infiltrate Chengning Weiqing. I fear the situation may not be as simple as it seems. There could be a larger force behind them. If we wish to take our revenge, I'm afraid the Wang family was simply too weak right now. No matter what the enemy's plans were, once they got entwined in it, their destruction was certain." A deep sense of powerlessness showed in old ancestor Longyin's eyes. The overall strength of their family was too weak to even exact revenge. "We ask for your patience, old ancestor. Once you have recovered from your injuries, our family's strength will have greatly increased," Wang Xiao said seriously. "As for this vendetta, we will take our revenge slowly. However, it is currently possible to alleviate some of your anger." Old ancestor Longyin had begun to feel somewhat hopelessly disappointed, but upon hearing this, his eyes brightened. He asked in a low voice, "Xiao's, what are you planning to do?" As dusk approached and darkness was about to fall, the independent cultivator street vendors began to pack up their stalls. The independent cultivator who sold sea pearls also planned to pack up. It was common for goods not to sell for a few days. Just then, a burly man in his 30s or 40s appeared before the stall. With a commanding presence, he stated, "I'll take all these pearls." As he paid, he accidentally revealed a small stack of gold notes. Their honey gold hues incredibly eye-catching. Every note was evidently worth 2 kien gold, totaling to no less than 1,000 kien gold. The independent cultivator, entranced by the sight, revealed deep greed in his eyes. Even for prominent families with established businesses such as Profound Marshall, 1,000 kien gold was a significant amount, let alone for independent cultivators. After that, the plot naturally unfolded. The independent cultivator set his sights on the hunky man, inviting him for a drink and a meal. After a few drinks, he discovered the hunky man's background. He had struck it rich elsewhere and just fled to the 100 Islands Guard to take refuge. After they convivially clinked glasses, the two men seemed to have become like sworn brothers. When the hunky man suggested going to have some fun after their meal, the independent cultivator energetically promised to take him to a great spot. After paying the bill, he led the burly man through the city's maze of streets and alleys. Eventually, in a highly secluded corner of an alley, the independent cultivator revealed his true colors. As a peak level 7 chi refiner, he had even roped in an accomplice of the level 6 chi refining realm to deal with a small level 4 chi refiner. His plan was foolproof. Unfortunately for him, there would always be a bigger fish in the sea. Just as they were greedily preparing to make their move on the drunk hunky man, a hazy sword light appeared out of nowhere and assassinated the two men in one swift move. How could those two ever have anticipated a spiritual platform realm expert launching a stealth attack with spiritual weapons? They didn't even have a chance to react before they lost their lives. The hunky man broke out in cold sweat, his legs shaking slightly. "Old ancestor, are you all right?" Wang Shao's rushed over from a short distance away. Supporting the slightly breathless old Longyan ancestor, he asked worriedly. His cultivation base was lower than that of the independent cultivator, so he didn't dare to stay too close, for fear of being discovered. Even though he was shocked in his heart, he realized that if a spiritual platform realm elder attacked a chi refinement realm, the latter was almost certain to die. "It's okay, I am fine." Within a few breaths, old ancestor Longyan was able to temporarily suppress the backlash of the evil chi within his body. His eyes were slightly red, a sign of his satisfaction and relief. "Wang Zong, quickly gather the spoils of battle." Wang Shao's ordered Wang Zong, and with the fastest speed, they gathered the spoils of war. Following that, he and the old ancestor quickly disappeared into the alley. Within a short period of time, only 2 corpses were left in the alley. Chapter 50, Longyan's Decision. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Not much later, in the private room of the inn where Wang Shao's and his group were staying, Wang Zong, who had quickly changed outfits halfway there, placed the spoils of war, kien gold and other things used as bait on the table. His voice trembled slightly. "Family head, I have successfully completed the task." Clearly, for the head of household Wang Zong, today's events were somewhat overly thrilling and stimulating. "Wang Zong, you have done well," Wang Shao's complimented, then sternly said, "but remember to keep this matter a secret. We are dealing with the accomplices of those devils who had injured old ancestor Longyan in the past. We doing this out of revenge." He was very satisfied with Wang Zong's overall execution of the task. Among the 2 heads of household who had followed him, Wang Yong had more talent and strength. However, Wang Zong was more intelligent and calm in handling a task of this difficulty. Wang Zong had grown up listening to stories about old ancestor Longyan's contributions to the clan and admired her greatly. Upon hearing this, his eyes filled with hatred. Those thieves deserved to die. "Family head, you can rest assured, this matter will never leave my lips, even if it cost my life." Soon after, Wang Shao's waved and awarded him 20 kien gold. Overwhelmed with joy, Wang Zong expressed his gratitude before leaving. When it was only Wang Shao's and old ancestor Longyan left, Wang Shao's put out another round of booty on the table and began to carefully inspect it. Truth be told, This operation was somewhat rushed and reckless for Wang Shao's, but he felt compelled to do it. After all, this was about venting some pent-up anger for old ancestor Long Yin, who had been tortured by Yin Sha for a full 50 years. Who could imagine the pain she had suffered? As for capturing that independent cultivator and forcing him to reveal the identity of his mastermind, Wang Shao's had naturally considered this. However, doing this was too risky and could easily lead to the downfall of his clan. Also, even if he forced them to disclose information, what then? This independent cultivator was obviously just a pawn. The real mastermind was undoubtedly in the spirit platform realm. If not handled well, it would result in the loss of everything they had. It's better to avoid any association. Old ancestor Long Yin agreed with this. Killing one of their minions had already eased a lot of her anger. Her deep affection for the clan made her reluctant to see Wang Shao's take unnecessary risks. Their common items, various Qian gold coins, pearls, a little Peiyuan Dan, and other miscellaneous items. There's no letters or identity seals. Wang Shao's catalogued the spoils, taking out the valuable items. Aside from the miscellaneous items, the most noteworthy were an old-fashioned bound book and an object resembling a jade gourd. The book had no title. Upon opening it, it was discovered to be a guide on how to refine the yin-sha energy of the world into one's body, gradually changing their mysterious energy to the attribute of yin-sha. Furthermore, this book also mentioned a unique secret technique on how to hide the yin-sha energy within one's body, making them appear to others as a regular profound martial practitioner. From this, one could see that old ancestor Long Yin's sense of smell regarding yin-sha energy was extremely sharp. Maybe it was far surpassing that of ordinary spirit platform realm elders. Upon seeing the book, Wang Shao's heart started to pound. An idea emerged from within. Nevertheless, this idea was, Shao's, you seem hesitant. Have you discovered something? After a short period of recuperation, old ancestor Luo Yan, who had just opened her beautiful eyes, asked. Despite only having killed 2 Qi refinement realm minions, she had prepared for any unexpected circumstances by launching a surprise attack at full force. As a result, she was feeling a bit unwell. Old ancestor, take a look at this book, please. Wang Shao's respectfully handed her the book. At first, old ancestor Long Yin glanced at it calmly. Shortly after, her eyes also became uncertain. After a long silence, she closed the book and began thinking. Clearly, this matter was deeply affecting her. Wang Shao's did not disturb her but waited patiently by the side. After a while, old ancestor Long Yin slowly opened her eyes and looked at Wang Shao's. Shao's, what do you think of this? With his continual performances, she began to hold him in higher regard. On such a critical matter, she even wanted to hear Wang Shao's opinion. After a brief consideration, Wang Shao's responded, before making a decision, let's think through the situation. Judging from the book, it appears to be a cultivation/method from the Yin-Sha sect for tempering yin-sha energy, converting it into yin-sha mysterious energy. Given to temporary recruits among the outer disciples, it is likely used to cultivate external minions and is not the core cultivation method of the Yin-Sha sect. The old ancestor Long Yin nodded in approval at Wang Shao's words. Indeed, if those were the core cultivation methods of the Yin-Sha sect, they would never be so easily leaked. After a pause, Wang Shao's asked again, just how confident are you with such a rudimentary refinement method, old ancestor? The old ancestor Long Yin meditated for a moment and replied, this Yin-Sha refinement method, although elementary, is used to cultivate independent cultivators. However, it is ultimately a transmission of the Yin-Sha sect and is not to be taken lightly. For ordinary independent cultivators, their understanding of Yin-Sha power is not deep enough to switch too quickly. However, I should be able to do that quite quickly. Wang Shao's understood. The old ancestor Long Yin had been tormented by the poison of Yin-Sha for 50 long years, struggling day and night against it. The poison of Yin-Sha had now spread all over her body, even permeating all 5 organs and 6 entrails. Her understanding of the poison of Yin-Sha surpassed not only those of the outer sect disciples of the Yin-Sha sect but also the inner sect disciples and even the core disciples. The old ancestor's hesitation means there must be a drawback, said Wang Shao's. deep in thought. If the old ancestor converts the power of Yinshaw, I'm afraid it would be difficult to advance her cultivation realm. Indeed, the old ancestor Longyin agreed. After all, this secret technique is not the core cultivation method of the Yinshaw sect. It cannot support me on the celestial being's path. If it was just this, I would be satisfied to recover to the mid-stage of the spirit platform realm. However, this would mean that I have fully betrayed my sect. I have failed my master's kindness. Moreover, I have to conceal my actions to avoid being mistaken as a spy of the Yinshaw sect. These were all drawbacks, especially since the old ancestor Longyin had a very strong sense of belonging to the Purple Abode Academy. She joined the academy at 18, and by the age of 60, she had already reached the mid-stage of the spirit platform realm. The master, Kanglan, had even gifted her the spiritual artifact Turtle Scale Treasure Shield, demonstrating the high expectations placed on her by the Purple Abode Academy. If it were not for her mishaps 50 years ago, with the talents of old ancestor Longyin, she might be an important figure in the Purple Abode Academy by now. In this case, do not practice this method, said Wang Shao's after considering for a moment. Anyhow, we do have a solution for that. As long as the old ancestor's injury heals, there may still be a chance to advance after steady accumulation. No, I still want to cultivate the power of Yinshaw. The old ancestor Longyin hesitated for a moment, but eventually, she made up her mind. The previous solution was too time-consuming and resource-demanding. If I transform the Yinshaw power within me for my own use, a significant amount of resources can be saved. One other consideration she did not mention was that she did not want Wang Shao's to bear such a tremendous pressure. Even if he could bear it, it would be better to use those resources within the family. Master, Longyin is reckless once again. I will repay your kindness and virtue in my next life. Sadness flashed across the eyes of the old ancestor Longyin, loaded with deep remorse. Sigh. Wang Shao sighed softly in his heart, knowing that once Longyin had made up her mind, not even the resurrection of the old ancestors Xuan could possibly dissuade her. However, from Wang Shao's perspective, whether it is Yinshaw mysterious energy or Purple Abode mysterious energy, both are some form of power. There is no right or wrong in power. What matters most is the user's mindset. This jade gourd bottle, old ancestor Longyin picked it up, analyzed it, and said, it should be a container used to store Yinshaw Qi. It still contains some Yinshaw power, which is of great use to me. Shao's, I'll decode the conversion method of Yinshaw and the method to conceal it. You should take some rest. With that, she proceeded to leave Wang Shao's and return to her room. Wang Shao's was a bit stunned. His old ancestor Longyin was incredibly decisive. Once she made up her mind to do something, she would act immediately sans any discussion. He quietly collected the gold notes and other miscellaneous prizes. His thoughts swam, recognizing that though old ancestor Longyin's choice had many drawbacks, the benefits were also evident. First, it could save a considerable amount of resources. Secondly, her recovery would undoubtedly be much faster than the original plan. Once her chronic ailment was completely cured, it might mean the end of the Zhao clan and the Liu clan. This was probably one of the significant reasons for old ancestor Longyin's decision. She was in a hurry to avenge her grievances.